Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 434, Visiting the Big Boss. 5 hours later. In the office of the Vice President of the Breeders' Association of Saffron City, on the top floor. Cain was holding a newspaper in his hands, his cheeks slightly flushed as he read its content. He had truly blushed. These journalists had exaggerated way too much in their writing. Ha ha ha, good. This is how it should be. My one and only disciple, Cain, deserves this worldwide attention, laughed the old Matsuda, seated on the sofa across from Cain. The old Matsuda had arrived at the Saffron City Breeders' Guild 2 hours ago, under the pretense of putting his disciple in shape so he doesn't become too arrogant. But since he arrived, he hadn't stopped laughing. His face was so joyful it looked like it might bloom. Seated nearby, Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura rubbed their temples in frustration. When Haruto Fujimoto first heard the old Matsuda's order to promote Cain on a grand scale, he knew it was all about vanity. At this age, who still needs vanity? Seriously. He was really testing their patience. Both of them were advanced breeders, and both trained disciples, so why was the difference so great? In truth, they didn't know that Cain had only halfway become the old Matsuda's disciple. If they had known, they would probably have been even more frustrated. Well, Fujimoto, Nakamura, thank you for everything. This is almost done. When you get the chance, send my regards to your boss, said the old Matsuda, putting down the newspaper and clapping his hands. Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura exchanged glances, relieved. At last, this show-off was about to leave. It wasn't just that he boasted several times a year in front of them, but this time, why did he have to go so overboard? However, they said no more. They were old friends of the old Matsuda, and some things didn't need to be said aloud. They stood to bid farewell to the old Matsuda and Cain as they left the Saffron City Breeders' Guild. This time's results have been even better than I expected, sighed the old Matsuda as they walked out the door. In fact, even if I didn't take you to meet that person, the influence of the Breeders' Guild would already be enough to let you open a gym in a small town like Leafy Town. But since I'm here, I'll take you to meet him so you can broaden your horizons, the old Matsuda continued. Cain nodded. This intermediate breeder exam had had a much bigger impact than he'd imagined. At first, he thought it would just help him gain some fame, but he hadn't expected it to move the hearts of the Breeders' Guild. After the exam, a large number of reporters rushed in and surrounded Cain for over half an hour before he finally managed to leave with the help of Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura, who shielded him from the crowd. Under the stunned gazes of Flint and Misako, Cain bade farewell to them. Before leaving, Cain told Flint to train his son well so he could become an excellent breeder. Flint also revealed his identity to Cain and said he could reach out for help anytime. The two exchanged contact information. Then came the interviews with Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura. It's unclear whether they decided on their own or had already discussed it with higher-ups, but they directly announced that Cain would be the next generation to receive the full support of the Breeders' Guild. This meant Cain wasn't just a core member of the league, he was also partly under the protection of the Breeders' Guild. Of course, before the old Matsuda arrived, Haruto Fujimoto and Shiro Nakamura, after understanding Cain's situation, tried to persuade him. They suggested he abandon his focus on being a trainer and concentrate on being a breeder, assuring him that within 10 years at most, he could aim for levels beyond advanced breeders. At that point, not only would his future as a gym leader be secured, but he could also be elevated to the position of president of the Breeders' Guild. But Cain politely declined the offer. 10 years. In 10 years, he might already be a regional champion, which was far more prestigious than being the president of the Breeders' Guild. Moreover, who said one couldn't be both a trainer and a breeder? Wallace in the Hoenn region reached the pinnacle of both professions as a coordinator and a trainer. Although some said his champion title came courtesy of Stephen and concessions made by the league to the Hoenn Coordinators Guild for greater development, how could one become champion without skill? How could one lead the Elite Four? So, if others couldn't do it, it simply meant they weren't talented enough. Stephen not only became the region's champion but also mastered all the skills needed to run the Devon Corporation. Under Stephen's leadership, the Devon Corporation only grew stronger. Yet the journalists exaggerated, comparing Cain to the next leader of breeders. Master, didn't we go too far this time? With such exaggerated promotion, I'm afraid I'll become a target, said Cain. The old Matsuda looked at him and said, what are you afraid of? Isn't this the result we wanted? Your name now echoes everywhere, you've gained the full backing of the Breeders' Guild, and as long as you don't do anything too crazy, the guild will always support you. This time, opening your gym won't be a problem. Plus, if you want to develop Leafy Town, a small village hidden in the mountains, and attract more people, a gym alone won't be enough. How many gyms are there in Hoenn? Why would anyone go to yours in the mountains? It's not like Verdanturf Town nearby, which has the advantage of natural springs. So you'll be the big magnet drawing attention to Leafy Town. Whether it's admirers or young challengers, the more people come, the more buzz there will be, and Leafy Town's popularity will grow. For you, my disciple, I've thought of everything. Cain looked at the old Matsuda with a bitter smile. Wow, don't pour all your desire to show off onto me. Even though the Breeders' Guild values you, did you really need so many reporters? Couldn't we have been more low-key? Do you know what it means to lie low while hunting? Now there's no hiding. I might have to walk the streets with my face covered like a movie star. Ahem, well, since it's done, don't worry about being attacked. Now you're under the brightest spotlight, any attempts to approach you will be quickly detected, and the leaders of major organizations won't risk acting during this time of exposure. If they do, those old folks at the Breeders' Guild might really lose it. The old Matsuda continued, let's go. I'll take you to meet that person. With that, he pulled out 2 Pokeballs, and an Aerodactyl and a Charizard appeared before them. End of chapter. Chapter 435, Chapter 435, Pallet Town. After speaking, old Matsuda mounted his Aerodactyl directly. Then he instructed Cain to climb onto his Charizard's back. In reality, Cain also had his own flying mount, his Tropius. But upon seeing these 2 Pokemon, he decided it was better not to summon it to avoid making a fool of himself. Both Pokemon were part of old Matsuda's main team. Both Aerodactyl and Charizard were Elite 4-level Pokemon, and the energy they emitted was something most people couldn't bear. Fortunately, old Matsuda was there, otherwise, Cain wouldn't have known how to face these 2 Pokemon. Even if his Mismagius, dwelling in his shadow, appeared, it probably wouldn't withstand more than 2 moves from Aerodactyl. And that Charizard was likely old Matsuda's starter Pokemon. Although its current power was slightly inferior to Aerodactyl's, the difference between them wasn't significant. Old Matsuda, after all, was among the best advanced-level breeders. While he wasn't renowned as a great trainer, this only applied when compared to his breeding skills. In terms of his Pokemon's combat capabilities, he stood out even among Elite 4-level trainers. At the very least, Cain believed old Matsuda was stronger than Umbra. After all, old Matsuda had access to much higher quality breeding resources than Umbra. Under old Matsuda's approving gaze, Cain slowly climbed onto Charizard's back. Roar! Charizard, with a proud expression, would usually not allow someone so weak to ride on its back. But since its trainer was watching, it had no choice but to tolerate it. However, it let out a roar to express its displeasure. Cain, nervously smiling, leaned over Charizard's back and pulled out some Pokeblocks from his storage space. Although they weren't particularly nutritious, they were quite tasty, snacks Cain often prepared for his Pokemon. Charizard glanced at the Pokeblocks in Cain's hand. Having spent so much time with old Matsuda, it had seen all sorts of Pokeblocks. It decided to accept the Pokeblocks, thinking there was no point in wasting food. To its surprise, they were quite delicious. Fire-type Pokemon generally prefer spicy flavors, just like Cain's Torchic, and what Cain offered were special treats for Torchic designed to enhance the bond between Pokemon and their trainer. Seeing Charizard enjoying them, Cain pulled out more and gave them all. Afterward, Charizard slightly changed its attitude toward Cain. It no longer rejected him as much. Though initially annoyed, it now looked at him with a bit more favor, which made Cain feel slightly relieved as he sat on its back. Old Matsuda carefully observed Cain's actions, noting how he managed to win over Charizard and how he used his resources to change Charizard's perception of him. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Cain knew how to handle Pokemon. All right, let's go, said old Matsuda once they were ready. Master, but we're still in the city. Before Cain could finish speaking, both Pokemon flapped their wings, generating a powerful gust of wind. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the street, otherwise, someone might have been injured. Elite 4-level trainers were this dominant, the flight restrictions in Saffron City didn't apply to them. In a room filled with dolls inside the Psychic-type gym of Saffron City, a young woman showed an expression of anger on her face, unable to vent her frustration. Damn it, another one flying wherever they want. If only I had a bit more power. Humph. I must train more. When my psychic power increases one more level, I'll cover all of Saffron City with it, and we'll see who dares to fly. But reaching another level is so difficult. It's so slow. The young woman suppressed her frustration and returned to her meditation, surrounded by intense psychic energy. If Cain had been there, he would probably sense that while his psychic energy was like the amount of water in a bathtub, the young woman's was a tenth of an ocean. In short, the difference was immense. But neither old Matsuda nor Cain had any idea of the young woman's annoyance. Mounted on Aerodactyl and Charizard, they flew at full speed toward the southwest. Old Matsuda stood firmly on Aerodactyl's back, unfazed by the fierce wind, as his Pokémon protected him. Cain, however, wasn't so fortunate. Although he had managed to please Charizard, it flew without regard for Cain's discomfort, forcing him to cling tightly to the Pokémon's back as the wind battered his body. Still, Aerodactyl and Charizard were much faster than Tropius, at least 3 times as fast. As Saffron City faded into the distance and Cain noticed the direction they were heading, his suspicions grew increasingly clear. But the wind was intense. After flying at full speed for 3 hours, with Cain's hair nearly standing on end, they finally reached their destination. A small town came into view for Cain. Though he had never been there, he knew its name. Pallet Town. Considered the origin of all stories. Aerodactyl and Charizard landed before entering the town. In Saffron City, there were few people who could stop old Matsuda, but in Pallet Town, such individuals did exist. Old Matsuda recalled Aerodactyl and Charizard. This is Pallet Town, a place with a very pleasant environment, though not very well known. The person I want you to meet lives here, you may have heard of him, commented old Matsuda. Cain nodded and followed old Matsuda into Pallet Town. A glance at the surroundings was enough to realize this was an ideal place to retire. Nestled among mountains, it was also one of Kanto's towns closest to MT Silver. Pallet Town had a reputation for being directly connected to the League. Most of the people who lived here were descendants of high-ranking League officials or individuals who had made significant contributions to it. The League also placed great importance on Pallet Town. Perhaps that was one of the reasons Professor Oak decided to settle here. And the well-known Ash was also born and raised in this town. Ash was raised solely by his mother, as his father never appeared. Cain suspected that Ash's father might have been a high-ranking League member who gave his life in battle, which would explain why they lived here. Professor Oak's special care for Ash's family suggested that Ash's father held a considerable rank or had some connection with Professor Oak. Otherwise, why would he be so close to them and not other families in the town? End of chapter. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, Professor Oak. Old Matsuda led Cain directly toward Pallet Town. Although the surroundings seemed perfectly normal, Cain couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes were watching him at all times. There was no malice in the gaze, possibly just a precaution to ensure he wouldn't cause any destructive incidents. He wasn't sure if the ones observing him were Professor Oak's Pokémon sent by the League, or Pokémon belonging to other people in Pallet Town. Either way, Cain knew he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. When Cain first arrived in the Pokémon World, he had the bold and reckless idea of attacking Pallet Town. Fortunately, before he could carry out his plan, he was intercepted by high-ranking members of Team Rocket, who stopped his imprudent decision. With old Matsuda leading the way, Cain encountered no resistance. They entered a large house, possibly the biggest in Pallet Town. Inside, the place was filled with numerous pieces of equipment, some of which seemed incredibly valuable. However, everything was scattered across the floor, creating a bit of a mess. Clearly, the owner wasn't the most organized individual. Then, they saw a white-haired man wearing a long, white lab coat. His back was turned to them as his hands moved rapidly over an experiment table, seemingly engaged in something highly complex. When old Matsuda saw the figure, he smiled and approached, with Cain following close behind. As they got closer, Cain detected a familiar aroma. The smell of instant noodles. There was no doubt about it, this man was Professor Oak. A man who could cook instant noodles like no one else. Samuel, old Matsuda called out. Professor Oak, who was diligently eating his instant noodles, turned around, with some noodles still dangling from his mouth. When he saw old Matsuda, his eyes lit up. He immediately put down the noodles. Takashi. It's been ages since I last saw you. Old Matsuda's forehead showed faint lines of exasperation before he relaxed and replied with a smile, "You're still the same, Samuel. Couldn't you at least swallow before speaking?" Gulp. Professor Oak swallowed all the noodles in his mouth in one go, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. Takashi, it really is you. It's been such a long time." The two hugged after so long apart, patting each other's backs. That was when Professor Oak noticed Cain, who stood behind old Matsuda. Old Matsuda cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Samuel, this is my Cain. Your disciple, no need to say it. I've seen him on television. My, you do love to show off, don't you? At your age, still parading around like that. You wouldn't believe how many old folks are envious now that you've got such a talented disciple," Professor Oak interjected. "Professor Oak, it's an honor to meet you. Until now, I'd only seen you on television. It's great to finally meet you in person," Cain said respectfully. In truth, he had only ever seen Professor Oak on a two-dimensional screen. Good. Good. A promising young man. Takashi is fortunate to have found a disciple like you at his age. Ahem. Yes, it's your good fortune, Cain, to have Takashi as your mentor. His talent and skill as a breeder rank among the best in the world, Professor Oak corrected himself after old Matsuda's pointed cough. He continued, I remember when I first set out on my journey, I met Takashi, who had just started his as well. Back then, he had the ambition of becoming an advanced-level breeder. We traveled together across the Kanto and Johto regions. The gleam in Professor Oak's eyes made it clear he was reminiscing about those times. Professor Oak, whose full name was Samuel Oak, had been a renowned Pokémon trainer before becoming a professor. Cain estimated his skills to be comparable to, if not surpassing, those of a champion. He was one of the founding members of the Pokémon League, holding a unique and highly respected position within it, having helped and mentored countless individuals. For this reason, old Matsuda had told Cain that if Professor Oak agreed to help, Cain would have no trouble opening his own gym. However, Cain hadn't known that old Matsuda and Professor Oak were so close. In this world, aside from family and master-disciple bonds, traveling companions formed one of the closest relationships. They were people with whom you could entrust your life, sharing everything during life or death situations. It was a bond akin to that of blood brothers. This meant that Cain's support within the league appeared even more solid. Additionally, Cain noticed something curious. Professor Oak's personality and style were very similar to Ash's. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Professor Oak had always been so fond of Ash, both shared the same love for Pokémon. So, did this mean his mentor, old Matsuda, was something like Brock's equivalent? Was Professor Oak plus old Matsuda equal to Ash plus Brock? And both aspired to be advanced-level breeders. Wait a moment, Flint had once said he wanted his son to become a talented breeder like Cain. So was all of this preordained? It seemed that, without realizing it, Cain had become part of the world's main storyline. Not even the butterfly effect caused by his arrival had been able to alter the course of events. Professor Oak and old Matsuda continued talking about their past adventures while Cain quietly listened from the side. After chatting for a long while, they finally switched topics. By the way, Samuel, the main reason for this visit is to ask you for a favor, old Matsuda said bluntly. With the relationship he had with Professor Oak, there was no need for formalities, especially since Oak was known for his straightforward personality. Oh. What's the favor? Professor Oak asked. Here. Oh, right, we're still standing. Let's go inside. There aren't many people around today, I gave the researchers the day off. It's just my grandson, Gary, and me here at home. If you haven't eaten, how about some instant noodles? You know I'm great at cooking those. Professor Oak spoke as he led old Matsuda and Cain further into the house. After passing through several doors, they arrived at a massive backyard. Though called a backyard, it was more like a sprawling meadow, home to many Pokémon. Some were wild, others had been sent by trainers for Professor Oak to care for, and some were Oak's own Pokémon. As a breeder, Cain could tell that these Pokémon were exceptionally well cared for, with top-quality diets and nutrition. When Professor Oak entered, many Pokémon approached, circling around Cain and the others. Haha, go play. I have guests today, so I won't be able to join you, Professor Oak said with a smile. The Pokémon curiously eyed Cain and old Matsuda but obediently dispersed, heading off to play with other Pokémon in the meadow. End of chapter. Chapter 437, The Terrifying Dragonite and the Appearance of Mismagius. Take a seat, there won't be any more interruptions, said Professor Oak, gesturing toward a table and chairs under a large umbrella. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, completely covering the large umbrella. Professor Oak smiled. Takashi, do you remember an old friend? Old Matsuda paused for a second before smiling as well. Yes, back then, it hadn't evolved yet. Before Cain could even wonder what was happening, the shadow disappeared, revealing a massive yellow Pokémon in front of him. The scanner in his system activated instinctively, and Cain's reaction was immediate, his pupils contracted, and his heart nearly stopped. Pokémon, Dragonite, purple. Gender, male. Level. Type, Dragon plus flying. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, extreme speed, Dragon Pulse, Water Pulse, Iron Tail. Basic moves, Wing Attack, Hurricane, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Roost, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Dragon Rush, Safeguard, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Hyper Beam. Learned moves, Draco Meteor, Ice Punch, Snore, Focus Punch. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Rock, Dragon Claw, Toxic, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Light Screen, Rain Dance, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Earthquake, Brick Break, Double Team, Flamethrower, Sandstorm, Fire Blast, Rock Tomb, Aerial Ace, Focus Blast, Giga Impact, Stone Edge, Bulldoze, Rock Slide, Dragon Tail, Sleep Talk, Substitute, Surf, Waterfall. This is ridiculous. This Dragonite is completely overpowered. Cain screamed internally. It was the first time he had ever seen a purple-quality Pokémon. Not only that, but it was a Dragonite. With a level of 94 and such powerful moves, Cain was utterly astounded. He now understood what it meant to face Pokémon belonging to League champions. This Dragonite possessed power on par with, or even exceeding, that of a champion. Cain had assumed that Professor Oak was strong, but seeing this erased all doubt. Samuel Oak wasn't just champion level, he could easily rank among the strongest. When Dragonite turned its gaze toward Cain, he felt something familiar. So that feeling of being watched when we entered Pallet Town was because of this Dragonite, Cain thought. It's grown quite a bit since the last time we met, old Matsuda commented, patting Dragonite affectionately. Dragonite observed Cain with curiosity but seemed more interested in his shadow. Grow, Dragonite murmured softly. Professor Oak frowned at the sound. What's wrong, Samuel? Asked old Matsuda. Cain's expression also changed. Dragonite was staring at his shadow, and Cain knew exactly what was there, Ms. Magius, who lived within it. Young Cain, have you been anywhere unusual recently? Professor Oak asked in a serious tone. Cain quickly thought it over. Professor Oak had detected Miss Magius's presence. He decided it was best not to hide the truth. Yes, I've been to a somewhat troublesome place, but there was no danger. In fact, I found a companion. Although she's strong, she's innocent and untrained, Cain said, glancing at his shadow. Come on, Ms. Magius, don't be afraid, you can come out. At his words, a small head with a hat slowly emerged from his shadow. Miss Magius's red eyes showed fear as she looked at Dragonite. She quickly hid behind Cain. Seeing her, old Matsuda swiftly pulled out 2 Pokeballs, ready for any emergency. Cain sighed. Relax, master. Ms. Magius is just a child. Even though she's strong, she doesn't know how to use her power. She's barely interacted with other Pokemon or humans. Now that she's with me, I'll make sure she learns the basics. He pulled out 2 Pokeblocks and offered them to Ms. Magius. Despite her fear, Ms. Magius couldn't resist and devoured them quickly, a happy smile appearing on her face. Seeing this, old Matsuda relaxed slightly, though he still didn't completely lower his guard. End of chapter. Chapter 438, Chapter 438, Warning. But Professor Oak was different. From the moment Ms. Magius appeared, being an expert in Pokemon, he immediately took out a magnifying glass and slowly approached. A smile appeared on his face, one he believed to be very friendly. He perceived in Ms. Magius an inner purity similar to that of a child. Just like the starter Pokemon he gives out, although each has its own personality, you can always see the crystalline purity in their eyes, like a gem that cannot be hidden or imitated. Only newborns possess that gaze. So, from the moment Cain released Ms. Magius, Professor Oak confirmed what he was saying. Ms. Magius, truly rare. The development of this Ms. Magius is quite good, and both its level and quality are excellent. Clearly, the dusk stone used for its evolution was also of high quality, Professor Oak said as he approached Ms. Magius with his magnifying glass, smiling. However, Ms. Magius seemed a bit afraid of him, hiding behind Cain to avoid the professor. This led to a scene where Ms. Magius and Professor Oak circled around each other. Grow. Dragonite, observing from the side, showed a resigned expression and let out a growl directed at Professor Oak. His trainer's behavior left him somewhat bewildered. I must have been an unfortunate dragon in my past life to end up with a trainer like this in this one, thought Dragonite. Hearing Dragonite's growl, Professor Oak snapped out of it, realizing that Ms. Magius was looking at him with an expression of distrust, as if he were a villain. Professor Oak smiled awkwardly. Ahem, ha ha ha, well, it's just a professional habit. I couldn't resist, he said, scratching his head. Cain patted Miss Magius's head, calming her a bit, and then shook his head to indicate there was no problem. What do you think, Cain? Would you be interested in leaving Ms. Magius with me for a while? The next time you see her, she's sure to have improved, Professor Oak suggested. Upon hearing Oak's words, the strongest reaction came from Ms. Magius, who let out a loud cry before immediately hiding in Cain's shadow, refusing to come out again. Ah. Professor Oak, it seems Ms. Magius doesn't like that idea very much, Cain said awkwardly. Ahem, well, not much I can do about it, ha ha ha. In truth, Professor Oak had no real intention of keeping Ms. Magius, he was simply intrigued by her origin. However, seeing the situation, it was clear that Ms. Magius truly behaved like a small child, trusting only Cain. Given that, there was no issue with her staying by his side. Professor Oak was only concerned about the possibility of a powerful Pokemon causing problems. After all, Ghost-type Pokemon have strange abilities, and it wasn't the first time Professor Oak had encountered a Ghost-type Pokemon that absorbed human life energy. With Professor Oak's approving look, old Matsuda finally relaxed completely. Now Cain was not only his disciple but also the treasure of the entire Breeders' Guild. Any problem arising out of nowhere would be a major setback. Tell me how you found this Ms. Magius, said old Matsuda. Master, as you know, last time on the SSN, when I tried to distract the members of Team Aqua, I jumped into the sea. Upon returning, the ship had already disappeared, so I found a small island to stay on. Cain recounted 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction about how he discovered Mismagius. He even hinted at some things he couldn't guess himself, hoping the two could contribute their expertise. So, you found Mismagius in an underground cave filled with ghost-type energy. And Mismagius was simply benefiting from that place, not creating it, old Matsuda said with a serious expression. He had never heard of such a place. Professor Oak shared his surprise, though his expression was calmer. The world is vast, and the areas discovered by the League may only be a fraction of it. There are special places we don't know about. Perhaps it's a hotspot of ghost energy or some place left by a legendary Pokémon. Either way, you tried to return and couldn't find it. There's no need to search for it again. Cain nodded. In the short term, he couldn't return to the trial island, so he would wait until he had enough power to face any unknown situation before going back. And also, don't let others know about Mismagius's existence. We're not interested, but you must remember that not everyone in this world belongs to the League. If someone knew you owned an elite-level Pokémon like this, it could bring you great trouble. Not all League trainers are trustworthy. So, as before, keep Mismagius well hidden. Fortunately, not everyone can sense Mismagius's presence like Dragonite can. At least I can't, old Matsuda warned, while also trying to reassure Cain. At least those who could detect Mismagius's presence would have to be stronger than old Matsuda, and in that case, Cain would have no way to resist. He would simply have to hand her over obediently. Well, we strayed a bit from the topic, let's get back to the main point, old Matsuda said, not wanting to discuss Mismagius further. He knew that Cain, despite his youth, was very sensible about such matters. This disciple of his, though young, was exceptionally skilled at handling situations, so much so that even old Matsuda, with all his experience, was often impressed. Right, back to the main topic. Takashi's been saying for a while now that he needs my help with something. We've been together for quite some time, but I've rarely seen you ask me for a favor. It seems this time it has something to do with young Cain, Professor Oak said with a smile. Hearing this, old Matsuda also smiled and said, yes, I've taken on a fine disciple, and as his master, naturally, I want to help him. Professor Oak nodded. Having someone to inherit his knowledge was the best he could hope for. Though he wasn't sure when someone would inherit his own legacy. But the young man they were talking about seemed promising. Though somewhat carefree, his love for Pokémon reminded Professor Oak of his younger self. Here's the thing, though my disciple has exceptional talent as a breeder, he's not weak as a trainer either. In fact, he prefers being a trainer. Recently, during his travels through the Hoenn region, he passed through a small, impoverished town and suddenly asked me if he could open a gym there, old Matsuda explained. End of chapter. Chapter 439, Chapter 439, Sloking's Evolution Method. Upon hearing what old Matsuda had just said, Professor Oak looked at Cain with slight surprise in his eyes. Open a gym. He hadn't expected Cain, who had been widely publicized on television as the future leader of breeders, to have intentions of opening a gym. Was he planning to pursue both paths simultaneously? If he wants to open a gym, given his current status within the Breeders' Guild, there shouldn't be any issue. Those elders will surely speak in his favor, Professor Oak commented. The elders Oak referred to were clearly very senior individuals. It couldn't be helped, breeders were known for their longevity. Except for a few, the elders of the Breeders' Guild were some of the highest-ranking people within the league. Exactly, there's no issue with him opening a gym now. What I didn't expect was this kind of result. That boy demonstrated something during his exam that truly surprised those elders. Before taking the exam, he told me he wanted to present a new Pokémon evolution method to the league. He asked me to use a few words from you and me to help him gain the opportunity to open a gym, old Matsuda explained. And if possible, it would be ideal to also get him the title of researcher. That way, the results he delivers would bear his name, making them more impactful. Hearing this, Professor Oak frowned. Takashi, Cain is already in the eye of the storm. Do you really want to push him further into the fire? It's not that the researcher title is too significant to grant him. But do you realize that if he has the breeder's support and is also a Pokémon researcher, he'll become too well-rounded a figure? If he doesn't achieve anything significant as a researcher, that's fine. But if he truly makes an important discovery, don't you think there will be people in Hoenn who'll want to eliminate him? Opening a gym and becoming a gym leader would expose him even more. A person so talented in every aspect could make some people want to stop him before he grows any further. Professor Oak's words were frank and unfiltered. As a close friend of old Matsuda, he needed to speak directly. The three fell silent for a moment. It couldn't be denied that Professor Oak had a point. Having someone talented stand out wasn't an issue, but when someone was excessively talented to the point of making others feel threatened, it could drive some people mad. True, I hadn't considered it thoroughly. Even so, we should register Cain's discovery secretly in the League's records. When he's strong enough in the future, he can reveal them publicly, old Matsuda suggested. That wouldn't be a problem. Still, I'm curious, what discovery has Cain made? Professor Oak asked. Both turned their gaze toward Cain. Without a word, Cain pulled a pokeball from his pocket and tossed it, summoning Slowking. Upon seeing it, Professor Oak's eyes instantly lit up, even more than when he saw Ms. McGeeus earlier. Suddenly, he pulled out a magnifying glass from who knows where. A shiny Slowking. But before he could get closer, old Matsuda stopped him. Wait, Samuel, first things first. Ah, right. Sorry, force of habit, Professor Oak said, scratching his head. Cain began speaking. Professor Oak, the discovery I made is about Slowking's evolution method. A long time ago, the existence of Slowking was discovered, and it was speculated to be an evolution of Slowpoke, or even Slowbro. However, until now, no one had figured out the method of evolution. Once, by chance, I managed to evolve my Slowpoke into Slowking. And I believe it was due to these circumstances that it was able to evolve. Cain paused at that point. The next step was for them to ask something, but neither of them said a word. Old Matsuda smacked Cain on the head. Keep talking. Don't stop. This kid. We're both senior figures here, and he expects us to quiz him like it's an exam. How insolent, old Matsuda thought. After the smack, Cain scratched his head and continued, the thing is, back then, I received a king's rock from Stephen, of the Stone family from Hoenn. One time, while Slowpoke was playing with a Shelder, it was wearing the king's rock. That's when Shelder bit Slowpoke's head, and it evolved into Slowking. A king's rock, exclaimed Professor Oak in surprise. Since the king's rock was discovered, its purpose has been unclear. Most of the time, it's considered an accessory or a collector's item. I never expected it to also aid in Pokémon evolution, Oak murmured. The fact that Cain had received the king's rock from Stephen no longer interested him. It makes sense. King. Slowpoke evolving into Slowking would mean becoming the king of its group. This transformation requires a type of energy similar to that of a king, and the king's rock seems to contain that essence. Slowpoke evolving into Slowking now makes complete sense. The more he spoke, the more convinced Professor Oak became that the king's rock was key to Slowking's evolution. Cain, your hypothesis is 90% correct. We just need another Slowpoke to evolve into Slowking to confirm it. The issue is that king's rocks are hard to come by, and their price is very high. Cain nodded. He knew this discovery would become public knowledge in a few years, but he had wanted to get ahead and claim credit. Would you let me study your shiny Slowking for a while? Professor Oak asked, once again showing his inquisitive spirit. Cain laughed wryly. Professor Oak, I'm thinking of opening a water-type gym, and Slowking is my ace. Without it, I doubt I could manage the gym, as I haven't trained many water-type Pokémon. You're right. If you're going to open a water-type gym, Slowking will boost your popularity and attract more challengers. Also, a gym leader can't be weak. If Slowking is your only Pokémon, even with approval to open the gym, you'll still need more strong Pokémon, Professor Oak reflected. Yes, before the gym's construction is complete, I plan to spend more time training. By then, I'll also need to catch some water-type Pokémon to increase the number and strength of my team. End of chapter. Chapter 440, Request for Hoenn Region Starters. By the way, Samuel, Cain hasn't received a starter Pokémon before, has he? He should be eligible to receive one now, right? Asked old Matsuda from the side. Cain was a civilian trainer, so he hadn't been entitled to receive a starter Pokémon. Oh. Cain is a civilian trainer. Professor Oak said, surprised. Old Matsuda nodded. Yes, Cain is a civilian trainer, so when he displayed his talent as a breeder, the elders of the Breeders' Guild went wild. What exceptional talent, Professor Oak sighed. It's possible for him to receive one. Since you're planning to open a water-type gym, the best choice would be a water-type starter. How about Squirtle from the Kanto region? Squirtle. Cain thought about Squirtle and its final form, Blastoise. Blastoise is one of the best among starter Pokémon. As a pure water type, Blastoise has decent durability, with only a double weakness to electric and grass types. However, it has double resistance to steel, water, fire, and ice type moves. As a starter, Blastoise has solid base stats, specializing in physical and special defense. Although its speed isn't particularly low, it doesn't stand out in any single stat. The most noteworthy feature is that Blastoise can Mega Evolve. When Blastoise Mega Evolves, its stats increase by 100 points, with an additional 50 points in special attack, raising its special attack to 135, giving it a great opportunity to excel in that area. Additionally, its physical and special defense are not weak, allowing it to endure and strike back, making it highly useful. The most important aspect is that upon Mega Evolution, Blastoise gains the Mega Launcher ability. Moves like Aura and Pulse are powered up by 50%. It's a rather remarkable ability. With a special attack of 135, this ability becomes even more powerful. However, to be honest, for Cain, Blastoise wouldn't have a significant impact on his team. Slowking had already evolved and could handle special attacks. After all, Mega Blastoise is best suited for a rearguard role as a cannon, and its image fits that role perfectly. But, unfortunately, it would occupy the same niche as Slowking. Can I choose a starter from another region? Cain asked. Professor Oak pondered for a moment and then said, theoretically, it's possible. Which region are you interested in? Hoenn. Cain nodded. Since I'm going to establish a gym in the Hoenn region, I'd prefer a water-type starter from that region. Ideally, Swampert from Hoenn. Cain couldn't forget about Swampert. Swampert is an excellent Pokémon in terms of attributes, base stats, and abilities. Although it has a quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, it can face off against most Pokémon. Its abilities, Torrent or Damp, are quite good, and upon Mega Evolution, its Swift Swim ability is perfect for a rain team. Swampert excels in physical attack and durability. After Mega Evolution, Swampert's physical attack can reach a terrifying 150 points, with physical and special defense at 110 and an HP of 100, which is nothing to scoff at. With the support of a rain team, it would be a true monster in battle. Therefore, the most suitable Pokémon for Cain remains Swampert. If Poliwag can evolve into Politoed with the Drizzle ability, and Slowking provides special attacks from the rear while Mega Swampert with Swift Swim leads the charge, Cain could easily form a devastating rain team. If it's the Hoenn region, it's possible. Since you're planning to establish a gym there, you'll definitely need some local water-type Pokémon. Mudkip is a great choice. However, if you want a Mudkip, you'll have to travel to the Hoenn region to receive it. I don't have one here. I'll send an email to Professor Birch of Hoenn, and you can pick it up from him later. I'll share Professor Birch's contact details with you so you can communicate directly, Professor Oak said. Professor Oak didn't see any issue with Cain's choice. Although he regretted not being able to study Cain's Slowking further, there would be opportunities in the future. After all, Professor Oak was deeply interested in Cain's shiny Slowking. It was an extremely rare Pokémon, and there was probably no other like it in the world, a shiny Slowpoke that evolved into a Slowking. That probability was incredibly low. Alright, that's all for the important matters. Old Matsuda continued, Cain, you can head out and explore a bit. Take a look around Pallet Town, but don't wander too far or harm the local Pokémon. I'll stay and talk with Samuel. It was evident they had matters to discuss without Cain overhearing. Cain nodded in understanding. He took out the Pokeball and returned Slowking, then left the room. Although he was curious about what old Matsuda and Professor Oak would discuss, Cain was more intrigued by the legendary Chosen One, Ash. As he stepped outside, he decided to explore Pallet Town, hoping to encounter Ash before he started his journey. He might also run into Gary, Professor Oak's grandson. After stepping out, Cain released Slowking. Since Slowpoke had evolved, Cain hadn't let Slowking walk alongside him. Given Slowking's rare and eye-catching presence, many people didn't even recognize it as a Slowking. However, Pallet Town had few people and was completely safe, so Cain decided to walk around with Slowking. Additionally, Slowking's psychic abilities could help him locate the two young potential champions. While they weren't trainers yet, perhaps he could leave an impression on them. Or even change something. Although Cain seemed to have influenced some things, he hadn't altered the story but rather accelerated its development. So, what would happen if he tried to change Ash's destiny? Was the Chosen One truly bound to a fixed path? Of course, Cain wouldn't be foolish enough to eliminate Ash now or steal his starter Pokémon or fate. Cain was confident that he would surpass Ash in strength in the future. He was simply curious to see if his presence in this world would alter the course of events. It was a small experiment. End of chapter. Chapter 441, Chapter 441, Ash and Gary. Cain was walking through Pallet Town with his Slowking. Although his goal was to find Ash and Gary, he wasn't fully determined to do so. Rather, he wanted to enjoy the walk and relax a bit. Cain released his Torchic. This little one had suffered emotional trauma, and although it seemed fine under the comfort of Aaron and Poliwag, Cain preferred to give it some time to relax and heal its mind. Recently, Torchic's condition had improved considerably. In the coming days, it would be determined whether its potential would stabilize at a high level. Torchic, the air here is excellent, isn't it? Cain said, gently petting Torchic's head. Torchic, happy, closed its eyes and rubbed its head against Cain's hand, showing a greater dependence on him. The reason Torchic recovered so quickly was due to its cheerful nature as a fire-type Pokémon. Torchic began running joyfully through the fields of Pallet Town. Every now and then, it would shoot small flames into the sky, not damaging the environment, just expressing its happiness. It seemed like an emotional burden it had been carrying inside had disappeared. Cain watched as Torchique's stats fluctuated in his system. The values of its abilities kept increasing, indicating that the improvement in its mood was aiding its stabilization. It seems that its happiness is helping stabilize its potential, Cain thought. As Torchique continued running, two kids appeared in front of him. One wore a red cap and a black t-shirt, while the other had a green shirt and brown hair. The two seemed to be arguing heatedly and didn't notice Torchique running towards them. Bang. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The boy with black hair, Ash, was sitting on the ground, holding his stomach. Next to him, Gary, Professor Oak's grandson, had a surprised expression. He had avoided the crash, but Ash wasn't so lucky. Cain ran over to them, first checking Ash and then Torchique, who was also sitting on the ground, a bit dazed. Cain couldn't help but smile at the situation. After all, Ash was known for being extremely resilient. Torchique had run fast, but Ash seemed to be fine. Are you okay? Cain helped Ash up and then called Torchique. Torchique, you got too excited and bumped into someone, go apologize. Torchique, still a bit stunned, quickly got up and ran towards Ash, bowing repeatedly to apologize. Meanwhile, Ash, who wasn't injured, looked at Torchique in amazement and immediately hugged it. A Pokémon. A real Pokémon. It's so warm and soft. Ash exclaimed with shining eyes, as if he had found the best toy in the world. Cain watched the scene, a bit speechless. Beside him, Gary seemed even more confused, though he was used to his childhood friend's eccentricities. I'm sorry, big brother, Gary said, pulling Ash's t-shirt. This guy has great resilience, nothing happened to him. I think your Pokémon got scared. Cain patted Torchique's head and smiled. Don't worry, it's all fine. What's your name? I'm Gary Oak, Professor Oak's grandson. Me. I'm Ash. My dream is to become a Pokémon master. Ash shouted, raising his hand excitedly. Nice to meet you, I'm Cain, sort of a guest of Professor Oak, Cain replied with a smile. Ash and Gary's eyes lit up when they heard that Cain was a guest of Professor Oak, making him, in their eyes, part of their close circle. Big brother Cain, is that Pokémon a Torchique from the Hoenn region? Gary asked, observing Torchique, who was still shyly hiding behind Cain. That's right, no wonder you're Professor Oak's grandson. Recognizing a Torchique at such a young age is impressive. Hee hee. Gary, despite his usually cold demeanor, couldn't help but feel proud of himself after receiving the compliment. Hoenn region. Torchique. What are you guys talking about? Ash interrupted, completely lost in the conversation. Gary gave him an exasperated look and decided to ignore him. Then, he focused his attention on Slowking, who was standing next to Cain, and commented curiously. But I don't recognize that giant Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 442, Talent. This is a Slowking, which evolves from Slowpoke. It can also be found in the Kanto and Johto regions, although its evolution method is quite peculiar, Cain explained. Slowpoke. But doesn't Slowpoke evolve into Slowbro? So it turns out it has a new evolutionary form. Gary asked, his eyes shining with excitement at gaining new knowledge. Exactly. It's because of Slowpoke's unique evolution method that I've come to visit Professor Oak. Ash, on the other hand, was completely confused. Who am I? Where am I? What are they saying? Why don't I understand anything? Cain noticed the bewildered expression on Ash's face. It wasn't surprising that Ash, whom Pokémon fans on Earth ironically nicknamed Ash Ketchum the Wise, looked this way. Despite having almost no knowledge of Pokémon at this point, his love for them would gradually make him one of the greatest Pokémon trainers. Gary, on the other hand, always surpassed Ash in everything, lineage, knowledge, even appearance. But eventually, it would be Ash who outshined him. Cain had approached these two with a mix of curiosity and a small hidden agenda. However, upon seeing Ash up close, that inclination faded without Cain even realizing it. If it weren't for the records in his system, Cain himself wouldn't have believed it. If Ash had never met Pikachu, would he still be the chosen one of destiny? Cain wondered. Outwardly, he kept his composure and began explaining more about Pokémon to them, attempting to prepare these two young aspiring trainers. Although most of the conversation was between Gary and Cain, Ash half listened and half guessed what they were discussing. But Cain made sure not to leave him out completely. Whenever he saw that Ash didn't understand something, he paused to explain it more clearly. Cain also repeatedly emphasized the importance of the first Pokémon each trainer received. He explained that having an advantage at the start would make the trainer's journey much easier. He detailed how Kanto's starter Pokémon were exceptional, describing the 3 available species and their characteristics, strengths, and combat styles, as well as the advantages they would gain upon evolving. Gary and Ash listened intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement. With everything I've explained about the importance of starter Pokémon, Ash should pay more attention this time. Let's hope he doesn't fall asleep like in the original story. Ideally, both should develop the habit of going to bed and waking up early so Ash doesn't show up late that day. Cain then talked about the qualities a good trainer should have, with self-discipline as the first topic. He explained that waking up early and training alongside their Pokémon would strengthen their bond and help them grow faster. Everything Cain said was backed by facts, there was no fault in his words. From the perspective of an experienced trainer who had already walked that path, his advice was perfectly legitimate for two kids who hadn't yet begun their Pokémon journey. Even if Professor Oak had been present, he wouldn't have found any flaws in what Cain was saying. Thus, the three sat on the grass and talked for 3 or 4 hours. Gary absorbed the information well, while Ash, though now understanding a bit more about trainers and Pokémon, was just beginning to scratch the surface of what lay ahead. For both, their goals became clearer. Even their attitude toward Cain changed, as they began calling him Brother Cain instead of Big Brother Cain, signaling that their bond was growing stronger. As they continued chatting, 2 people joined them. Professor Oak and old Matsuda were approaching. Grandpa. Professor Oak. Ash and Gary shouted in unison. Cain stood up and respectfully greeted Professor Oak and his mentor. Professor Oak. Today, Brother Cain taught us so much about Pokémon. I've decided that someday I'll become a trainer as strong as him. Ash exclaimed, excited to have defined his goal more clearly. Gary, standing beside him, said nothing but his eyes shone with determination, indicating he was equally affected by what he had learned. Professor Oak smiled and patted both of them on the head, saying, then you'll have to work hard. Your brother Cain is soon going to become a gym leader in the Hoenn region. A gym leader? Gary and Ash exclaimed in surprise. For these two, who hadn't even started their trainer journeys, a gym leader was someone of incredibly high caliber. That's right, so you'll have to put in a lot of effort, Professor Oak added. I'll be waiting for you in the Hoenn region, Ash and Gary. Both of you have the potential to become elite trainers. Cain smiled at them. Hearing this made Ash and Gary even happier. Professor Oak, meanwhile, glanced at Cain with a surprised expression. Any trainer spending time with Ash would likely conclude that the boy didn't seem destined to be a great trainer. His knowledge of Pokémon was minimal, making him seem unsuitable for the role. Yet here was Cain, speaking of Ash and Gary as if they were equals. Professor Oak knew his grandson well. He knew Gary had natural talent, whether in knowledge or skills. While the professor had high hopes for Ash, that was a personal opinion, not a widely held consensus. That Cain valued Ash as much as Gary left him slightly perplexed. Following Professor Oak's suggestion, Ash and Gary bid farewell and left happily. Cain, do you really believe that about Ash and Gary? Professor Oak asked as they walked. Cain nodded. Yes, Gary has inherited his talent. In terms of knowledge and skills, he's top-notch. Ash, he's a bit behind. I'd say he's quite far behind, old Matsuda interjected with an amused smile. Haha, Takashi, don't interrupt. Cain, go on, Professor Oak said, laughing. Although Ash is a bit behind, his love for Pokémon will make up for all his shortcomings. I'm confident both will achieve great things in the future. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Ash surpasses Gary. Of course, this is just my opinion. Don't take it too seriously, Professor Oak. The sun set on the horizon as Cain and old Matsuda disappeared into the distance. Don't take it seriously. Then why do I feel like Ash might surpass Gary? Professor Oak murmured as he watched them leave. End of chapter. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, Team Rocket Base in Viridian City. At midnight, Cain and old Matsuda arrived in the skies above Saffron City. Old Matsuda dropped Cain off in Saffron City and immediately left on his Aerodactyl. He explained that he had already lost a day of work on his experiments by helping Cain and needed to return to continue the next day. Resigned, Cain returned to the city alone. But shortly after entering, a very discreet communicator he carried began to buzz. Feeling the vibration, Cain's expression changed. He stopped moving slowly and quickly slipped into the dark alleys of the city. He called on his Slowking to ensure no one was nearby, then carefully pulled out the communicator he had stashed away. There was no number displayed, but Cain knew only one person could contact him through that device, Umbra. This was the exclusive communicator Umbra had given Cain. He answered, and a voice came through from the other side. Cain, where are you now? Are you still in Saffron City? Cain respectfully replied, Mr. Umbra, I am currently in Saffron City. There was a brief silence on the line before Umbra spoke again, understood. And the call ended. Before Cain could lower the communicator, the space around him began to distort. In the blink of an eye, two people appeared before him, Umbra and Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City and a powerful psychic. Mr. Umbra, Miss Sabrina, Cain greeted them respectfully. Sabrina saw Cain's Slowking, and her eyes gleamed. She immediately teleported next to the Pokémon to try and touch it. But Cain's Slowking was no longer the slowpoke it had once been. Although it couldn't match Sabrina's powers, it managed to dodge her contact by using teleport to evade her hand. Ah. Is this Slowking the same slowpoke from before? How did you unlock its potential? It seems I've underestimated you, Sabrina remarked, surprised. However, her expression quickly changed. Have you reached the level of a beginner psychic? To Sabrina, a beginner psychic was still just an ordinary human, but she was impressed. She herself had unlocked Cain's psychic abilities and knew his talent in the field was limited. She never expected him to reach such a level. I was lucky, Cain replied humbly. There was no clear way to explain it to Sabrina, so he could only attribute it to luck. Sabrina was about to continue asking questions, but Umbra interrupted her. That's enough, this isn't the time for this, Sabrina. At this, Sabrina realized and stared deeply at Cain before speaking, put away your Pokémon. We're going to meet someone. Cain maintained external calm as he returned Slowking to its Pokeball, but internally, he was shocked. If two trainers of Umbra and Sabrina's caliber were seeking him out to take him to meet someone, it could only be one person, Giovanni. The leader of Team Rocket. The man even high-ranking Pokémon League officials feared. A man capable of facing the league champion and emerging victorious. In both power and influence, Giovanni was one of the most significant figures in the world. Cain had seen Giovanni in his past life, but only through video conferences alongside a group of people receiving orders. This situation was entirely different. Sabrina grabbed Cain by the shoulder and placed her other hand on Umbra. Sabrina's psychic powers surged, and Cain felt as if he were drifting in an ocean during a storm. He hadn't capsized, but it felt like he could be thrown into the void at any moment. In a flash, Sabrina teleported them. The space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, the three appeared in a forest. But they didn't stop, and Sabrina continued teleporting them. After 3 jumps in under a minute, they arrived at a secret room. Ugh, carrying both of you was harder than I expected. If I had come alone, it would have been much faster, Sabrina said as she exhaled deeply. Clearly, transporting 2 people had been a challenging task, even for someone of her caliber. Where are we? Cain asked. Viridian City, Team Rocket's base, Umbra replied calmly as he walked inside. Sabrina followed, and although Cain was astonished, he had no choice but to follow them. It was no surprise that Sabrina could teleport with such precision. Viridian City wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either, and it was located next to Viridian Forest. Though most people didn't know, the League's upper echelons were well aware that Viridian City was practically Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni, Team Rocket's leader, was also the Viridian City gym leader. Before his identity was revealed, the League considered him one of the top candidates to lead the next generation. Thanks to Giovanni's power and his connection to Viridian City, he established his gym there, allowing Team Rocket to flourish rapidly. Even though much of their operations had moved to Saffron City, Viridian City remained Team Rocket's heart. Even after Giovanni revealed himself as Team Rocket's leader, the League did not strip him of his position as gym leader, likely due to certain agreements between the two sides. But the reason was clear, no one wanted to challenge Giovanni for that position. Of the 8 major gyms in the Kanto region, 4 were controlled by Team Rocket. This demonstrated the level of infiltration they had achieved in the Pokémon League. End of chapter. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, Giovanni and the Warning. In a secret room of the Team Rocket base, located beneath Viridian City, Cain found himself face to face with the man who could be considered the greatest villain in the Pokémon world. Under the guidance of Umbra and Sabrina, Cain entered the room alone. In the center of the room was a large desk, covered with numerous documents and books. Behind the desk stood an enormous bookshelf, also filled with books. It was evident that to become someone of great power, both in strength and influence, knowledge was essential. Sitting in a grand chair between the desk and the bookshelf was a man dressed in an elegant black suit, with a firm and resolute expression on his square face. His short, well-groomed hair and a confident smile on his face completed his imposing presence. One hand held a book, while the other continuously stroked the soft fur of his Persian. Giovanni did not flaunt his importance upon seeing Cain enter, as other figures of power might. Leader. Cain knelt on one knee as he entered, addressing him with sincerity. Rise, Giovanni said calmly, setting his book aside. His voice was deep and firm, exuding an innate confidence. It was evident not only in his speech but also in the impeccable organization of his surroundings, not a speck of dust on his desk, and the books and documents were perfectly arranged. As Cain rose, he took the opportunity to steal a glance at Giovanni. The first impression was clear, this man was truly worthy of being Team Rocket's leader. He was the epitome of charisma. I've heard from Umbra that you've managed to establish a small force in the Hoenn region and have even requested an identification code for your group within the organization, Giovanni remarked, still stroking Persian, a gesture that suggested he was deep in thought. That's correct, leader. I've prepared everything to expand Team Rocket's influence in the Hoenn region, Cain responded respectfully. Though Giovanni showed no emotion on his face, Cain felt as if those piercing eyes could see straight through him, as if Giovanni could read his deepest thoughts. Really? You don't need the organization to provide you with additional support? Giovanni asked. Cain felt a slight tension. Although he had managed to establish himself in Leafy Town, the last thing he wanted was someone interfering in his territory. Thank you for the offer, leader, but it's not necessary. I'm confident I can solidify our position in Hoenn on my own, Cain replied firmly. Giovanni nodded slightly, not pressing the matter further. If at any point you need support, just inform Umbra. Reasonable requests will be granted. But I hope you fully understand what you're doing, Giovanni said in a serious tone. Cain nodded, though sweat began to form on his back. While he claimed to be expanding Team Rocket's territory in Hoenn, his true aim was to strengthen his own power. Giovanni seemed to be aware of this. Though he hadn't expressed it directly, it was clear he understood Cain's motivations. However, his silence on the matter indicated a willingness to tolerate it to some extent. That was Giovanni's charisma, allowing his subordinates a degree of freedom, as long as they remained loyal and increased their power. He trusted that no one could escape his control. That confidence stemmed from his absolute superiority. Yesterday, I saw something on television. It seems you're building a good reputation within the League, Giovanni said, shifting the topic. That's right, leader. I believe having a public identity is essential to establishing a strong foundation in Hoenn. Additionally, I'm planning to establish a gym in Hoenn. With a public position and the organization's secret support, I can achieve much more for Team Rocket. A gym in Hoenn. In your Leafy Town. Giovanni seemed well aware of the location. Yes, leader. I've already made the necessary connections within the League, and they've approved the construction of the gym in Leafy Town, Cain replied confidently. Although Giovanni wasn't fully informed about this project, he would soon know. The League was already moving, and with Giovanni's vast information network, it wouldn't take long for him to learn everything. Giovanni observed thoughtfully. Cain appeared more capable than he had anticipated. Unlike other Team Rocket gym leaders who relied on the organization's support, Cain had managed to establish a foothold in Hoenn independently, even creating a small underground empire. Although Leafy Town was small and remote, with sufficient resources, it could hold potential for growth. Suddenly, Giovanni's strategy for Hoenn shifted entirely. Initially, he hadn't expected much from Cain, someone who had just emerged from the trial island. But now, Cain had exceeded his expectations. Given that Cain demonstrated valuable talent, he deserved more support. Very well. Since you have this capability, I'll issue instructions for your identity within the League to be protected at the highest level of confidentiality. Proceed with your plans, Team Rocket will back you, Giovanni declared decisively, making a firm gesture with his hand. Additionally, I'll grant you privileged access within Team Rocket and promote you to officer. You'll have the authority to appoint captains and junior officers in Hoenn. As for higher-ranking officers, they can be promoted as long as they pass the necessary tests. From now on, you'll report directly to Umbra, who will then inform me, Giovanni added. Take care of this, Tenebris, Giovanni ordered, addressing a shadow in the room. Understood, a voice responded from the shadows, though no one was visibly present. It was Tenebris, another leader of Team Rocket's shadow unit, holding a rank equivalent to Umbra's. Cain felt a slight surge of emotion. Not only because of his new rank as officer but also because Giovanni had appointed him as the highest authority in Hoenn. From now on, Cain would only need to answer to Umbra and Giovanni, granting him almost total control over the region without interference from other high-ranking officials. However, you must remember this, what I give, I can also take away. I'll let you do some things your way because, in this world, the most important thing is strength. Even though you're now an officer, your power is still far from sufficient. Strive to become stronger, or else you'll remain a minor player, Giovanni warned sternly. Understood, leader, Cain replied, feeling renewed tension. Giovanni had issued a warning. End of chapter. Chapter 445, Lance and Wallace. When Cain left Giovanni's office, his back was already drenched in sweat. Although Giovanni had neither pressured him nor been particularly harsh, the imposing and serious atmosphere was something Cain couldn't resist, making him acutely aware of his current lack of power. Even in his past life, when he had barely ascended to the level of a quasi-elite trainer, Cain knew he wouldn't have been able to breathe in Giovanni's overpowering presence. When he exited the room, Umbra and Sabrina were already waiting outside, having stayed there for quite some time. Seeing Cain looking somewhat dispirited, Sabrina flashed a radiant smile. How was it, Cain? Isn't the boss incredibly intimidating? Did he scare you? Cain let out a bitter laugh at her remark. He truly had felt intimidated. It was no surprise, Giovanni was a formidable trainer. Umbra gave Cain a pat on the shoulder without saying anything. As one of Giovanni's closest confidants, Umbra deeply respected him from the bottom of his heart. Given how long Cain had spent in Giovanni's office, Umbra, based on his understanding of Giovanni, was certain the boss held Cain in high regard. In Team Rocket, there was a clear rule: if Giovanni noticed you and you didn't disappoint him, your rise through the ranks would be swift. Of course, not disappointing Giovanni was no small feat. The expectations he had for those he selected were extremely high. The growth of an ordinary person could never keep up with Giovanni's expectations. If Cain had to compare Giovanni to someone, it would be Napoleon Bonaparte. He could only hope that no Talleyrand would show up to undermine him. Originally, it was Chow Chow and Sima Yi. What do you think? Stick with the original reference or keep this change? Together with Umbra and Sabrina, Cain left Team Rocket's base in Viridian City. Just as when he arrived, he departed in the same covert manner. When he returned to Saffron City, Sabrina wasted no time in kicking him out of the gym. With few options left, Cain checked into a hotel, waiting for the next day to return to the Hoenn region. By the afternoon of the following day, after traveling tirelessly, Cain finally arrived in Leafy Town in the Hoenn region. By then, Sky and the others had already been dispatched to carry out tasks Cain had previously arranged. During that time, the Pokémon League was set to send inspectors to Leafy Town to select a location for constructing a gym. Since Sky and the others weren't entirely inconspicuous, Cain decided to send them all on Pokémon hunting missions, which would also serve as training for the new recruits. Cain headed straight to his backyard, now his main base of operations. After giving prior instructions to Sky, the yard had been enclosed by a tall wall, spanning a vast area where Cain could freely train his Pokémon. Previously, he had tasked a group of Slowpoke and Gyarados with expanding the pond, and now that he was back, it had grown nearly tenfold in size and several times in depth. It already resembled a small lake. Cain released all the water-type Pokémon he had purchased on the black market in Saffron City, instantly bringing life to the quiet lake. Most of the Pokémon were native to the Kanto region, but Cain planned to expand their diversity over time. The Slowpoke would become the guardians of this lake. After accommodating all the Pokémon, Cain didn't have to wait long before the League inspectors arrived. It seemed the Breeders' Guild had indeed exerted pressure, and the League was paying significant attention to this matter. Only a day had passed, and they were already here. However, when Cain saw the two inspectors, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Cain recognized them, and they recognized him as well. Although they had never met in person before, they certainly knew of each other. Lance, an advanced researcher from the Kanto region. And Wallace, the renowned coordinator and disciple of the Satopoly City gym leader in the Hoenn region. Both had arrived together. It could be said that Cain's home was now hosting two future champions. If Steven were also present, there would be 3 champions in Cain's house. Fortunately, Steven didn't know about this. Cain had tried to call him, but Steven was in a far-off place and couldn't return immediately. However, he promised to be present when the gym officially opened. The League really went all out, sending you too. I'm a bit overwhelmed, Cain said, pouring water for Lance and Wallace. Oh. Overwhelmed. I didn't expect to see you either, Cain. When I received the assignment, I didn't realize it would be you. Now you're all over the screens as the youngest breeder in history to reach intermediate level. Not bad. Lance said with a smile, taking a sip of water. His tone clearly conveyed how impressed he was by Cain's accomplishments. Indeed, when I heard the youngest breeder in history was planning to open a water-type gym in Hoenn, I was astonished. Cain, your demeanor truly surprised me, Wallace added, equally admiring. Wallace already sported his characteristic style, just as he would in the future. However, he wasn't yet the gym leader of Satopoly City. His mentor, Juan, still held that position. Cain could sense Wallace's inherent elegance and nobility. It was no surprise that Steven and Wallace were friends. Both were not only powerful but also shared a similar aura. Lance, on the other hand, dressed not much differently from how he would in the future, with a cape of black and red hues. These two certainly knew how to dress, both sporting capes that projected elegance and power. At present, Lance was still working as a League researcher, but he would soon ascend to chief researcher in Kanto and later become the Dragon-type Elite Four of the Kanto region. He already possessed impressive strength. Wallace, on the other hand, would likely soon take over from his mentor Juan and become the gym leader of Satopoly City. The Satopoly City gym was also a water-type gym, but it had a much richer history compared to the small gym Cain planned to open in Leafy Town. And every Satopoly City gym leader was renowned for having a Milotic as their symbol. Moreover, every gym leader from Satopoly City came from a noble lineage, radiating elegance from within. One represented the Kanto region, while the other represented Hoenn. The message was quite clear. The League was paying close attention to someone like Cain from Kanto opening a gym in Hoenn. And their involvement in this project seemed to be aimed at fostering a good relationship with Cain. The League sought to consolidate unity among the regions, and fostering cordial relations between prominent trainers was essential. Please, treat me like anyone else. Seeing you both on the front pages is already part of my daily routine, Cain said with a casual smile, though his eyes reflected subtle caution. Thus began a round of mutual flattery. End of chapter. Chapter 446, Chapter 446, The Meaning of a Gym's Existence. Recently, I've been on a mission in the Hoenn region, and then I received a direct order from my superiors to come to Leafy Town in Hoenn and assess whether the town's safety conditions and environment are suitable for establishing a gym, Lance continued explaining. This morning, I took a walk around the town and noticed that, although it's a bit underdeveloped, the residents are quite honest. However, I heard there's an underground organization called the Black Serpent Gang that often exploits the locals. But after touring the place, I didn't find any trace of them. Do you know anything about it, Cain? It wasn't an interrogation, just a curious question given his professional nature. Cain smiled faintly. I already drove the Black Serpent Gang out, but I heard there were people in the town collaborating with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to operate for so long without the League finding out. Oh. Do you know who they are? Lance's expression turned serious. He disliked people who presented one face in public and another in private. The mayor's son. If you investigate a bit, you should find some clues. However, I'm not sure if the mayor himself is involved, Cain replied. Understood. It seems Leafy Town is like many other places, a bit corrupt. If it weren't for your decision to open a gym here, who knows when the locals would have been freed from this environment. Thanks for your help, Cain sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's my duty, Lance replied with an indifferent gesture. As an advanced-level investigator for the League, Lance had seen many places where corruption was rampant. However, with his current power, he couldn't bring about significant changes. If he became one of the Elite Four or even the champion of the League, he could implement his ideals and reform the system from within, reducing the underground threats lurking around the League. Lance's primary task was to help Cain clear the environment in Leafy Town to facilitate the gym's construction and operation. Afterward, it was Wallace's turn, representing the gyms of the Hoenn region and the Coordinator Guild. Although coordinators were still a local organization, in the future, the Coordinator Guild would integrate into the League, becoming an important part of it. And Wallace's rise to the title of champion would result from an agreement among many parties. Stephen simply followed the natural course of events. After Lance finished speaking, Wallace smiled and said, "My task is much simpler. I was asked by the Hoenn League to see if there's anything you might need help with. Also, I can explain some key aspects of creating a gym. After all, we'll both be leading water-type gyms, so we could learn a lot from each other." Cain immediately brightened up. The Satopolis City Gym was one of the oldest in Hoenn. Wallace's help could be even more valuable than Lance's. Although Wallace was still the apprentice of Satopolis City Gym Leader 1 and not the official leader, he was already handling many of the gym's responsibilities, as one rarely participated in battles or daily management. It wouldn't be long before Wallace officially became the gym leader. Wallace frequently traveled to participate in contests, and only when he was away did one take on his responsibilities as gym leader. This demonstrated Wallace's vast experience in managing and operating a gym. I wonder what advice you can give me, Wallace. This is my first time running a gym, and honestly, I'm not very familiar with all it entails, Cain humbly asked. Wallace nodded and explained, "First of all, Cain, you need to understand that the most important aspect of a gym is not the Pokémon, the gym's type, or even the leader. Those things are secondary. The most important thing is the meaning behind the gym's existence, in other words, what it aims to teach challengers." The meaning of a gym's existence. Cain initially thought of badges. When a trainer wins a battle, they receive a badge, and by collecting 8, they can participate in the Pokémon League tournament. But clearly, the meaning wasn't something so superficial. Exactly, the meaning behind the gym's existence. For example, at the Satopolis City Gym, challengers earn the Rain Badge if they pass the challenge. However, there are times when, even if the challenger wins, the leader might decide not to award the badge. And in other cases, even if they lose, if the leader believes they've demonstrated the necessary qualities, the badge is still awarded. The evaluation is based on the gym's philosophy. Wallace continued, "Our philosophy at the Satopolis City Gym is elegance. We teach trainers and their Pokémon to maintain inner elegance and nobility. If a trainer can remain calm and graceful in battle, they'll guide their Pokémon with serenity and efficiency." Cain understood. At the Satopolis City Gym, a trainer's evaluation wasn't solely based on strength but on whether both they and their Pokémon could maintain an elegant and calm mindset. If he were to open his own gym, he needed to define a central concept that would become its main philosophy. Cain fell into deep thought. Wallace didn't interrupt him. Defining a gym's philosophy was something deeply personal, and it was best for the leader to develop it on their own without external influences. "Rhythm," Cain said after a moment of reflection. "Rhythm," murmured Wallace and Lance. "Yes, rhythm. The rhythm of battle, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of the relationship between a trainer and their Pokémon. In battle, trainers need to synchronize their rhythm with their Pokémon. Whether the Pokémon adapts to the trainer's rhythm or the trainer adapts to the Pokémon's natural rhythm, finding that balance is key to maximizing potential in battle. My gym will teach them how to find that rhythm. Cain had just defined his gym's philosophy. While it seemed like a quick decision, Wallace and Lance couldn't deny that the concept was interesting and fitting. Moreover, there wasn't yet a gym in the Hoenn region using this approach. Since you've decided, there's no issue, Wallace said. And since you chose to open a water-type gym, I imagine you're quite skilled with water Pokémon. How about we have an elegant battle? Wallace concluded, running a hand through his green hair with a refined gesture. End of chapter. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Battle against Wallace. Cough, to be honest, even though I'm going to open a water-type gym, I currently only have one water-type Pokémon ready for battle. Cain couldn't help but cough a bit. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Cain's words, Lance and Wallace were stunned. What was going on? A person with only one water-type Pokémon was going to open a water-type gym. And what would he do in battles? Allow challengers to use just one Pokémon. For now, I only have one that's combat-ready, but I'm already training other water-type Pokémon. Also, just yesterday, I applied for a permit to obtain a Mudkip from the Hoenn region. I plan to pick it up from Professor Birch once the gym's construction begins, Cain explained. After all, there wasn't even a trace of the gym yet, so Cain didn't need to rush. Alright then, let's do a one-on-one battle. Let's showcase our elegance. Wallace leaped to his feet, waving his hand dramatically. If they were in his gym or a contest competition, he'd undoubtedly have received cheers of admiration from the audience. I'll be the temporary referee, Lance said, also standing with a smile. Well, if you're both so interested. Cain shrugged and smiled. And so, the three found an outdoor spot. There wasn't a proper battlefield there, and Cain didn't want to take them to his backyard. His backyard housed many water-type Pokémon from the Kanto region, and if Lance asked about them, Cain wouldn't know how to explain. Fortunately, neither Lance nor Wallace minded. I'll use him. Go, Charlie. Wallace dramatically flipped his hair before throwing a Pokeball. A Celio appeared on the field. Wallace liked giving names to his Pokémon, each with a unique nickname. This strengthened the bond between the trainer and their Pokémon. Celio was one of Wallace's iconic Pokémon. Although his most famous Pokémon was Milotic, Cain suspected Wallace was holding it back since its power was too overwhelming and he didn't want to crush him in battle. Cain's system automatically activated, scanning Wallace's Celio. Pokémon, Celio, Blue. Gender, Male. Level. Type, Ice plus Water. Ability, Thick Fat. Held item, None. Egg moves, Water Sport, Water Pulse, Aqua Ring, Rollout. Basic moves, Swagger, Defense Curl, Powder Snow, Growl, Water Gun, Encore, Ice Ball, Brine, Aurora Beam, Body Slam, Rest, Snore, Hail. Learned moves, Icy Wind, Aqua Tail, Super Fong. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Surf, Rain Dance. This Celio had great traits and level, and it hadn't yet evolved into its final form, Walrein, meaning it still had room to grow. That Wallace considered it one of his main Pokémon showed its great potential. Cain threw his own Pokeball, summoning Slowking. Slowking. Wallace and Lance exclaimed in surprise. Wallace, being an expert in water-type Pokémon, recognized Slowking immediately, even though it was more common in the Kanto and Johto regions. Lance, who would one day become one of Kanto's Elite Four and Johto's champion, also knew it well. Both were surprised, but not enough to lose their composure. I'm impressed, Cain. Your Slowking is so elegant, it truly exudes the regal aura of a king among Slowpoke. Wallace praised. He was captivated by Slowking's majestic presence. Cain flashed a wide smile. The battle begins. Lance announced. Slowking, use Nasty Plot. Slowking's eyes glimmered with a light full of wisdom. Charlie, use Aqua Ring. Wallace issued his command to Celio. Although Celio had a level advantage, its water and ice-type moves would be less effective against Slowking, also a water-type Pokémon. On the other hand, Slowking could use Psychic-type attacks, giving it an edge in this battle. This was why Cain started the battle by boosting Slowking's psychic power with Nasty Plot. Charlie, use Rollout. While Slowking finished using Nasty Plot, Celio formed a water ring around itself, gradually healing. Then, Celio curled up and began rolling towards Slowking. Rollout is a move that increases in power with each successful hit but has the drawback of being hard to stop. Slowking, use Teleport. As Celio rolled toward it, Slowking finished charging Nasty Plot, and Cain gave the order to dodge. Speed up. However, Wallace wasn't an easy opponent. Although Rollout isn't a water or ice-type move, Wallace had trained Celio in all its moves. Celio suddenly accelerated and struck Slowking before it could teleport. Cain's expression changed. How fast? No wonder Wallace was so skilled. Slowking used teleport again and then water gun infused with psychic energy. This time, Slowking managed to put some distance between itself and Celio, teleporting to the other side of the field. After finishing the move, Slowking fired a water gun wrapped in psychic energy, transforming it into a spear-like projectile that quickly flew toward Celio with tracking capabilities. However, Celio didn't try to dodge, letting the attack hit while continuing to roll. The impact slowed Celio down. Slowking, use Psychic. Not giving Celio a chance to recover, Cain ordered another attack. Charlie, use Rollout and finish with Body Slam. Wallace responded calmly. The psychic attack hit Celio but wasn't enough to stop its charge. End of chapter. Chapter 448, Chapter 448, Lance's Power. Celio rolled towards Slowking, but just before reaching it, it stopped spinning, using the momentum from its rollout move to execute Body Slam. This type of attack, leveraging the inertia, packs an even greater punch. Slowking, use Protect. Cain ordered. A green energy shield appeared around Slowking, completely blocking Celio's attack. Charlie, use Icy Wind. Wallace continued. Celio shook its body, releasing a cold gust of wind filled with tiny ice particles directed at Slowking. Although Ice-type moves are not very effective against Water-type Pokémon, if the slowing effect of Icy Wind took hold, it could be devastating for Slowking. Slowking, use Flamethrower. Cain responded. Fire burst from Slowking's mouth to counter the Icy Wind. The clash between cold and heat caused an explosion, sending up a cloud of smoke. Boom. Both Pokémon were pushed back, clearly affected by the explosion, with visible injuries on their bodies. Lance watched from the sidelines, nodding in approval. Although, to Lance, these two Pokémon were somewhat weak compared to his own, he knew Wallace wasn't an easy opponent. At the same time, he recognized that Slowking had notable potential and that Cain, its trainer, was demonstrating excellent combat skills. Cain had what it took to become an elite trainer. I think that's enough, Lance said suddenly. There's no need to continue this battle. Cain and Wallace, still engrossed in the fight, paused when they heard Lance. Both knew that if Lance hadn't interrupted them, the battle would have continued until one of them emerged victorious. However, Lance's suggestion made sense. In a place like Leafy Town, where there was no Pokémon Center, caring for injured Pokémon would be more complicated. Moreover, this was just a friendly training match, not a battle to the bitter end. Cain had already gauged Wallace's strength. Although Celio wasn't Wallace's strongest Pokémon, Cain could imagine that his Milotic was far more powerful. On the other hand, Celio hadn't yet reached its final form, whereas Slowking was already in its fully evolved state, making it one of Cain's strongest Pokémon at the moment. Aside from Honchkrow, whose power grew with each battle, Slowking was Cain's best fighter. Despite the disparity, Cain felt that the gap between him and Wallace wasn't as wide as the one he had with Steven. It seemed that even Wallace wasn't on Steven's level. Cain began speculating about Lance's strength. It was likely that Lance was even stronger than Steven. Lance, for his part, had already formed his main team. His starter Pokémon was a Charizard, and his future Dragonite had probably already evolved from Dratini to Dragonair. However, Cain also knew that Dragonair only evolved into Dragonite at level 55 and that a fully evolved Dragonite could reach the strength of a weak elite-level Pokémon or, at the very least, a max-level pseudo-elite. Still, Cain calculated that Lance's Dragonair hadn't yet reached that level, though it probably wasn't far off. Yes, you're right. It's better to stop here, Wallace said, halting the battle. Cain, your skill is better than I imagined. You're definitely ready to open a water-type gym, Wallace commented with a smile. Cain smiled and nodded humbly. I'll probably be the weakest gym leader in the Hoenn region, he replied with a laugh. Cain knew his own level well. Among the gym leaders in the region, he would probably rank last. Don't be so modest. Power is built over time. I'm sure you'll surpass many others soon, Wallace added. That's right. You both have great potential. Don't underestimate yourselves, Lance said seriously. Cain had nothing more to add. Although modest, he knew that within a year, things could change drastically, and he might become the strongest gym leader in Hoenn. Well, I need to investigate the town leaders. If I find anything suspicious, I'll act immediately, Lance announced as he pulled out a Pokeball. A Charizard appeared before the three, ready for action. Pokémon, Charizard, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level. Types, Fire plus Flying. Ability, Blaze. Held item, None. Egg moves, Crunch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Bite. Basic moves, Wing Attack, Flare Blitz, Heat Wave, Shadow Claw, Air Slash, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smoke Screen, Dragon Rage, Flame Burst, Slash, Flamethrower. Learned moves, Blast Burn, Outrage, Tailwind, Iron Tail. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Dragon Claw, Hyper Beam, Roost, Earthquake, Fire Blast, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Swords Dance, Rock Slide. Just as expected. Observing Lance's Charizard's data, Cain couldn't help but feel awed. Lance had already reached the level of a pseudo-elite trainer. Although his Charizard was only level 50, its dark blue quality and moves like Dragon Dance and Outrage, along with several fire and dragon-type moves, placed it at a level beyond average. Clearly, Lance was in the mid-range of a pseudo-elite trainer. And even though his Dragonair hadn't yet evolved, when it did, Lance would become an unstoppable force. After bidding farewell to Cain and Wallace, Lance mounted his Charizard and flew off. I think I'll head out as well. We've already discussed the gym details, and with our battle, I can provide a good report. Plus, I'll have the Pokémon League's approval for you to open your gym in this town, Wallace said with a smile. It was evident that the battle with Cain wasn't just for fun. The Pokémon League wanted to ensure that Cain had what it took to open a new gym in Leafy Town, something that would impact the prestige of Satopoly's gym. This fight served as a sort of evaluation. Thanks for your help, Cain replied, expressing his gratitude to Wallace. No problem. Just choose a good location for the gym and submit the application to the League. They'll send specialized personnel to build it, just keep in mind that the costs are on you, Wallace said. That won't be an issue. I already have a spot in mind, right next to my house, Cain responded. But I'd like to know when I'll be able to request a Pokémon Center. End of chapter. Chapter 449, Chapter 449, The Final Training. For the development of Leafy Town, a Pokémon Center is just as important as a gym. A town with only a gym but no Pokémon Center, no matter how impressive the gym may be, will still lack appeal for trainers. I'm not entirely sure about that, but theoretically, once the gym construction project is underway, the Pokémon Center's construction should also be scheduled. You'll have to wait and see, they might arrive with the gym's construction team, Wallace explained. Cain nodded. Once the gym is built and the Pokémon Center is operational, Cain can invite several corporations to develop Leafy Town's economy. Of course, the Devon Corporation will be the priority. In the future, Leafy Town might thrive. By controlling both the surface and the darker side of the town, Cain could obtain significant resources to advance rapidly. He could finally afford to sustain his two big eaters, Aaron and Larvitar. After explaining some key aspects of gym construction and sharing his experience in managing one, Wallace bid Cain farewell. Wallace's friendship with Stephen was no coincidence, there were reasons for it. Later, Wallace departed, apparently to participate in the Verdanturf Town contest. Meanwhile, Cain received the construction team sent by the League. With plenty of tools and manpower, the abundant natural resources in Leafy Town made material sourcing easy. Surrounded by mountains and forests, the town offered plenty of materials to extract. The construction team's arrival brought life to the area, and the people of Leafy Town quickly learned from the workers that a gym was being built. This was exciting news for them. The idea of having a gym in such a remote town promised visible development for the future. However, the mysterious gym leader, Cain, had yet to make his appearance. Although Cain hadn't introduced himself to the townspeople, his name was already spreading throughout the area. He was now the most famous person around. Cain, indifferent to fame, simply selected one of the gym blueprints the foreman had and left the rest to the builders. Gym construction required Cain to cover the expenses. Initially, old Matsuda hadn't mentioned this small detail to Cain, as he had never been a gym leader himself, but fortunately, Cain had some savings. He handed a league card with 5 million credits to the foreman, asking him to build the gym as quickly as possible while meeting his specifications. The foreman, delighted by Cain's generosity, accepted without hesitation. This specialized league construction team was used to building gyms, and in the Pokémon World, many Pokémon could assist with construction, significantly speeding up the process. Cain, for his part, returned to his backyard. It had been some time since he had properly trained his Pokémon. Today, after witnessing the skills of two prodigies of the Pokémon World, Lance and Wallace, both future champions of their respective regions, Cain felt the pressure. For now, he couldn't face them. However, his Pokémon's limitations were no longer an obstacle, it was just a matter of time. Since capturing Murkrow, only 3 months had passed. For Cain, it felt like an eternity, but for others, it was a very short time. Currently, Cain's main Pokémon had reached a light blue quality or higher, something he could never have imagined in his previous life. Now, all that remained was improving their skills. Slowking and Honchkrow were his strongest Pokémon, but due to their roles, they couldn't battle simultaneously. Thus, Cain needed more Pokémon to reach the same power level. His goal was for his Pokémon to quickly reach the advanced level, at which point Cain would truly deserve to be both a gym leader and a team rocket officer. Today would be a day of intensive training, and tomorrow, Cain planned to take all his Pokémon into the forest. His goal was to traverse a vast mountainous forest, reach dangerous areas, and finally arrive at Little Root Town in the Hoenn region, where he would request Mudkip, the water-type starter Pokémon from Professor Birch, a key member of his future Rain team. Cain released all his Pokémon. Today would be their last training session before the grand expedition. Honchkrow and Slowking needed to refine their move combinations. Cain asked Honchkrow to combine Wing Attack with Night Slash. The Night Slash move would increase the chance of hitting critical points, boosting Wing Attack's power. This combination of flying and dark-type moves would be Honchkrow's primary focus in upcoming sessions. Cain named this technique Shadow Wing Attack. As for Slowking, Cain had been working on combining water and psychic attacks from the start, and now these combinations could be used in real battles. Today, during the fight with Celio, Slowking used a Psychic Water Gun, which combined psychic power with the Water Gun move. This same combination could be applied to many other Slowking attacks. For Haunter, Cain demanded an attempt to combine Shadow Ball with Toxic. Opponents usually dodged Toxic reflexively, but evading Shadow Ball wasn't as easy. Haunter could hide the poison within the Shadow Ball's energy, ensuring the attack not only damaged the opponent but also poisoned them. For Sneasel, the move combination was simple but effective, combining Metal Claw with Ice Punch. Enhancing Metal Claw with the icy damage of Ice Punch would make each strike capable of freezing and slashing. Previously, Sneasel used Metal Claw on one hand and Ice Punch on the other. Now, Cain asked it to combine both moves in both hands. This move was named Ice Claw. Finally, Skorupi, who was developing its poison capacity, continued to level up as it absorbed more toxins. Inside its body, a rudimentary venom sac was forming. If fully developed, its toxins would become even more lethal than Haunter's. If it evolved into Drapion, its mastery of multiple move types would greatly improve. Cain didn't focus Skorupi's training on specific moves but rather on strengthening its body, particularly its stinger. Skorupi's stinger was its deadliest weapon, and when it evolved, it would be like having a third hand capable of using a different move with each claw and another with its tail. Additionally, with its sniper ability, it would be unstoppable. End of chapter. Chapter 450, Chapter 450, Vileplume. The next day, Cain, dressed in his league trainer uniform, ventured into the mountains without notifying anyone. He didn't take the same path as before. This time, Cain decided to head in a different direction, southward, toward Little Root Town. Traveling on foot would take him several days, provided no unexpected complications arose. Skorupi and Sneasel accompanied him. They were still at the outskirts of the forest, where the wild Pokémon weren't very high level, making it an ideal training ground for Skorupi. The main goal of this journey was to train Skorupi, as prolonged exercise would help it absorb the toxic energy accumulating in its body more quickly. Wandering aimlessly through the forest could lead to accidentally invading the territory of wild Pokémon. If the territory belonged to a small group of Pokémon, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if there were a large number of Pokémon, hostility was almost guaranteed. In the forest's depths, Pokémon fiercely defended their territories. These were basic survival rules in the forest, but for Cain and his team, such rules didn't apply. Skorupi, standing at 1.2 meters tall, took the lead. Its sharp pincers moved non-stop, as if practicing boxing, while its long tail hovered above its head, motionless and easy to overlook. Clearly, after spending time outdoors and participating in a few battles, Skorupi was excited. Since Cain had captured it, Skorupi hadn't had the chance to lead a fight. It always watched its older siblings battle while scavenging the leftovers or, in many cases, just cheering from the sidelines. While this kept it safe, for a combat-thirsty Pokémon like Skorupi, it was frustrating. This time, it was finally Skorupi's turn to fight. It was no wonder it was so enthusiastic. Cain watched as Skorupi moved like it owned the place, strutting like a crab crossing the street, and couldn't help but smile. He decided not to stop it, as they were still in the forest's outer regions, where Pokémon weren't high level. At level 26, Skorupi was more than capable of handling the challenges. Additionally, Sneasel, at level 32, was there to back it up in case Skorupi faced an opponent too strong to handle alone. However, as they ventured deeper into the forest, Sneasel would also have to take the lead in battles. As they walked, Cain noticed the bushes around them becoming more colorful, a sign they had entered a special area. It could be the territory of a Pokémon or an area rich in natural resources. They hadn't gone far when Cain realized his assumption was correct, they were in the middle of a wild Pokémon's territory. One Pokémon decided to ambush Cain, aiming its attack primarily at him, perceiving him as the most vulnerable in the group. Pokémon, Vileplume, Green. Gender, Female. Level. Type, Grass plus Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Held item, None. Egg moves, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Ingrain. Basic moves, Absorb, growth, sweet scent, acid, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, giga drain, lucky chant, moonlight, aromatherapy. Learned moves, seed bomb, gastro acid, drain punch. TM moves, none. At first glance, this Vileplume had good stats and abilities, but as a final evolution, its potential was already more limited. It wasn't a bad Pokémon, but given Cain's current level, Vileplume no longer piqued his interest as a training prospect. Still, for Skorupi, it was a perfect opponent. Vileplume had evolved from a Gloom with the help of a Leaf Stone, and this one clearly ruled the territory. It had likely stumbled upon a Leaf Stone by chance, allowing it to complete its evolution. Although Cain wasn't interested in training Vileplume, it remained a valuable specimen for a Pokémon hunter. Even if he didn't sell it, it could be useful for training his subordinates. After all, Vileplume's grass and poison type gave it many moves beneficial for survival in the wild. Cain was particularly interested in its sweet scent move, which could attract numerous wild Pokémon, making training and capturing easier. However, Skorupi had to defeat it first. Vileplume, with its grass and poison types, didn't have clear weaknesses against Skorupi, also a poison type. Even so, its grass and poison type moves wouldn't be very effective against Skorupi. Skorupi resisted grass moves 4 times over and poison moves twice over. Vileplume lunged, using Giga Drain. This grass-type move not only dealt damage but also restored the user's energy. A small blue hand glowed with green energy as Vileplume advanced rapidly. The opponent is close. Get ready, Skorupi. Use agility and counter with Bug Bite. Cain, accustomed to wild Pokémon ambushes, remained calm, issuing precise instructions to Skorupi. Upon hearing Cain's orders, Skorupi displayed a look of excitement. With a shout, it planted its legs firmly on the ground, kicking up dirt and dead leaves as its speed drastically increased. Then, it opened its massive jaws, already charged with Bug-type energy. With its large size and growing strength, Skorupi had become Cain's strongest Pokémon in terms of raw physical power. It might only be level 26, but in terms of sheer strength, none of Cain's other Pokémon could compete. Skorupi and Vileplume collided midway. Boom. Vileplume's Giga Drain struck Skorupi, but Skorupi's Bug Bite also landed on one of Vileplume's petals. In the next moment, Skorupi took 3 steps back, while Vileplume was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing into a tree. End of chapter. Chapter 451, Chapter 451, The Sniper Ability. It was evident that the flower on Vileplume's head already had a noticeable notch, bitten by Skorupi's fangs, with a bit of pink nectar slowly seeping from the wound. Vileplume showed clear signs of pain. In addition to the wound on its flower, the blow Skorupi delivered by slamming it against the tree had also left its body exhausted. However, Skorupi didn't come out completely unscathed either. Although Vileplume hadn't physically moved him, the force it exerted was considerable, leaving him somewhat dazed. Fortunately, Skorupi had quadruple resistance against grass-type moves like Giga Drain, so he didn't suffer much damage. The effect of Giga Drain didn't fully manifest either, as the amount of energy Vileplume absorbed wasn't enough to counteract the damage Skorupi had inflicted. Take advantage of the momentum, Skorupi. Charge and use Poison Jab. Let's see if it can match your strength now, Cain said with a smile. With every battle, Skorupi's strength shone brighter. So far, there wasn't a single Pokémon that could compete with him in terms of physical power. Cha! Cried Skorupi, shaking his head as he charged once again toward the weakened Vileplume. Vileplume, after being thrown to the ground, could barely recover. Seeing Skorupi rushing toward her again, her expression turned to panic. She knew she had collided with an impenetrable wall. She had always relied on her strength to crush opponents, but this time, she was the one being crushed. However, realizing that escape wasn't an option, Vileplume decided to face him again. She knew she couldn't run, so her only choice was to fight back. Shaking the injured flower on her head, she began scattering several powders from her bloom, poison powder, stun spore, and sleep powder. Simultaneously, her feet, firmly planted on the ground, began to root themselves in the soil. Fine roots dug deep, extracting energy from the earth. The moving grain allowed Vileplume to recover some energy while anchoring herself more securely to the ground. With a fierce expression, she raised her right hand and launched the Giga Drain move again. It was her last desperate attempt. Skorupi grinned as he used his powerful pincers to grab Vileplume's hands, blocking her Giga Drain. Without halting his charge, Skorupi broke Vileplume's roots and slammed her against a tree with a loud crash. This time, Skorupi's tail, which had remained still until now, shot forward like a bolt, injecting venom into Vileplume's body before she could react. As Skorupi stepped back, Vileplume had already fallen unconscious, her body emanating a purple glow, a sign that she had been poisoned. If Vileplume didn't wake up soon and treat her poisoning, she might not survive and would end up as another special nutrient in this forest soil. Perhaps, the nutrients she left behind could be enough for several Gloom to evolve into new Vileplume. After Vileplume's fall, the gloom and Oddish watching from the shadows disappeared instantly. Some Oddish even buried themselves in the ground, leaving only a few leaves visible, almost indistinguishable from the rest of the forest's vegetation. Cain tossed a Pokeball at Vileplume. Even though he wasn't interested in training this Pokemon, he knew she was still valuable. If someone else thought they could tame her, he could give her to one of his subordinates to try. The capture met no resistance, and when Cain released her again, Vileplume still hadn't woken up. Skorupi absorbed the poison from her body, and Cain treated her wounds rudimentarily. Being a grass-type Pokemon, her recovery ability was quite good. Additionally, Vileplume had the chlorophyll ability, so if she were in a sunny, open area, she could heal quickly on her own. The move Synthesis and Ingrain combined could have terrifying effects. Good job, here's your reward, Cain said, smiling as he handed some Pokeblocks to Skorupi, who happily devoured them, recovering some energy. Skorupi's physical growth had reached its limit. Even if he continued using supplements, the effect wouldn't be as noticeable. Supplements don't always work the same for every Pokemon, but in Skorupi's case, the results were surprisingly positive, especially when combined with the Pokeblocks Cain prepared. But this isn't your best performance yet. You have so much potential to improve. After praising him, Cain began explaining to Skorupi how he could have done better and what areas needed improvement. For example, as I've trained you before, you should identify your opponent's weaknesses and exploit them mercilessly. Although Vileplume was a new opponent for you and it's not easy to find a weak spot in an initial encounter, you must learn to do so. In the future, you'll face many unfamiliar Pokemon, and you'll need to pinpoint their weaknesses. Your ability is Sniper. If you had identified Vileplume's weak spot in your initial charge and used Bug Bite, she might not have even had a chance to counterattack. With your strength combined with the multiplied damage from your Sniper ability, you could have defeated her in a single blow. Hearing Cain, Skorupi showed a thoughtful expression, recalling Vileplume and trying to figure out where her weak point was. I know your rapid growth has made you forget some of the concepts I've taught you, but during our journey, I want you to focus on finding the weaknesses of the Pokemon you face. If you can master that, you'll be able to take down opponents with a single strike, and you have the potential to do it. Cha! Roared Skorupi, showing his determination. He remembered Cain's teachings and the thrill of identifying a weak spot and taking down an opponent in a single blow. Of all Cain's main Pokemon, Skorupi was the one who craved battle the most. With Skorupi and Sneasel, Cain continued advancing through the forest. Sneasel had observed the entire fight but hadn't intervened. At his current level, Vileplume wouldn't have been a challenge, so the battle was perfect for Skorupi. End of chapter. Chapter 452, 4-star mission. Cain continued venturing deeper into the forest with his Pokemon. The primary purpose of this expedition was to train his Pokemon. Secondly, it was to earn money, and finally, to select suitable Pokemon to strengthen his subordinates. During a recent call with Karen, Cain learned that she had already taken the entire team into the Petalburg Woods to complete the Hunter's team mission. According to Karen's estimates, if the mission were successfully completed, the Hunter's team would be promoted to a 1-star team, enabling them to take on missions with higher rewards. Karen told Cain that his subordinates demonstrated good coordination and basic combat capabilities, as well as being quite obedient. However, they still lacked high-level power. Only Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky had an acceptable level, but if they wanted to take on more difficult missions in the future, they would need to improve significantly. The new recruits also needed to grow stronger. Nevertheless, Karen assured Cain that after completing this group mission, his subordinates would grow quickly. Additionally, capturing some wild Pokemon unrelated to the mission would also increase their combat power. In short, this was more than just a mission, it was a training journey that would also allow them to earn money, and Karen, being an experienced leader, was in charge. Cain was pleased with the decision to integrate Karen into the Hunter's team. Later, Cain checked his exclusive communication device with Umbra. Since Giovanni had instructed him to respond only to Umbra, his communication with him had become much more frequent. Recently, Umbra had sent a message informing him that Team Rocket had begun organizing the delivery of the rewards Cain had earned from his victory in the final trial. Additionally, he mentioned that he had already claimed half of the resources, exchanging them for 3 evolution elixirs that Cain needed. As for the other half, Cain had to decide whether to exchange them for useful items, money, or simply collect the resources as they were. However, since Cain was in the field, he would have to wait until he reached Little Root Town or returned to Leafy Town to receive the elixirs, as these could not be teleported. Currently, his primary goal was to continue improving his Pokemon's strength, and he was in no rush to claim the rewards. For now, he could afford to maintain Larvitar once it hatched, but when it entered its growth stage, the cost would be much higher. Especially because he already had another big eater, Aaron, who also required training. After walking and battling all morning, Cain and his Pokemon sat under a tree to rest. He took out some canned meat prepared in advance from his storage space and opened them for the Pokemon to eat directly. Although the taste wasn't particularly good, it was much more convenient than lighting a fire to cook food in the forest for every meal. Moreover, with so many Pokémon under his care and the amount of food they required, opening cans was a quick solution. Those who weren't satisfied could supplement their meals with Pokeblocks. Although Pokeblocks were small, they contained a large amount of energy, as they were made from fragments of energy crystals. Avoiding making fire also had the advantage of not leaving traces of smoke, making it harder for others to track him. After the meal, Cain summoned Honchkrow and the others and continued deeper into the forest with Skorupi and Sneasel. They were still far from their destination. In the afternoon, while walking through the forest, Cain received another message from Karen, who was busy with the Hunter's Team mission. Since the Hunter's Team was founded, they had gained many more members, giving them greater flexibility. Karen had left one of the members of the Celestial Hunting Group monitoring the Hunters Guild headquarters, constantly checking for available missions. Any task with good rewards was immediately reported to Karen to decide whether to take it. One of the advantages of Hunters Teams is that, once authorized by the leader, members could accept missions on their behalf, as long as they had the appropriate rank. This was how many Hunters Teams operated. On this occasion, the team member spotted an interesting 4-star mission, a request to capture a green-quality Scolipede. The higher the quality, the greater the reward, with no upper limit. Although Scolipede was initially discovered in Unova, it could also be found in deep mountainous regions of other areas, including Hoenn. The fact that a Pokémon was registered in one region didn't mean it couldn't appear in others. For example, Slowpoke was registered in Kanto, but Slowking was registered in Johto. That didn't mean there were no Slowking in Kanto. The Pokémon world was interconnected, and the movement of Pokémon between regions was common. Karen immediately accepted the mission and informed Cain. It didn't matter whether she found the Scolipede first or Cain did, as long as they captured and delivered it before the deadline, the mission would be completed. Cain wasn't surprised by the news. After all, he was heading toward the deeper parts of the forest, and with some luck, he might encounter a Scolipede and earn a nice reward. After sending a confirmation message to Karen, Cain continued on his way. While advancing, he unexpectedly encountered some people he hadn't expected to find. He had been walking for most of the day, and at that depth of the forest, the Pokémon already had a considerable level. The people who could be there likely had a certain level of skill. Curious, Cain decided to approach cautiously. Accompanied by Haunter, Cain managed to quietly get about 10 meters from where they were. He saw 3 people dressed in dark blue robes resting under a tree. With Haunter's help, Cain watched silently from the top of a nearby tree, listening intently to what they were saying. End of chapter. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, The Void Group Trio. The rewards for this mission are pretty good. When we return, we should be able to exchange them for plenty of points, right? Said the tallest of the 3, his voice rough and deep. The results of this mission were excellent. I think I've gathered enough points for that intermediate quality water stone on the exchange list. I just hope no one grabs it before me, commented the medium-height woman, a look of longing on her face. The Void Group's exchange list isn't bad. Compared to other organizations, it offers a good variety of items. However, some rare objects are scarce, and as soon as they appear, they're snatched up quickly. If you haven't gathered enough points by the time we return and the water stone is still available, I can lend you some points, said the shortest man in the group, his expression cold. At first glance, it might seem that the tallest of the 3 was the strongest. However, Cain's intuition told him that the true power lay with the cold, short men. The tall and burly one only looked impressive in appearance. Thank you, elder brother. We always end up relying on your support, said the woman with a smile. The burly man, who had also been listening, smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Yeah, if it weren't for your support, the 2 of us wouldn't have gotten this far. The short man, evidently the elder brother they referred to, maintained his cold expression as he replied, the stronger you 2 are, the more it benefits me. In a month, I'll need to be ready to aim for an officer position in the Void Group. That's when I'll need your support. You know how I am after all this time together. The young man's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Until now, I've never asked either of you to repay the favors I've done for you. But if, at this crucial moment, you become a burden, you know what the consequences will be. Hearing this, the tall man and the woman tensed, a faint sense of fear evident. They had spent enough time with this cold, elder brother to understand his temperament well. He was someone who wouldn't hesitate to punish even his own companions if necessary. Although he appeared youthful, he was already over 20 years old. His youthful appearance and short stature were simply traits he had been born with. From the treetop, Cain observed the scene, his eyes glowing with interest. The Void Group. One of the main forces in Mobile City. Its leader was a quasi-elite trainer, and the officers under their command generally possessed advanced trainer-level strength. Given that this boy was talking about becoming an officer, it meant he was already nearing the advanced level. Cain was certain that sooner or later, he would have a conflict with the Void Group. However, for the moment, he was still in his growth phase, and his Heaven team wasn't yet a match for an underground organization as established as the Void Group. Without Team Rocket's support, confronting them would be difficult. While Cain weighed the possibility of acting, the trio's conversation caught his attention again. "Elder brother, I heard we're near Leafy Town. We've been in these mountains for nearly a month. Why don't we relax a bit and go have some fun there?" suggested the burly man. "Buffed, what's fun about Leafy Town? It's a miserable place, it doesn't even have a decent restaurant," replied the woman disdainfully. "Leafy Town. I believe that's the place Canaan has taken under his control. I've heard they send him money tributes periodically, which has allowed him to make some extra cash. Maybe in the future, I should find someone to manage a place like that for me," the elder brother said coldly. "Southwest, that place is Officer Canaan's. We'd better not cause any trouble there. After all, Officer Canaan has been a good ally of yours. When you first tried to become an officer, he was the first to support you," said the woman. The elder brother nodded. "Yes, Canaan and I have had a good relationship. We come from the same town, and part of my success is due to his help. If he ever needs assistance after I become an officer, I won't hesitate to help him in return for what he's done for me." At that moment, from the tree where Cain was observing, a cold glint settled in his eyes. Canaan. So, Canaan was the one behind the Black Serpent gang. And it seemed this elder brother had quite a close relationship with him. Although Cain didn't believe this young man would fight to the death for Canaan, he also wouldn't hesitate to help him if needed. That was something Cain wasn't willing to allow. Since this young man hadn't yet reached the advanced trainer level or become an officer, it was the perfect time to eliminate him. Cain pulled 2 Pokeballs from his belt. Honchkrow and Slowking. This battle would definitely require both of them. Since it was going to be a 1 versus 3 fight and he had the advantage of attacking from the shadows, if he could eliminate 1 or 2 of them with a surprise attack, the rest would be much easier. Cain decided not to act immediately but to wait patiently in the tree. Clearly, these 3 weren't novices. Anyone who could survive more than half a month in these mountains had to have at least a basic sense of caution, especially during rest periods. So Cain waited silently. After 20 minutes, the 3 finished resting and prepared to continue on their way. This was the moment Cain had been waiting for. The instant they let their guard down while standing up, Cain released his 2 Pokeballs. Honchkrow and Slowking appeared instantly. Honchkrow, surprise attack the burly man. Slowking, use teleport and bring Sneasel and Skorupi to attack the woman, Cain commanded. The Pokemon were already prepared inside their Pokeballs, and as soon as they received the order, they sprang into action. Cain also jumped nimbly from the tree, using his psychic power to cushion the fall and land softly, running in the direction of his Pokemon. Honchkrow, following the order, activated Tailwind, boosting all allied Pokemon speed, and quickly charged toward its target. Slowking, on the other hand, used teleport in the blink of an eye, demonstrating its skill with short-range moves. End of chapter. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, taking down 2 in a surprise attack. Just as the 3 were about to leave, 3 Pokemon suddenly appeared nearby. Their expressions changed drastically. In a wild environment like this, if a Pokemon got this close, the situation was dire. They saw Slowking appear with Sneasel and Skorupi, directly targeting the woman with an attack. Realizing she was the target, her face turned pale instantly. These 3 Pokemon didn't look weak at all. Perhaps she could hold her own against 1, but definitely not against 3. The burly man and the young leader also reacted, reaching for their Pokeballs. During their rest, they had warned each other to stay alert against ambushes, but they hadn't expected an attack right as they were about to leave. However, the 3 weren't inexperienced novices. Anyone who could survive for so many days in the wilderness obviously had defensive measures. Suddenly, a Kecleon appeared on the woman's shoulder. Facing Sneasel's initial attack, the hidden Kecleon immediately revealed itself, using Protect to block Sneasel's ice punch. But that was all it could do. Skorupi, following closely behind Sneasel, launched a lightning-fast stinger strike at the woman. If the attack landed, even if she didn't die instantly, the venom in the stinger wouldn't be something she could withstand. Without receiving a specific antidote within 5 seconds, given the limitations of the human body, she was doomed. Meanwhile, Honchkrow, soaring from above, dived directly at the burly man. The man had barely evaded Sneasel and Skorupi's attacks when he saw a massive crow descending on him. For Honchkrow, 10 meters was nothing but a blink of an eye, and the attacks from Sneasel and Skorupi were just as swift. Seeing Honchkrow closing in, the man gritted his teeth. A Kecleon also appeared on his shoulder, jumping to use Protect and block Honchkrow's attack. Finally, his hand reached for his Pokeball. On the other hand, the short-statured young leader rolled across the ground, evading Skorupi's attack without needing any Pokemon to block it. From a distance, Cain observed the entire scene, his expression growing serious. He hadn't expected the 2 to have Kecleon as their secret defense. Now he understood why no Pokemon had been visible with them. Like him, they had an ace up their sleeves. Fortunately, Cain hadn't relied solely on Sneasel to attack. Skorupi's stinger, moving at high speed, struck the woman directly. It pinned her to the ground, she couldn't avoid the attack. Her eyes widened in shock. She could hardly believe that just moments ago, she had been fantasizing about returning to redeem an intermediate quality water stone to evolve her shelter into a cloister, which would greatly boost her strength to help her elder brother. But now, all those dreams had turned to dust. Though she had blocked Sneasel's first ice punch, she couldn't evade Skorupi's venomous strike. What she couldn't understand was why her leader, who clearly had the opportunity to save her, didn't. All three had a Kecleon as their hidden defense. The leader had dodged Skorupi's attack, and none of the attacking Pokémon seemed to target him. He could have easily used his Kecleon to save her. But she would never get the chance to ask, as her vision faded. Elsewhere, the burly man had managed to have his Kecleon block Honchkro's attack, but Slowking, who had teleported with Sneasel and Skorupi, had yet to act. Initially, it had been eyeing the young leader for an attack, but noticing the Kecleons on the other two, it understood that its assault might not be as effective as expected. With sharp instincts, Slowking made a quick decision. In the absence of direct orders from its trainer, a Pokémon had to act on its own. It fired a water gun, amplified by its psychic powers, creating its signature technique, the psychic water gun. Following Honchkro's attack, the psychic water gun was aimed at the burly man. The psychic power accelerated the attack, transforming the stream of water into a deadly arrow. The man had just evaded Honchkro's strike and was about to release his Pokémon when the water arrow appeared before him. His expression froze as Slowking's attack slammed him against a tree. As the psychic energy and water dissipated, the man slowly slid down the trunk. In the blink of an eye, Cain's 4 Pokémon had achieved tremendous success in their surprise attack, eliminating 2 of the 3 opponents. This was made possible by Cain's impeccable timing, striking when the trio was at their most vulnerable. Moreover, the coordination among the Pokémon was flawless. Even though the 3 enemies had Kecleon for defense, they couldn't withstand the assaults. Cain's Pokémon worked in pairs, with one breaking the defense and the other delivering the fatal blow. The sole survivor, the young leader, now wore a grim expression, his face clouded with extreme bitterness. Moments ago, he had been telling his 2 subordinates that he would soon ascend to the rank of officer and would need their support. But now, without ever receiving that support, they were dead. He had invested heavily in their training, almost as if he had raised them himself. His plan had been to ensure that once he became an officer, he wouldn't stand alone in the role. But now, one was pinned to the ground, and the other lay against a tree, both dead without ceremony. As the woman had thought before dying, he really could have saved her. But he hadn't, or rather, he didn't dare to. He still had his Kecleon hidden on his shoulder, his last line of defense. In most battles, this Pokémon never showed itself, kept as his ultimate trump card. He hadn't allowed his Kecleon to assist the woman because he believed that if he did, he might die himself. No life was more important than his own. And he had been right. Slowking had considered attacking him but, guessing he also had a Kecleon that hadn't used Protect yet, shifted its focus to the burly man. The latter's shield had already been broken by Honchkro, so Slowking knew its attack would succeed. "Who are you? Show yourself," the leader shouted, his voice filled with uncontrollable rage. End of chapter. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, Breloom and Zangoose. At this moment, he already held 2 Pokeballs in his hands, and the Kecleon on his shoulder had also revealed itself, so he wasn't afraid of any surprise attacks. It was then that Cain slowly emerged from the forest. Although only 10 meters separated them, Cain could cross it in just a few seconds with his speed. The responsiveness of his Pokémon during the battle impressed him, especially Slowking's quick decision-making in such a short amount of time. However, the enemy was still present. This was not the time for praise. With a smile on his face, Cain observed the man, who appeared to be a young person of similar height. Although he looked young, Cain already knew that this individual, despite his youthful appearance, was much older than him. The young man frowned as Cain appeared. He was clearly surprised by how young Cain seemed and didn't think Cain was like him, merely looking youthful. Cain was genuinely young. "I'm KG, the chief subordinate of Officer Kanan of the Void Group in Mobile City. Have you considered the consequences of attacking our team?" KG said coldly, his eyes fixed on Cain. He didn't underestimate Cain because of his youthful appearance. Cain's Pokémon's abilities clearly marked him as a formidable opponent. Cain let out a mocking laugh. These people always mentioned their superiors when facing a strong opponent, as a tactic to intimidate the enemy. Whether it worked or not, bringing up their superiors at least managed to sow some doubt in their opponent's mind. "Do you really think I'd attack without knowing who you are?" Cain replied with a mocking smile. Hearing this, KG's face darkened. His 2 valuable subordinates had been killed, and now the enemy was mocking him, something he could not tolerate. He threw the Pokeballs in his hands, and 2 Pokémon appeared before him, a Zangoose and a Breloom. Cain's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the data of the 2 Pokémon. Pokémon, Zangoose, dark green. Gender, male. Level. Type, normal. Ability, toxic boost. Held item, none. Egg moves, double kick, fury swipes, metal claw. Basic moves, scratch, leer, quick attack, fury cutter, pursuit, hone claws, slash, revenge, crush claw, false swipe, embargo, detect. Learned moves, thunder punch, ice punch, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, flying, shadow ball, poison jab, brick break. Pokémon, Breloom, dark green. Gender, male. Level. Type, grass plus fighting. Ability, poison heal. Held item, none. Egg moves, wake up slap, bullet seed, drain punch. Basic moves, mach punch, absorb, tackle, stun spore, leech seed, mega drain, headbutt, feint, counter, force palm, mind reader. Learned moves, snore, thunder punch, synthesis, iron tail. TM moves, protect, hidden power, fire, toxic, energy ball, Venoshock. Seeing the Pokémon data, Cain remained silent for a moment. Although they were only of dark green quality, they were clearly superior to Black Snake's 2 light blue Pokémon. It wasn't that these Pokémon had more potential than Vipers, but that these had clearly been raised by Keiji from the beginning. The deliberate coordination of their abilities was evident, making them highly effective in combat. Training from the start allowed them to function better in battle, showing superior synergy that gave them a considerable advantage over newly captured or acquired Pokémon. Breloom's ability, Poison Heal, was particularly intriguing. It allowed Breloom to heal from poison instead of taking damage, making it immune to any poison it might receive, a true counter against poison-type Pokémon. Then there was Zangoose with its Toxic Boost ability, unique to this Pokémon, which increased the power of its physical moves when poisoned. The stronger the poison, the more potent its physical attacks became. It was no wonder Keiji was so confident in his ability to rise to a higher rank. If he managed to raise these 2 Pokémon to above level 40, they could easily challenge advanced level trainers. Cain was relieved that he had acted first, taking out Keiji's 2 subordinates before they could form a complete team. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to face 3 trainers at once. After releasing his 2 Pokémon, Keiji didn't throw any more Pokeballs. For him, his 2 main allies were already on the field, and they should suffice to face Cain's Pokémon. Both trainers adopted serious expressions, aware that they were facing a formidable opponent. Slowking, use Psychic. Honchkrow, charge energy and use Sky Attack. Sneasel, get close to Breloom with agility and use Ice Claw. Skorupi, intercept Zangoose. Cain gave the commands first. Although Breloom's Poison Heal ability made it hard to defeat, its resistance was low against flying-type moves. Honchkrow could deal significant damage, and both Slowking and Sneasel also had effective moves. But first, Zangoose had to be stopped. Cain sent Skorupi to block Zangoose. Although there was a level difference, he trusted Skorupi to hold it off long enough. Keiji quickly gave his own commands. Zangoose, use Poison Jab on Breloom. Breloom, use Venoshock on Zangoose. Surprisingly, the first command was for the 2 Pokémon to poison each other. The Pokémon, clearly accustomed to this type of cooperation, executed their attacks. Zangoose claws released poison upon touching Breloom, who glowed purple but showed no signs of pain. Meanwhile, Breloom launched a small amount of poison at Zangoose. Though Zangoose showed signs of discomfort, it quickly endured, its body swelling as its expression grew more aggressive. End of chapter. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, Poison Heal and Toxic Boost. The abilities Poison Heal and Toxic Boost activated simultaneously. Breloom and Zangoose began to get excited. However, Breloom was excited because it felt good, while Zangoose endured the pain. But both achieved the same result, the combat strength of the 2 Pokémon increased. At this moment, Slowking's attack reached Breloom. Black psychic energy spheres launched directly toward Breloom's head. Immediately after, Sneasel, moving at high speed, also appeared in front of Breloom. Its 2 claws gleamed with a metallic sheen and were wrapped in a thin layer of ice crystals. It was clearly a combination of the moves Ice Punch and Metal Claw. However, Sneasel had not yet fully mastered this combined move, so only a thin layer of ice crystals covered Metal Claw, and the ice-type energy was not very dense. But in terms of destructive power, it was definitely stronger than a simple Ice Punch. Imagine this, one is just a punch, though imbued with ice-type energy, it can only attack the surface. The other uses Metal Claw covered with ice-type energy, and once the attack inflicts damage, the ice energy can invade the opponent's interior, causing significantly greater damage. Simply put, Sneasel could not yet use it proficiently, so the effect was not as prominent. As a grass and fighting-type Pokémon, Breloom showed no signs of panic in the face of Sneasel's swift advance, raising both hands in a defensive posture in front of its chest. But things were not as simple as it thought. The black psychic energy spheres from Slowking struck Breloom's head directly. The strong psychic impact caused Breloom's body to stiffen momentarily, as psychic-type attacks are quite effective against fighting types. Taking this opportunity, Sneasel dodged Brelem's defensive hands and directly attacked its body with Ice Claw. At the same time as causing damage, it launched Brelem into the air. Boom. Then, Honchkrow, flying in, took just a little longer as its sky attack move required some preparation. So, even though it was the first to strike, it arrived last. With quadruple flying type damage, plus the power of sky attack, if it managed to hit Brelem, it would be an instant defeat. Even with Poison Heal's effect, it wouldn't matter, as this would exceed Brelem's endurance capacity. But KG clearly wouldn't let Honchkrow attack Brelem so easily. Regaining his composure, he quickly ordered, Zangoose, use Thunder Punch on Honchkrow. Zangoose, not far from Brelem, heard KG's command and reacted immediately. Quickly, it gathered electric-type energy in its claw, and a lightning-filled claw appeared almost instantly. Since Brelem is quadruple weak to flying types, KG had obviously encountered flying-type Pokémon effective against Brelem before. Both Brelem and Zangoose had learned Thunder Punch, clearly to counter flying types. Zangoose demonstrated considerable mastery of the Thunder Punch move. In an instant, it could concentrate electricity, and its execution speed was no slower than that of a standard electric-type Pokémon. Blocking the path in front of Brelem, Zangoose's cold eyes locked on the approaching Honchkrow. The pain from the poisoning sharpened its focus, and the fury in its heart continued to build. However, Cain had also prepared for this. Skorupi, arriving slightly behind, intercepted Zangoose just before Honchkrow could attack. Since poison-type moves would enhance Zangoose's attack power, Skorupi could only use bug-type moves. Bug Bite. Both pincers simultaneously targeted Zangoose's electrically charged claw. Zangoose tried to dodge but was pushed back several meters by Skorupi's momentum. In the ensuing chaos, Skorupi managed to clamp the Thunder Punch move with one of its pincers. In the next second, Skorupi's large mouth filled with bug-type energy, and it bit Zangoose. Seeing Skorupi trying to block Zangoose, KG's face darkened. Although Skorupi seemed well-trained, in terms of strength, it was still far below Zangoose. Now that Skorupi had directly interposed to stop Zangoose, it would be eliminated first. Zangoose, forget Honchkrow, use Brick Break on Skorupi. Let it see the difference in power between you. KG, frowning, continued. As for Brelem, it still had a defensive move. Brelem, use Protect, block this attack. Zangoose, hearing this, shot a cold glance. Facing the strong Skorupi, it had been irritated for a while. If it weren't for its trainer asking it to block Honchkrow's attack, it wouldn't have been caught and restrained this way. Zangoose used its other claw to directly attack Skorupi's head. The fighting-type move, Brick Break. But to be honest, Skorupi wasn't really afraid of fighting-type attacks, as it was quadruple resistant to them. This demonstrated the importance of a trainer's knowledge in battle. KG knew little about Sinnoh-region Skorupi, while Cain was thoroughly familiar with Brelem's Poison Heal ability and Zangoose's Toxic Boost. Know yourself and your opponent. Only then could you ensure consistent victories. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Honchkrow's Sky Attack collided with Brelem's Protect Barrier, neutralizing the attack. Poison Heal continued its effect, and the wounds caused by Sneasel's Ice Claw were slowly healing. With just a bit more time, the damage caused by Sneasel would be fully healed. Meanwhile, Zangoose's Brick Break move struck Skorupi. The ground cracked, showcasing Zangoose's attack power. After Toxic Boost activated, Zangoose's attack power had increased even further. When the dust settled, Skorupi was still clutching one of Zangoose's claws with one of its pincers, while the other intercepted Zangoose's Brick Break move. Skorupi's other four legs were deeply embedded in the ground. A trace of green blood slowly dripped from its mouth. Clearly, although Zangoose's fighting-type attack was resisted quadruple-fold, the Toxic Boost effect still packed a significant punch. Skorupi and Zangoose had a massive level difference, a full 12 levels. Yet, Skorupi's trembling pincers still firmly gripped Zangoose's claws. Though injured, it hadn't forgotten Cain's command to restrain Zangoose. Skorupi's tail, the only undamaged part, lashed furiously, attacking Zangoose's body. Even without poison, stingers of that size were still quite painful when piercing flesh. Boom. End of chapter. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, The Battle of Skorupi. Well done, Skorupi. Stop for now and recover a bit. Slowking, use your psychic power to push Zangoose away. Cain observed Skorupi's battle closely, though he had no intention of stopping it from the start. Skorupi, from its birth until now, had had things too easy, never facing a truly strong opponent. It was always protected by Cain and only battled enemies it could easily defeat. This time, the pressure exerted by Zangoose, superior in strength and mastery of its moves, should motivate Skorupi to push itself harder in the future. Despite its four legs being buried in the ground, Skorupi's claws continued to hold tightly onto Zangoose, trembling but refusing to let go. Cain was satisfied with its determination and tenacity. Slowking, hearing Cain's command, used its psychic power to push Zangoose away and then used telekinesis to help Skorupi out of the ground. When Skorupi finally managed to free its legs, its body was a bit stiff. The prolonged tension had left its joints slightly rigid, but after taking a few steps, it began to recover gradually. Slowking, use Heal Pulse on Skorupi. Cain handed some poke blocks to Skorupi and instructed Slowking to use Heal Pulse. After evolving, Slowking had learned Heal Pulse, a move capable of restoring Pokemon's energy. Although it wasn't a specialized healer, the effect of this move was quite good. Cain also gave Skorupi a bottle of Mama milk. In no time, Skorupi would be fully recovered. Now, Slowking faced Zangoose, while Honchkrow and Sneasel battled Breloom. Since Cain's continuous offensive had failed to take down Breloom in one blow, Slowking didn't need to assist Honchkrow and Sneasel. With their combat levels combined with the type advantage, facing a single Breloom shouldn't be an issue. KG observed his two Pokémon. While they hadn't been defeated immediately, it was clear they wouldn't hold out much longer. Zangoose was poisoned. While this poison boosted its move power, it was useless if it couldn't reach Slowking. Additionally, the poison was continuously draining Zangoose's energy. With a bit more time, Zangoose would lose the ability to fight. The other situation wasn't much better. Although Breloom's poison heal ability could continuously restore its energy, it wasn't enough for instant recovery. And the combined attacks from Honchkrow and Sneasel clearly outpaced its recovery speed. Sneasel, use Icy Wind, then close in with Ice Claw. Honchkrow, charge another Sky attack and finish it. Slowking, use Psychic on Zangoose. Cain gave his commands to his Pokémon. If anyone among Cain's Pokémon could defeat Zangoose after its poison-induced power boost, it was Slowking. Second to that would be Honchkrow, but Slowking was currently Cain's strongest Pokémon, and Zangoose's speed couldn't match Slowking's instantaneous moves. However, Honchkrow also had great power against Breloom. With enough time, it could defeat Breloom one-on-one. That was a type advantage, but with Sneasel's help, the battle became even easier. Sneasel used Icy Wind against Breloom. The move was effective, freezing some parts of Breloom and reducing its speed. The ice concentrated on its joints, preventing Breloom, a Pokémon that relies on its fighting-type movements, from unleashing its full attack power. Sneasel quickly closed in with Ice Claw. Having gained previous combat experience, Sneasel's Ice Claw now carried a stronger ice-type energy. If it struck Breloom again, the wound would be much harder to heal. KG watched his two Pokémon at a disadvantage but had no better option since he was outnumbered. Understanding the situation, he pulled two more Pokeballs from his belt. He had initially thought his two main Pokémon would suffice, but Cain proved to be more challenging than anticipated. Throwing the two Pokeballs, two Mytyana appeared. Both Mytyana were around level 30 and of green tier quality. Clearly, KG had trained these two Mytyana together from the start, enhancing their teamwork in combat. Mytyana, attack that human. KG ordered coldly. Skorupi, have you recovered enough? Your real enemies have arrived, and this time there are two. Cain, unfazed, looked at Skorupi, who was recovering steadily, and asked. Cha. Skorupi let out a fierce cry, assuring Cain it was ready. Earlier, against Zangoose, it had been completely outmatched, but against these two Mytyana, it intended to regain its confidence. Both Mytyana were quite large, reaching about a meter in height, but they didn't seem as imposing next to the 1.2-meter tall Skorupi. Skorupi, use Bug Bite and Poison Tail. Cain commanded as he observed the Mytyana closing in fast. Without hesitation, Skorupi charged into the attack. Its massive pincers lunged at the two Mytyana, confronting them with its considerable strength. Bang. Bang. Two heavy blows resounded as Skorupi was rammed, brought to a halt, and pushed backward. Its four legs left deep grooves in the ground. But Skorupi didn't give up, showing a fierce expression as its tail, like a lightning bolt, shot toward one of the Mytyana. Mytyana, finish it. Fire Fong. KG, seeing his Mytyana halted by Skorupi, quickly commanded. The Fire Fong move would be highly effective against Skorupi due to its weakness to fire-type moves. However, Skorupi's Poison Tail struck one of the Mytyana, poisoning it and reducing its reaction speed. Then, with a spark in its eyes, Skorupi released the poisoned Mytyana and bit down on its back with sharp teeth. Bug Bite. Though Mytyana resembled a wolf, with a hard head and a more vulnerable torso, bug-type damage was doubly effective. Aiming at a weak spot, Skorupi's sniper ability activated. Whoa. End of chapter. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, toward the end. Skorupi, protect. Cain ordered quickly. The two Mytyana attacked at the same time that Skorupi used its Bug Bite move, almost simultaneously. However, Mytyana's attacks were blocked by Skorupi's protect, while Bug Bite struck one of the Mytyana's weak spots. With double damage from the bug type, plus the critical hit from the sniper ability, the damage dealt was 5 times greater. At that moment, one of the Mytyana was immediately defeated. The Fire Fong move hadn't even finished when Mytyana fell to the ground. The other Maitina, seeing its companion defeated so quickly, displayed a panicked expression. What the hell? Keiji exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Even though Maitina wasn't the strongest, it shouldn't have been defeated with a single attack. What Keiji didn't know was that Skorupi's sniper ability made that victory possible. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Honchkrow was also about to decide the outcome of its battle. Sneasel used a combination of Icy Wind and other Ice-type moves to restrict Breloom's movements, forcing it onto the defensive. Although Breloom didn't take much damage due to its Poison Heal ability, which quickly healed its wounds, its energy was still intact. However, Sneasel's offensive didn't let up, and at that moment, Honchkrow had charged up its Sky Attack. Once again, Sky Attack. This time, Breloom couldn't use Protect. Sneasel, use Icicle Crash to block the path. Honchkrow, Sky Attack, Cain ordered coldly. Upon receiving the order, Sneasel quickly stepped back, condensing ice energy, and 3 ice pillars formed in the air. The ice pillars fell around Breloom. As Breloom tried to avoid being impaled by the ice pillars, it became trapped, blocking its escape route. At that moment, Honchkrow, engulfed in blue flames, dove straight toward Breloom. Boom. Crack. The 3 ice pillars shattered into pieces, and Breloom, caught between them, was sent flying. With a single attack, Honchkrow rendered Breloom unable to fight. With a base power of 150 from Sky Attack, along with quadruple damage from the flying type, even Breloom's resilience wasn't enough. Grah. Honchkrow cried out triumphantly, activating its Moxie ability, which increased its power. In Cain's field of vision, both Sneasel and Honchkrow's levels increased by 1, Honchkrow reached level 35, and Sneasel reached level 33. Defeating Breloom, who was a higher level, and with the prior effort, allowed both Pokémon to gain levels. Cain was the only one who could see this information, his Pokémon only felt a slight increase in their internal power. With Breloom's defeat, the battle clearly turned in Cain's favor. It seemed that Honchkrow and Sneasel understood Cain's intention to train Skorupi, as they didn't bother Maitina after defeating Breloom. Instead, alongside Slowking, they attacked Zangoose, who was already quite weakened. As for Skorupi, after using Bug Bite to defeat one Maitina, it no longer felt as much pressure facing the second one alone. Skorupi, your pincers can work like your fangs, try using Bug Bite or Poison Fang with them, Cain suggested. As he said, Skorupi's pincers had a strong biting force, similar to its mouth, and it could channel energy through them, imbuing them with various elements. The remaining Maitina, fighting against Skorupi, felt frustrated as it became the test subject for new attacks. Meanwhile, Keiji, their trainer, turned pale. Since Breloom's fall, he knew he was finished. He had thought that by sending 2 Maitina against a single Skorupi, he could defeat it, rendering the others less of a threat. However, he hadn't expected Skorupi to recover so quickly after being severely injured by Zangoose. When it returned to the battle, it didn't seem to have suffered any major damage recently. And with a single attack, it eliminated one of the Maitina. Keiji knew that Bug-type moves dealt double damage to Maitina, but he hadn't expected a 2-on-1 attack to result in the instant defeat of one, leaving the other as little more than sparring practice. He didn't try to flee. With Cain possessing a flying-type Pokémon, running would only hasten his defeat. He watched as the remaining Maitina became Skorupi's training dummy for practicing its attacks while attempting to imbue its pincers with energy. To Cain's surprise, Skorupi showed great skill in manipulating energy. After several attempts, it succeeded in using its pincers as effectively as its fangs. Although the attack's power was slightly weaker due to a lack of practice, Cain knew that with training, Skorupi could use its pincers just as effectively as its fangs. With Skorupi mastering the use of Bug Bite with its pincers, the last Maitina, now covered in wounds, fell to the ground, unable to rise. With the fall of the last Maitina, Skorupi's level also increased. After all, it had fought 2 against higher-level Pokémon. Now, its level reached 27. Just 3 more levels, and it would reach level 30, inching closer to Honchkrow and Sneasel. Meanwhile, Zangoose, heavily injured from Slowking's attacks, was quickly defeated with the help of Honchkrow and Sneasel. Zangoose fell unconscious after a psychic move from Slowking left it stunned, followed by close-range attacks from Honchkrow and Sneasel. Despite its prolonged poisoned state and Slowking's continuous attacks, Zangoose held out for quite some time. Zangoose's toxic boost ability was truly unique. Cain knew the data on this Zangoose. If someone were unaware of the toxic boost ability and Zangoose was stronger, combined with Sword's Dance and its high physical attack power, it could easily defeat an opponent in a single blow. Without a doubt, this strategy inspired Cain. After the defeat of Keiji's 4 Pokémon, his face turned completely pale. Although he had a Kecleon on his shoulder capable of using Protect, it would be useless against Cain's Pokémon. Not even an attempt to flee would help him. End of chapter. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Toxic Orb. Who are you, really? Why are you attacking us? I don't recall ever offending someone as powerful as you, Keiji asked in a grave tone. Even if he were about to die, he wanted at least to understand why. Cain approached slowly with his Pokémon. Despite his youthful appearance, he looked like someone who hadn't fully matured yet. With a sarcastic smile, he said, I've heard you have a good relationship with Cain. Is that true? Hearing those words, Keiji finally understood why Cain had attacked his group. It was all because of Cain. We're simply from the same place and joined the same group, but we don't have the close relationship you're imagining, Keiji replied, trying to sound sincere. However, it was clear Cain didn't believe him. With a mocking smile, Cain said, and why shouldn't I believe you? Seeing Cain's expression, Keiji realized that from the beginning, Cain had only been toying with him. He knew Cain had overheard the conversation he'd had with his two subordinates. Enough. To me, your presence is just an obstacle, so stop resisting and rest in peace. I'll make sure Cain joins you soon, Cain said coldly, giving Skorupi a signal with his eyes. Skorupi, who had accumulated most of the anger from this battle, was tasked with unleashing its fury. Keiji made one last effort to resist, commanding Kecleon to attack directly at Cain, hoping to take him down in his fall. But Cain was already prepared for this, and with a swipe of its tail, Skorupi sent Kecleon down the same path as Keiji's two subordinates. Thus, the three members of the Void organization were eliminated by Cain. Cain took Keiji's Pokeballs and collected the 4 defeated Pokemon lying on the ground. Although they had lost their ability to fight, Cain didn't kill them outright, as they could still be useful. Whether to sell them or strengthen his subordinates, they were valuable resources. Cain had quickly improved his own combat strength, but his subordinates were still relatively weak in comparison. If they continued to improve so slowly, they wouldn't be able to keep up with Cain. Therefore, raising the strength of his subordinates would also enable them to carry out more tasks for him. While Cain was nearing the level of an officer, his subordinates were barely maintaining the level of a captain, a considerable gap. In addition to Keiji, Cain also took the Pokeballs from Keiji's two subordinates and found that they were of good quality and well-trained. Keiji had clearly chosen them as his companions wisely. In terms of overall strength, they weren't much weaker than Alec and the others. Fortunately, Cain had eliminated them before they could act. In total, he obtained 12 Pokeballs from the 4 opponents, which was a decent haul. Aside from the Pokeballs, Cain also took their storage devices and released Grimer to clean up all traces of the battle. Clearly, these 3 individuals had come to complete a mission, and now that it was finished, they likely carried several valuable items. However, Cain decided not to inspect the items in that location, as the noise from the battle could have attracted other members of the Void organization. It was best to leave the area before facing another possible encounter. Cain had considered capturing Keiji to gather more information about the Void organization, but ultimately decided to eliminate him, as it wasn't necessary. Eventually, Cain would have to face Kanan. When the time came, he would learn what kind of organization Void truly was. If the leader was at a level lower than that of an elite-level trainer, Cain had little to worry about. Once Ms. Magius completed its training, even if they couldn't defeat the leader of the Void organization, at least they would be able to escape without issue. After returning Honchkrow and Slowking to their Pokeballs, Cain left the area with Skorupi and Sneasel. The forest returned to its usual calm. Slowly, the surrounding Pokemon resumed their normal states, as if nothing had happened. Cain continued with his original plan, venturing deeper into the forest with his Pokemon. Along the way, he encountered numerous Pokemon, some that Skorupi could easily defeat, while others even gave Sneasel difficulty. In those cases, Cain called upon Honchkrow and Slowking to assist in the battles. The day passed in a cycle of battles and progress. Although the Pokemon he encountered grew increasingly stronger, Cain was still able to handle them. The day's accomplishments were quite significant. The most notable was that Honchkrow, Skorupi, and Sneasel all leveled up. Although Slowking hadn't leveled up, this was because it had recently advanced very quickly and was still accumulating experience. The only one who hadn't leveled up was Haunter, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow, serving as his last line of defense. Haunter hadn't actively participated in the battles, which meant its combat strength was beginning to lag behind the others. Even Skorupi was about to catch up. Therefore, after consulting with Haunter, Cain decided it would start participating in battles the next day. Slowking, who had been observing so far, would take on the role of Cain's last line of defense. With Slowking protecting him, Cain's safety wouldn't be at risk. Thus, the main members of the team for the following day's battles were decided: Skorupi, Sneasel, and Haunter. 3 Pokemon in total. For dinner, Cain decided to keep things practical and distributed canned food. He had brought a good amount of canned supplies, filling half of his storage space. Until all the cans were used up, Cain had no plans to cook, as he preferred to spend more time meditating to master his inner psychic abilities. Cain hoped to soon reach the level of a novice psychic, which would significantly enhance his ability to direct battles. After dinner, Cain didn't go straight into meditation. Instead, he took out the storage devices of the 3 Void members. He emptied their contents onto the ground. It seemed that, being close to returning to the city, the three didn't carry many daily use items. What stood out were healing potions and antidotes, essentials for surviving in the wild. There were also repellents and some tools, like ropes and shovels. These things didn't interest Cain much. However, in Keiji's storage, Cain found something that caught his attention. First, a broken purple orb radiating toxic energy. Cain didn't dare touch it directly with his hands. The shattered orb had fallen to the ground, with all the surrounding grass withered. At the center, the soil was blackened from corrosion. It was a toxic orb. Unfortunately, it was broken. End of chapter. Chapter 460, Chapter 460, Soothe Bell. Item name, Toxic Orb, broken. Description, a magical pearl that releases poison upon contact, but it is broken. Effect, originally a very powerful pearl, but since it's broken, it has lost most of its energy. Currently, a Pokémon holding it will not suffer poisoning effects. A toxic orb. What a shame it's broken, Cain murmured. The fact that Keiji possessed such an item surprised him a little. A toxic orb combined with a Breloom with the poison heal ability or a Zangoose with the toxic boost ability would have been quite useful. Unfortunately, this toxic orb is broken and can no longer produce that effect. Otherwise, that Breloom would have been even harder to deal with. After all, Zangoose isn't a poison-type Pokémon, and its synergy with poison isn't as effective. This also meant Breloom's poison heal ability couldn't be fully utilized. It seemed this broken toxic orb was something Keiji couldn't sell and couldn't use effectively either. These naturally formed magical poisonous pearls fetch a high price. Even broken, they still hold considerable value. However, Cain wouldn't sell it. Though most of the poisonous energy had dissipated, a toxic orb was still a toxic orb. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The quality of a toxic orb's poisonous energy is incomparable to common poison. Now that Skorupi needed to develop its poison-type attribute, using this broken pearl to absorb its poisonous energy gradually was the best option. Cain donned leather gloves, made a net with special threads, and placed the broken toxic orb inside. He then hung it around Skorupi's neck. Skorupi slowly absorbed the poisonous energy from the pearl. The poison inside is potent, so take it slow and don't absorb too much at once. Once you get accustomed to it, you can increase the absorption rate. When you've absorbed it all, your internal poison sac will likely have solidified, Cain explained. Cha. Skorupi nodded obediently. As a poison-type Pokémon, it could clearly sense the intense poisonous energy within the pearl. To absorb it, it would need to take it gradually and build up some immunity first. After absorbing a small amount, Skorupi's face turned slightly purple. It closed its eyes and lay on the ground to begin digesting the poisonous energy, creating antibodies within its body. Cain then fixed his gaze on a small bell on the ground. Item name, Soothe Bell. Description, a melodious bell that calms the Pokémon holding it, making them more likely to bond with their trainer. Effect, doubles the rate of affinity growth between the Pokémon and its trainer when held. After scanning the item, Cain's eyes narrowed. Soothe Bell. Was this the target item of the mission? For an ordinary person, the Soothe Bell's function might not seem very powerful, especially to League trainers. But for Pokémon that need to reach a certain level of affinity with their trainer to evolve, the Soothe Bell is extremely valuable. Moreover, it's not just that. For Pokémon captured in advanced stages or those with a previous trainer, reconnecting with a new trainer can be challenging. Synchronization between the Pokémon and trainer may never occur. However, with the Soothe Bell, everything changes. The affinity between the Pokémon and trainer grows exponentially. Even Pokémon captured at a high level can begin to develop an understanding with their new trainer. Thus, while the Soothe Bell's effect isn't immediate, its unique impact is absolutely invaluable. No wonder those three people went to such lengths to obtain this Soothe Bell. For anyone who could use it, it's a true treasure. Additionally, the Soothe Bell isn't a single-use item. Once one Pokémon is done using it, it can be handed to another or sold. Both options are good. At the moment, Cain didn't have a Pokémon needing high affinity for evolution. But now he had a Pokémon perfectly suited for the Soothe Bell. Ms. Magius. Ms. Magius, Cain called softly. Since being scared by Professor Oak's Dragonite, Ms. Magius had become even calmer. Without Cain's orders, she wouldn't leave his shadow. She also constantly concealed her presence, trying not to be noticed by other Pokémon. So, when Ms. Magius peeked out from Cain's shadow, she caused no disturbance among his other Pokémon. Mias. Still acting childishly, Ms. Magius began circling Cain. As the first human she met who provided her with food and fun things, Ms. Magius felt very close to Cain. She also obediently followed many of Cain's commands. After all, the other Pokémon, similar to her, also obeyed Cain. Imitating them felt natural to her, and she found no fault in it. After circling a few times, she noticed the bell in Cain's hand and felt a peculiar, attractive energy. She instinctively wanted to get closer. Cain smiled and stroked Miss Magius's head. Clearly, their relationship had reached a level where she would follow simple battle commands. However, Ms. Magius hadn't been trained properly yet and couldn't demonstrate the full capability of an elite-level Pokémon. Do you like it? Cain shook the bell in his hand. The bell's chime was clear and resonant, capable of traveling long distances. Its craftsmanship was impeccable. Mias. Ms. Magius showed an expression of delight, nodding repeatedly. She looked at the bell in Cain's hand and then at her own chest, clearly thinking it would fit perfectly there. Cain smiled and handed her the bell. Though it had no string, when he placed it on Miss Magius's chest, it magically adhered there. It was Ms. Magius who fixed it in place. With the soothe bell on, Ms. Magius was as happy as a child, spinning through the forest and showing off her new accessory to Cain's other Pokémon. The other Pokémon knew her childish nature and played along for a while. Skorupi, however, felt a little envious. But that was all. They considered Ms. Magius a little sister, even though she was stronger than all of them. After playing for a while, Ms. Magius returned to Cain's shadow as he instructed. Before entering the shadow, she rubbed her cheek against Cain's affectionately. The soothe bell had just been equipped, and its remarkable effect was already showing. End of chapter. Chapter 461, Chapter 461, 5 days later. It was nighttime. A quiet night passed. The next morning, Cain, who had been meditating throughout the night, woke up. He took his Pokémon and resumed his exploration journey. Although the forest had diverse terrains that forced Cain to take detours, overall, he was heading southwest, in the direction of Little Root Town. However, when passing through darker, more humid parts of the forest or swamps, Cain ventured in to investigate, mainly looking for traces of Scolipede. After all, training his Pokémon and earning money along the way was something Cain wouldn't pass up. The Pokémon they encountered on their way and showed decent quality, Cain captured for future sale. Nevertheless, the deeper he went, the stronger and more powerful the wild Pokémon became. This was exactly what Cain was hoping for. Skorupi, use Bug Bite. Cain ordered. At the moment, Cain was directing Skorupi in a battle against a wild Pokémon, an Ursaring at level 31 with a light green quality. Ursaring is a Pokémon known for its strength. It usually lives in the forest, and due to its robust body and a temper that makes it lash out even at itself when enraged, few dare to provoke it. But this time, Ursaring had chosen the wrong opponent. Facing Ursaring's charge, Skorupi not only didn't dodge but charged directly at it, its pincers concentrating bug-type energy and launching a bug bite attack. Since learning a new way to use the move yesterday, Skorupi had started mastering how to use its pincers instead of its mouth. Cain was preparing Skorupi for evolution. When Skorupi evolves into Drapion, it gains the innate ability to use moves like Ice Fong, Fire Fong, and Thunder Fong. With these, its attack power will increase significantly. If Drapion can use its pincers instead of its mouth to execute these moves, its combat capabilities will reach a whole new level. Additionally, since equipping the fragmented toxic orb yesterday, Skorupi had started developing antibodies against the poisonous energy within, accelerating its poison-type development several times over. Boom. Skorupi's pincers clashed with Ursaring's massive claws. Both Pokémon, known for their strength, refused to back down. However, to Ursaring's surprise, used to intimidating others with its power, today, a small bug-like Pokémon was resisting and, more so, overpowering it, pushing Ursaring back. Ursaring's eyes widened in disbelief. Skorupi, Poison Tail. Cain continued. Skorupi didn't rely solely on its pincers to attack. Upon hearing the command, its eyes gleamed. Its pincers shifted slightly from pushing to gripping, locking onto Ursaring's claws. Its venom-coated tail shot swiftly toward Ursaring's underarm. Gra. Ursaring roared in pain. Skorupi had targeted a weak spot in its body, activating its sniper ability. The pain was immense. Now, Skorupi was like it had 3 hands, with its tail being the strongest. Ursaring's body began showing signs of poisoning, a purplish tint spreading, clearly entering a poisoned state. Skorupi seized the opportunity, releasing Ursaring's claws and following up with Poison Fong, this time with its pincers. This intensified the poison within Ursaring's body. Struck once more, Ursaring staggered back a few steps, feeling its body weaken. Dizzy and disoriented, it collapsed onto its back, losing its ability to fight. Well done, Skorupi. Remember this rhythm, use your strength to break the enemy's coordination. When necessary, use moves to disrupt the opponent's rhythm and then strike their weakest point with your tail, aiming to take them down in one blow, Cain said, rewarding Skorupi with some poke blocks and patting its now iron-hard armor encouragingly. Cha. Skorupi nodded with determination. It now had a better understanding of how to utilize its ability and always sought to pinpoint the enemy's weak spots before launching a decisive attack. This Ursaring was just one of the many opponents Skorupi had defeated, and its strength was quite impressive. Now, defeating Pokémon 3 or 4 levels higher without a type disadvantage was relatively easy for Skorupi. Cain threw a Pokeball, capturing Ursaring. Whether he'd use it or not, it could at least strengthen his team. And so, Cain continued his journey with his Pokémon. This brief battle, lasting only a few minutes, was just a reflection of what the next days would hold. Traveling, battling, and moving forward, all while searching for traces of Scolipede. Thus, Cain and his Pokémon had been trekking through the forest for 5 days. Now, they were deep in the forest, where they could encounter an opponent Cain couldn't defeat with his current strength at any moment. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious, avoiding clearly marked dangerous territories. Fortunately, with Slowking's teleport move, Cain didn't always need to flee. Sometimes, challenging the forest's leaders with his Pokémon was also a way to train them. During these 5 days, Cain felt like he was back on the trial island, growing stronger in the forest. Only this time, the enemies were much more terrifying than back then. Fortunately, Cain was now much stronger. 5 days of combat had brought significant changes to his Pokémon. Since, aside from resting, all they had done was fight continuously, all of Cain's Pokémon had undergone a shift in temperament, becoming more feral and developing a greater desire to fight. Slowking, as one of the main combatants in their deep forest adventures, had reached level 39. It only needed one more level to reach the advanced level. But since it had recently leveled up, it required time to accumulate experience. Honchkrow had risen 3 levels, reaching level 38. The abundance of grass and bug-type Pokémon in the forest allowed it to maximize its flying-type advantage, and with its Moxie ability and Sky Attack move, it could unleash its full potential when facing swarms of bug-type Pokémon. Under such circumstances, Honchkrow was practically the combined strength of all of Cain's Pokémon. Once its Moxie ability was boosted, it could knock out Pokémon in a single strike. If not for its endurance, Cain believed Honchkrow could sweep through a section of the forest teeming with bug-type Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 462, Chapter 462, Rapid Growth and Strength. Slowking and Honchkrow remain the strongest Pokémon on Cain's team for now. However, the other Pokémon have quickly caught up, as Cain has focused his training efforts on them during this time. One of the Pokémon Cain has been training is Sneasel, whose level has reached 37. The improvement rate has been very fast, as the forest is full of grass-type Pokémon, and under the immense power of Sneasel's ice-type moves, it has defeated many Pokémon. Additionally, thanks to the combination of Metal Claw and Ice Punch, Sneasel's damage output is even more remarkable. The move Metal Claw, infused with Ice-type energy, enhances the effectiveness of its Ice-type attacks. With Sneasel now at level 37, it has met Cain's expectations. All that's left is for Cain to acquire a Razor Claw so that Sneasel can evolve into Weevil, unlocking its full potential. Meanwhile, Haunter, who previously served as Cain's guardian, has reached level 35. Figuring out how to evolve Haunter into Jengar remains a dilemma Cain has yet to solve. Previously, on the trial island, if Haunter had stayed in the cave brimming with ghost-type energy, it might have evolved into Jengar due to the overwhelming ghost energy there. However, back then, Haunter didn't meet Cain's requirements. Even now, at level 35, it still falls short. Cain plans to ask Umbra next time they meet since he also has a Jengar and might offer some insight into its evolution. After all, in his previous life, Cain never had a Jengar. For now, there's no rush with Haunter, it can continue to grow stronger. The Pokémon that has made the most progress is Skorupi. As Cain's primary focus for training this time, its level has risen significantly, to the point where one might say its strength has exploded. Since Skorupi is strong enough, it now battles many strength-type Pokémon and is always on the front lines. Skorupi has become the physically strongest Pokémon on Cain's team and has started mastering the use of its pincers, which has significantly enhanced its combat power. Skorupi has reached level 32, catching up to Haunter and the others. At the very least, it's no longer falling behind. Skorupi's rapid leveling is partly due to the constant battles but also to one crucial factor, the fragmented toxic orb hanging around its neck. Although the toxic orb is broken and has lost much of its energy, it still contains enough power for Skorupi to absorb. Over these days, Skorupi has absorbed a significant amount of that energy, accelerating its level progression. Moreover, during this time, Skorupi's venom sac has fully developed. Although the toxins it produces are still relatively basic, Cain plans to search for various poisons for Skorupi to use, fully developing its potential. Among Cain's 6 main Pokémon, 5 have now reached similar levels, while Miltank has fallen into the second group. In fact, Miltank no longer participates in battles and has taken on a support role instead. This was inevitable, as its nature isn't inclined toward combat, and its potential hasn't kept pace with Cain's plans. Now, its role as a support Pokémon, managing Cain's secondary Pokémon team, is more fitting. Nonetheless, with the consistent use of the Pokeblocks Cain has prepared for it, its level will continue to increase gradually. However, it's unlikely Miltank will ever return to Cain's battles. Fortunately, Miltank enjoys its new support role more than battling. In summary, Cain has experienced a significant overall increase in power, thanks partly to the high-level Pokémon in this forest. If Cain had only encountered weaker Pokémon, he wouldn't have been able to train his team as effectively. Even so, many wild Pokémon in this forest remain beyond Cain's ability to defeat. For instance, yesterday, Cain accidentally wandered into the territory of an exceptionally powerful wild Pokémon and was chased out. If not for Slowking's teleport move, they would have been in serious trouble. The opponent was a level 50 Shiftry. A level 50 Pokémon falls into the quasi-elite category, and Cain barely escaped. So, even though Cain's team has improved considerably, he must remain cautious in this forest at all times. One never knows when they might encounter an invincible enemy. That said, Cain has no trouble facing level 40 Pokémon. If one Pokémon can't defeat them, the team can handle it together. But when Cain faces Pokémon at this level, he can't hold back. If he does, and the opponent has an unexpected ace up its sleeve, he could lose a Pokémon. Thus, when Cain confronts level 40 Pokémon, they often end up surrounded and defeated. So far, Cain has covered more than half of his target area but still hasn't found any trace of Scolipede, which has surprised him. During phone calls with Karen, Cain learned that over the past few days, they've completed several group missions, raising their hunting team's rating to 2 stars and earning a substantial sum of money, which has allowed them to upgrade their equipment and significantly increase their strength. However, hunting always comes with risks, and sadly, 2 team members have lost their lives. One was a new member, and the other a veteran fighter who had been with the team since their Black Snake days. Nevertheless, these losses were deemed acceptable due to the substantial gains. Currently, in Leafy Town, there are still many League inspectors and construction workers, so Alec and his team cannot return yet. However, rumors suggest that Miyamoto and others have quietly approached the area to scout. The gym is nearly complete, and soon, Cain will become the gym leader of Leafy Town, joining the League's elite. With that, Cain will have established a solid base in the Hoenn region. When this training journey concludes, Cain will retreat to train quietly for a while. The Pokémon that have leveled up will need time to stabilize their power, master moves, and adapt to the changes in their bodies. Moreover, Cain's second Pokémon team will begin formal training. Cain has already outlined a preliminary plan for his next steps. Once he reaches the advanced level, he'll return to Mudkip. The wait is almost over. End of chapter. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, The Attack of Scolipede. Perhaps due to some magical law, after so many days of fruitless searching, Cain had been unable to locate Scolipede. Just as he was about to give up, it appeared before him. Scolipede is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, commonly found in dense forests, in darker and more humid areas of the ground. Cain had been vigilant in such places but never imagined he would end up finding it in such an unexpected way. Pokémon, Scolipede, green. Gender, female. Level. Types, bug plus poison. Ability, poison point. Held item, none. Egg moves, Twineedle, Pin Missile, Toxic Spikes. Basic moves, Baton Pass, Iron Defense, Megahorn, Defense Curl, Rollout, Poison Sting, Screech, Pursuit, Protect, Poison Tail, Venoshock, Agility, Steamroller. Learned moves, Bug Bite, Signal Beam, Throat Chop. TM moves, none. Cain's eyes narrowed slightly. This Scolipede had reached level 40, and its quality was green, clearly meeting the requirements of the Hunter League mission. However, at level 40, Scolipede was already an advanced level Pokémon. Previously, Cain's Pokémon had fought others at levels 42 and 43. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, Scolipede looked truly massive, much larger than any Pokémon Cain had at his side. Cha! Skorupi cried out. Seeing Scolipede, it quickly stepped forward with a shout, positioning itself at the front lines. However, standing only 1.2 meters tall, Skorupi looked small compared to the towering 2.5 meter Scolipede. This is just as the saying goes, what one seeks with great effort cannot be found, but what one doesn't seek comes unbidden. I've been searching for you for so many days without success, and just as I was about to give up, you appear. Well, it's not too late, Cain said, smiling at Scolipede. Scolipede clearly didn't understand what Cain was saying. But upon seeing Skorupi step forward, Scolipede, as the Bug Queen, felt challenged. Scolipede roared angrily and charged directly at Skorupi. The prey has come to us. Cain exclaimed. Slowking, use Nasty Plot. Honchkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Icicle Crash to slow it down. Haunter, use Shadow Ball consecutively. Skorupi, Taunt. Stop its advance. 5 Pokémon against 1. Although Scolipede's level was higher, it was only slightly above Slowking's, making the difference manageable. Honchkrow was the quickest to react. Its Tailwind move was so ingrained that as soon as Cain gave the order, it executed Tailwind, increasing the speed of all the Pokémon. Although Honchkrow no longer had the prankster ability, the execution speed of Tailwind hadn't decreased much. Sloking's body emitted a strange aura as it used Nasty Plot, raising its special attack. Thanks to the speed boost provided by Honchkrow, Sneasel quickly raised its hands, creating 4 ice spikes in the air. A few days ago, Sneasel could only generate 3 spikes, but it had since increased to 4, reflecting its growth in ice-type energy. The ice spikes fell directly toward the advancing Scolipede. However, Scolipede noticed the sudden appearance of the ice spikes. Its robust body, aided by its many legs, moved with agility, dodging left and right. It managed to avoid Sneasel's icicle crash, although its speed was significantly reduced. Skorupi immediately used Taunt on Scolipede, then pushed off strongly with its legs, launching itself at Scolipede. Boom. The two Pokémon collided midair. Due to the speed reduction, Scolipede couldn't overpower Skorupi, who charged straight at it. After using Taunt, Scolipede's eyes glowed red, glaring at Skorupi with extreme anger. A contest of strength ensued. Despite a slight advantage for Scolipede, Skorupi was slowly being pushed back. Considering that Skorupi was only level 32 compared to Scolipede's level 40, holding its ground was a remarkable feat. Skorupi's strength exceeded Cain's expectations. At that moment, Haunter, who had already prepared several shadow balls, moved quickly into Skorupi and Scolipede's combat area, launching each one at Scolipede's massive body. Boom. 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 The continuous attacks prevented Scolipede from focusing all its strength on Skorupi, trapping it in a close-quarters battle. Honchkrow, use Shadow Wing Attack plus Night Slash. Slowking, use Psychic. Finish it off. Cain gave clear orders. Honchkrow, already prepared, swiftly ascended with a flap of its wings, generating a gust of wind as it dove directly at Scolipede. Shadow Wing Attack, a combination of flying and dark-type moves, was one of Honchkrow's recently mastered techniques. White flying energy and black dark energy swirled around Honchkrow. Boom. Like a hunting eagle, Honchkrow swooped down rapidly, striking Scolipede and then quickly ascending again, leaving no opportunity for Scolipede to counterattack. Immediately afterward, Sloking's psychic attack hit its mark. Dark psychic energy balls struck Scolipede directly on the head, leaving it stunned. Scolipede's body trembled as the combined attacks from Honchkrow and Slowking inflicted significant damage. Haunter, use Hypnosis. Slowking, use Yawn. Taking advantage of Scolipede's disorientation, Cain ordered the combination of Haunter's Hypnosis and Slowking's Yawn moves. With a double sleep attack, Scolipede slowly collapsed to the ground. Without landing a single blow, Scolipede was defeated by Cain's teamwork. He threw a Pokeball and captured Scolipede. With this, the mission is complete, Cain said, holding Scolipede's Pokeball in his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, the necessary elements are about to arrive. Cain took out his communication system and dialed Karen's number. He informed her that he had already completed the task of capturing Scolipede and that they no longer needed to waste time on that mission. Karen was very happy with the result. Before Cain hung up, Karen told him he could send the Pokeball back. After forming the hunting team, Karen bought some basic equipment, the most important being the portable Pokeball transmitter. This device is quite common in the Pokémon world. After all, most league trainers are only allowed to carry 6 Pokémon, so nearly everyone carries a device to transmit Pokeballs. Since the hunting team had been formed, this equipment was indispensable. Otherwise, what would they do during a hunt? Send someone with a huge bag to carry all the Pokeballs. That wouldn't be impossible, but if they encountered the League Police or Pokémon World Rangers, it would be a problem. In any case, there was specialized staff to manage the Pokeballs sent back. Cain used his Pokeball transmitter, which he had never used before, to send the Scolipede's Pokeball to Karen. The sooner the task is completed, the higher the compliance rating in the mission assessment. When Karen received Scolipede's Pokeball, she hung up the call with Cain, satisfied. As for who would receive the final credit for capturing Scolipede, it wasn't important to Cain. After all, the hunting team had already been formed, and Karen worked for him now. If they wanted it, he would give it to them. Just as Cain was putting away his portable Pokeball transmitter, a secret communicator on his body began to vibrate. Cain frowned. It was Umbra's communicator. The last time it vibrated was when he had to meet Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. He didn't know what matter Umbra had this time. He took out the communicator and pressed the button to answer. Mr. Umbra, Cain said respectfully. From the other side of the communicator, Umbra responded in his usual cold tone, Cain, where are you? Still training in the forest. Cain looked around and replied, I'm training in a forest, but I'm not sure of my exact location. I think I'm somewhere between Little Root Town and Verdanturf Town. Umbra fell silent for a moment. The forest between Verdanturf Town and Little Root Town was quite large. And where are you headed? Don't tell me you plan to stay in the forest for a week or more. In a few days, I should arrive in Little Root Town. I'm going there to pick up some things, Cain replied honestly. All right. I'll send you the supplies you earned in the last trial, along with the 3 evolution elixirs you exchanged with me. We'll meet in the forest outside Little Root Town, Umbra said. Evolution elixirs couldn't be transmitted through a transmitter. Last time, Cain had gone personally to the Team Rocket research base at the Lake of Rage to retrieve them. Cain was slightly pleased to hear Umbra's words. Was he finally going to receive the supplies he had been waiting for? Most importantly, the evolution elixirs. Was Larvitar about to hatch? I need some things now, can I still exchange these supplies? Cain asked. Umbra fell silent again for a moment before responding with 2 words, you can. Although he was aware that exchanging resources at this moment might be tricky, even Giovanni had told Umbra to fulfill Cain's requests as long as they weren't excessive. He wanted to see how far Cain could go in the Hoenn region. If he managed to become as strong a trainer as Sabrina or Koga, investing in him would be a good decision. I'd like to exchange for a razor claw, some black sludge, and convert the rest into $, Cain said after some thought. These were the items he considered most useful at the moment. With $, he could buy whatever he needed later. If he couldn't find what he needed, surely his friends could. Hearing Cain's request, Umbra narrowed his eyes. Although these 2 items weren't of extraordinary value, they were quite rare. Even within Team Rocket, there weren't many in stock, and many wanted to exchange for them but didn't have the means. Cain had already asked Steven to look for the King's Rock and Razor Claw. The King's Rock had already been delivered to him, but there was no news about the Razor Claw, which showed how rare it was. Not that its effect was incredible, but as they say, scarcity makes it valuable. In comparison, the black sludge was more useful and also more expensive. All right, but that will leave few resources remaining, Umbra said in a cold tone. Cain had offered half of his supplies in exchange for the 3 evolution elixirs. Now, he would use the rest to obtain the razor claw and black sludge, which would consume almost everything. It doesn't matter, obtaining those 2 items is enough, Cain said decisively. He was more than willing to spend all his resources on them. The razor claw, though useful for other Pokémon, held special value for Sneasel. With this item, Sneasel could evolve into Weevil during the night, marking a great leap in power and potential. Sneasel had always had a somewhat intermittent presence on his team, probably due to its somewhat solitary personality. Recently, after several training sessions, the relationships among his Pokémon had become more harmonious. That's why Cain thought he should organize more team training sessions, which would not only increase strength but also build trust and cooperation among his Pokémon. End of chapter. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, The Pursuit of the Scolipede Swarm. In summary, the current Sneasel already has sufficient power and has met Cain's standards. If it manages to evolve at this point, it would be perfect. As for the black sludge, it was an idea Cain came up with on the spot. This item is extremely powerful as it allows poison-type Pokémon to continuously recover health while holding it, essentially giving them a special ability akin to Breloom's. Though Breloom heals more when severely poisoned, the black sludge's effect is constant. Even so, the value of this item is incredibly high. Additionally, this item not only provides health recovery but also enhances the poison-type moves of the Pokémon. Cain specifically chose it for his Skorupi and Haunter, the only 2 poison types currently on his team. With the black sludge, their combat abilities could significantly improve. These 2 items, the Razor Claw and Black Sludge, are the best Cain could find now to strengthen his Pokémon. The remaining resources will be exchanged for these 2 items, and the rest will be converted into $. I'll also have someone deliver them to you, along with the 3 elixirs, in the forest outside Little Root Town. It'll have an exclusive mark from our shadow unit, you just need to meet him there, Umbra said coldly. Understood. Cain replied. Be careful. After those words, Umbra hung up the call. Careful? Of what? Cain was puzzled. Why did he warn him to be careful but not specify what about? It was frustrating. Before Cain could think further about it, another unexpected incident occurred. In the forest, unforeseen events can always happen, especially in its deeper areas, where surprises are even more common. This time, the unexpected event had something to do with Cain. A group of Scolipedes suddenly appeared, accompanied by Whirlipedes and an endless army of Vanipedes. Did we destroy a Scolipede nest? Cain's expression turned grim. The number of Scolipedes was overwhelming. Bug-type Pokémon have an absurd reproduction capacity for a reason. At the forefront of the group was a much larger Scolipede than the one Cain and his team had previously defeated. Clearly, this was the leader of the entire colony. Cain's system activated immediately, providing data on the leader Scolipede. Pokémon, Scolipede, light blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, bug plus poison. Ability, poison point. Held item, leadership. Egg moves, rock climb, pin missile, toxic spikes. Basic moves, baton pass, iron defense, megahorn, defense curl, rollout, poison sting, screech, pursuit, protect, poison tail, venoshock, agility, steamroller, toxic, venom drench. Learned moves, bug bite, signal beam, throat chop, iron tail, stomping tantrum. TM moves, none. Seeing the data on the leader Scolipede, Cain realized the situation was getting complicated. A level 49 Scolipede was nothing like a level 41, the former was barely advanced level, while the latter was already on the verge of the quasi-elite level. The difference between the two was enormous. Moreover, this Scolipede had a light blue quality, meaning its capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary Scolipedes. It's male. Then the Scolipede I captured earlier was its mate. One of many. Cain looked at the large number of Scolipedes behind him and quickly added, one of many. It seemed he had indeed disturbed a Scolipede nest. And judging by the situation, it didn't look like they could win this fight. In situations like this, fleeing is the best strategy. If you can't win, the only option is to retreat. Otherwise, getting trapped by a swarm of poison-type Pokémon would be dangerous. Cain quickly threw a Pokeball, and Tropius appeared. Initially, Tropius seemed relaxed, but as soon as it saw the Scolipedes and their army approaching, its expression immediately changed. Tropius wasn't the same as before. In the past, when Cain had less power, their enemies were more manageable, but now the opponents they faced emitted auras that genuinely intimidated it. Cain noticed Tropius's frightened expression and smiled, calmly climbing onto its back. The Scolipedes were strong, but they couldn't fly, making them unable to threaten Cain. Cain's other Pokémon also climbed onto Tropius's back. Honchkrow could fly on its own, Skorupi was returned to its Pokeball, and Slowking simply found a spot on Tropius's back, using its telekinesis to minimize its own weight. A slightly nervous Tropius began flapping its wings, lifting into the air. In theory, the Scolipedes should have given up upon seeing them take to the skies, but for some reason, the leader Scolipede appeared particularly enraged about the capture of the female Scolipede, perhaps its favorite. Thus, they continued pursuing Tropius on the ground. To make matters worse, Tropius's massive size made it difficult to maneuver between the forest trees, while the agile Scolipedes easily kept pace, right behind them. Cain patted Tropius's neck, signaling it not to rush, to stay calm, and just maintain a steady speed. Although Tropius was still somewhat scared, its trust in Cain's strength calmed it a bit, and it slowed its flight. The Scolipedes got even closer. If they're going to chase us this persistently, they won't walk away empty-handed, Cain said coldly, his dark eyes gleaming with a frosty light. Slowking, use Psychic repeatedly. Honchkrow, attack with Dark Pulse. Sneasel, use Icicle Crash and Icy Wind. Remember to take advantage of the large number of enemies below to practice your moves. Haunter, launch Shadow Ball repeatedly. Following Cain's orders, his Pokémon, without needing to worry about being attacked, unleashed their most powerful attacks indiscriminately on the swarm of Scolipedes. After all, any attack would hit an enemy. However, the Scolipedes didn't remain idle, countering with moves like Pin Missile, Poison Sting, Venoshock, and other ranged attacks aimed at Cain and his team in the air. End of chapter. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, Grumpig and the Radiant Stone. The Scolipede pursued Cain and his group for over half an hour, covering several dozen miles. If not for Cain's extended flight, causing significant casualties within the colony, the Scolipede likely would not have ceased their chase. However, due to the prolonged pursuit, many Vanipede were unable to keep up and, upon entering the territory of other Pokémon, were deemed intruders and eliminated. Today could be considered a day of heavy losses for the Scolipede colony. For Cain and his group, the situation wasn't as dire, as the decision to fight or retreat was entirely Cain's. Although the Scolipede's attacks were somewhat troublesome, fortunately, Slowking's psychic abilities managed to block them. Despite this, the spoils of the encounter were significant, not in terms of material resources, but in the mastery and handling of their moves, which improved considerably. After all, it's rare to have such an abundance of targets to practice on. More than half an hour later, Tropius had no issues flying. When Cain asked him to land, the Pokémon wasn't even out of breath, though his small heart was racing rapidly. Flying through a mountainous and forested region like this entails dealing not only with terrestrial Pokémon but also with those that inhabit the trees and skies. Fortunately, Tropius bore traces of dragon-type blood, and with the powerful aura that Slowking and the others had cultivated in the forest, few Pokémon dared to attack them. If any audacious Pokémon appeared, Honchkrow was ready to teach it a lesson. If they encountered an overwhelming threat, Cain would have Tropius change direction to avoid entering the territory of stronger Pokémon. Facing a terrestrial Pokémon wasn't a major issue, but encountering a powerful flying Pokémon could pose complications. In such a scenario, Slowking would have to use Teleport to escape. However, using Teleport would set them back in their journey, so Cain avoided this option unless absolutely necessary. After recalling Tropius, Cain sat down to rest with his Pokémon. Even though there was no immediate danger, the continuous use of moves was exhausting. Seated on the ground, Cain's Pokémon recovered their energy while mentally reviewing their control over energy and the rhythm of their moves to truly benefit from the experience. But just as Cain and his team had rested for over half an hour, their reprieve was interrupted. They had inadvertently entered another Pokémon's territory. This time, the wild Pokémon they encountered was particularly peculiar. A group of robust Grumpig appeared before Cain. Grumpig is a relatively rare Pokémon in the Hoenn region, typically living in herds in forests and rarely seen in human-populated areas. Although they resemble pigs, they are pure Psychic-type Pokémon, whose innate intelligence belies their appearance. The first to detect their presence was Slowking. With Slowking's advanced psychic abilities, few Pokémon could approach them undetected, let alone a group of psychically empowered pigs. Thus, as soon as the Grumpig entered Slowking's perception range, he alerted Cain. However, Cain did not halt his advance, as encountering Psychic-type Pokémon in the wild was a rare opportunity. Throughout his expeditions, Cain had never come across a purely Psychic-type Pokémon in the wild. Pure Psychic types are those with only the Psychic type. Due to their purity, they are far rarer. When Slowking informed him of the Grumpig's proximity, Cain recalled something. When Cain's psychic abilities were still very weak, he used his system to analyze what could enhance his psychic powers and quickly elevate them to the level of a novice psychic. The system discovered a very special item called the Radiant Stone. Although Cain had yet to see one, he clearly remembered how the system described its appearance. It is believed that Radiant Stones form within the bodies of psychic Pokémon. And purely psychic Pokémon, such as Grumpig, have a higher chance of producing these stones. This is why Cain once sought out Abra's evolutionary line in Kanto, as they are pure psychic types. But in the end, he never found them. Abra is born with the ability to use teleport, so even if Cain managed to locate them, he lacked the means to prevent Abra from using teleport. Eventually, Cain gave up the search. But now, before him stood a group of purely psychic Pokémon, Grumpig. Cain wasn't very familiar with these Pokémon. Since they aren't commonly seen among trainers, Grumpig doesn't particularly stand out, aside from its purity as a psychic type. However, Cain was intrigued by the black pearls on the Grumpig's bodies. Were they truly just pearls? This point had never been thoroughly investigated, but Cain was genuinely interested in finding out. Additionally, Cain was eager to verify whether these Grumpig could produce a Radiant Stone. However, to test this, he would first have to defeat, or even eliminate, the group of Grumpig, who already showed signs of hostility. A group of Grumpig, led by an Alpha Grumpig, stopped a short distance from Cain. This forest was their territory, and now it had been invaded by unknown Pokémon and a human. Although Grumpig is not a Pokémon that seeks trouble, once provoked, they cannot afford to show weakness if they wish to survive in the wild. Furthermore, as psychic Pokémon, they have a heightened sense of danger compared to other Pokémon. The Alpha Grumpig could clearly sense the intense malice and uncontrollable desire emanating from Cain. It could perceive Cain's faint psychic abilities. As a psychic Pokémon, it despised those without psychic powers, viewing them as brainless beings. However, Cain not only possessed psychic abilities but also harbored malicious intent toward them. This was a matter of concern for the Alpha Grumpig. Cain slowly stood up from the ground, a smile on his lips as he calmly observed the Grumpig before him. These Grumpig would be his test subjects. He would see if the Radiant Stone truly existed. He would see if this Radiant Stone could indeed enhance his psychic powers. He would see if today he could officially become a novice psychic. End of chapter. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, For the Shining Stone. Pokémon, Grumpig, Dark Green. Gender, Male. Level. Type, Psychic. Ability, Own Tempo. Held item, None. Egg moves, Zen Headbutt, Mirror Coat, Endure. Basic moves, Teeter Dance, Belch, Splash, Psy Wave, Odor Sleuth, Psybeam, Psych Up, Confuse Ray, Magic Coat, Power Gem, Rest, Snore, Sicehawk. Learned moves, Thunder Punch, Telekinesis, Heal Bell, Snatch. TM moves, None. These are the stats of the leader of the Grumpig group. The system automatically displayed its profile when Grumpig entered Cain's scanning range. Grumpig is, in fact, a Pokémon very similar to Slowpoke before it evolves. Apart from Slowpoke's water type, its similarity to Grumpig is high, both in appearance and moves. Grumpig is a Psychic-type Pokémon, excelling in Psychic-type moves. However, it has a weakness, it cannot naturally learn the move Miracle Eye. This is also the case with Slowpoke. It cannot learn Miracle Eye either, but Cain's Slowking managed to learn it because it is a shiny Pokémon. Thus, Grumpig, a Pokémon notable for its Psychic-type moves, is at a disadvantage against Honchkrow and Sneasel, which are Dark-type. Even though its level is higher than Honchkrow and Sneasel, its psychic power is not strong enough to ignore the type disadvantage. Yes, type disadvantages exist within certain limits. For instance, Dark-type Pokémon are immune to Psychic-type attacks, and Normal-type Pokémon are immune to Ghost-type attacks. But this is valid only if the levels and strength of the Pokémon aren't too disparate. If there's a significant level difference, the accumulation of energy is enough to overcome immunity. For example, a level 5 Dark-type Pokémon wouldn't be immune to the Psychic-type attacks of a level 90 Psychic Pokémon. The sheer amount of energy would overwhelm it. It's like rubber, which can insulate against electricity but not against a lightning strike or high-voltage discharge. The rubber would simply melt under the immense energy. Similarly, Pokémon-type immunities follow this logic. However, in this case, Honchkrow and Sneasel can completely ignore the psychic moves of the Grumpig. So, even though the leader of the Grumpig has reached level 42, they are at a significant disadvantage against Honchkrow and Sneasel. With their intelligence, they should be able to understand what I say, right? Cain said calmly, looking at the hostile Grumpig in the distance. Grum. The Grumpig leader remained serious. Cain, though maintaining a neutral expression, could sense the intense malice emanating from him. As his malice grew, so did that of the Pokémon around him. The other Pokémon weren't as intimidating, but 2 Dark-type Pokémon provoked an innate fear in the Grumpig leader, as if he were facing his natural predators. Moreover, a pink Pokémon with a majestic appearance, bearing something like a crown-shaped shell, emitted 2 intertwined psychic waves, as if they were a single entity. The psychic power emanating from that Pokémon was so overwhelming that even the Grumpig leader felt astonished. "What do you intend, human?" asked the Grumpig leader, his eyes glowing red, psychic energy flowing. The leader's voice echoed in Cain's mind via telepathy. Sensing the telepathic connection, Cain didn't sever the link with his own psychic powers. "I'm interested in your kind because you might have something that can enhance my psychic abilities." "I'm sorry, but..." "I have no other choice," Cain said, raising an eyebrow and flashing a cold smile. It seemed he was about to massacre another Pokémon tribe. If not for the potential of finding the Shining Stone, he might have considered relocating the Grumpig to the mountains behind his home. The mountains behind Cain's gym in Verdant Town were vast and challenging to manage. Having a group of psychic Pokémon helping to guard it would have made intrusions nearly impossible. The artificial lake behind the gym could be cared for by the Slowpoke tribe, but Cain didn't yet have a plan for the mountains. Grum. Hearing Cain's words, both the leader and his Grumpig tribe grew furious. This was an open challenge. Honchkrow, Sneasel, prepare for battle. The main fighters this time would be the Dark types, Honchkrow and Sneasel. Against Pokémon like Grumpig, who only have Psychic-type moves, as long as they're cautious about moves of other types, they can completely ignore psychic attacks. Slowking, use nasty plot. Haunter, this time you'll be the distraction. Be careful not to get hit. Slowking would play a crucial role in the offense. As for Haunter, despite being a ghost and poison type, which is vulnerable to psychic, it also has ghost-type moves that are highly effective against psychic Pokémon. So Haunter had to prioritize avoiding attacks and then strike from the shadows. Honchkrow and Sneasel would take the lead, absorbing most of the attacks. As for Skorupi, it was still a bug and poison type for now. Once it evolved into Drapion, it would become a poison and dark type, immune to psychic attacks. Skorupi, dodge psychic attacks and wait for the right moment to use Bite. Remember how to use your pincers and find the enemy's weak point. Cain gave instructions to each of his Pokémon, detailing their roles. Unlike one-on-one or two-on-two battles, this was a group fight, heavily reliant on the Pokémon's reaction speed and the trainer's precise commands at key moments. Most of the time, the Pokémon fought following the trainer's directions but made their own decisions in the heat of battle. Honchkrow led the charge. As a Dark-type Pokémon, it had no fear of facing psychics. Seeing Honchkrow approaching from the air, the Grumpig began to use their most powerful psychic moves against it. But the attacks had no effect. Honchkrow didn't even flinch. The Grumpig leader grew frustrated. Dark-type Pokémon were a real problem. End of chapter. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, The Concept of Skill Exchange. A massacre led by Honchkrow began immediately. Honchkrow and Sneasel were the primary attackers in this battle, while Slowking, Haunter, and Skorupi primarily focused on defense, resisting the rebellion of the Grumpig group. A total of 21 Grumpig, including their leader, lay lifeless after an hour. Although Honchkrow and Sneasel were immune to psychic attacks, the Grumpig didn't rely solely on psychic-type moves. For instance, the leader Grumpig could use Thunder Punch. However, being immune to psychic moves significantly diminished the Grumpig's offensive capabilities, rendering them like snakes without fangs. With each activation of Honchkrow's Moxie ability, its power grew exponentially, and the remaining Grumpig were practically defeated in a single strike. Although both Sneasel and Slowking sustained some injuries, they successfully overcame a group of 21 opponents, securing a fruitful victory. Throughout his adventures, Cain had previously exterminated various Pokémon groups, often using Grimer to absorb the bodies and use them as sustenance. This time, however, he had to take more extreme measures. Half an hour later, the ground sank 3 centimeters as 2 Grimer, under Cain's orders, absorbed the Grumpig corpses and the blood-soaked soil. Both Grimer had already reached a deep, dark green quality. Although one seemed to have reached its limit, the other still had room for improvement, and Cain estimated it could eventually reach a light blue quality before stopping. Thanks to the energy absorbed from the bodies, both Grimer also leveled up quickly, reaching level 32. At this rate, they would reach level 38 and evolve into Mook. These types of Pokémon, whose levels had been trained but not their combat skills, still had great potential and high value. If a trainer properly trained them, they could develop their own style and battle rhythm, allowing them to showcase their full strength. However, for Cain, these Grimer were merely experiments. He planned to reward his subordinates with them once he returned, strengthening their battle teams. As Cain observed the 5 black, opaque stones in his hand, the shining stones, he was struck by how difficult they were to obtain. Out of 21 Grumpig, only 5 shining stones had emerged, something that would have been nearly impossible to find without his system's help. These 5 stones appeared very unremarkable, emitting no glow. At first glance, they looked like ordinary rocks, and when Cain held them, apart from feeling slight warmth, he perceived nothing special. Can these things really enhance psychic powers? Cain murmured as he felt the warmth in his hand. Cain also discovered that the production of these stones was related to the Pokémon's strength and longevity. The stronger and older the Pokémon, the larger the stone. The production of these stones is truly challenging, but I don't think I'll actively seek them in the future. If the most powerful psychic Pokémon discover that someone is after these stones, a revolt would likely erupt, Cain thought. Psychic Pokémon are extremely intelligent, almost on par with humans. If they were to learn that they carried something so valuable, it would surely trigger an uprising. Because if it were confirmed that these stones were effective, psychic Pokémon might face mass slaughter at the hands of humans. This would practically affect all Pokémon of this type. Cain stored the 5 stones in his storage space, knowing that the battlefield, still reeking of blood, was unsuitable for resting or further research. Thus, tired and with his Pokémon team exhausted, he decided to leave quickly. Soon, other wild Pokémon would move to claim the Grumpig's territory, and facing them could prove troublesome. Just as he was about to leave, Slowking, who was not physically injured but emotionally affected, tugged at his clothes with a pale expression. Intrigued, Cain looked at Slowking, who quickly spoke to him through telepathy. "Master, up ahead there are other Pokémon with mental waves similar to the Grumpig, but weaker," said Slowking. Hearing this, Cain narrowed his eyes. Other Pokémon with similar mental waves, but weaker. Could it be Spoink, the ones that evolve into Grumpig? Although not many trainers use Grumpig, this Pokémon has a rather special use that perhaps people in this world have yet to discover. Seeing the Grumpig, Cain remembered an idea he had back on Earth. Spoink and Grumpig can learn 2 special moves, Role Play and Skill Swap. The move Role Play allows copying the opponent's ability, and Skill Swap enables exchanging abilities with the rival using psychic powers. These moves are powerful individually, but when combined, they produce unexpected results. In other words, a Pokémon that knows both moves could act as a skill converter, allowing Cain to transfer any ability he wanted to another Pokémon. Even if temporary, with enough training, this transfer could last quite some time. Cain had thought of this when he discovered the zone of Slakoth and Vigoroth in the mountains. If he could find a Pokémon with both moves, it would be highly useful for his future experiments. However, during the previous battle, he didn't encounter any Grumpig with both moves. And even if he had, after such a bloody encounter, those Grumpig wouldn't obey him. But these Spoink, who had never seen him before, might be different. End of chapter. Chapter 469, Chapter 469, Absorbing the Shining Stone. In Cain's impression, Gengar is also capable of learning both the move Role Play and the move Skill Swap. If he fails to find a Spoink that can master both moves at the same time, Cain can find one that knows Role Play and, when Haunter evolves into Gengar, have Spoink teach it the move. This way, Gengar could not only act as Cain's closest bodyguard but also temporarily serve as a skill converter. Haunter has already learned the move Skill Swap, it only lacks Role Play. Following the direction indicated by Slowking, Cain advanced with his Pokémon. In the Grumpig's territory, it wasn't only Grumpig that lived there. As he ventured further, Cain discovered traces of Spoink. Cain immediately activated the system to scan the data of these Spoink. The Spoink were a bit startled to see Cain and his Pokémon enter their den directly. But since the Grumpig leader and the Spoink capable of communicating were not present, the Spoink didn't dare act rashly and only watched Cain cautiously. Moreover, the Pokémon accompanying Cain exuded an air of danger and violence that the weak Spoink clearly couldn't handle. Fortunately, Cain seemed to be only observing, doing nothing out of place. When all the Spoink thought Cain had come just to look around, his eyes lit up as he reviewed the data. Spoink data appeared before him. Pokémon, Spoink, light green. Gender, female. Level. Type, psychic. Ability, thick fat. Held item, none. Egg moves, Future Sight, Skill Swap. Basic moves, Splash, Psywave, Odor Sleuth, Psybeam, Psych Up, Confuse Ray. Learned move, Roleplay. TM moves, none. In terms of physical development, aptitude, and appearance, this was a rather ordinary Pokémon with no standout traits. However, it was the only Spoink among many that Cain found to possess both Skill Swap and Roleplay. The other Spoink either had one of the moves or neither. Although its aptitude was mediocre, it was sufficient for a utility Pokémon. Cain signaled Honchkrow with his eyes. Honchkrow instantly understood the signal, flapped its wings, and quickly soared, immediately capturing the chosen Spoink from the group. The Spoink, who had been watching Cain, had prepared and unleashed a barrage of moves against Honchkrow. But even the psychic moves of the Grumpig leader had little effect on Honchkrow, let alone these Spoink. Honchkrow caught the Spoink and brought it to Cain. Cain glanced around and chuckled softly. These Spoink here were like a valuable treasure. If given the chance, he might relocate them to the rear mountain. Then, under the protection of Slowking's psychic barrier, Cain's Pokémon returned to the site of the previous battle. This time, Cain left without looking back, taking his Pokémon with him. As for the Spoink captured by Honchkrow, it was knocked unconscious and stored in a Pokeball. Its usefulness wouldn't be apparent immediately, but Cain planned to train it slowly once they returned. Cain continued advancing with his Pokémon for another half hour, fully leaving Grumpig territory before gradually stopping. He found a relatively safe place and began treating the external and internal injuries of his wounded Pokémon. This was something Cain always did after each battle, otherwise, without a Pokémon Center, accumulated injuries could severely impact his Pokémon in the long term. Then, using Slowking's Heal Pulse move, he could also relieve some of his Pokémon's physical fatigue. Having learned Heal Pulse, Slowking could temporarily act as the team's healer. Combined with the effect of Poke Blocks, Cain's Pokémon could quickly recover to their optimal state. This was the main reason Cain could survive in the wild for long periods without worrying about his Pokémon's condition. Next, Skorupi dug a cave into a massive tree trunk, large enough for all the Pokémon to enter and rest comfortably. In these deep mountains, there weren't many resources, but there were plenty of these gigantic trees that would take many people to encircle. During this time, Cain and his Pokémon had been resting in such trees, blocking the cave entrance with tree bark, and under the protection of the psychic barrier created by Slowking, other Pokémon usually couldn't find them. Slowking maintained the psychic barrier while the other Pokémon rested. Although today's battle was straightforward, the mental pressure on the Pokémon was still significant. Cain took out a black shining stone from his storage space and scanned it again with the system. Item name, Shining Stone, user defined. Description, a stone recorded in ancient books, similar to a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Function, can enhance the psychic abilities of a psychic user, with the degree of enhancement depending on the user's condition. Shining Stone, I hope you have some effect, Cain murmured as he extended his psychic energy to levitate the shining stone before him. Cain had no trouble lifting stones of this size with his psychic power. According to the system's description, using a shining stone required the psychic user to channel energy into the stone, allowing the mysterious energy within it to feed back into the user. Cain gradually increased the amount of psychic energy. After days of training, Cain had reached a 70% level of control over his psychic power. As the psychic energy increased, the shining stone began to tremble in the air. Crack! A clear sound of fracture resonated from the shining stone, and the psychic energy Cain had extended was immediately repelled. But the shining stone didn't fall, instead, it followed the trajectory of Cain's psychic energy, launching directly toward his head. A mysterious energy, different from psychic power but much stronger, seeped into his mind. Cain couldn't help but open his eyes. If anyone were in front of Cain at that moment, they would see his eyes were entirely black, with no distinction between pupils or sclera. The veins on his forehead suddenly bulged as a storm raged within his mind. The original psychic energy in his mind began spinning under the influence of this mysterious energy. Cain could feel that, after some time in contact, this mysterious energy was beginning to assimilate and convert into similar psychic energy, though of much higher quality. Moreover, it felt completely compatible with the psychic energy produced by Cain, causing no discomfort. End of chapter. Chapter 470, Becoming a Beginner-Level Psychic. An hour later, the black color in Cain's eyes began to fade, revealing the whites and pupils. Cain's forehead was covered in sweat, and his pale face showed signs of exhaustion. However, his mind had never felt so active. It was as if a switch had been flipped, his brain was extraordinarily alert, even more so than after a full night's sleep. Without wasting time, Cain retrieved a box containing psychic spheres from his storage space. To confirm whether he had truly become a beginner-level psychic, he only needed to see how many psychic spheres he could lift. Cain activated his psychic power suddenly. 5 psychic spheres floated into the air without Cain feeling much strain. The 6th, 7th, 8th. Gradually, he began to feel the pressure. Yet, the speed at which Cain raised the spheres did not slow. By the time he reached the 20th sphere, it, too, rose without hesitation. 20 spheres. The standard of a beginner-level psychic. Cain felt a trace of joy in his heart. He had finally become a beginner-level psychic and could now learn the telepathy skill. With the help of telepathy, his ability to command his Pokémon in battle and his reaction time would improve significantly. However, Cain didn't stop using his psychic power, sensing that he hadn't yet reached his limit. Finally, when Cain felt utterly exhausted, the number of psychic spheres floating around him reached 24. He had completely surpassed the threshold for beginner-level psychic power, and by a significant margin. Additionally, Cain noticed that after some time practicing, his control over his psychic power had reached 70%. However, after this improvement, his control level had dropped back to 60%. If he could train it to 100%, his psychic power would improve again. But none of that was Cain's primary focus. His main goal in becoming a beginner-level psychic was to learn telepathy. As for other aspirations, he knew his limitations and wouldn't demand too much of himself. In the future, he would have the opportunity to absorb the remaining 4 energy spheres and see how far his psychic power could develop. After putting away all the psychic spheres, Cain let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had reached beginner-level psychic status and could set aside that concern. He would continue training his psychic power but no longer needed to be as exhaustive as before, allowing him more time to handle other matters. After verifying his psychic power level, Cain, physically and mentally drained, fell asleep immediately. The night in the forest was far from quiet, the chirping of insects and rustling of leaves filled the air. Numerous nocturnal Pokémon hunted, and their occasional roars echoed through the forest. But none of this had anything to do with Cain. Thanks to Slowking's psychic barrier, the hollowed tree where they rested was very peaceful. Moreover, with Slowking keeping watch, if any wild Pokémon dared to intrude, Slowking could react immediately. It was rare to have a night of proper rest. The next morning, Cain allowed himself the luxury of sleeping in. When the sun was already high in the sky, he finally woke. Although he had felt extraordinarily energetic the previous day, that sensation had been misleading. Both his body and mind had been truly exhausted. After a good night's sleep, he felt fully recovered. Now that Cain had become a beginner-level psychic, he could finally learn telepathy. Telepathy wasn't a difficult skill to learn. When the old Ghastly had taught Slowpoke, it only took a few words of explanation and demonstration for Slowpoke to master it. Perhaps this was also because Slowpoke had exceptional talent for psychic powers. But the key to learning telepathy was the amount of psychic power one possessed. After a brief conversation with Slowking and combining the information from the psychic training guide Sabrina had given him, Cain quickly grasped the technique. Slowly extending his psychic power from his mind, he connected with Slowking's mind. Slowking. Cain thought silently. Master. I hear you. Slowking immediately responded. Cain's eyes lit up. So this is what telepathy feels like. It's truly incredible. Even though he was merely using his psychic power to project his thoughts, the recipient could understand them clearly. To test it further, Cain used telepathy to connect with his other Pokémon. He then mentally gave them commands. Although his Pokémon were surprised to receive orders telepathically, they trusted him and obeyed. Cain couldn't help but nod. They weren't yet accustomed to receiving commands through telepathy, but with time and training, this technique would become his primary method of commanding during battles. After packing up everything in the hollowed tree, Cain and his Pokémon set off. This time, he had captured a Spoink that could function as a skill converter, raised his psychic power to the beginner level, and learned the much-anticipated telepathy skill. It was a significant achievement. As for his psychic power, Cain was already very satisfied. Any future improvements would depend on fate. He disappeared into the forest, heading toward Little Root Town. The goal of training his Pokémon remained. Slowking had reached level 39, making it Cain's highest level Pokémon, just one level short of advanced rank. If Slowking could reach advanced level, his position as a gym leader would be much more secure. Furthermore, although Cain held the rank of officer within Team Rocket, he had yet to attain the power associated with that title, which was crucial. One must possess the strength required for their position, otherwise, there would always be someone eager to challenge them, using them as a stepping stone to climb higher. With Little Root Town 2 days away, Cain aimed to have Slowking reach advanced level during that time. Even better if Honchkrow could do so as well. In the previous day's battle against the Grumpig herd, Honchkrow had been the main attacker, and his progress was remarkable. He should soon reach level 39. With a few more battles, reaching level 40 shouldn't be an issue. With Slowking and Honchkrow at advanced levels, Cain would have the strength necessary for his rank as a Team Rocket officer. Moreover, Cain's Pokémon were of high quality and had been properly trained. Battles against higher-level opponents wouldn't pose a significant problem, as long as there were no type disadvantages. End of chapter. Chapter 471, Chapter 471, Level. 2 days later. in the forest north of Little Root Town. After 2 days of continuous travel, Cain finally managed to traverse this massive combination of forest and mountains. Inside, he encountered a large number of Pokémon. Some of these Pokémon could be easily defeated by Cain's team, but there were also some that Cain preferred to avoid. There are still many boss-level Pokémon in the forest, so Cain dared not provoke them. These powerful wild Pokémon will be dealt with later, when his strength increases. Who knows, he might even find valuable items in their nests. However, there were also many Pokémon at a similar level to Cain's team, and all of them ended up as his training targets, allowing his Pokémon to grow stronger. Additionally, Cain found many interesting and useful items in the nests of these Pokémon and captured several wild Pokémon with good attributes, which he could exchange for points at the Hunters Guild. In fact, if Cain's team had remained at the same strength as when they started, it would have taken him several more days to get through. But as they got closer to Little Root Town, the level and strength of the wild Pokémon significantly decreased, causing fewer of them to dare challenge Honchkrow and the others. In the last half of the day, Cain practically only focused on advancing. Fortunately, this time the primary objective was achieved. Slowking successfully broke through, reaching level 40. Honchkrow, while not yet at the advanced level, reached level 39, just one step away. This training can be considered a success, though improving further will become increasingly difficult since the higher the Pokémon's level, the harder it is to advance. With Slowking as the first Pokémon in Cain's main team to reach the advanced level, his training has been very effective. Pokémon, Shiny Slowking, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level. Type, Water plus Psychic. Ability, Own Tempo. Held item, Leadership. Egg moves, Rest, Rain Dance, Teleport. Basic moves, Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Confusion, Disable, Headbutt, Water Pulse, Zen Headbutt, Slack Off, Heal Pulse, Power Gem, Nasty Plot. Learned moves, Calm Mind, Sicehawk, Miracle Eye, Shiny, Psychic, Shiny, Ice Punch, taught by Sneasel. Combined moves, Psychic Water Gun, Psychic Power plus Water Gun. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Bulldoze, Flamethrower, Earthquake, Surf. During this time, Slowking also sought to learn Ice Punch from Sneasel to better deal with close combat Pokémon. In addition, Sneasel reached level 38, Skorupi level 34, and Haunter level 36. The next step for Cain will be preparing the evolutions of Sneasel and Haunter. Once these two Pokémon evolve, their strength will increase significantly. Although they currently have acceptable levels and quality, they still don't perform at the same level as Honchkrow and Slowking, who have already fully evolved. They have sufficient combat capability but lack the ability to deliver a decisive blow. While their original purpose isn't necessarily to end battles in one strike, they still need enough strength for critical situations. The biggest improvement during this training was made by Skorupi, who went from level 26 to level 34. Additionally, Skorupi's poison sac successfully developed, making its venom the most potent among Cain's Pokémon. As Skorupi leveled up, its strength also increased significantly. It can now confidently take the vanguard role in Cain's team, excelling in physical combat with its pincers. Its sniper ability further enhances its power. Skorupi's rapid growth was largely due to the poison-type energy Cain provided. Initially, Skorupi absorbed a special item that stimulated its venom, increasing its quantity while the poison-type energy in the item helped reshape its body and level up. Later, Cain obtained a broken toxic orb from Keiji, which accelerated Skorupi's growth even further. Absorbing the remaining poison energy in the toxic orb caused Skorupi's level to skyrocket. However, this growth rate will slow down over time, as the energy in the toxic orb is nearly depleted due to Skorupi's absorption. This is because the toxic orb had been broken for a long time, losing much of its energy. Otherwise, an intact toxic orb would have contained too much energy for Skorupi to handle at this stage. In conclusion, the main objective of this training has been achieved. Cain can now confidently say he has reached the basic level of an advanced trainer, meaning he has crossed the threshold for being a standard officer in Team Rocket. His strength now roughly matches his status. However, there are still areas where his Pokémon's training can be improved. Although Slowking has leveled up, it still has some gaps in its moveset. After receiving supplies from Team Rocket, Cain plans to purchase some additional moves for his Pokémon. Choosing practical, suitable moves will allow his Pokémon to better showcase their potential. As Pokémon levels increase, supplementary moves are needed to complement their abilities and unleash their true power. Cain didn't leave the forest directly. According to what was agreed with Umbra, a member of the Shadow Unit should be waiting for him here. This person will deliver the supplies from Team Rocket. Although Cain doesn't know who this individual is, given that Umbra entrusted them with so many supplies, he's certain their strength isn't insignificant. However, the internal situation of the Shadow Unit is quite complicated at the moment, so Cain hasn't delved into the details. But considering that Umbra, a subleader with real power in the Shadow Unit, when gravely injured and needing to recover, entrusted Cain, who was relatively weak at the time, to retrieve something so important instead of relying on stronger team members. This alone speaks volumes. The Shadow Unit, or rather, Team Rocket itself, likely has infiltrators from the League. Not everyone in the League is an idiot who only knows how to fight among themselves, otherwise, they wouldn't be the largest organization. But the person Umbra sent this time, do they have a confirmed, vetted background? Or are they a newly loyal subordinate of Umbra? End of chapter. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, Yanmega. Cain was searching for the special marks of the Shadow Unit in the forest. Although he had never carried out a mission for the Shadow Unit, Cain had learned the basics. After carefully searching, he found a Shadow Unit mark at the base of a large tree. Cain completely changed his attire, pulling out his signature black cloak and putting it on. He then withdrew all his Pokémon, leaving only Honchkrow at his side, while Haunter hid in his shadow. Following the direction of the marks, Cain walked with Honchkrow. Perhaps for the sake of discretion, after several twists and turns, Cain noticed that many of the marks were unnecessary. He could have walked a straight path, but whoever made the marks had placed them at various points. Was it to avoid being discovered? Or was it simply a Shadow Unit habit? Or maybe they were toying with him. Cain remained alert to these possibilities. Finally, after following the marks, Cain arrived at the entrance of a cave. According to the marks, the person he was supposed to meet was inside the cave. However, upon reaching the entrance, Cain didn't enter immediately. Instead, he frowned. Under other circumstances, he might not have noticed, but Cain had improved his psychic abilities to the level of a beginner psychic. He could now expand his psychic power, perceiving many details that previously went unnoticed. Cain noticed an extremely thin thread at the cave entrance, something almost impossible to detect with the naked eye without a detailed observation aided by his psychic abilities. Even with his experience, without his psychic observation, Cain wouldn't have discovered the thread. The presence of this thread could mean several things. Most likely, the person he was supposed to meet was inside but had left the thread as a precaution to detect someone entering and react accordingly. But there was also the possibility that the thread would trigger a trap, setting off a series of events if touched. Around him, Cain didn't see anything unusual, which only heightened his sense of alertness. Instead of entering, Cain used his psychic ability to slightly move the thread. He waited silently for 3 seconds, and nothing happened. Just as Cain began to think he was being paranoid, an explosion echoed inside the cave, starting at the entrance and moving inward. The message was clear: block the entrance to prevent anyone from escaping, and then detonate explosives inside to trap whoever was inside. Even with a Pokémon capable of using teleport, the intensity of the explosion would make locating spatial coordinates difficult, rendering escape nearly impossible. 2 seconds later, the cave completely collapsed. Cain's face darkened. If he had entered and accidentally triggered the thread, he would have been caught in the explosion. Even with his beginner-level psychic abilities and the presence of Honchkrow and Haunter, he likely wouldn't have died, but he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Whoever had prepared this trap had done so with the clear intention of attacking him. Cain couldn't understand why Umbra would send someone to try and kill him. What was the meaning of this? Cain waited silently for 3 minutes. A shadow appeared on the ground. Cain looked up at the sky, seeing a person dressed in a black cloak similar to his own, mounted on a large dragonfly that was slowly descending toward the destroyed cave. Cain's eyes, dark as the night, began to glow with a murderous light. It didn't matter what this person's purpose was or who had sent them. The only thing Cain knew was that if he had been an ordinary person, that hidden trap would have killed him multiple times over. If someone tried to kill him, he wouldn't care about the attacker's identity. After all, Cain was now a man half chosen by Giovanni. No one below a high rank would have the authority to attack him. Moreover, Cain had already reached the rank of officer and was no longer the Team Rocket grunt anyone could trample on. Without hiding his presence, Cain stood still, watching the men slowly descend from the back of the large dragonfly. The system scanned the dragonfly's data. Pokémon, Yanmega, light blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, bug plus flying. Ability, tinted lens. Held item, none. Egg moves, leech life, signal beam, faint attack. Basic moves, bug buzz, air slash, night slash, bug bite, tackle, foresight, quick attack, double team, sonic boom, detect, supersonic, uproar, pursuit, ancient power, faint. Learned moves, bug bite, giga drain, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, fire, shadow ball, aerial ace, steel wing, substitute. Cain narrowed his eyes as he observed Yanmega's data. This Yanmega had a fairly high level and potential, close to reaching the advanced level. This meant the person before him had power close to that of a common officer. It remained to be seen if Yanmega was his strongest Pokémon or if he had others even more powerful. The man in the black cloak slowly dismounted from Yanmega's back. He wore a Shadow Unit insignia on his chest but did not have the Team Rocket emblem. In the Hoenn region, hostility toward Team Rocket was high, so avoiding the emblem was the prudent choice. Surely, this man thought the same. The man removed his hood, revealing a common middle-aged face with black hair and eyes. The only notable feature was a scar running across his face from the left cheek, over the bridge of the nose, to the right cheek, giving him a sinister look. With a mocking expression, the man looked at Cain and said with a smile, "Well, I didn't think that despite never having done Shadow Unit missions, you'd be so familiar with their marks. I thought it'd take you a whole day to find them. Did Umbra send you?" Cain ignored his mockery and responded coldly. Honchkrow at his side tensed slightly. As the Pokémon that knew Cain best, it could sense the latent fury in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 473, Chapter 473, The Shadow Group and the Dark Group. You dare to call Lord Umbra by his name. This is a great sign of disrespect, the middle-aged man said with a mocking smile. His smile moved the scar on his face, making him look somewhat unpleasant. Hearing this, Cain frowned and looked him up and down, finally stopping at the insignia of the Shadow Unit on his chest. At first glance, it seemed like a common Shadow Unit insignia, but upon closer inspection, Cain noticed differences compared to his own. While his insignia was that of a regular Shadow Unit member, and the man's represented that of a captain, the difference didn't lie there. Cain's insignia, which had been given to him by Umbra, had a grayish, faded color, while the man's was jet black, so dark that its details were barely distinguishable without careful observation. Cain's eyes glimmered with understanding. Is this guy from the Dark Group? But I've never had any dealings with Tenebris, why would he come after me? As one of Giovanni's closest allies, he shouldn't have any reason to mistrust me. If this man truly belonged to the Dark Group, was this provocation on Tenebris's orders, or was it a personal act? That much remained unclear. Did Tenebris send you? Cain asked coldly, focusing his psychic powers on the middle-aged man. Hearing Tenebris's name, the man's expression shifted slightly, a brief flash of discomfort that he quickly hid, but Cain noticed it. This confirmed about 80% of his suspicions. And now you've also called Lord Tenebris by name. It seems you need to learn the rules of respect within the Shadow Unit, the man replied, his expression stern. The middle-aged man standing before Cain was known as Ray, one of the strongest captains of the Shadow Unit, on the verge of being promoted to a regular officer, and someone with a certain reputation within the unit. Although the Shadow Unit is a single organization, due to its divided management under Tenebris and Umbra, differences have emerged among its members. Tenebris's subordinates call themselves the Dark Group, primarily tasked with the internal security of Team Rocket and Giovanni's personal protection. This is their main responsibility, alongside some basic Shadow Unit tasks. Umbra's subordinates, on the other hand, are known as the Shadow Group and handle more complex and dangerous missions across various regions. As a result, the differences in the missions assigned to the two groups have gradually created distinctions between them. The Shadow Group members are relatively few because their missions are extremely dangerous, often involving incursions behind enemy lines, where survival odds are slim. As a result, Shadow Group members who manage to survive are extremely strong, considered the elite of Team Rocket. Meanwhile, the Dark Group members have relatively safer jobs and have gradually accumulated in number, given their focus on internal security and monitoring certain individuals within Team Rocket. Currently, the Shadow Unit situation is such that the Dark Group vastly outnumbers the Shadow Group. However, because both Tenebris and Umbra are quite powerful, members of both groups have maintained a relatively peaceful coexistence. Officially, the Shadow Unit is still seen as a united organization. But things started to change. During a mission, Umbra suffered severe injuries, leading to a drastic decline in his power. Although he later regained some strength using evolution elixirs, he couldn't return to his former power level. Additionally, due to the elixir's side effects, Umbra's potential was reduced. Only a few of Umbra's closest associates knew this, but rumors soon began to spread among Dark Group members that Umbra had lost his power and that Lord Tenebris would become the true leader of the Shadow Unit. Tenebris and Umbra are officially only deputy leaders of the Shadow Unit. The leader position has remained vacant for a long time. Whether the leader is missing or dead remains unclear. Giovanni has given no explanation, leaving his subordinates to speculate. Does Tenebris have what it takes to become the group's leader? After all, Tenebris and Umbra had proven their strength simultaneously, with one handling external matters and the other internal. Tenebris, moreover, was closer to Giovanni. As a result, Dark Group members began to take action. Their initially small moves grew larger, starting to interfere with the Shadow Unit's operations and missions. The man who had come this time was a captain of the Dark Group. However, it wasn't clear why someone from the Dark Group was sent regarding a matter related to Umbra. To Cain, at this moment, it didn't matter who the man was, after all, they were in Hoenn. Giovanni had entrusted Cain with being Team Rocket's chief representative in the Hoenn region, with direct orders only from Umbra. Now, this man looking for trouble with Cain was merely a Shadow Unit captain. Even within Team Rocket's hierarchy, he was just a relatively strong captain. And Cain? An officer appointed directly by Giovanni. Although his power and rank hadn't initially matched, after this stage of training, Cain finally met the requirements of his position. Now, both in status and rank, Cain had the authority to confront him. First, he needed to defeat him and then ask Umbra what was going on. Having made up his mind, Cain's gaze at the man turned sharper. Ray also noticed Cain's gaze and, after a brief pause, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you going to attack me? You, an officer without the power to back your position. Do you think everyone is as weak as those from the trial island? You talk too much. Cain snapped disdainfully. Honchkrow, use Tailwind. Honchkrow, who had been ready to attack, immediately surrounded itself with flying-type energy. You're courting death, the men growled. Yanmega, use Quick Attack, then Steel Wing. The Yanmega floating beside Ray glared with its red eyes. With a buzz of its 4 wings, it charged forward, maximizing its Quick Attack and powering up its Steel Wing, aiming directly at Honchkrow. Honchkrow, use Night Slash. Without flinching, Honchkrow flew directly toward Yanmega, with interwoven flying and dark energy coursing through its wings. Boom. The two Pokémon collided in midair. Though Yanmega was larger than Honchkrow, it didn't overpower it in strength. Both Pokémon were sent flying after the impact, but Honchkrow was pushed back less. End of chapter. Chapter 474, Chapter 474, Telepathy in Action. Seeing that his Yanmega was at a disadvantage, Ray slowly narrowed his eyes. It seems I underestimated you a bit, he said. The information Ray had received indicated that Cain's strength was average among captains, while Ray himself possessed the power of a high-level captain, just one step away from the officer rank. He had already applied for the position of officer in Team Rocket and only needed to pass the evaluation to achieve it. Initially, he thought that facing Cain would be a straightforward task, but the power of Cain's Honchkrow was somewhat unexpected. Clearly, that Pokémon also had the strength of a high-level captain. Ray's face darkened. The inaccurate information had put him at a disadvantage. However, he believed the situation was still under his control. According to his intel, Honchkrow was Cain's strongest Pokémon, capable of suppressing his Yanmega, but Cain's other Pokémon shouldn't be as powerful. With this confidence, Ray grabbed a Pokeball from his belt. Go, Ariados. He threw the Pokeball, and an Ariados appeared out of nowhere. Cain quickly activated his system to scan Ariados' data. Pokémon, Ariados, dark green. Gender, male. Level. Types, bug plus poison. Ability, sniper. Held item, none. Egg moves, sonic boom, pursuit, signal beam. Basic moves, swords dance, focus energy, absorb, venom drench, fell stinger, poison sting, string shot, scary face, constrict, infestation, nightshade, shadow sneak, fury swipes, sucker punch, spider web, agility. Learned moves, giga drain, snore, bug bite, bounce. TM moves, protect, hidden power, water, double team, poison jab. This Ariados was no weakling, and its sniper ability was quite rare. Another bug-type trainer? Cain frowned, thinking. However, he wasn't too concerned. Since the opponent had sent out another Pokémon, it would be challenging for Honchkrow to face 2 Pokémon at once, so Cain also grabbed a Pokeball from his belt. Go, Sneasel. In reality, Slowking might have been the best choice to deal with this Ariados, but Cain decided to send out Sneasel instead. If Slowking entered the battle, victory would be easy, but Cain wanted his other Pokémon to get some training too. Sneasel, agility, then icy wind. Cain ordered. The moment it emerged, Sneasel followed Cain's commands. It sprinted quickly across the grassy field and exhaled a freezing wind mixed with small ice fragments toward Ariados. Ariados, bounce. Evade the icy wind, then use swords dance. Ray ordered calmly. Even if the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is strong, there's always a slight delay between a command and its execution. That delay is an opportunity for the opponent to react. As in this case, after Sneasel started running and unleashed the icy wind attack, Ariados dodged it with a high leap and landed to perform swords dance. With swords dance and its sniper ability, if Ariados landed a critical hit, even Sneasel could be taken out in one strike. Cain frowned and decided not to hide his tactic anymore. He activated his psychic power, his eyes glowing red, and used telepathy to communicate directly with Honchkrow and Sneasel. Honchkrow, use Protect to withstand Yanmega's next attack, then charge with Sky Attack and switch your target to Ariados. Sneasel, avoid getting close to Ariados after it uses Swords Dance, run and use Icy Wind on it, then use Icicle Crash to block its retreat and create an opening for Honchkrow to attack. The telepathic commands were issued extremely quickly. Cain only needed to think his orders in his mind, and his Pokémon could receive them. Yanmega, use Quick Attack, then Bug Bite on Honchkrow. Ariados, after Swords Dance, use Sucker Punch on Sneasel. Ray commanded his Pokémon. However, to his surprise, Cain didn't react to the attack orders at all. Although Cain's eyes were glowing red, which seemed strange, Ray didn't consider the possibility of telepathy since Cain had never shown any practical psychic abilities before. Yanmega used quick attack again and launched toward Honchkrow, ready to use bug bite. Yanmega's ability, Tinted Lens, made bug-type moves less ineffective against Honchkrow's flying type, allowing bug bite to deal normal damage. If Honchkrow were hit, it would take considerable damage. Meanwhile, Ariados on the ground, after performing Sword's Dance, rushed toward Sneasel. Sneasel, seeing Ariados approach, also began running rapidly and unleashed Icy Wind again, slowing it down. Honchkrow, floating in the air, remained still as if waiting for Cain's command. Just as Yanmega was about to strike Honchkrow, the latter abruptly changed direction and launched toward Ariados. However, Yanmega's speed, already maxed out, was clearly far greater than that of Honchkrow, which had just started moving. Ray showed a delighted expression, although he didn't understand why Cain hadn't issued a command. Yanmega was about to hit Honchkrow. Once Honchkrow was injured, the battle on both fronts would be quickly decided. But just as he thought the tide had turned in his favor, the situation changed suddenly. After slowing Ariados with Icy Wind, Sneasel didn't evade anymore. Instead, it condensed 4 icy stakes and hurled them directly at Ariados. This wasn't the first time Sneasel and Honchkrow had used this tactic. The Icicle Crash move temporarily immobilized the enemy Pokémon, while the charging Honchkrow delivered a fatal blow. Bang! 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 The 4 icy stakes hit the ground. Although Ariados dodged them, it was trapped between them. Yanmega's bug bite struck Honchkrow but was blocked by a pale green energy shield. And during that brief interval, Honchkrow's flight speed suddenly increased. Blue flames enveloped its body. Sky Attack. Ariados, which had just dodged Sneasel's Icicle Crash, was about to relax. Then, suddenly, it saw a large blue bird right in front of it. Boom. The 4 icy stakes behind Ariados shattered, and the Pokémon was sent flying, crashing into a distant tree. Ariados immediately lost its ability to fight. End of chapter. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, Lucius takes action. Ray stared at the scene, stunned. He watched helplessly as his Ariados was defeated in a single blow by Cain's Honchkrow's sudden attack. But Cain hadn't given any orders. Then how were his Pokémon coordinating so perfectly? And why were Cain's eyes still glowing red? It was at that moment Ray realized that, even if someone had red eyes, they shouldn't be glowing as intensely as Cain's were now. It was as if it were psychic telepathy. Ray had never battled a psychic before but had heard some rumors. It was said that psychics, when commanding battles, could issue orders without speaking, using a special technique known as telepathy to transmit their commands directly to their Pokémon's minds. Was Cain using telepathy? Ray now truly wanted to kill the person who had provided him with that faulty information. Did that guy have something against Cain, or something against him? This was clearly a setup. While Ray remained motionless, Cain continued issuing orders. The telepathy was still in effect. After defeating Ariados, Honchkrow's Moxie ability activated. Honchkrow, use Sky Attack on Yanmega. Sneasel, use Ice Beam on Yanmega. Hearing the command, Sneasel crossed its arms over its chest, and a bright white beam shot out at high speed toward Yanmega in the sky. Although Yanmega reacted quickly, its wings were hit by Sneasel's ice beam and became covered in frost. This caused its flight to become unstable. Right after Sneasel's attack, Honchkrow prepared another Sky Attack, diving upward toward Yanmega. Yanmega, dodge it, shouted Ray, finally snapping back to reality. But as Cain's Honchkrow was about to strike Yanmega, Ray felt a sinking sensation in his stomach, as if something terrible was about to happen. He didn't even have time to issue another command. Just as Ray finished speaking, Honchkrow collided with Yanmega. Though Yanmega didn't lose its fighting ability immediately due to its excellent physical condition, it plummeted from the sky. Sneasel, already prepared to intercept Yanmega, sprinted swiftly. As Yanmega descended to a certain height, Sneasel unleashed its Ice Claw technique, a combination of Metal Claw and Ice Punch, striking Yanmega square in the face. Boom. Like its companion Ariados, Yanmega was sent flying into a tree, losing its ability to battle. Ray's face changed multiple times. Desperately, he reached for another Pokeball on his belt. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Sneasel. Following Cain's telepathic orders, Sneasel kicked Ray to the ground, and Honchkrow landed beside him. Ray, sprawled face down, tried to get up but froze when he saw Sneasel's sharp claws glinting coldly in Honchkrow's piercing gaze. His body remained paralyzed. Cain withdrew his psychic powers, using telepathy hadn't consumed too much of his psychic energy, so it was within his limits. He approached slowly, pulling a special communicator from the depths of his clothes. It was Umbra's exclusive communicator. When Ray saw Cain approaching, he forced a smile, trying to speak, but Cain didn't even glance at him. Cain simply pressed his head into the ground with his foot, pinning him forcefully, and dialed Umbra's number. After a moment, the call connected. Cain didn't speak first, it was Umbra who broke the silence. Cain. Commander Umbra, Cain replied coldly. Sensing the distant tone, Umbra chuckled. Now that Cain had reached the advanced level, the pressure Umbra once exerted on him was no longer as overwhelming. Moreover, Cain believed he would one day surpass Umbra. However, Umbra was still far stronger than him. Out of respect for a superior opponent, Cain decided to hold back a little. It wasn't yet the right time to clash with such a powerful elite-level trainer, even with Giovanni's backing. Ha ha ha, are you upset? Did you see the guy I sent with the supplies? How'd it go? Did you win? Umbra laughed. He didn't seem bothered by Cain's earlier tone. Clearly, he knew something had happened. Yes. What's the deal with this idiot? Cain understood from Umbra's words that he was aware of what had transpired. Idiot. Ha ha ha. Well said. He's just an idiot, Umbra laughed again. Cain frowned but said nothing. Umbra continued, though this time he wasn't addressing Cain. Tenebris, why did you send someone as incompetent as this? Tenebris. Cain was taken aback upon hearing this name. Was Tenebris with Umbra? A strange voice, one Cain had never heard before, responded. It was devoid of any emotion, and even Umbra's mocking remarks didn't affect its tone. Perhaps he really is an idiot. Tenebris. Weren't Umbra and Tenebris supposed to be at odds within the Shadows unit? Was that just a rumor? Umbra chuckled a bit more before speaking again. All right, I suppose you must be confused now. I sent someone to deliver supplies to you. Initially, I wanted to send someone from the Shadows group, but Tenebris came to me saying the Shadows unit had been infiltrated. I already suspected infiltration in the Shadows unit but wasn't sure if it was internal or external. This was an opportunity, so I sent someone who had been acting a bit suspicious to test the waters. And it turned out we uncovered something. The person I sent was one of the individuals Tenebris suspected. While loyal to the Shadows unit, it seems they had already accepted bribes from others. Probably manipulated to target you directly this time. The one behind it is someone you've surely heard of. Lucius. Cain suddenly mentioned a name. Umbra seemed surprised for a moment and, after a brief pause, said, even you noticed. It seems both vice leaders of the Shadows unit have been quite incompetent. The person I sent, deal with him yourself, the supplies are with him. I locked them with a password, he can't open them. So, it was him. Lucius, an executive of Team Rocket who had been behind Vexor during the Trial Island mission. However, there were more intricate details Cain didn't know, and Umbra didn't seem inclined to share them with him. In short, this was an embarrassing leak for the Shadows unit. Well, that's all. I have nothing more to say. Tenebris and I will be busy handling some matters within the Shadows unit for a while. Unless it's something extremely important, you'll handle it yourself. Since you've defeated Ray, it seems you've reached the level of an advanced trainer. You shouldn't have any trouble establishing yourself in the Hoenn region. With that, Umbra ended the call. Ray, still pinned under Cain's foot, stared blankly. He had never expected that his acceptance of a bribe from someone sent by Lucius would be exposed by both leaders of the Shadows unit. End of chapter. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, Resource Acquisition. From the beginning, when Ray received the mission from Umbra, he didn't give it much thought, assuming it was just a simple escort task. He had completed countless such missions over the year, even carrying out some in the Hoenn region. However, before departing for the mission, Lucius sent someone to contact him, offering numerous benefits and promising to help him reach the advanced level. On previous occasions, Lucius had also sent people to approach him privately, but it was always over trivial matters, and Ray hadn't paid much attention to them. This time, although he knew the mission was important, he couldn't resist the temptation of advancing his level. Yet, he never questioned how Lucius knew about the mission or was aware of the person it was intended for. Lucius provided information about Cain, describing him as a fool and predicting no major issues. Watching a thoroughly defeated Ray, Cain smirked sarcastically. He ordered Sneasel to strip Ray of all his storage equipment and also collected the Pokeballs from his belt, particularly those containing Yanmega and Ariados, which were especially valuable. Although Ray's other Pokemon were strong, they didn't match the level of these two. Possessing two quasi-advanced Pokemon was a significant advantage. Cain could temporarily use them or sell them, both were viable options. However, given the current level of his subordinates, they weren't equipped to tame Pokemon of such strength. Attempting to do so might lead to rebellion, especially with a ferocious Pokemon like Yanmega, which could easily turn on its trainer. For now, Cain decided to hold on to these Pokemon, unsure of what he'd do with them later. Then, he retrieved the resources Umbra had sent from Ray's storage unit, stored in a metal box with a combination lock, exclusively used by Team Rocket for important items. Umbra had already sent Cain the key to unlock it. Without opening the box immediately, he stored it in his own storage unit. The other items he retrieved were mostly of little value. Team Rocket members typically avoided carrying valuable items with them, preferring to use their resources to improve their skills, store points on their ID cards, or convert them into Pokédollars and deposit them in secure bank accounts. Even so, the Pokémon he had obtained were valuable in their own right. As for Ray, who still lay under Cain's foot, there was no intention of letting him live. Ray had probably resigned himself to his fate the moment Cain defeated him. Unfortunately, the information provided by Lucius was too outdated. It not only failed to help Ray but also misled him. Now, Ray, with a vacant expression, showed no signs of resistance. Cain gestured to Sneasel, who summoned its ice energy and froze Ray completely. This left no blood traces, which was convenient since they were near Little Root Town, and Cain didn't want to meet Professor Birch covered in blood. It might leave a bad impression. Cain buried the body without leaving a trace, then changed clothes and headed out of the forest. Now less than half a day from Little Root Town, he summoned Tropius. Since the local Pokémon were too weak for training, Cain decided to fly to Little Root Town on Tropius. While in flight, Cain took out the metal box he had received and opened it using the combination Umbra had provided. Inside, he found several compartments and a card. It was a nameless League bank account card with a balance of 50 million Pokédollars, a significant fortune for Cain at that moment. The box also contained TMs for Pokémon and food for Aaron and others in their early development stages. Cain stored the card in his storage unit, aware of its importance as a source of sustenance. He then opened two of the smaller compartments. Judging by their size, one likely contained a razor claw and the other black sludge. Sure enough, upon opening one of the compartments, he found an item resembling a metal disc, though its material was unclear. While called a razor claw, it didn't actually resemble a claw, it looked more like a grooved metal disc. Item, razor claw. Description, a sharp claw that increases the holder's chance of landing critical hits. Effect, boosts the holder's critical hit ratio by 1 stage. Special effect, Sneasel can evolve into Weevil at night if holding this item. This was the item Cain had been waiting for to evolve Sneasel. Next, he opened the other compartment, which contained a lump of sludge emitting a foul odor. Item, black sludge. Description, an item that slowly restores the health of poison-type Pokémon. Pokémon of other types will lose health if they hold it. Effect, restores 1/16 of a poison-type Pokémon's total HP, while other types lose approximately 1/8 of their total HP. This black sludge was an excellent accessory for Skorupi, one of Cain's main battle Pokémon. With this item, Skorupi could recover health and stay in battle longer, especially with some poison-type support. Both items were incredibly valuable and had cost Cain significant resources. He stored them carefully, then moved on to the most important item in the box, 3 full evolution elixirs. These were likely the last remaining elixirs within Team Rocket. Cain had spent half of the rewards from his previous trial to obtain them. But now that he had them, he felt it was worth every Pokédollar. These 3 elixirs were Cain's only method of incubating the Larvitar egg he had been holding onto for so long. Larvitar. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Although, with Cain's current strength, it might be challenging to protect a Pokémon of this caliber, he felt confident in his basic ability to raise it. The incubation of Larvitar had to begin soon. However, thinking about Larvitar's appetite compared to Aaron's gave Cain a headache. The 50 million Pokédollars from Umbra suddenly seemed insufficient. Even so, incubating Larvitar was an unavoidable priority for Cain's future. Carefully storing the box with the 3 catalysts, he descended from Tropius's back. Little Root Town was now very close. End of chapter. Chapter 477, Chapter 477, Professor Birch. Little Root Town, a small village in the southern part of the Hoenn region. Originally, it should have been a remote and obscure place, much like Pallet Town. However, due to the presence of one individual, this little town gained significant importance in the Hoenn region. Professor Birch is one of the few in the Pokémon world to hold a doctorate in Pokémon research. The last one Cain encountered was Professor Oak from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. However, unlike Professor Oak, who focuses on Pokémon evolution research, Professor Birch studies Pokémon habitats and their distribution. Earlier, Cain had contacted Professor Birch using the details provided by Professor Oak. Tropius landed on the outskirts of Little Root Town, and Cain entered directly. Unlike Pallet Town, even though Little Root Town also hosts a Pokémon professor, its status in the league doesn't compare to that of Pallet Town. While many powerful trainers have emerged from Pallet Town, Little Root Town's fame is entirely due to Professor Birch. Dressed in a league trainer's uniform, Cain walked through the village without drawing much attention. Following the signs along the way, he arrived at the entrance of Professor Birch's lab. At that moment, a man in a white coat was already waiting at the door. As soon as he saw Cain, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. You must be Cain, right? Professor Birch has had me waiting here for quite a while. Recognizing Cain immediately was due to the fact that there weren't many trainers in Little Root Town. With so few, most of them knew one another, so a stranger like Cain was easy to spot. Cain gave an apologetic smile and said, I'm very sorry, I got delayed along the way. Thank you for waiting. The man in the white coat wasn't upset, he waved it off and said, it's no problem at all. It's just that the professor will need to head out for field work soon, so if you hadn't arrived, it could have complicated his schedule. Pokémon researchers like the men in the white coat were very similar to scientists from Cain's previous life, results-focused and often lacking emotional intelligence. Cain nodded, and the two quickly walked into the lab. Much like Professor Oak's lab, the interior was filled with cluttered scientific instruments. Perhaps all professors prefer not to concern themselves with such minor details. Amidst the bustling crowd of white-coated individuals, Cain spotted Professor Birch. Among a group of slim individuals, Professor Birch stood out with his robust frame. He was tall and sturdy, and if he had chosen to train fighting-type Pokémon, it would have suited him perfectly. Curiously, though, he ended up as a Pokémon research professor. Professor Birch also noticed Cain, and with a smile on his face, he strode over. Professor Birch, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I truly apologize for the inconvenience, Cain said quickly, expressing his regret. Professor Birch clapped Cain on the shoulder and said, Don't worry about it, it's not an urgent matter. Let's take care of your concerns first. After dismissing the men who had brought Cain to the lab, Professor Birch motioned for Cain to follow him. The two headed toward the inner part of the lab. Cain, do you mind if I call you that? Asked Professor Birch. No problem at all, feel free to use my name, Cain replied. Great. I received an email from Professor Oak a few days ago, and I was quite surprised. A mid-level Pokémon breeder at just 16 years old, that's no small feat. Professor Birch walked ahead, continuously praising Cain. While the profession of Pokémon breeder isn't as prominent in the Hoenn region, with the league's expansion, breeders' fame has gradually spread everywhere, and breeder guild buildings have been established in many major cities. It's a very popular profession among trainers, as it provides significant benefits. Cain scratched his head modestly and said, those are just exaggerations. It's not that impressive. Haha, no need to be so modest with me. I know your master, Master Matsuda. As they walked deeper into the lab, they engaged in simple conversation. Primarily, Professor Birch asked questions, and Cain responded. It wasn't clear if it was because Professor Birch was in a hurry or if it was just his nature, but he walked at a brisk pace. Perhaps due to his field research experience, he needed to move quickly to save time. Cain had no trouble keeping up, though he did notice how fast they were moving. After a few minutes, they arrived at the lab's backyard. Like many Pokémon professors, Professor Birch's backyard was a vast garden where Pokémon roamed freely. Specializing in habitat and distribution research, Professor Birch's backyard was different from Professor Oak's. It featured many diverse terrains, such as deserts, rocks, lakes, forests, gardens, and grasslands, each occupying a section of the yard. Within these terrains lived Pokémon suited to those habitats. Cain briefly observed the Pokémon in the various terrains and noted many rare ones. If someone could manage to steal everything here, they'd become rich. But clearly, no one had the power to do so. Cain even spotted a Flygon in the desert area. Although the distance was too great to scan its data, as a Pokémon breeder, Cain could judge from its appearance that this Flygon was at an elite level of power. He wasn't sure if it belonged to Professor Birch. Professor Birch led Cain straight to the central lake. There was a small artificial waterfall cascading from a rocky mountain, and the lake housed many water-type Pokémon, from both the Hoenn region and others. According to what Professor Oak mentioned, you're planning to establish a water-type gym in Leafy Town, so you need a Mudkip as your starter Pokémon, Professor Birch said, stopping by the lake. Cain nodded. That's correct. Very well. I've been to that little town, it's a relatively underdeveloped place. You're not originally from Hoenn, yet you're working hard to help develop less fortunate areas. That's not easy. If more people in the league were like you, it would be wonderful, Professor Birch said with admiration. Cain remained silent. If the league had more people like him, the league would cease to exist, with Team Rocket members everywhere, and Team Rocket would end up replacing the league entirely. Professor Birch took out a special whistle from his pocket and blew it. Phwee. The sound echoed across the lake. Several blue heads began to emerge from the water. Mudkip. A large number of Mudkip lived in that lake. End of chapter. Guys, please take a moment to read my latest post. It's crucial for understanding the trainer levels and the strength of Elite and Elite 4 level Pokémon. P.S. You only need to sign up as a free member to read it, no payment is required for this post. Chapter 478, Capturing Mudkip. Seeing the appearance of so many Mudkip, even Cain, with all his experience, was somewhat surprised. So many? Does the Alliance really trust leaving so many starter Pokémon in Professor Birch's backyard? But, in reality, the Alliance has complete trust in him. After all, Professor Birch is the most prominent of the few Pokémon research doctors in the Hoenn region, and his personal strength is not exactly weak either. The Hoenn region does not have particularly powerful underground organizations, so there is no need to worry about such matters. All the Mudkip are here. See if any catch your eye, said Professor Birch as he pulled a handful of food from his white coat and placed it on the ground. Before Professor Birch could say anything else, Cain had already begun using his system to scan the data of the Mudkip. However, Cain quickly frowned. Although there were many Mudkip, the quality surprised him, not because it was too high, but because it was quite low or, rather, very inconsistent. The Mudkip with the lowest quality was barely light green, and there were quite a few in that category. This shows that although there are many Mudkip here, Professor Birch has not made any specific efforts to adjust the quality of the Mudkip living in this area. But, thinking about it, Professor Birch specializes in researching Pokémon habitats and distribution, so the specific qualities of Pokémon are not really relevant to him. Fortunately, the number of Mudkip was sufficient. As the saying goes, if you can't win with quality, do it with quantity. Cain had plenty of room to select the Mudkip that convinced him the most. As a key member of his future Rain team, Cain paid particular attention to choosing Mudkip. In addition to Swampert, Mudkip's final form, Cain also had another important Pokémon in mind for his Rain team, Ludicolo. With its water and grass types and swift swim ability, Ludicolo is also an excellent choice for a Rain team. However, now that Cain could obtain a Mudkip, his need to search for a Ludicolo was not as urgent. He could wait to find a good one in the future without actively looking for it. Cain asked the system to list the data of the Mudkip with relatively acceptable qualities. Finally, Cain decided on one of them, which was, in fact, one of the most outstanding. Pokémon, Mudkip, light blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Held item, none. Egg moves, ancient power, bite, ice ball, refresh. Basic moves, tackle, growl, water gun. Learned moves, water pulse, aqua tail. TM moves, none. This Mudkip had the best quality among all present, and its egg and learned moves weren't bad at all were attack moves, which indicated it had faced other Pokémon in battle. For a level 5 Pokémon to have learned so many moves was already a remarkable achievement. I'll go with this little one, Cain said, pointing to the Mudkip near Professor Birch. Oh. Professor Birch picked up the little one and lifted it. He examined it from head to toe to confirm it had no injuries or illnesses. Mudkip stayed still, evidently familiar with Professor Birch, who often fed them. It did not resist or oppose. It only observed Cain with a curious gaze. For some reason, it felt it would soon part ways with its companions. Although it felt a bit nostalgic, its desire to explore the outside world was stronger. Your choice is very sharp, not for nothing are you a Pokémon breeder. This little one is one of the most outstanding among all the Mudkip here, Professor Birch said with a smile after confirming Mudkip's condition. Although Professor Birch primarily focuses on Pokémon habitats and distribution, as a Pokémon researcher, he can differentiate their abilities and potential. However, he did not intervene in Cain's selection. Trainers choose Pokémon, and Pokémon also choose trainers. Only when both sides agree can the choice be considered correct. When Professor Birch approached Cain with Mudkip, and Mudkip did not resist, he knew that even though the Pokémon did not fully understand what was happening, it did not reject Cain's presence. That was enough. Well, I'll leave this little one for you to try capturing. I'll wait for you outside, said Professor Birch after leading Cain a bit away from the lake. All the Pokémon in this place were wild Pokémon that had not yet been captured, so Cain would need to use his skills to capture Mudkip. For a level 5 Pokémon, a force-based capture method wouldn't be appropriate. Cain placed Mudkip on the ground. Mudkip looked at him with its big round eyes, curious to see what Cain would do next. Cain slowly crouched and gently patted Mudkip's head. Its texture reminded him of his old Slowpoke. A familiar feeling, Cain thought. Then, he activated telepathic communication. Mudkip, would you like to come with me to explore the vast outside world? Cain asked telepathically. Gulu. Mudkip's eyes widened suddenly. It looked around but saw no one other than Cain. Clearly, it had felt a voice in its head, a voice it could understand. Don't look around, it's me speaking to you, Cain continued. This time, Mudkip became convinced the voice in its head came from the human in front of it. So amazing. Mudkip felt its curiosity had been completely piqued. Cain turned his palm to reveal several Pokeblocks specially made for Mudkip. Before coming to capture it, Cain had already prepared these specific Pokeblocks. Upon smelling the aroma, Mudkip's eyes widened even more. It looked at Cain, then at the Pokeblocks in his hand, and couldn't help but devour them all in one bite. What do you think? Would you like to come with me to see the outside world? It's huge, with many fun things, interesting Pokémon, and fascinating people. Of course, there will also be many battles, but as a reward, there will be lots of these delicious Pokeblocks, Cain tempted. For a Mudkip like this, which had never seen the world and had an innocent mind, the unknown and delicious food were the greatest temptations possible. Sure enough, after hearing Cain's words, Mudkip hesitated for a moment but quickly stopped resisting and nodded. Cain smiled. He took out an empty Pokeball and showed it to Mudkip. Moments later, Mudkip was successfully captured inside the Pokeball. Mudkip, successfully captured. Cain's Rain team was practically complete. End of chapter. Guys, please take a moment to read my latest post. It's crucial for understanding the trainer levels and the strength of Elite and Elite 4 level Pokemon. P.S. You only need to sign up as a free member to read it, no payment is required for this post. Chapter 479, Chapter 479, Departure from Little Root Town and Planning. After successfully capturing Mudkip, Cain left the backyard without looking back, a backyard simulating various environments. He dared not linger any longer in such a place, where a single misstep could prove fatal. Upon exiting the backyard, Cain found Professor Birch waiting for him, reading a report in his hands, evidently making use of his time. Seeing Cain, the professor put the report away and smiled. Already caught it? That quick? Cain nodded and expressed his gratitude. I really appreciate the trouble, Professor. Capturing this water-type Pokemon will greatly ease the opening of my gym. Professor Birch patted Cain on the shoulder and said, no need to be so formal. These Mudkip are meant for outstanding trainers in the league. Opening a gym in Hoenn with your reputation as a prodigious breeder has earned you quite the recognition. Cain couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the comment. His master's previous risky maneuver had now made him famous as a breeder. The two walked slowly from the backyard to the lab's exterior, where a rather conspicuous off-road vehicle awaited them. Several lab staff members, now without their white coats, were already inside. Well, Cain, I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must leave. I won't be able to stay and keep you company, Professor Birch apologized. Don't worry, Professor. I understand your duties take precedence. I've also accomplished my purpose here and should head back. The gym in Leafy Town is probably almost finished, and I need to return to finalize preparations, Cain replied with a smile. Perfect. Then next time you're in Little Root Town, we can have a proper chat, Professor Birch said, boarding the off-road vehicle. Cain nodded. At that moment, the engine roared, and the vehicle sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust as it disappeared into the forest. Cain stood watching for a moment before heading into the woods himself. Overall, Cain was quite satisfied with the achievements of this visit, strengthening his Pokemon, increasing his psychic power, and capturing Mudkip. Everything had gone smoothly. Moreover, he already had the 3 elixirs necessary for hatching Larvitar. Now, it was time to plan its incubation. There were also pending matters like Sneasel and Haunter's evolutions, as well as training his second Pokemon team, tasks Cain needed to handle in the near future. It seemed like his time for managing the gym would be quite limited. Not to mention the business with the Celestial Hunting Group and Team Heaven. Time was scarce, and Cain had little room to allocate it. After eliminating the 3 Void members in the forest, the Mobile City branch of the Void organization might investigate the matter. While they might not initially link it to Cain, once the elimination of the Black Snake Gang, formerly under Kanan's command, came to light, the connection would eventually be made. At that point, whether Void launched a massive attack or Kanan came alone or with his underlings, Cain would have to face them. Therefore, he couldn't neglect his growth in strength. Strength remained the #1 standard for measuring a person in this world. The journey back was much simpler. Cain no longer needed to venture deep into the forest, as his Pokemon's level and strength had significantly increased over the past few days. What they needed now was to fully master that power increase. That was their primary goal at the moment. If they leveled up too quickly, they might face foundational issues, or in other words, they might not be sufficiently consolidated, affecting their future progress. Perhaps, given the quality of Cain's Pokemon, these effects wouldn't be noticeable until they reached the elite level. But when the time came to aim for the Elite 4 or Champion level, the lack of solid foundations could become a stumbling block. So, to ensure a stronger future, it was necessary to build a solid foundation now. After leaving Little Root Town behind, Cain summoned his Tropius. Returning to Leafy Town could take more than a day, so he would have to spend a night in the forest. However, Tropius was currently the most suitable Pokemon Cain had for long-distance flights. The Yanmega he had taken from Ray was also a good flying-type Pokemon, with great speed and stamina. But compared to Tropius, it was smaller and probably less comfortable for long journeys. Besides, Cain had yet to fully subdue that Yanmega. These Pokemon, which had once had a trainer, were the hardest to capture, especially if their previous trainer had treated them well, they would rather die than betray. However, judging by the character of its previous trainer, Cain was somewhat confident in his ability to subdue Yanmega and the other bug-type Pokémon. Still, Cain no longer considered them a priority. Perhaps Yanmega could still be useful as a means of aerial transport. Seated on Tropius's back, Cain reflected on his plans for the coming days. Upon returning, the gym in Leafy Town should be nearly complete. With the league construction team speed, setting up a small gym in just a few days shouldn't be an issue. However, Cain had few water-type Pokémon at his disposal, only Slowking and a barely battle-ready Gyarados. It was a bit limited for a water-type gym. Additionally, most of his water-type Pokémon weren't native to the Hoenn region. A gym intended to train local trainers should feature native Pokémon to attract more league trainers. Cain's provisional plan was to capture some water-type Pokémon as temporary solutions. Once Mudkip and other Pokémon matured, they would officially represent the Leafy Town gym. Perhaps he should have borrowed some Pokémon from Wallace earlier. With the resources of the Satopolis City gym, they could have loaned him some Pokémon for battles. Now, the options were to revisit the lake where he had found Absol or buy some pre-trained water-type Pokémon from the black market to fill the temporary gap. Fortunately, even if the gym was built, it would still need some time to officially open, giving Cain some leeway to prepare. End of chapter. Guys, please take a moment to read my latest post. It's crucial for understanding the trainer levels and the strength of Elite and Elite 4 level Pokémon. P.S. You only need to sign up as a free member to read it, no payment is required for this post. Chapter 480, Bringing Out the Larvitar Incubator. At night, in the middle of the forest, Cain chose a relatively quiet spot to rest. Since a single day wasn't enough to fly from Little Root Town to Leafy Town, it was necessary to stop and rest along the way. Fortunately, during his journey from Leafy Town through the forest to Little Root Town, Cain had taken note of specific spots he passed. This time, Cain decided to stay in a tree hollow where he had spent the night a few days earlier. The hollow was already excavated, so there was no need for Skorupi to do the work again. After carefully sealing the entrance of the tree hollow, Cain was able to rest peacefully inside. The forest trees were large enough that even summoning some of his Pokémon wasn't a problem. However, he could only release those that were smaller in size. Larger Pokémon like Tropius, Honchkrow, or Skorupi had to remain in their Pokeballs for the night. Slowking, however, stayed outside to act as a surveillance radar. Cain released his smaller Pokémon. The capture of Mudkip had made it part of his second team. Since these Pokémon would work together in the future, Cain decided it was important for them to meet and familiarize themselves with each other. Cain's second team consisted of Torchic, Aaron, Poliwag, and Mudkip. These four would be his main focus for training moving forward. Larvitar would soon join, making a total of 5 Pokémon. Cain wasn't certain if he would add more in the future, but if he found suitable candidates, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Even training these 5 Pokémon required significantly more resources than his first team had needed. Aaron and Larvitar alone, with their high training demands, required considerable investment. Although both would become incredibly powerful Pokémon, their evolution would take time and resources that were hard to quantify. Nonetheless, Cain was much stronger now, and his influence was growing. As his network of contacts and resources expanded, he hoped to meet the costs of raising these Pokémon. Most importantly, even though the Pokémon in his first team had started with less potential, they were now far more capable. If his new Pokémon followed the same trajectory, Cain could hardly imagine how far they might go. However, the greater the potential, the harder it was to improve. One thing that pleased Cain was Torchic. Torchic's potential had fluctuated between blue and dark blue, and Cain's system couldn't predict where it would ultimately stabilize. But since Cain released it in Pallet Town, its potential seemed to be increasing. The likelihood of it stabilizing at the dark blue level had now surpassed 60%. If confirmed, Cain would have a team comprising a dark blue quality Torchic, a dark blue quality Aaron, a light blue quality Poliwag, a light blue quality Mudkip, and a blue quality Larvitar. This combination was something Cain had never achieved in his previous life. Reflecting on his Pokémon from his past life, Cain realized he might now have the strength to capture a Pokémon that had once helped him reach the quasi-elite level. Since returning to the past, Cain's tight schedule had allowed him to reach his current level. But with his current strength, he might now have the chance to capture that Pokémon again. Cain began formulating a plan. After spending some time playing with his small Pokémon, he noticed that Mudkip was integrating quickly into the group. Torchic, naturally sociable and already familiar with Mudkip, was the first to accept it. Poliwag, another water-type Pokémon, also accepted it easily. Poliwag often acted as the group's mediator, helping maintain peace between Torchic and Aaron. Aaron, with its more reserved personality, initially kept some distance from Mudkip. However, seeing that Torchic and Poliwag had accepted it, Aaron gradually opened up. After a while, Aaron discovered that Mudkip also had a strong fighting spirit, which piqued Aaron's interest even more. To Aaron, a Pokémon that wasted its talent wasn't worthy of respect. Compared to Cain's first team Pokémon, who trained relentlessly, Aaron felt it needed to work harder as well. However, Cain had restricted it to building a solid foundation before beginning intensive training. Aaron admired Cain's veteran Pokémon, like Honchkrow, Slowking, and Skorupi, for their dedication to training. But Aaron and the other younger Pokémon hadn't experienced the hardships Cain and his Pokémon had endured on the trial island or the times when Cain was injured, and the Pokémon could do nothing to help. Thus, they were still able to enjoy moments of peace and carefreeness, thanks to the veterans who ensured their protection. The young Pokémon were growing increasingly attached to Cain, and their bond with him was deepening quickly. For Cain, who had never valued bonds with Pokémon in his previous life, his greatest achievement in this life might be the profound connection he was forming with his Pokémon. Thanks to his telepathic ability, Cain could communicate more easily with his young Pokémon and use this skill to enhance their teamwork during battles. After playing for a while, Cain let the young Pokémon continue playing on their own, as the tree hollow had enough space for them. Then, Cain woke Haunter, who had been resting in his shadow. Haunter slowly emerged from the shadow. In recent days, although it had fought a lot, it hadn't improved as quickly as Sneasel, who had an advantage in the forest. Haunter, bring out the Larvitar incubator, Cain ordered. End of chapter. Guys, please take a moment to read my latest post. It's crucial for understanding the trainer levels and the strength of Elite and Elite 4 level Pokémon. P.S. You only need to sign up as a free member to read it, no payment is required for this post. Chapter 481, Chapter 481, The Use of the First Elixir. Looking at this incubator he hadn't seen in a long time, along with the precious Larvitar Pokémon egg inside, Cain felt a wave of nostalgia. After so much waiting and searching for various methods, he was finally about to witness this Pokémon egg hatch. Cain glanced at the day counter on the incubator. Seeing it once again, he couldn't help but feel a bit powerless. If it weren't for the half-dose of the evolution elixir he used last time, Cain honestly wouldn't know when he would have found a way to make Larvitar hatch. Fortunately, this time he had finally obtained 3 full elixirs. However, according to the system's calculations, the power of the evolution elixir was too potent. Even though the Larvitar egg had been soaking for years in geocentric cleansing milk, it was not recommended to use all 3 elixirs at once. The best approach would be to use them one at a time. In fact, according to the system, the optimal method was to use them with time intervals, though the difference in results between the two methods was negligible. Thus, Cain chose the faster option. He would soon need to train his second lineup of Pokémon, and Cain didn't want Larvitar to lag behind. If he could train Larvitar alongside that group of Pokémon, it wouldn't just save time, it would also improve cooperation among the Pokémon. For instance, now with Skorupi and Honchkrow, although they got along well, because they were trained at different times, the synergy between Skorupi and the other Pokémon was still somewhat lacking. It was only during this wilderness training that Skorupi's power increased, enabling it to fight alongside Honchkrow and the others, barely developing a bit of basic synergy. That's why, if you want Pokémon to show greater power in team battles, it's best to cultivate that synergy from a young age. For this reason, whenever Cain released his Pokémon, he almost always did so simultaneously. Cain opened the incubator. A Pokémon egg with a thin crack appeared in his hands. Feeling the weight of the egg, even after taking it out several times, Cain remained surprised. Although Larvitar is naturally heavy, the weight of this particular egg was truly unusual. Without examining it in too much detail, Cain lightly stroked the crack with his finger. He didn't feel anything special. He took out one of the evolution elixirs from his storage space. His hand, as he held the elixir, began to sweat slightly. He took a deep breath. Whether or not Larvitar hatched depended on whether this elixir worked. Cain removed the elixir's stopper, and a strange smell filled the tree cave. The 4 little ones playing nearby immediately turned their attention to Cain. Slowking, create a psychic barrier just for me, Cain said with a frown. Slowking nodded, and with a slight movement of its psychic power, a thin dome of pink energy surrounded Cain, isolating the elixir's scent. Cain slowly tilted the elixir tube, pouring the liquid onto the crack of the Pokémon egg. Like a dry sponge, the liquid was quickly absorbed. Cain had been prepared to use his psychic power to help the egg absorb the elixir, but he didn't expect the egg to absorb it completely without resistance. Cain wondered if, after all this time, Larvitar inside the egg had developed some form of awareness. Perhaps it was like Mismagius living deep in dark caves, with no one truly knowing what was happening. It was the first time Cain used telepathy on a Pokémon egg. He could sense the heartbeat inside the egg becoming stronger and more energetic. Moreover, a tiny spark of thought emerged in his telepathy. Larvitar hadn't developed its own consciousness or independent thoughts. It was like any other Pokémon egg. However, with the help of the evolution elixir, the Pokémon inside the egg was rapidly taking shape. There were many unknown liquids inside the egg, likely natural egg fluids or geocentric cleansing milk. Both substances seemed to have mixed, complicating Larvitar's hatching process. The hardening of the shell was just part of the problem. The real obstacle was that Larvitar hadn't fully taken form. But with the elixir's intervention, the two substances began to solidify quickly, and Larvitar's body, which had been just a skeleton and small blood vessels, began forming rapidly. According to the system's analysis, if no more elixirs were used, Larvitar might take another 50 years to hatch. Clearly, that wasn't what Cain wanted. However, after using one elixir, it was better to give the Pokémon egg time to assimilate it. Once the effects of this elixir were fully exhausted, Cain could use the next one to maximize the results. Cain gently stroked the egg. Although telepathy couldn't do much, he still tried to communicate with Larvitar inside, unsure if it had any effect. After half an hour, the elixir's effects on the egg began to stabilize. Cain placed it back in the incubator, planning to use the other two elixirs once he returned to Leafy Town. He hadn't yet prepared food for Larvitar, and the elixir's effects were still processing. But it shouldn't take long, and this Pokémon egg, which had remained dormant for so long, would finally hatch. Cain had a feeling this Larvitar wouldn't be like the others. After soaking in geocentric cleansing milk for so long, it wasn't possible for this Larvitar to be like the others upon hatching. That would be too far-fetched. There would be differences, he just didn't know yet if they'd be good or bad. He'd only find out when it hatched. Cain handed the incubator to Haunter, who stored it in its shadow. For Cain, the safest place now was his shadow, where an elite-level Mismagius resided. Although Mismagius wasn't a combat expert, the power of an elite-level Pokémon couldn't be underestimated. Slowking dissolved the energy barrier. Cain played with the little ones a bit more before falling asleep. Tomorrow, he would return to Leafy Town, and as the Leafy Town gym leader, Cain needed to be at his best. Larvitar would hatch once they returned to the gym. Then, it would be time to plan the evolution of Sneasel and Haunter. Afterward, he would train his second lineup of Pokémon. In short, Cain had a lot to do and needed to be in top form. Slowking and Haunter took care of the watch while Cain slept, so there was no need to return the Pokémon to their Pokeballs. The next day, dawn broke. Cain, mounted on Tropius, set off once more on the road back to Leafy Town. This would be a new beginning for Cain's growth. End of chapter. Chapter 482, Chapter 482, The Construction of the Gym. Before night fell the next day, Cain returned to Leafy Town riding on Tropius. In just a few days, the once backward Leafy Town had undergone a drastic transformation. To begin with, Leafy Town, which had never had tall buildings, finally boasted its first building over 10 stories high. The Leafy Town Water-type Gym. Currently, this gym has become a new symbol of the town and the greatest source of pride for its residents. Without Cain knowing, the mayor of Leafy Town had already been replaced. The last time Lance visited, Cain had mentioned the mayor's son, and Lance took it very seriously. After just one day of investigation, the crime was confirmed. The mayor's family was completely arrested, and the resistance from the mayor's son proved futile against Lance. Subsequently, the league sent someone else to take over as mayor. And this new mayor, while lacking in skills, knew a lot about Cain. The youngest intermediate breeder in the league's history, gym leader of the Hoenn region, and friend of Devon Corporation's heir, Stephen Stone. With such credentials, the mayor dared not underestimate Cain and did everything possible to facilitate the gym's construction in Leafy Town, granting approvals for all requests. It can be said that in the current Leafy Town, Cain's gym is the most revered place. While the townspeople were unaware, the true owner of the gym, Cain, returned silently. The gym was built next to Cain's house, a 10-story water-type gym with an expansive area that had risen to prominence. Cain was amazed to see the gym. There was no doubt that the league's construction team was highly experienced in building gyms. Although this gym wasn't designed to the level of those in major Hoenn cities, it wasn't any smaller than those in small towns either. Cain's generosity, coupled with directives received by the construction team from above, certainly helped. While Cain may not be the league's most influential figure, he was undoubtedly one of its most well-known. A trusted member of the league. With the League Breeders Guild's backing, how could they not put forth their best effort? The building's design was quite modern, and the internal structure was highly suitable for a water-type gym, featuring numerous pools of various sizes. Of course, there were also terrains beyond water types, such as rocky, grassy, and sandy terrains. However, as a water-type gym, the focus remained on water terrains, supported by an excellent drainage system and various facilities to alter the terrain as needed. Around the battlefield was a large spectator stand that could accommodate nearly 10,000 viewers. For a small town like Leafy Town, a stadium of this size was already significant. So far, there had never been such a facility in Leafy Town. Many residents were already anticipating the gym's opening to witness its first gym battle. Tickets would be sold, but at a very low price, ensuring affordability for most Leafy Town residents. Cain took a walk around the gym's main hall to familiarize himself with its various facilities. In short, satisfied. Cain was very satisfied with this gym. After paying the remaining $2 million to the construction team leader, completing the total payment, the gym officially became Cain's property. However, such a large gym, with Cain as its only occupant for now, felt rather empty. It needed a certain amount of staff, and Cain could hire some town residents to fill those vacancies. This would also help create jobs. Additionally, the gym leader could recruit people as gym apprentices to assist in daily operations when the leader wasn't present. Cain planned to assign these tasks to Sky and his team, simultaneously providing them with some official league identities. Regarding the risks, no one would arbitrarily investigate the identities of apprentices in another person's gym, so there was no need for concern. After touring the lobby, Cain went upstairs to inspect the rest of the building. The gym had 10 complete floors, with the first being the largest and most important. The upper floors were intended for staff, apprentices, and the gym leader. The second floor would likely serve as residences for staff and apprentices, along with common facilities. The use of the upper floors would be decided by Cain later. For now, he hadn't given it much thought. Apart from the fully equipped first floor, the other 9 floors were empty, lacking furniture or items, and would need to be furnished gradually. After a brief inspection, Cain left the gym. There was still some time before the gym's opening, and Cain had many preparations to make. Even though Leafy Town's gym was about to open, the town's development couldn't rely solely on a gym. Many key facilities were still missing in Leafy Town. The most important was a Pokémon Center. Cain needed to request this from the league. With his current status as a gym leader, this shouldn't be an issue. He also needed to visit Steven to coordinate economic development in Leafy Town. Currently, Leafy Town already had some economic value, and if Cain requested the Devon Corporation's help, it could drive the town's economy forward, a win-win situation. It wouldn't just be about troubling Steven. Relationships could wear thin with too many favors. Furthermore, if Leafy Town's economy was to thrive, the black market would need to reopen. It was expected that Alec and the others, who had been training, would now have sufficient strength to manage the black market's daily security. As Cain walked back to the backyard, he pondered the more complicated tasks ahead. Fortunately, the backyard was very close to the gym, and before Cain felt overwhelmed, he was quickly interrupted by the Pokémon's matters. The Larvitar egg, after absorbing and digesting for a full day, was ready to use the evolution elixir again. This would be the second dose, and if all went well, the third could be used tomorrow. At the latest, by the day after tomorrow, the pseudo-legendary Pokémon Larvitar should successfully hatch. At that point, it would be a matter of seeing whether this Larvitar, which had consumed so many of Cain's resources, was truly worth it. Cain released all his Pokémon, who quickly found something to do. The 4 small ones started playing, while Honchkrow and the others began training. Cain, holding the incubator, sat directly on the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 483, Chapter 483, Changes in the Pokémon Egg. Cain poured another dose of the elixir onto the Larvitar egg. All the elixir's liquid was absorbed without a trace by the egg. Holding it, Cain could clearly feel a notable increase in temperature radiating from the egg's surface into his hands. Instinctively, Cain enveloped the egg with his psychic powers. Although he could previously sense the heartbeat of the Pokémon within, it had been faint at the time. Now, Cain could perceive a strong, rhythmic pulse. Not only that, though the Pokémon egg hadn't absorbed anything other than the elixir, Cain noticed its weight was gradually increasing. With the injection of this elixir, Larvitar's developmental speed was changing rapidly. According to the system's scan, the Larvitar egg's hatching time, which initially required about 50 years, was decreasing at an astonishing rate, faster than Cain had anticipated. Cain's expression shifted slightly. The changes in the Larvitar egg weren't something either he or the system had predicted. System, quickly analyze what's happening with the Pokémon egg, Cain thought. After a mechanical sound indicated that the task had been initiated, Cain felt a small electric current flow from his hand into the egg. This tiny electrical flow had no adverse effect on the egg. 10 minutes later, Cain received the system's analysis. After reviewing all the data and explanations provided, Cain finally felt reassured. Cain had invested too much time and resources into this Larvitar egg, any negative change would have been a significant loss for him. Fortunately, according to the system's analysis, the changes in the Larvitar egg were still within normal parameters. It was just that the elixir's absorption rate had accelerated significantly, over 10-fold. The system's analysis suggested that during the first application of the elixir, the Pokémon egg had been in a stabilization phase. Now, both the egg and the Pokémon inside had begun consciously absorbing the special energy from the elixir as a self-defense mechanism. The geocentric cleansing milk had such a profound impact on the Pokémon egg that the elixir's side effects were now negligible. The fact that the elixir reduced lifespan wasn't an issue for Larvitar, who had been immersed in geocentric cleansing milk for countless years. Perhaps when Cain grows old, Larvitar will still be in its prime. A fully matured Tyranitar at its peak could maintain its strength for a long time. Upon receiving the system's precise response, Cain felt relieved. There was an upside: if Larvitar was absorbing faster, it wouldn't be necessary to wait until the next day to use the elixir again. If all went well, Larvitar might hatch that very night. Even with Cain's typically calm demeanor, his heart filled with a faint sense of excitement. This was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the Johto region, the only one deserving the title of Tyrant of the Desert. In the 7 regions discovered by the Pokémon League, nearly all pseudo-legendary Pokémon are dragon types. Except for Tyranitar from Johto and Metagross from Hoenn. However, the Hoenn region has a unique distinction, as it is home to 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Metagross and Salamence. Metagross and Tyranitar are the only Pokémon species that, despite not being dragon types, are considered pseudo-legendary. Both have proven beyond a doubt that they have the potential to be pseudo-legendary. However, all Pokémon of this class share a common trait: slow growth. Pseudo-legendaries only reach their true potential when they achieve their final evolution, as their advantages aren't as evident before then. The challenge lies in the fact that the final evolution of these Pokémon requires a very high level. It takes reaching at least quasi-elite level. The early stages are a significant challenge that trainers must overcome. That's why few people choose a pseudo-legendary as their starter Pokémon, as raising them is notoriously difficult. Of course, individuals like Steven Stone, with immense resources, don't count as common cases. Even Lance, a member of the Dragon Clan, didn't start with a Dragonite. His first Pokémon was a Fire-type Charizard, one of Kanto's 3 starters. Raising a pseudo-legendary requires a lot of resources and time. However, this Larvitar, which was about to hatch, would have a relatively smoother path. Although the elixir was primarily meant to aid in hatching, some of its effects would remain in its body. This could help Larvitar grow faster. As for its reduced lifespan, it simply didn't apply to this Larvitar. Furthermore, based on the Larvitar egg scan data, this soon-to-be-born Pokémon had exceptional potential. It had already inherited moves like Dragon Dance and Outrage, 2 extreme and powerful moves that would help it overcome its initial phase of weakness in battles. For now, Cain wasn't overly concerned about Larvitar contributing to battles. Cain placed the egg in the incubator and set it aside. He then retrieved materials he had previously prepared to make food for Larvitar after it hatched. The most important ingredient was geocentric cleansing milk. Cain had already incorporated geocentric cleansing milk into the Pokeblocks for both Aaron and Larvitar. This rare ingredient would allow both Pokémon to perceive rock and ground-type energies more clearly, helping them manipulate these energies with greater ease. Aaron had only the rock type, but Larvitar had both rock and ground types, allowing it to make the most of the geocentric cleansing milk's properties. Next were rare minerals. Both Larvitar and Aaron fed on rocks and metals. However, while Aaron leaned more toward metals, Larvitar preferred rocks. Cain also added materials to support the growth of infant-stage Pokémon. Larvitar would join Cain's second group of Pokémon. Although it would need time to grow after hatching, Cain hoped that thanks to the elixir, it could catch up with the others. Aaron was already at level 16 and Poliwag at level 12. Torchic and Mudkip were also ready to begin their training. End of chapter. Chapter 484, Chapter 484, The Egg About to Hatch. With great skill, Cain finished preparing the Pokeblocks for Larvitar. The materials he used were undoubtedly the best he had at his disposal at the time. They would be sufficient to feed the Larvitar that was about to hatch. Soon, not only for Larvitar but likely also for Cain's other Pokémon, their Pokeblock formulas would need adjustments. At that point, he would simply have to buy more materials. Being a breeder has its advantages. You can adjust the Pokeblock recipes your Pokémon use at any time, according to their needs. And changing the recipe won't make the effects of the previous Pokeblocks go to waste. For this reason, many trainers desire to have a breeder by their side. Even Professor Oak needs the support of a breeder like his mentor, Master Matsuda Takashi. However, when a trainer grows, the breeder who has provided great assistance becomes someone they must protect. That's why, even though the Breeder Guild isn't very powerful, it remains one of the top 5 organizations within the Alliance. Once again, Cain took the Larvitar egg into his hands. He clearly felt that it had grown considerably heavier. He didn't know why, but the egg seemed to grow heavier out of nowhere. Perhaps it was because Larvitar was nearly fully formed inside. He took out another bottle of evolution elixir, the last one he had left. He had already used one bottle before, and under normal circumstances, this second one should be enough. Even so, Cain let the system monitor the situation in real time to ensure the elixir was working properly. He slowly poured the liquid from the last bottle of elixir onto the Pokemon egg. He felt the egg's temperature rise so much that, even through his pants, it felt hot. Unable to bear it any longer, he used his psychic powers to make the egg float. He feared that, with such a high temperature, the Pokemon egg might end up cooked. If it weren't floating, anyone would think there was a fire burning beneath it. As if there were at least a steaming pot under it. By the way, would the Larvitar egg be particularly nutritious? Suddenly, this thought crossed Cain's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What madness! If Larvitar couldn't hatch, Cain might consider that option, but after waiting so long, it was finally about to hatch. If the egg ended up cooked, it would be a bad joke. Fortunately, those were just Cain's wild ideas. Under the system's supervision, all of Larvitar's egg parameters were normal. It was only that its rapid growth rate caused an unusually high temperature. Following the system's instructions, Cain stopped pouring more elixir onto the egg. He looked at the remaining half bottle, feeling a bit pained. These elixirs weren't cheap. If anyone knew about the existence of something like this, many would fight to obtain it. Luckily, Team Rocket had not yet revealed the elixir's existence, and the Alliance didn't know that Cain had acquired 6 bottles transported in secret. After all, if anyone investigated, they could only trace it back to Umbra, not to Cain. With everything ready, Cain sat down to wait patiently. During this time, other Pokémon approached to watch, especially the 4 little ones. They were excited about the arrival of a new companion and wanted to stay beside Cain to wait. However, the sensible Honchkrow took them away. When a Pokémon hatches, the first creature it sees naturally becomes the one it feels the most attached to. For trainers, it's important for the Pokémon to see its trainer first, as it makes future training and battles smoother. For example, the first Pokémon Cain raised, Skorupi, now has a bond and synchronization with him that only Honchkrow and Slowking surpass. After half an hour, the surface of the Pokémon egg was covered with droplets of water, emitting a faint steam. When Cain brought his hand close, without touching it, he could already feel the heat. At this temperature, any normal egg would already be completely cooked, wouldn't it? But the system indicated that everything was fine, so Cain held back. Half an hour later, the egg's temperature began to drop. Cain finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to eat the egg. Losing 3 bottles of elixir and a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg would have been devastating. Things started to look up. Using his psychic powers, Cain perceived that the liquid inside the egg was slowly dissipating, revealing a fully formed creature curled up inside. The heart and brain were already developed, only the shell needed breaking. But the shell, so tough, represented one more challenge for the still unhatched Pokémon. Half an hour later, the egg's temperature returned to normal, and Cain felt the creature's heartbeat and a faint vibration of psychic energy. Larvitar was finally fully formed. Relaxing his psychic powers, he placed the egg on the ground. Sensing the peculiarity of the ground, the egg moved slightly. Cain showed a joyful expression. The egg moved, meaning the Pokémon inside was already stirring, the moment of hatching was near. From afar, Aaron, who was playing, sensed something and curiously looked at the Pokémon egg in front of Cain. His eyes reflected 7 parts surprise and 3 parts curiosity. As a ground-type Pokémon, Aaron felt how the energy of the ground around them was frantically gathering. It moved like waves. And the center of those waves was the Pokémon egg in front of Cain. What kind of Pokémon could this be, capable of naturally manipulating ground-type energy even before hatching? Aaron felt immense curiosity about this new companion that was about to be born. Although Cain didn't perceive the changes in ground-type energy, he clearly felt the egg changing. At a strange frequency, the egg began to move. After a while, the movement speed increased. In Aaron's eyes, the ground-type energy beneath the soil suddenly surged, striking directly at the egg's surface. Crack! A loud sound echoed, and a crack appeared on the tough eggshell. It wasn't the same crack as before but a completely new one. Cain's joy was uncontrollable. Larvitar was about to hatch. End of chapter. Chapter 485, Chapter 485, Larvitar's weight at birth. Crack. The cracks on the Pokémon egg became increasingly numerous. Small fissures began to appear. The cracks gradually expanded, and Cain could already see through them the figure inside struggling to move. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the fissures widened significantly. A small, green protrusion emerged from one of the cracks. This little dark green bump still had some viscous liquid clinging to it, which hadn't been absorbed yet. With the protrusion emerging, the crack grew even larger. Finally, after another 3 minutes of struggling, the egg's shell completely broke apart. A dark green Pokémon appeared before Cain. The long, dark green spike atop its head didn't seem sharp. Its triangular eyes carried an intimidating air, and its red pupils stared at Cain with curiosity and affection. The exposed part of its belly was red, covered with what looked like armored plates, while the sides featured square-shaped, dark green patches. Its tail, resembling a small flower, opened and closed behind it, clearly still unaccustomed to the body it had just freed. Larvitar opened its mouth and let out a soft cry. Cain smiled and slowly extended his hand, gently stroking Larvitar's head. The surface of the newly hatched Larvitar was very smooth, covered in an unknown liquid, making it feel silky to the touch. Larvitar narrowed its eyes, showing how much it enjoyed it. But before Cain could continue, Larvitar's stomach suddenly let out a loud noise. Grow. The sound was so loud that it hardly seemed to come from a newborn Pokémon. However, Larvitar didn't mind and immediately fixed its gaze on the nearby eggshell fragments. It seemed to have smelled something delicious. Slowly bending down, it picked up a piece of broken shell, sniffed it, and took a bite. Crunch. Crunch. The hard eggshell posed no challenge for Larvitar's teeth. Once in its mouth, it chewed through it effortlessly. In no time, the tough shell was completely crushed and devoured by Larvitar. Seeing how happy Larvitar was, Cain discreetly put away the poke block he had prepared. Eggshells are undoubtedly better than any other food for a newborn Pokémon, even better than the poke blocks Cain had painstakingly crafted. After eating a piece of broken shell, Larvitar closed its eyes in satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, it picked up another piece of shell, hesitated briefly, and decisively offered it to Cain. Cain was a little taken aback. But seeing Larvitar's determined look, he smiled. He shook his head, pushing the piece of shell back toward Larvitar, and said with a grin, "I couldn't eat that even if I wanted to." "It's better for you, eat it all." Larvitar stared at him for a few seconds, confirmed Cain didn't want the shell, and stopped insisting. Boom. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded around Cain. The Pokémon playing and training nearby were startled. Even Cain was surprised. The Pokémon quickly ran toward the source of the noise, but Cain gestured for them to stop. The crash wasn't caused by an attack. The source of the sound was the adorable Pokémon standing in front of Cain. Cain had witnessed the entire process that caused the noise. At that moment, Larvitar had offered the eggshell to Cain, who had politely declined. Larvitar, without further insistence, popped the piece into its mouth. Then, as if finding it too tiring to eat while standing, it plopped onto the ground. The crash was simply the result of Larvitar sitting on the ground. Cain found it hard to believe that such a small Pokémon could cause the ground to sink like that. What was even more astonishing was that Larvitar seemed completely unaware. Cain couldn't help but activate the system to scan Larvitar's data. Pokémon, Larvitar, dark blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, rock plus ground. Ability, guts. Held item, none. Egg moves, dragon dance, outrage, ancient power, stealth rock. Basic moves, bite, leer. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. From the data, there weren't many changes, except that Larvitar's original blue quality had now deepened to dark blue. This was within Cain's expectations. After all, the system's skin could have been affected by the thick eggshell and the mineral-rich milk surrounding it. Another possibility was that Larvitar's original potential was blue, but the use of evolutionary elixirs to accelerate its growth, combined with the nutrient blend in the egg and the geocentric cleansing milk, had gradually elevated its potential. However, this boost in potential was reasonable, considering it had been an egg submerged in an unknown energy source for years. What shocked Cain the most was Larvitar's weight. Being able to sink the ground with its weight indicated that Larvitar was far from normal in this regard. Perhaps the weight gain was what improved its potential. For a heavy-type Pokémon, weight sometimes also signifies strength. But with such great weight, Larvitar would require more energy and proper bone development to maintain its combat level. That would be one of Cain's responsibilities as its trainer. Currently, Larvitar was heavier than Aaron. It was truly a walking heavyweight. Sitting in the hole it left in the ground, Larvitar continued munching on its eggshells, completely unaware that its tonnage was already giving its trainer a headache. With a Larvitar of this size, along with Aaron, another heavy Pokémon, Cain thought that once both evolved completely, walking with them behind him would make him look incredibly powerful. But now Cain thought the first thing Larvitar needed to learn was how to control its weight. It couldn't just go around damaging the environment wherever it went. In the wild, it might not be a problem, but in enclosed spaces, that could get expensive. Either way, the joy of the day overshadowed any surprises Larvitar could bring. Finally, Cain had succeeded in hatching this pseudo-legendary Pokémon, significantly elevating his potential for future growth. At least up to the elite level, Cain felt he had no doubts. He just needed to continue raising it carefully. After finishing the eggshells, as a newborn, Larvitar still needed a lot of sleep. Curling up next to Cain, it quickly dozed off. Gently stroking Larvitar's soft skin, a smile spread across Cain's face. End of chapter. Chapter 486, Chapter 486, wow, what an appetite. The hatching of Larvitar was known only to Cain and his Pokémon. For now, Cain had no plans to reveal Larvitar's existence to anyone else. Even though he wasn't weak anymore and had gained a certain status in the league that made owning a Larvitar plausible, there's a saying, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be cut down. Just like when Professor Oak decided to keep Cain's discovery of Sloking's evolution method a secret. Cain had great talent as a breeder, and if he also displayed exceptional skill as a trainer, many groups might feel threatened. To most people, Cain's decision to build a gym seemed like nothing more than a youthful whim. After all, he was still young, and opening a gym for fun didn't seem like an issue. But if others learned of Cain's high potential as a trainer as well, some might not take it lightly. Not everyone was as tolerant as Giovanni. Larvitar had not yet been placed in a pokeball. Since he was just born, it wasn't suitable to put him in one yet, as it might affect his development. However, since Larvitar's first sight upon hatching was Cain, there was no concern that he wouldn't recognize his trainer. Cain just had to wait until Larvitar moved past his newborn stage to keep him in a pokeball. For now, Cain faced a minor inconvenience. Larvitar wasn't like Skorupi, who could conceal himself on Cain's body unnoticed. And with Larvitar's weight, carrying him was out of the question. While he hadn't weighed him yet, Cain estimated he was between 150 and 200 kilograms. There was no way to carry something that heavy, so instead of storing him in a pokeball, and to avoid detection, Larvitar would have to stay in the backyard. Fortunately, Cain's backyard was currently secure, with a few Pokémon helping to keep watch. Among the group of Slowpoke brought back by Slowking, 3 had evolved into Slowbro after Cain dropped a batch of Shelder into the pond. With 3 Slowbro at levels 37 to 38 and an Absol capable of sensing the future, Cain's backyard was well protected. Cain also planned to leave Miltank to take care for Larvitar while the 3 Slowbro and Absol guarded the backyard. This setup should suffice. However, even so, Cain couldn't venture far from the backyard. He needed to remain within Slowking's teleport range. This meant Cain would have to stay close for a while. After being away for several days, the backyard pond had grown considerably, now home to many water-type Pokémon. While not a fully wild habitat, it was close enough, and the Pokémon there showed respect toward Cain. The Slowpoke group in particular held great respect for Cain, and since they were tasked with guarding the backyard, the other Pokémon followed suit. That night, Cain decided to sleep in the backyard with Larvitar, forgoing a tent and simply lying on the grass. In the middle of the night, Larvitar, feeling a bit cold, slowly moved closer to Cain's lap. The other Pokémon, after finishing their playtime, gradually nestled around Cain as well. Cain experienced alternating sensations of warmth and cold. Torchic and Larvitar radiated warmth, especially Torchic, who felt like a small flame beside him. Mudkip and Poliwag, on the other hand, felt like little blocks of ice. That night, Cain felt both heat and chill simultaneously. However, once Honchkrow and the others finished their training, the sensations balanced out. All the Pokémon huddled around Cain, spending the night together. At dawn the next day, dew covered the grass. Cain felt his clothes slightly damp. Gently freeing himself from the Pokémon's paws, he noticed Honchkrow and Slowking were already awake, sharing his daily rhythm. Torchic and the others were still sound asleep. Not wanting to disturb them, they deserved a bit more rest. Cain sent Honchkrow and the others to train farther away and began preparing breakfast. Soon, the aroma of food filled the backyard. The delicious smell quickly woke Torchic and the others. Rubbing their eyes, the 5 small Pokémon turned their attention to Cain's prepared meal. Even Larvitar, only a day old, ignored Torchic and the others, drawn by the smell of Cain's food. Smiling, Cain distributed the food among his Pokémon and taught Larvitar how to use utensils. At that moment, Larvitar noticed the other Pokémon around him for the first time. He showed no fear, just brief curiosity as he watched them eat. After a moment's thought, he decided that eating was more important. He plopped down on the ground and started devouring his meal. Compared to the noise he made sitting down the previous day, Larvitar seemed to have better control of his body today. While he left a small mark in the dirt, it wasn't as loud. Still, the other Pokémon were surprised by the mark he left. They could all sense Larvitar's weight. They couldn't believe such a small Pokémon could leave such a deep dent in the ground. Larvitar, of course, was oblivious. The most amusing reaction came from Aaron. Aaron observed Larvitar, then looked at himself. He tried mimicking Larvitar, plopping down on the ground. The ground sank slightly, but when comparing the dents, Aaron realized Larvitar's was deeper. Aaron smiled, satisfied. Finally, there was someone heavier than him. With a grin of relief, Aaron returned to his meal. As a hearty eater, Larvitar, despite being only a day old, already demonstrated a voracious appetite. This time, he ate more than Torchic and Mudkip combined. Though Cain was pleased, he couldn't help but think. Wow, what an appetite. End of chapter. Chapter 487, Chapter 487, Ideas for Skorupi's Combined Moves. After preparing breakfast for the Pokémon and ensuring that those finishing their morning training, like Honchkrow, also enjoyed a carefully prepared meal, the formal training for the day began. Cain assigned each of his Pokémon their training tasks for the day. The main focus remained on practicing the combined moves they had been working on previously. For example, Honchkrow's Shadow Wing attack, while already usable in battle, still didn't have the power Cain was aiming for. Sneasel's Ice Claw, on the other hand, relied heavily on the Metal Claw move, but its Ice-type energy was somewhat lacking. This was the area it needed to improve. Nonetheless, Sneasel was one of the Pokémon that excelled the most at mastering combined moves. Many Pokémon have moves they can learn from one another, and having a mentor to teach them makes mastering those moves quicker. Recently, Sneasel had taught Slowking the Ice Punch move. While Slowking hadn't yet perfected it, he would be able to use it against Grass-type Pokémon, who are weak to ice. Skorupi's levels had increased significantly during this training, and he had also learned many basic moves. These moves are innate to Skorupi, and as long as his potential is sufficient and he reaches a certain level, he will learn them. But learning a move doesn't necessarily mean mastering it. This time, Skorupi had learned 2 poison-type moves he needed to train to master, Venoshock and Toxic Spikes. Both moves had distinct advantages. The Venoshock move could deal double damage to already poisoned Pokémon. Combined with the poison Skorupi had developed, this made it even deadlier. The Toxic Spikes move was also very effective. By scattering poisonous spikes on the battlefield, any Pokémon stepping on them would become poisoned. With toxin buildup, this could escalate to severe poisoning, a great move for prolonged battles. Additionally, Skorupi learned the Hone Claws move. Sneasel also used this move and had mastered it well, so Skorupi could learn a lot from him. This move was particularly useful for Skorupi because of his sniper ability, as it increased the chance of landing critical hits. Combined with his ability, this created an effective synergy. However, Skorupi still needed to train these 3 moves. Cain had already devised a combined move for Skorupi. The Poison Fang move combined with Venoshock. After Poison Fang poisoned the opponent, Venoshock would deal double damage, further intensifying the poisoning and the damage. With the Sniper ability, any Pokémon weak to poison-type attacks would almost always be instantly defeated. After absorbing the energy from the broken Toxic Orb, the intensity of Skorupi's poison-type move surpassed even Haunter's. Combined with the Black Sludge, Skorupi would have great endurance in prolonged battles. Whether in long-duration battles or quick bursts of damage, Skorupi had already become a very competent frontline Pokémon. Without type disadvantages, his power bursts would be the strongest on Cain's team. Perhaps only Honchkrow, with multiple boosts from the Moxie ability, could compare in terms of explosive power. When Skorupi evolved into Drapion, Cain's team's strength would see another significant boost. Not only Skorupi. The Razor Claw for Sneasel was already prepared, and Cain just needed a knight to train him and enable his evolution. Haunter's evolution also needed to be considered soon, but Cain wasn't sure how to proceed with that evolution and would need to consult someone. Once these Pokémon evolved, Cain estimated that his strength among advanced trainers could reach the upper half or even the top tier. After assigning the training tasks for the Pokémon, Cain called his master, Old Matsuda, on the phone. After a brief conversation, Cain expressed his desire for the League to build a Pokémon Center in Leafy Town. A town with only a gym but no Pokémon Center was incomplete and had a critical deficiency. It also lacked the appeal to attract trainers. Old Matsuda agreed that he understood and, although it was a minor issue, Cain was his only disciple, so he was willing to help. It wasn't a particularly complicated problem. If it had been a town without a gym, requesting a Pokémon Center might have been harder, but for a town with a gym, a Pokémon Center was an essential facility. The issue was assigning a Nurse Joy, something Old Matsuda couldn't arrange. The Joy family, who managed the Pokémon Centers, had exclusive control over staff assignments, and even high-ranking League officials couldn't easily interfere with this. But for Cain, the existence of a Pokémon Center was what mattered, not which Nurse Joy would be assigned. After speaking with Old Matsuda, Cain made another familiar call. After 10 seconds, the call connected. Hello. Cain, a male voice answered on the other end, sounding a bit surprised and happy. Yes, Stephen, Cain replied with a smile. The call's recipient was Stephen Stone, his old friend. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Stephen asked, a bit puzzled. Stephen's question surprised Cain. He clearly hadn't expected Stephen to ask that right away. Have you been out in the wild for so long that you haven't returned? Cain asked. Yes, after you caught Aaron, I went out looking for stones. I was told there were unusual stones here, so I came, but the wild Pokémon here are really strong, and after so many days, I haven't seen any unusual stones, Stephen explained. No wonder. No wonder Stephen sounded so surprised. No wonder Stephen hadn't immediately congratulated Cain when the League celebrated him. Cain chuckled and said, I guess you haven't seen the news in a while, have you? Did you go alone this time? It's been a long time since I had free time. I didn't want to be bothered with unimportant matters, so from day one, I told everyone not to call me unless it was really important. Why? Did something important happen? Nothing serious. When will you be back? Cain asked, withholding the details. End of chapter. Chapter 488, Chapter 488, Stephen's imminent return. I have a feeling you're hiding something, murmured Stephen. Let me know when you're back, there are a few things I want to discuss with you, Cain replied. All right. I'm almost back. If I don't find that stone soon, I'll have to return. The company has a pile of issues that need my attention. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, Stephen said with resignation. Cain smiled but said nothing more. To achieve something, certain sacrifices are necessary. Inheriting the Devon Corporation has been Stephen's responsibility since birth. Although he loves stones and Pokémon, he also has to learn to manage the company. Stones and Pokémon can only serve as his solace while he hasn't fully taken on the company's legacy. However, as he grows older, there are responsibilities Stephen can no longer avoid. After chatting a bit more, Cain ended the call. Both he and Stephen had things they needed to do. After finishing his calls with old Matsuda and Stephen, Cain immersed himself in training his Pokémon, exercising his body and psychic abilities alongside them. When the trainer participates in the training, the loyalty of the Pokémon toward him increases. The 5 little ones watched Cain and the others train with envious expressions. Larvitar didn't quite understand, but seeing his companions with that expression, he ended up catching on as well. Although Larvitar had just hatched, his robust body allowed him to play alongside Torchic and the others. However, Larvitar hadn't yet learned to control his strength, so after a while, the ground was riddled with holes and craters. Aaron, unable to ignore it, began teaching Larvitar how to control his strength. Both being heavyweights, Aaron had some experience in this regard. Cain kept a close eye on the 5 little ones, especially the newborn Larvitar, who, as a neonate, was usually more fragile. However, perhaps because he had spent so much time in his egg, Larvitar didn't exhibit the typical sleepiness of newborns. In fact, after eating, he stayed quite active. Cain could only attribute this to the effects of the evolution elixir. Larvitar had hatched thanks to the elixir. Although most of the side effects had been counteracted by the geocentric cleansing milk, Cain wasn't sure if there might be other lingering effects. Training is demanding, but if the focus is solely on leveling up without training, the growth of Pokémon is incomplete. Leveling up is like building the skeleton of a structure, while training is like adding bricks and cement. Only by combining both can a solid and tall building be constructed. The difference may not be apparent in the short term, but in the long term, the absence of either will undo all progress made. As Cain and his Pokémon trained, the 5 little ones also tried to mimic their movements, albeit clumsily. This, however, showed that their bodies were growing stronger and that they would soon be ready for training in battles. In reality, with Aaron's sturdy build, he could begin training and battling without any issues. Torchic and Larvitar, on the other hand, needed a bit more time. Cain wasn't pushing them to engage in battles but hoped they would enjoy their childhood. After all, like Honchkrow and the others, once they began training, they wouldn't be able to stop. However, it seemed the little ones no longer wanted to enjoy a carefree childhood. It was unclear when this started, but in Cain's team, more and more Pokémon developed a passion for combat. Ever since Honchkrow evolved, his Moxie ability had been turning him into a true battle enthusiast. Skorupi had shown an unrestrained passion for combat since birth. Slowking and Sneasel were a bit more moderate but still enjoyed battles greatly. The only neutral one was Haunter, who neither loved nor hated combat. He preferred to spend his time playing pranks, likely due to his childhood personality. However, he strictly followed the tasks and battles Cain assigned him, so Cain didn't push him further. In Cain's second team, under Aaron's influence, all the Pokémon, except for Poliwag, who had a naturally good-natured disposition, exhibited a strong desire to fight. Even Larvitar, just a day old, showed great enthusiasm for battle after Aaron explained what it entailed. Faced with this, Cain felt a bit helpless but also satisfied. There isn't a trainer who wouldn't feel proud of having a team full of Pokémon passionate about combat. After an intense morning of training, all the Pokémon showed great appetites at noon, especially Aaron and the newborn Larvitar. Cain was considering whether he should prepare minerals for Aaron and Larvitar. While Pokeblocks provided enough energy, relying solely on them might be financially draining. Given their large appetites, the best option would be to combine minerals with Pokeblocks to meet their energy needs and ensure they had sufficient energy for training. Pokeblocks enriched with geocentric cleansing milk and energy crystals were excellent for these 2 Pokémon. After lunch, Cain decided not to continue with training. He recalled his Pokémon into their Pokeballs and headed toward the mountains. He left the newborn Larvitar in Miltank's care. Larvitar, who had played all morning, fell asleep after eating. Despite his sturdy body, he was still a newborn who needed plenty of rest. Miltank, who had volunteered to take care of him, was more than happy to do so. She loved looking after others and feeling useful. Cain wouldn't stray far, and Slowking could use the teleport move to return at any time. Additionally, there were plenty of other Pokémon in the backyard watching over and protecting the area, so there was no need to worry about potential intruders. End of chapter. Chapter 489, Intensive Capture. The main purpose of Cain's trip was to capture some water-type Pokémon from the lake where he had previously encountered the Absol Mother. The water-type gym was about to open, and as its leader, Cain currently had only a few water-type Pokémon, none of which were native to Hoenn, which wasn't ideal. His goal was to capture some strong water-type Pokémon from the lake. He wasn't particularly concerned about their growth potential or future capabilities, he only needed immediate battle strength. These water-type Pokémon, with a bit of training, could serve as the gym's Pokémon. After all, in a small town like Leafy Town, the trainers coming to challenge the gym were unlikely to be very strong. Even with Cain's support, along with help from Devon Corporation and the League, it would take at least 6 months for Leafy Town to develop properly and start attracting stronger trainers. However, given how quickly Cain was progressing, his strength would be even greater by then. Additionally, these water-type Pokémon captured for immediate battle strength could also be entrusted to reliable people to manage the gym when Cain was away. These Pokémon could also serve as protectors of the gym. Thus, capturing some water-type Pokémon as immediate battle assets was necessary. Cain instructed Slowking to use teleport to take him to the lake. Slowking was familiar with the lake, as it was where he had evolved and become the king of his kind. Upon arriving at the lakeshore, Cain found a wide area and summoned his Pokémon. Honchkrow, Sneasel, Skorupi, and Haunter. In addition to Slowking, these were Cain's main battle Pokémon. Skorupi, Slowking, dig a deep pit here, Cain ordered. Cain had used this tactic before on Trial Island when capturing Shelder. He didn't want to bring Slowking into the lake, as fighting there would be difficult, and unforeseen complications could arise. Using Gyarados to attract attention wasn't an option this time. But Cain had a better idea, though it might have a larger impact. Once all the Pokémon were ready, Cain pulled out another Pokeball. He tossed it to the ground, and a Pokémon with a large flower on its head appeared. Vileplume. This was the Vileplume Cain had captured during his mountain journey, at level 29 and of green quality. Cain hadn't sold it, instead, he spent several days taming it. For Cain, this Vileplume served only one purpose, its move, Sweet Scent. Vileplume, using Grain, Synthesis, and then Sweet Scent on the lake, Cain ordered coldly. Freshly released, Vileplume glanced around and saw all of Cain's Pokémon staring intently at it. It shuddered in fear. Back then, it could spar a bit with Skorupi, but now, seeing him felt like a mouse facing a cat. Obeying without hesitation, Vileplume rooted itself in the ground, slowly absorbing energy through its roots. The flower crown on its head, now healed, began performing synthesis under the sunlight. It felt revitalized. After so long in the Pokeball, it had missed the comforting sensation of the sun. If not for Cain and his Pokémon watching, it might have sighed in relief. Without hesitation, once it had finished using synthesis, Vileplume shook the large flower on its head. A fine powder, nearly invisible to the naked eye, began wafting from the flower's center and spreading over the lake's surface. After releasing the first wave of sweet scent, Vileplume cautiously looked at Cain, seeing no change in his expression. Continue, Cain ordered without changing his tone. Feeling a pang of fear, Vileplume continued releasing more powder from the flower's center. As sweet scent permeated the water, the lake's surface began to ripple. You can stop, Cain said. Vileplume breathed a sigh of relief and ceased using sweet scent. It felt great fear toward Cain and his Pokémon. The ripples on the lake grew stronger, as if something was about to emerge from the water. They're coming. Get ready. Honchkrow and the others focused their attention on the water's surface. Sneasel was already gathering Ice-type energy, anticipating Cain's next move. The other Pokémon were also prepared for action. The most impatient was Skorupi. The last time they captured water types using this method, he could only pick up leftovers, now, he could finally join the battle. After a few seconds, a large number of Pokémon emerged from the water. Most were common species like Magikarp and Goldeen. But there were also several typical Hoenn water types, such as Corphish and Barboach. The lake housed a wide variety of water-type Pokémon. Cain activated his system to scan for data and identify those with potential to be useful. As soon as the Pokémon leaped from the water, Sneasel used Icicle Crash, cutting off their retreat. Whether Cain captured them or not, all of them needed to be subdued first. Cain's Pokémon launched their attacks. The first wave didn't include any Pokémon that met Cain's standards. Vileplume, keep using Sweet Scent continuously. Sneasel, maintain control over the incoming Pokémon, and use Icicle Crash only when I signal, otherwise, join the battle, Cain instructed. The Pokémon in the first wave weren't very strong and couldn't withstand the initial attack, so there was no need to block their escape. Once unconscious, the Pokémon were placed in a nearby pit. When the capture operation was complete, Cain would select the most suitable Pokémon to bring to his backyard pond, enriching the variety of water types. Cain had specific expectations for the quality of these Pokémon, hoping their reproduction would improve the quality of water types in his pond. Thus began a continuous capture process, almost like a production line in a factory. After a while, the first Pokémon that met Cain's standards finally appeared. End of chapter. Chapter 490, Chapter 490, Two Powerful Working Pokémon. Before him stood a fierce Pokémon with a golden 5-pointed star on its head, clutching two massive, sharp pincers against its chest. Its two eyes, hidden beneath a red armor, gazed intently at Vileplume, which continued spreading the sweet scent move. Crawdaunt. Cain was quite familiar with this Pokémon. It is the evolution of Corphish, a fairly well-known water-type Pokémon in the Hoenn region. As Corphish, its type was solely water, but upon evolving into Crawdaunt, it gained the dark typing, becoming a water/dark Pokémon. Crawdaunt has good resistances. It is immune to psychic-type moves and has double resistance to ghost, steel, fire, water, ice, and dark-type moves. Although it is weak to fighting, bug, grass, electric, and fairy types with a double weakness, overall, it is a Pokémon with solid resistances. Pokémon, Crawdaunt, green. Gender, male. Level. Type, water plus dark. Ability, adaptability. Held item, none. Egg moves, ancient power, aqua jet, double edge. Basic moves, swift, bubble, harden, vice grip, leer, bubble beam, protect, double hit, knock off, night slash, razor shell, taunt. Learned moves, iron defense, liquidation, water pulse, snore. TM moves, none. Looking at Crawdaunt's data, its moves are quite good. Additionally, its physical development is decent, and it is a Pokémon that has grown normally. Its green quality might not suffice for the current Cain, but for the Cain of the past, a green quality Pokémon would have been exceptional. However, Crawdaunt's current level is already quite high. After surviving in the wild for so long, it seems to have exhausted most of its inner potential. While it could still level up further, whether it reaches a quasi-elite level will depend on its luck. Nevertheless, Cain wasn't concerned with Crawdaunt's future but with its current state. The adaptability ability was the primary reason Cain set his sights on it. The adaptability ability increases the power of moves that match the Pokémon's types. This means a water/dark type Crawdaunt would see a power boost in its water and dark type moves. Normally, moves of the same type as the Pokémon receive a 50% power boost. For example, a Slowking is a water/psychic Pokémon but can also use fire-type moves like Flamethrower. However, since it isn't a fire-type Pokémon, the power of this attack won't be as strong as its water or psychic moves. This is because moves matching the Pokémon's type receive a power boost, which is undeniable. The extent of this boost depends on how proficient the Pokémon is with that type of move. Generally, the boost doesn't exceed 50%. But with the adaptability ability, that 50% increases to 100%. In other words, a Crawdaunt with the adaptability ability will see its water and dark type moves doubled in power due to the type match. It's safe to say it's an excellent ability. For this reason, Cain decided to capture Crawdaunt as the first Pokémon to defend his water-type gym. The battle went smoothly. As a wild Pokémon, and facing so many of Cain's Pokémon, Crawdaunt was quickly defeated by Sneasel, who then caught it in a Pokeball for Cain. Why did Sneasel defeat it? Cain intended to level Sneasel up and evolve it using the Razor Claw. Although it wasn't necessary for Sneasel to evolve just yet, it had already reached the level required for evolution, and delaying it further would be detrimental to its future growth. Not all Pokémon benefit from evolving later, especially those needing special items to evolve. After storing the Pokeball containing Crawdaunt, Vileplume continued spreading the sweet scent move. Water-type Pokémon kept emerging from the lake without end. Their red eyes were fixated on Vileplume. If not for Cain and his Pokémon's presence, Vileplume would likely have fled due to the sheer number of Pokémon. However, over time, Vileplume grew accustomed to the situation and began to relax, realizing it was not in mortal danger. As it continued using Ingrain and Synthesis, it regained the energy spent using Sweet Scent and started mastering the move better, expanding its range. Cain knew there were secrets beneath the lake, but today his main objective was to capture water-type Pokémon, so he had no intention of exploring. However, as Sweet Scent's range expanded, some well-hidden Pokémon began to appear. For example, Finian, Lovedusk, and the very rare Relicanth emerged. Relicanth, in particular, was notable. Cain had seen it before when he dived into the lake but failed to catch it because it quickly disappeared. Today, Vileplume's Sweet Scent attracted one. This Pokémon appears to have an ancient map drawn on its body, and many archaeologists have encountered Relicanth when investigating ancient ruins. It is known as a living fossil. Cain captured all the Finian, Lovedusk, and Relicanth that appeared. Although their levels and aptitudes were ordinary, they were rare Pokémon, and showcasing them in the gym's aquarium could attract a lot of interest. Additionally, all three Pokémon had the Swift Swim ability, and if Cain could breed offspring with good aptitudes, he wouldn't rule out adding some of these Pokémon to his Rain team. It seemed Sweet Scent's powder was sinking to the lake's bottom, as Pokémon usually dwelling there began to appear. It was then that Cain found the second Pokémon that caught his interest. Pokémon, Whiscash, light green. Gender, female. Level. Type, water plus ground. Ability, hydration. Held item, none. Egg moves, whirlpool, hydro pump, earth power. Basic moves, thrash, belch, zen headbutt, tickle, mud slap, mud sport, water gun, mud bomb, amnesia, water pulse, magnitude, rest, snore, aqua tail, earthquake, muddy water. Learned moves, icy wind, snore. TM moves, none. This level 40 Whiscash, which had just reached the advanced level, was the second Pokémon to catch Cain's attention. End of chapter. Chapter 491, Kabuto. The first reason Cain took an interest in this Whiscash wasn't its level or abilities but its type. The water and ground combination gives Whiscash a significant type advantage. Apart from its quadruple weakness to grass-type moves, no other type can deal more than normal damage to Whiscash. Moreover, it is immune to electric-type attacks and has double resistance to poison, rock, steel, and fire-type moves. It's an excellent type combination. Even Mudkip's final evolution, Swampert, which Cain greatly values, possesses the same combination. This Whiscash had clearly survived for a long time. Although whiskers are naturally long for this type of Pokémon, this particular Whiscash's whiskers were twice as long as its body, indicating its age. Although it only had a light green quality, its long life had allowed it to reach level 40, corresponding to the advanced level. It's quite a useful Pokémon. Given Cain's current situation, this Pokémon's utility far exceeds its value as a long-term project. Therefore, for a newly established water-type gym, Whiscash will serve perfectly as one of the key Pokémon. Defeating this Whiscash was somewhat challenging, especially since there was no type advantage. Even so, Slowking, Sneasel, and Skorupi managed to subdue it. Meanwhile, Honchkrow and Haunter took care of the smaller Pokémon that kept swarming from the water. Whiscash's appearance indicated that Vileplume's sweet scent move had reached the lake's depths. Whiscash lives at the bottom, in the mud, and is not picky about food, eating whatever it finds. This also explains why it has survived for so long. After a small struggle, Cain captured Whiscash with a Pokeball. With that, Cain completed his main mission. He already had Slowking and a Gyarados as water mounts, although the latter wasn't particularly strong. Still, for a new gym, it would suffice. In the future, he would also have Mudkip and Poliwag, which would evolve and further enhance his team. With these 6 water-type Pokémon, he'd have what he needed for his gym, regardless of the battle format. That's enough, Vileplume, Cain said. Seeing that water-type Pokémon continued to emerge without stopping, Cain signaled Vileplume to stop using the sweet scent move. Although Vileplume had been replenishing energy through ingrain and synthesis moves, it was already at its limit. Fortunately, Cain stopped it just in time. After returning Vileplume to its Pokeball, Cain began searching among the Pokémon that had emerged from the water for ones he could take to his garden. He discarded low-quality Magikarp and Goldeen but captured Spheal, Corphish, and some other rarer Pokémon. These could be useful for populating his garden pond. In total, Cain captured around 50 Pokémon, practically doubling the variety of species in his garden. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something strange floating on the lake's surface. It was a kind of yellow shell that resembled a rock, but underneath it, Cain spotted 2 small red spheres that looked like eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, those were the eyes of this strange Pokémon. However, since Vileplume had already stopped using the sweet scent move, the Pokémon that had barely surfaced quickly dove back into the water. Even so, Cain managed to see it, and a name immediately came to mind, Kabuto. This lake seemed to hold more secrets than he'd thought, as it contained not only Relicanth but also Kabuto. However, considering that Relicanth was also present, Kabuto's presence didn't seem southwest out of place. With thoughts racing, Cain pulled out all his Pokeballs, recalling Honchkrow and the others. Then, using his telepathy, he communicated with Slowking. Slowking, did you see that Pokémon with the yellow helmet-like shell? Follow it. At the command, Slowking's eyes glowed red, and it teleported with Cain to the spot where Kabuto had disappeared. Quickly, Slowking created a psychic barrier to envelop Cain, and they dove into the water together. Initially, Cain hadn't intended to dive again, but upon seeing Kabuto, a rare Pokémon from ancient times, he couldn't miss the chance to investigate it. Underwater, the previously turbulent lake began to calm. However, beneath the surface, things were changing. Cain and Slowking followed Kabuto to a great depth. The lake, which initially seemed shallow, began to show fissures, some small and others quite large. Kabuto slipped into one of the larger fissures. Slowking looked at Cain, awaiting instructions. After a moment of hesitation, Cain said, "Follow it, but be careful and keep your psychic abilities fully activated." With a slight nod, Slowking and Cain continued. The crevice was narrow, and they had to shrink the psychic barrier to pass through. Carefully, they crossed a long underwater canyon. As they descended, the light gradually faded until the surroundings became completely dark, like a moonless night. Fortunately, both Cain and Slowking could use their psychic abilities to perceive their surroundings. After crossing the canyon, the space widened. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distance, shining like a star in the darkness. Cautiously, they approached and discovered that the light came from a lantern living in the depths. Scanning it with his system, Cain discovered it was a level 30 lantern with light green quality. Cain ordered Slowking to weaken it, captured it with a pokeball, and convinced it through telepathy and promises of food and freedom to help illuminate their path. Lantern, familiar with its surroundings, agreed to guide them. After Cain described Kabuto's appearance, Lantern pointed to the location where these Pokemon lived. End of chapter. Chapter 492, Kabutops and the Mega Stone. Through Lantern's simple description, Cain discovered the position of power held by the Kabuto colony in this deep underwater canyon. It was the undisputed ruler of the area. According to Lantern, there was an extremely powerful Pokemon within the Kabuto colony, and its presence was the reason the Kabuto dominated this zone. Although Cain didn't fully grasp the details, he understood the essentials. Allowing Lantern to lead the way, Cain and Slowking slowly followed it toward the Kabuto's nest. After covering a certain distance, Lantern suddenly stopped. When Cain was about to ask, Lantern explained that they had reached Kabuto territory and that it couldn't go any farther, as it might be fiercely attacked by the Kabuto. If that happened, it would no longer be able to survive there. Cain sighed in resignation. Without Lantern's light, Cain would have to rely on Slowking's perception to vaguely sense his surroundings. So Lantern couldn't leave. With no other choice, Cain forced Lantern to move forward. However, he promised that if Lantern truly couldn't continue living there afterward, Cain would find it a quieter habitat that was no worse than this one. Lantern wanted to resist, but seeing the pokeblocks in Cain's hand, it calmed down. Cautiously, it led Cain forward. It was evident that in such a dark place, a Pokemon like Lantern would be highly visible, no matter how much it tried to hide. After advancing a bit more, Cain began to see small red dots in the water. They were Kabuto's eyes. However, the Kabuto didn't attack. They simply watched silently as Lantern and Cain entered their territory. Suddenly, a massive rocky wall appeared in front of Cain. In the rock, there was a cave. Following Cain's instructions, Lantern, though very reluctantly, entered the cave. Like the cave where the Slowpokes lived, after advancing a bit, the interior opened into a large underground chamber. Cain and Slowking surfaced from the water. Lantern was quickly returned to its Pokeball. It was no longer needed, as the walls were covered in fluorescent moss that softly illuminated the entire area, allowing Cain to clearly see his surroundings. Who would have thought there'd be a place like this down here, Cain thought. If the Slowpoke's cave was the size of a basketball court, this was like 5 or 6 football fields. It was a vast space, and thanks to the fluorescent moss, even the darkest corners were visible. Slowking, can you still detect spatial coordinates? Cain asked telepathically. As long as Slowking could use teleport, the danger of this place would be halved. Slowking nodded, indicating no issues. Only then did Cain relax a bit. Set a coordinate here, just in case. We might come back in the future, Cain said. Hearing this, Slowking closed its eyes and began marking the coordinates in space. However, just then, a rattling sound like insect bones clashing echoed through the large cave. Cain frowned. From several small openings in the cave, yellow-colored Pokemon began to emerge. They were the Kabuto Cain had been searching for. There were many of them. But what surprised Cain even more was that from some larger holes, Kabutops began to appear. Cain, who was familiar with Kabutops, knew that for a Kabuto to evolve into a Kabutops, it had to reach at least level 40, the advanced level. Judging by the number of Kabutops emerging, there had to be at least 20 or 30 of them. That many Kabutops were something Cain couldn't handle at that moment. As Cain was about to retreat, a much larger Kabutops than the others appeared in the cave. With its arrival, all the Kabutops and Kabuto bowed in respect. It was the leader of the Kabutops. This must have been the powerful Pokemon Lantern had mentioned. The difference between Kabuto and Kabutops was immense. What was once Kabuto's armor now formed Kabutops' head, with its body, scythe-like arms, and long legs extending below. It now walked upright. Its sharp, triangular eyes locked onto Cain, observing this strange being it had never seen before. Under the leader Kabutops' command, the Kabuto and Kabutops began to approach slowly. Cain, frowning, placed his hand on Slowking's back, linking with its psychic power and preparing for Slowking to use teleport at any moment. But as the leader Kabutops approached, Cain saw something that left him stunned. On the leader Kabutops' head was a thumb-sized stone, somehow attached to it. It emitted a multicolored glow that, under the fluorescent moss's light, distorted the light and shimmered with various colors. Cain stared intently at the stone on the leader Kabutops' head, unable to hide his surprise. Although he wasn't entirely sure what kind of stone it was, there was one thing Cain knew for certain. That stone on the leader Kabutops' head was none other than a Mega Stone. Even though he didn't know which Pokémon it belonged to, it didn't matter. Cain had only one goal in mind. To get it. He had to obtain it, no matter what. Even if it wasn't a Mega Stone for his Pokémon, in the future, when Mega Evolutions became widely known, he could trade it for one he could use. In other words, whether it was compatible with one of his Pokémon or not, obtaining it meant that one of his Pokémon could potentially Mega Evolve in the future. Mega Evolution, while requiring both a Mega Stone and a Key Stone, depends most critically on the Mega Stone. The Key Stone has no restrictions on the type of Pokémon. Cain barely managed to suppress his astonishment, but his dark eyes gleamed with even greater ambition. That Mega Stone could be the key for Cain to reach Elite Four or even Champion level. He had to have it. Even if the leader Kabutops was extremely powerful, with Cain being the only one who knew of this place, he was determined to return if he couldn't succeed this time. End of chapter. Chapter 493, Chapter 493, The Mighty Kabutops. Cain's eyes couldn't hide the desire for greed. Though he tried to resist the urge to act, he carefully watched the approaching leader Kabutops. He had to confirm the leader Kabutops' abilities before deciding whether it was wise to confront it. While he deeply desired the stone, his reason still ruled the clearest part of his mind. Slowking glanced curiously at Cain. It was the first time it had seen its trainer with that expression, never before had it sensed such an intense desire from Cain. Not even when they found the Larvitar egg and hatched it had Cain shown such a strong desire. Following Cain's gaze, Slowking noticed the strange stone on the leader Kabutops' head. Is that stone what interests him so much? Slowking thought. Since evolving into Slowking, the already intelligent Slowpoke had surpassed the intellect of many humans. Pokémon, Kabutops, light blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, rock plus water. Ability, swift swim. Held item, none. Egg moves, Bubble Beam, Aurora Beam, Confuse Ray, Take Down. Basic moves, Slash, Night Slash, Faint, Scratch, Harden, Absorb, Leer, Mud Shot, Sand Attack, Endure, Aqua Jet, Mega Drain, Metal Sound, Ancient Power. Learned moves, Liquidation, Stealth Rock, Earth Power, Aqua Tail, Water Pulse. TM moves, none. A level 59 Kabutops. Cain finally retrieved Kabutops' data, stunned. A level 59 Kabutops was a genuinely quasi-elite level Pokémon. Unlike Mismagius, who had a simple mind, this Kabutops demonstrated real strength. It was clear that it wasn't just decoration, but on the other hand, the stone Cain coveted was embedded in its head. The leader Kabutops approached with a menacing demeanor, clearly uninterested in negotiation. Phew. Cain sighed. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon his obsession. There were other Mega Stones in the world, but he had only one life. Fighting here and now would not be the wisest decision. Cain knew that the place wasn't going to change. The Kabutops and its group had lived there for many years and wouldn't leave just because of his presence. I could come back for that stone when I'm strong enough, he thought. He didn't need to become a quasi-elite or elite-level trainer to return. Perhaps, when Mismagius reached her full potential, it would be enough. Suddenly, an idea popped into Cain's mind. What if Mismagius uses her stealth ability to steal the stone? Mismagius had remained hidden in Cain's shadow this whole time. So far, only Professor Oak's Dragonite had detected her presence, not even the two powerful Pokémon of his master Matsuda Takashi had discovered Mismagius. With the leader Kabutops' strength, it likely wouldn't detect her either. Since Mismagius began using the Soothe Bell, the bond between her and Cain had strengthened significantly. With their closeness and training, Mismagius trusted him completely. Mismagius. Cain murmured. Mias. At Cain's call, a small head with a hat emerged from his shadow. Her bright red eyes curiously observed Cain. The soft silver chime of the bell on her chest was almost imperceptible, but Cain knew it could emit a harmonious sound. Cain gently stroked Mismagius and pointed toward the leader Kabutops. Look at that big guy. Do you see the shiny stone on his head? Mismagius observed the fiercely approaching Kabutops with a wary expression, appearing slightly frightened. Though she was an elite-level Pokémon, Mismagius lacked much experience in serious battles. Don't worry, Mismagius, Cain said softly. That big guy can't hurt you. I just want you to take the stone from his head. Can you do it? Mismagius' eyes lit up when she saw the Mega Stone. Despite her initial fear, the promise of a new stone excited her. Noticing her hesitation, Cain offered further incentives. If you bring me that stone, I promise to give you new and better treats, and I'll get you more of those shiny toys you love so much. Cain grew increasingly anxious. The leader Kabutops was approaching quickly, and while he knew Slowking could use teleport at any moment, he also had to consider whether Kabutops would launch an attack before they could escape. Feeling motivated by Cain's urgency, Mismagius put her doubts aside. In the blink of an eye, she dashed toward the leader Kabutops with great speed. The leader Kabutops, though surprised by Mismagius' speed, didn't consider her a serious threat since it didn't sense any dangerous aura from her. With disdain, it swung one of its sides at Mismagius. But Mismagius, being a ghost type, simply ignored Kabutops' physical attack and continued on her way. With a playful grin, Mismagius extended her ghostly hand toward the leader Kabutops' head. Upon touching the Mega Stone, she felt it was slightly adhered, but with a slight effort, she managed to pry it off. Waving the stone triumphantly in the air, Mismagius flew over the heads of the other Kabutops, showing her success to Cain, who watched with a broad smile. Excited, Cain signaled for Mismagius to return quickly. Meanwhile, his telepathic connection with Slowking remained ready. As soon as Mismagius returned, Slowking would use teleport to escape, and if Kabutops decided to counterattack, Slowking was prepared to use protect. End of chapter. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, The Unknown Mega Stone. Mismagius briefly displayed the stone before quickly floating back to Cain. At that moment, the leader Kabutops also realized that Mismagius wasn't a weak opponent. However, seeing the object it cherished most and was most proud of being stolen by Mismagius, the leader Kabutops was consumed with rage. Its eyes burned with fury. With a powerful push from its legs, it began sprinting after Mismagius, heading straight for Cain. It had deduced that Cain was the one commanding Mismagius, the Pokémon that had stolen its stone. And though Mismagius was faster than him, Kabutops decided to change targets, directing its fury at Cain. Seeing the Kabutops charging toward him, Cain's expression shifted slightly. To be safer, he called out Haunter, who had been waiting in the shadows. Haunter, when Kabutops attacks, use Protect first, then Slowking will follow with his Protect just in case, Cain communicated telepathically. As soon as he finished speaking, Mismagius flew back quickly and hid in Cain's shadow. There was no time to examine the Mega Stone Mismagius was holding. Cain shouted, "Slowking, let's go." The moment he spoke, Slowking, who had been ready, unleashed its psychic power, enveloping them all. Seeing the glow of psychic energy, Kabutops pushed its speed even further. One of its scythes, surrounded by red energy, was launched directly at Cain. Slash. The more critical the situation, the clearer Cain's mind became. He watched the approaching scythe. It didn't seem to move as fast as he'd imagined. Just then, Haunter placed itself in front of Cain. Although Haunter, being a ghost type, was immune to normal type moves like Slash, it didn't want to take any risk since Cain was right behind it. Acting as Cain's guardian, Haunter immediately used the move Protect. The green energy shield blocked Kabutops' attack. Kabutops, surprised that its attack had been neutralized, didn't lose its battle instinct and swung its other scythe toward Cain. But its second attack also failed, as Slowking activated Protect just in time. As the green energy shield faded, Slowking used the move Teleport. Kabutops' third attack sliced through empty air. The entire process took no more than 2 breaths, but it felt like an eternity. Roar. Seeing the people who had stolen its stone vanish before its eyes, Kabutops let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the cave. The other Kabutops behind the leader dropped to the ground, not daring to move. As ancient Pokémon, they deeply respected the hierarchy within their group. However, the leader Kabutops didn't have time to worry about them. Though it valued the stone highly, it wasn't actually of any use to it. Losing it wasn't a significant problem. What truly enraged it was how it had been taken, it had been robbed, and that wounded its pride the most. Meanwhile, by the shore, Cain and the others reappeared thanks to Slowking's teleport. Mismagius observed their surroundings, and once she understood they were safe, she patted her chest, showing she was still frightened. Cain also sighed in relief. Finally, he could feel joy filling his heart. He had obtained a Mega Stone. Although he didn't yet know which Pokémon it belonged to, having it was much better than not having it. Cain pulled out a Pokeblock, Mismagius' favorite treat, and as she smiled happily, he offered them to her one by one. Discreetly, he took the Mega Stone from Mismagius' hands, filling hers with Pokeblocks instead. Afterward, he sent Mismagius back into the shadows, happy and satisfied. The Soothe Bell was definitely working well. Cain knew that with more time, he could fully control Mismagius. Holding the cold Mega Stone, Cain felt like everything was a dream. In his past life, he had put a lot of effort into searching for a Mega Stone, relying on vague memories from the anime. And he really had found one. However, back then, Cain didn't have enough strength, and as a result, he had to sell the Mega Stone and use the money to obtain several high-quality Pokémon. Thanks to those Pokémon, Cain had managed to reach quasi-elite level. Even so, in his past life, he never knew which Pokémon could use that stone, but he clearly remembered where he had found it. Despite not having had the chance to return to that place, Cain knew it wasn't urgent. In his past life, it had taken him several years to find it, but in this life, less than 4 months had passed. Moreover, he already had a Mega Stone. When Mega Evolution was discovered, with Team Rocket's influence and the power of the Stone family, trading it for a stone compatible with one of his Pokémon wouldn't be a problem. Of course, the ideal scenario would be obtaining a stone that Cain could use directly. That way, once the requirements were met, he could Mega Evolve his Pokémon. Perhaps he could even use the discovery of Mega Evolution to advance in the Pokémon League. System, record the information about this Mega Stone and start building a Mega Evolution database. Organize all related information, Cain mentally ordered. The Mega Stone had not yet been discovered, so the system didn't have much information about it. Even the system couldn't analyze which Pokémon it belonged to, so Cain decided to store it for now. Beep. Task created, insufficient data. It is recommended that the host complete the database as soon as possible, the system responded mechanically. Cain sighed. Venturing into an unknown field, the system wasn't as useful. In his past life, when he first activated the system, there was no information stored, and he had to gather it all himself. It was thanks to his rebirth that the system retained data from his previous life. Otherwise, Cain would probably be barely better off than before and wasn't even sure he would have been the first to pass the trials. What's more, he still wouldn't have discovered how to hatch Larvitar. Not to mention obtaining an evolution elixir. Item name, Mega Stone. Compatible Pokémon, unknown. Description, a stone that allows a Pokémon to undergo a special transformation. It is said to combine with a stone called the Key Stone to unlock its true power. Effect, temporarily allows certain Pokémon to Mega Evolve. This was the description the system had generated, based on the limited information Cain had about Mega Evolutions. Cain stored the Mega Stone in a corner of his storage space. No matter what, at least I already have a Mega Stone, Cain murmured to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 495, Chapter 495, Sneasel's Effort. Obtaining an unknown Mega Stone made Cain very happy. At the moment, he didn't have any Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving, but he knew that once his Pokémon grew, several would be able to do so. The closest to achieving it would be Haunter, once it evolved into Gengar, making it Cain's first Pokémon to meet the minimum requirements for Mega Evolution. Next in line would be the Pokémon from his secondary team, Blaziken, the final form of Torchic, Agron, Aaron's final evolution, Swampert, Mudkip's final evolution, and Tyranitar, Larvitar's final form. 5 Pokémon in total capable of Mega Evolving, representing a significant leap in his power. Although there are generally few Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, Cain already had quite a high proportion of them. Cain could only hope that the Mega Stone he had found would be usable. After leaving the lake, Cain realized that there were still secrets left to uncover there. He had only explored the cave where Kabutops lived, not other areas that could hold valuable discoveries. Still, the Kabutops tribe alone was fascinating to him. Kabutops is a water/rock-type Pokémon with good resistances, being 4 times weak to grass and twice weak to fighting, ground, and electric, but with reasonable defensive capabilities. It also had a quadruple resistance to fire and resisted normal, flying, poison, and ice types. With the ability Swift Swim, Kabutops fit perfectly into the rain team Cain was building. With a physical attack stat of 115 and a speed stat of 80, Kabutops could serve as the perfect physical attacker, a kind of spearhead for his team. For this reason, if he ever returned to Kabutops territory, whether to continue exploring or capture one, it would undoubtedly be worth it. As he moved away from the lake, the day began to darken, but Cain had no intention of returning. Slowking, what's the farthest coordinate you can sense with your psychic powers? Cain asked. After a moment of concentration, Slowking indicated to Cain that it could sense a distant point. The two then vanished from their current location, reappearing deep in the forest. As night fell, the daytime Pokémon retreated to their dens, and the forest grew more dangerous. However, Cain was here for a reason, Sneasel. Sneasel's evolution only occurs at night, and Cain wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. During the day, Cain had made Sneasel participate in numerous battles, acting as the main attacker against Crawdaunt and Whiscash. Additionally, he had given Sneasel a Razor Claw some time ago, so now it only needed to battle and gain enough experience to evolve. Sneasel understood that its trainer was doing all this for its benefit, though it didn't entirely grasp the reason. However, it had an intuition that it was related to its evolution, something that puzzled it, as it had always believed its species couldn't evolve. During its life in the mountains, it had heard others of its kind say they were born and died without changing. Despite this, Cain hadn't said anything, and Sneasel didn't ask, both maintained a mutual silence of understanding. Cain trusted that Sneasel wouldn't disappoint him, while Sneasel had unwavering faith in its trainer. Cain remembered how Sneasel had been at first, a proud Pokémon that resisted with all its might. If it hadn't been for the Miltank milk, he might not have captured it so easily. Although Sneasel didn't have a strong presence within the team, with its reserved and cold personality, it had earned the trust of Slowking and other Pokémon like Honchkrow, who helped maintain harmony in the group. Over time, Sneasel had opened its heart to the others. In every training task assigned by Cain, Sneasel always fulfilled its duties, but recently it had started increasing its workload on its own. Cain noticed but didn't say anything. Despite being one of the Pokémon with the highest potential on the team, Sneasel felt it was no longer as important as before and therefore trained harder to prove its worth. Sneasel, who thought it couldn't evolve, had been working intensely on mastering Ice-type energy. During breaks or while Cain prepared meals, Sneasel practiced creating small ice spheres, manipulating them to change their shape and control them with precision. This type of training required absolute mastery of ice energy, demanding efficient energy charge and recovery. Despite its rapid level growth, Sneasel remained the best on the team in terms of body and energy control. Though it couldn't grow physically, Sneasel focused on maximizing its body's development, determined to contribute in the best way possible. In fact, besides Slowking, Sneasel was the first Pokémon to master a combination move. While Honchkrow, Haunter, and Skorupi had yet to achieve this, Sneasel was the first to combine the moves Metal Claw and Ice Punch to create a powerful combined technique. End of chapter. Chapter 496, Chapter 496, The Furious Breloom. Cain gently stroked Sneasel's head, feeling its soft fur. His expression was complex. Everything Sneasel had done, Cain had noticed, it was so similar to how Murkrow had been before. Cain felt fortunate, every Pokémon on his team was highly competitive. Despite this, there was no dissatisfaction or complaints among them, they simply worked harder, learned to grow stronger, and put in immense effort. Perhaps this had much to do with Honchkrow's presence. Although Murkrow had always been the team leader, in terms of aptitude, it wasn't one of the most talented. But its hard work hadn't gone unnoticed by the other Pokémon. Now that Sneasel was one of the less apt Pokémon on the team, the first thing it did was increase its effort, learning from the former Murkrow. "I see everything you've done," Cain said, kneeling down and looking into Sneasel's eyes. Sneasel stared at him for a moment before turning its head with a slight hint of embarrassment. This little one was a bit stubborn. Cain smiled as he patted its head again. "So from now on, I'll try to understand you better, help you more, and together we'll keep growing." Sneasel, which had seemed a bit shy earlier, now looked at him intently. Its eyes revealed determination and fervor, something it couldn't hide. Cain smiled, satisfied. In this life, he'd been lucky to have a team of Pokémon that never disappointed him. As their trainer, he wouldn't let them down either. "Are you ready to evolve, Sneasel?" Cain led Sneasel straight into the dangerous nighttime forest. Sneasel stayed alert, fully aware of the lurking dangers. Entering the forest at night as Cain and Sneasel did would likely be seen as a provocation by the wild Pokémon. It wasn't long before a Persian attacked them. It was a nocturnal hunter Persian of the forest. As soon as it appeared, Cain used his system to gather its data. A light green-grade Persian, level 36, considered a formidable hunter in this forest. Many Pokémon had already fallen prey to this Persian. Cain didn't appear nervous or attempt to dodge the attack. Using telepathy, he connected with Sneasel and gave the order. "Sneasel, use Hone Claws, followed by Ice Claw, Ice Punch plus Metal Claw." Sneasel was equipped with a Razor Claw, increasing its critical hit chance. Combined with Hone Claws, its power was significantly boosted. Sneasel stared coldly at Persian while quickly sharpening its claws. In an instant, a metallic layer covered its claws, followed by a thick layer of ice that formed over them, creating something akin to large gauntlets. Boom. Sneasel delivered a direct punch to the charging Persian. The blow landed squarely on its face. Persian was sent flying, a visible wound on its face. However, the icy energy froze the wound, preventing further bleeding. Though it was in pain, Persian couldn't show much emotion. Seizing the advantage, Cain gave another command. "Sneasel, use agility followed by another Ice Claw to finish it off." Sneasel vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Persian as it was still falling from the tree. Under Persian's terrified gaze, Sneasel landed another Ice Claw strike directly on its face. Striking the face might not seem very noble, but Sneasel enjoyed it. Boom. 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 3 strikes later, Persian lay lifeless on the ground. Sneasel glared at it disdainfully. "With that level, you dare attack?" Cain ignored Persian's body. The smell of blood in the forest would attract other wild Pokémon, making it easier for them to handle the remains. Sneasel was already fired up, completely immersed in the battle, a state that pleased Cain. But it wasn't enough. Sneasel needed more battles. Come, wild Pokémon, become stepping stones for Sneasel's progress. As they ventured deeper, the number of wild Pokémon increased. Many were drawn by the faint scent of blood emanating from Sneasel. Some Pokémon were manageable for Sneasel, but others surpassed its abilities. When faced with those Pokémon, Cain didn't hesitate to retreat. Training Sneasel was important, but risking its life wasn't an option. For instance, they encountered a level 48 Shiftry, something impossible for Sneasel in its current state. Choosing the right opponents was crucial for Cain as a trainer. It seemed that fate was on Sneasel's side. A Breloom with bloodshot eyes appeared in front of Cain and Sneasel, staring at Cain hungrily. Sneasel quickly moved, positioning itself in front of Cain. Cain's system identified the Pokémon. Pokémon, Breloom, green, in a state of rage. Gender, female. Level. Type, grass plus fighting. Ability, technician. Held item, none. Egg moves, worry seed, wake up slap, bullet seed. Basic moves, Mach Punch, Absorb, Tackle, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Mega Drain, Headbutt, Feint, Counter, Force Palm, Mind Reader, Sky Uppercut. Learned moves, Drain Punch, Synthesis, Snatch. TM moves, none. Breloom was clearly in a state of fury. Regardless of its condition, it was now the perfect opponent for Sneasel, the best sharpening stone. Sneasel, use agility followed by low sweep. Cain commanded. Snee. Sneasel cried out, propelling itself forward and kicking up dust and roots from the ground. Sneasel could also feel the pressure Breloom was exerting on it, but instead of feeling intimidated, it was exhilarated, so much so that it couldn't contain the boiling blood within. Something important was happening inside it, gradually affecting its body. Sneasel charged at Breloom at high speed. Breloom, in its rage, made no attempt to dodge. Confident, it raised its fist to use Drain Punch against Sneasel. End of chapter. Chapter 497, Chapter 497, Weevil. Sneasel's low sweep hit Breloom's legs, but before Breloom lost her balance, she also struck Sneasel with her fist. Boom. Both Pokémon fell to the ground. However, Breloom, in her frenzied state, seemed to feel no pain. She quickly got back up. Sneasel, on the other hand, used his legs to push himself backward, keeping a safe distance from Breloom. Getting too close to a fighting-type Pokémon was not a viable option. Sneasel wisely created some distance immediately. Cain observed Breloom's state and frowned. This frenzied condition didn't seem natural. Sneasel, keep your distance and use Icy Wind, Cain ordered telepathically. After retreating a bit further, Sneasel stopped and unleashed a freezing gust of wind from his mouth toward Breloom. Thanks to Ice's advantage over grass, the Icy Wind move had a good effect. Breloom's body was covered in a thin layer of ice. But Breloom didn't seem to care. Despite her reduced speed, she charged towards Sneasel with impressive speed. Dodge, Sneasel, then use Icicle Crash. It doesn't seem like she's trying to avoid attacks, Cain ordered. Sneasel nodded. As Breloom approached, Sneasel quickly formed several icy spikes in the air, aligning them with Breloom's trajectory. Despite her frenzied state, Breloom still retained minimal combat awareness and avoided lethal hits with slight body movements. Even so, the Icicle Crash move still managed to hurt her, leaving visible marks on Breloom. If that's the case, Sneasel, use Ice Claw to face her head-on. Let's show her that even a fighting type can't handle us in close combat. Cain said coldly. Without much thought, Sneasel made his claws shine with a metallic gleam coated in a layer of ice and launched a direct attack at the approaching Breloom. Breloom, in turn, also prepared her Drain Punch to strike Sneasel. A large body and a small one collided in midair. Both Pokémon were pushed back a few steps after the impact. Sneasel suffered due to his smaller size, while Breloom was hindered by her type disadvantage. However, this was only a brief pause in the fight. After regaining their footing, both Pokémon clashed again. Sneasel's icy claws left deep marks on Breloom's body, while Breloom's punches left visible bruises on Sneasel. However, thanks to his superior speed, Sneasel managed to dodge many of Breloom's stronger attacks, landing precise counterattacks in return. Over time, Sneasel's advantage became increasingly apparent. Sneasel's face reflected a growing emotion, excitement and joy. It had been a long time since he enjoyed a battle this much. Sneasel, she's a great opponent. Finish her now. Cain exclaimed with a smile, seeing how much Sneasel was enjoying himself. Sneasel nodded with determination and launched himself at Breloom once more, who was now covered in wounds. This time, Breloom didn't have enough energy to resist the final attack. Breloom's frenzy had faded, and now she looked confused, with a lost expression in her eyes, as if she couldn't understand how she had ended up in this state, why her body hurt so much, or why a Pokémon was about to attack her. However, her body was so exhausted that she couldn't react. Sneasel didn't stop. One final lethal attack struck Breloom. She had been a fierce rival, but the outcome was inevitable. Breloom slowly collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. At the moment Breloom fell, a white light began to envelop Sneasel. It was as if it wanted to compete with the moonlight. After defeating a level 39 Breloom, Sneasel had reached a new level, and the accumulation of experience erupted within him. Then, what was destined to happen occurred. Sneasel, equipped with a razor claw, began to evolve under the night sky. The light surrounding Sneasel grew brighter and brighter. Cain quickly threw several Pokeballs. Slowking, Honchkrow, Skorupi, and Haunter emerged and gathered around Sneasel. They all noticed what was happening. Sneasel was evolving. Each Pokémon took a strategic position around Sneasel and Cain. They wanted to protect their companion during this important moment, preventing any wild Pokémon from interrupting the evolution. Their precautions proved wise. The light surrounding Sneasel had begun to attract several wild Pokémon, curious about the glow. Fortunately, they were low-level and were easily repelled by Honchkrow and the others. Meanwhile, Sneasel's stats were rapidly changing under Cain's continuous system scan, with the numbers rising quickly. Sneasel's body was also transforming, growing in size. Although the changes weren't drastic, they were noticeable. 3 minutes later, the white light began to fade. A completely new Pokémon appeared before Cain and his companions. Weevil. Wheel. Weevil let out a long howl toward the sky, releasing all his excitement and joy. He had finally evolved. After defeating the last wild Pokémon, Honchkrow, Slowking, Skorupi, and Haunter approached to surround their companion. Sneasel had become the third Pokémon in Cain's team to complete his evolution. Now, they should call his Weevil. The red adornment that was once just a feather now covered Weevil's head completely, with 2 large red ears hanging down the sides of his head. The fur on his tail hadn't changed much. From Sneasel to Weevil, the transformation wasn't drastic. Even his size had only slightly increased, unlike Honchkrow, who nearly doubled in size after evolving. Both Sneasel and Weevil specialized in speed. His body couldn't change too much, as that might affect his agility. Only by maintaining his maximum speed could he unleash his full power. Now, with a base speed of 125 and a physical attack of 120, Weevil had become a top-tier physical attacker. He was undoubtedly the team's best assassin Pokémon. And Weevil was already more than familiar with this combat style. End of chapter. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, It seems I found a treasure. Cain smiled as he patted Weevil's head. It had finally evolved, reaching level 39, just like Honchkrow, only one step away from becoming an advanced level Pokémon. At the same time, the system scanned and displayed Weevil's data. Pokémon, Weevil, dark blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, dark plus ice. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, bite, ice punch, ice shard, icicle crash. Basic moves, scratch, leer, taunt, quick attack, feint attack, icy wind, fury swipes, agility, metal claw, hone claws, beat up, screech, slash, embargo, revenge, assurance, nasty plot, fling, night slash. Learned moves, knock off, snatch, low kick. Combined moves, ice claw, ice punch plus metal claw, 449. TM moves, protect, hidden power, flying, low sweep, dark pulse, ice beam. Sneasel had finally completed its evolution and become Weevil. Moreover, thanks to the effect of the Razor Claw, Weevil had achieved dark blue quality, which indicated outstanding talent. This new quality placed it in the same category as Slowking, making it one of the most promising Pokémon in Cain's team. Cain hadn't expected Sneasel to progress so much. Although the Razor Claw played a crucial role, Sneasel's efforts and determination to improve couldn't be ignored. This quality was more than enough for Weevil to develop in the future. Every effort it made would undoubtedly be rewarded. Additionally, its ability had changed from Keen Eye to Pressure. The Pressure ability should not be underestimated. Look at the Pokémon that possess it, the legendary birds, the legendary dogs, Mutwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Deoxys, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Kyurem. All of them are legendary Pokémon. Apart from the legendaries, only a few like Aerodactyl, Wailord, Dusknoir, Absol, Vespiquen, Spiritomb, Weevil, and Bisharp can have this ability. In battle, Pressure could increase the energy cost of opponents' moves, and in the wild, it could intimidate other Pokémon. It was an extremely useful ability. Although Weevil wasn't a legendary Pokémon, the Pressure ability was still excellent for it. Weevil's evolution had further strengthened Cain. Now, both Honchkrow and Weevil, fully evolved Pokémon, had reached level 39, just one step away from the advanced level. Once he overcame this hurdle, Cain would officially become an advanced level trainer, putting him on the path to becoming a quasi-elite level trainer, the greatest achievement of his past life. Weevil was not only a source of joy for Cain but also for the rest of the team, who approached to congratulate it. The most envious was Skorupi, whose small pupils gleamed with admiration at Weevil's transformation. Skorupi also longed to evolve like Weevil had, a transformation that brought a fundamental change. Cain patted Skorupi's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, first master what you already know. You'll evolve sooner or later, and you'll want to be even stronger when you do, right?" Hearing this, Skorupi nodded vigorously. Strength. That was its goal. Skorupi had grown more than Cain expected. Thanks to its size and strength, it had already secured its place in the team, and its future development would become increasingly promising. After ensuring all his Pokémon were satisfied, Cain returned them to their Pokeballs. With Slowking's help and its teleport move, Cain disappeared from the forest. After several short-distance uses of teleport, Cain and Slowking returned to the familiar backyard. Upon seeing Cain appear, Larvitar, who was playing on the ground, immediately jumped up. It ran toward him with clumsy steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground as it moved. Cain watched with an awkward smile. What could he do? He couldn't carry it. But he didn't want to hurt Larvitar's feelings either. With no other option, Cain used his psychic powers to lift Larvitar, whose weight was significantly greater than that of an average Larvitar. Though it was still growing, it already weighed more than twice the usual amount. However, it showed no difficulty in moving. Could Larvitar simply be an overweight Pokémon? If Larvitar grew at the same rate as an average Tyranitar but with double the weight, its attacks would be devastating. Would moves like Earthquake have extraordinary effects? Thinking about it, Cain stopped worrying about Larvitar's weight. To maintain agility, Cain decided to keep increasing its weight. To withstand such weight, calcium supplements to boost bone density were essential. Fortunately, there was still calcium left from what he'd used with Skorupi, and Miltank could continue giving Larvitar its daily dose of calcium. Although Larvitar might be heavy, it needed to learn to control its strength. Every step it took left footprints, entirely depending on the ground's resistance. Cain, through telepathy, began teaching Larvitar how to control its strength. Although Larvitar didn't fully understand, with explanations and demonstrations, it started to get the hang of it. The first goal was simple: walk without leaving deep footprints. That was its first challenge, something it needed to focus on daily. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon watched Weevil with envy. It was their first time witnessing an evolution. Although Aaron had seen its kind evolve into Laren or Agron, it was already used to it. But the smaller ones, seeing another Pokémon evolve for the first time, had their curiosity piqued. Like children admiring adults, not yet understanding the responsibilities adults must bear, that was the innocence and beauty of youth. Cain let Larvitar play with Aaron and the others. However, something on the ground caught Cain's attention. In the spot where Larvitar had been playing with mud, there was a sculpture made of dirt. A figure of Miltank. An impressive display of control over ground-type energy. Despite its young age, Larvitar already showed remarkable mastery of ground-type energy. Cain looked at the Miltank sculpture, detailed and vivid, and was amazed. This Larvitar had more talent than he had imagined. It seemed that he had found a true treasure. End of chapter. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, Summary and Departure. Before going to sleep, Cain had a habit of recalling what he had done during the day and reviewing the gains he had achieved. In the morning, he had assigned systematic and extended training tasks to his Pokémon. In the afternoon, he had captured 2 valuable water-type Pokémon that could become permanent residents in his gym. Adding the Lantern he caught later, he now had 3. Then, in the Kabutops cave at the mysterious underground lake, he stole a valuable Mega Stone from the head of the quasi-elite level Kabutops leader. This was one of the day's most significant accomplishments. Finally, deep in the forest, his Sneasel, after careful preparation, completed its evolution, reaching level 39 and achieving dark blue quality. That was the summary of his day, and Cain was very satisfied. That night, he decided not to sleep in the backyard. All his Pokémon followed him to his room, including Larvitar, who, although still not fully controlling its strength, no longer damaged the ground. While walking, Larvitar had to carefully control its steps. Its ability to handle ground-type energy was impressive, though Cain still didn't know how it controlled rock-type energy. Thus, the night passed in a peaceful atmosphere. The next day, Leafy Town was bustling again, as the League's construction team had arrived once more. This time, they weren't here for the gym but for the Pokémon Center. Cain welcomed the construction team leader, but this time he wouldn't need to spend money, as the League and the Joy family would cover the costs. Once the Pokémon Center was completed, a Nurse Joy would reside permanently in the town. While the center primarily focused on Pokémon, it also had areas to care for humans. Although the medical equipment for humans wasn't as advanced as for Pokémon, for the town's residents, it was a blessing, as they had never had a proper hospital, and any serious illness had to be treated in Mobile City. Now, the Pokémon Center would meet those needs. The person responsible for bringing this progress to the town was Cain, the future gym leader, who was enthusiastically welcomed by the residents. If not for the presence of security, Cain might have been surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The town's new mayor, although not very competent, was sharp enough to quickly organize town employees to help with security. The town's police station had also recently been taken over by the Jenny family, and soon an officer Jenny would be sent to take charge. Cain couldn't control these aspects, as the gym's construction drew more attention from the League. Given his status, it was inevitable that the Jenny and Joy families would be involved. However, this wouldn't significantly affect Cain's control over the town. Cain's popularity among the residents solidified him as a central figure. Even the mayor followed his lead. When the gym officially opened and Cain attracted investments from major companies and families, his reputation would grow even further. This was something other Team Rocket members, like Sabrina, Koga, or Lieutenant Surge, hadn't achieved. Perhaps Giovanni, once considered the league's greatest genius, had earned such respect in Viridian City. However, after being exposed by the league, his reputation fell under Lance's control, the league's current protégé. Cain's thoughts wandered for a moment but soon refocused. Leafy Town's development was progressing as planned, and Cain was ready to call Alec and the others back. After all this time training with the hunting team's help, Cain hoped that both Alec and the new recruits had grown significantly. He expected them to meet his standards. Otherwise, they would fall behind and eventually lose their momentum. The hunting team was on a mission that day, but Cain had already contacted Miyamoto, asking them to rest after their current task and return to the town, as he had important matters to discuss with them. Miyamoto, of course, wouldn't dare disobey Cain, and after consulting with the team, they decided to speed up their mission to avoid keeping Cain waiting. Cain, meanwhile, simply gave orders and didn't concern himself with how his subordinates carried them out. After calming the residents and speaking with the construction team, Cain left the town without returning to the gym or his residence. Riding his Tropius, he enjoyed the warm breeze. Despite having a car assigned to him by Steven as an advisor, Cain preferred flying on his Pokémon, as driving was a hassle. No matter how expensive the car was, flying was far more comfortable. This time, his destination was Rustboro City, with two main objectives. The first was to wait for Steven, who had informed Cain that after failing to find the stones he was seeking in his last expedition, he had decided to return. The second objective was to sell several valuable Pokémon he had captured, including those belonging to the Void Organization trio. Additionally, he planned to spend the Pokédollars he had earned from Team Rocket on TMs that his Pokémon could learn to improve their movesets. The weather was mild, with some clouds slowing Tropius's flight. Cain considered releasing Yanmega, captured during a previous mission, to speed up the journey but decided to enjoy the ride. Yanmega would become a flying tool in the future or an ally for his subordinates once his team grew strong enough. End of chapter. Chapter 500, Chapter 500, Shopping and Move Selection. After arriving in Rustboro City, Cain changed his appearance and headed straight to the city's black market. Although Leafy Town also had a black market, compared to the large cities in the Hoenn region like Rustboro City, Leafy Town's black market was merely a shadow of what it could be. Before leaving Leafy Town, Cain released the Pokémon he had captured in the mysterious lake, letting them stay in the pond in his backyard. With the Slowpoke herd watching over them, the backyard security was ensured. He didn't take Larvitar with him, leaving it under Miltank's supervision to help it better control its strength. Aaron also assisted Larvitar in training, hoping it would learn more effectively. Dressed in a black cloak, Cain made his way to the Pokémon sales area. He first sold the Pokémon obtained from the Void Organization team and some captured from the Shadow Unit Captain, Ray, keeping only those he deemed valuable. Among them were Breloom with the Poison Heal ability, Zangoose with the Toxic Boost ability, Yanmega, and Ray's Ariados, all Pokémon that could strengthen his team. He sold the remaining Pokémon for a total of 3.5 million Pokédollars, a fairly respectable sum. Next, he went to the Hunters Guild, completed a few missions that matched the Pokémon he had captured, and sold those that didn't align with any task. Since all were green quality or light green quality Pokémon, they didn't hold significant value but still earned him 2 million points and 2.5 million Pokédollars. In reality, the hunting missions Cain had organized for his team had generated even more money, but those funds were in the shared account of the Hunter team, managed by his trusted subordinate, Sky. Cain had no plans to touch that money yet, as it was earmarked for the development of both the hunting team and the Heaven team. Once both were fully established, Cain would start reaping the real benefits. Afterward, Cain headed to the move shop in the black market. In these shops, basic moves like Protect or Hidden Power were common, but rarer moves depended on luck. The move Cain was most interested in at that moment was Trick Room for Slowking. Although it wasn't an attack, this move was crucial for a slow Pokémon like Slowking in one-on-one battles. Perhaps for fast Pokémon like Weevil or Honchkrow, this move would be a hindrance, but for Slowking, who was destined to be one of the gym's Pokémon, Trick Room was indispensable. Rustboro City was large enough for Cain to find a Trick Room TM in the black market, but it came at an exorbitant price, 3 million Pokédollars, with no room for negotiation. Given the rarity of Psychic-type TMs, especially spatial moves, Cain bought it without hesitation. After all, he had plenty of money to spare. Cain also acquired several other moves for his Pokémon to diversify his battle strategies. He bought the Shadow Ball TM for Honchkrow, Skorupi, and Weevil. Although the move's power was moderate, it was a fairly useful ranged option. Additionally, Haunter, who was skilled with Shadow Ball, could help his teammates master the move faster. Cain also purchased specific moves for each of his Pokémon. He gave Honchkrow the move Double Team, which could increase its chances of evading attacks, especially while charging up powerful moves. For Slowking, he acquired Safeguard, an expensive but vital move to protect Slowking from status conditions while it launched its powerful special attacks from a distance. For Skorupi, in addition to Shadow Ball, Cain purchased Poison Jab, a move that maximizes its poison type. Combined with its pincers and tail as attack points, the move Poison Jab is perfect for boosting its offense. For Haunter, Cain decided on Thunderbolt. This wasn't initially planned, but when Cain saw the TM, he couldn't resist buying it, given the rarity of the move and the lack of electric-type moves in his team. Although Haunter wasn't an electric type, Cain trusted its high special attack to make good use of the move. He also bought the Vano Shock move for Haunter, which perfectly complemented Haunter's poison type, and Blizzard for Weevil, a move Cain found by sheer luck in the shop. He couldn't resist and bought it without hesitation. In total, Cain spent 13 million Poke Dollars, but the moves he acquired would significantly enhance his Pokémon, making the investment well worth it. He still had 45.8 million Poke Dollars left, more than enough to cover his expenses for a while. Just as he was leaving the black market, he received a call from Steven. End of chapter. Chapter 501, Chapter 501, Supremacy of Titles. In the Devon Corporation building, inside Steven's office on the top floor. Steven, busy and seated behind piles of papers and documents, was reviewing everything as his secretary handed him more to sign. Meanwhile, Cain was comfortably seated on the sofa in front of him, legs crossed. Although Steven had not yet fully taken control of Devon Corporation, many of the internal affairs were already being transferred to him. Several company veterans were also eager to develop their skills under his leadership. After being away for a while, Steven now faced an endless amount of documents. Cain, after leaving the black market, received a message that Steven had returned to Devon Corporation, so he went to his office. From the moment he entered, Steven hadn't stopped going through paperwork. Cain couldn't help but think about how busy Steven would be once he officially assumed the role of company president. It was no wonder he resigned from the position of Hoenn champion. If not for the need to manage Devon Corporation, no one could have taken the champion title from him. Though the next in line, Wallace, was no match for Steven. Cain had a steaming cup of tea in front of him, specially prepared for him. After all, Cain held the position of an advisor at Devon Corporation, a role that, while lacking real power, was above many mid-level positions in the company. Steven was working tirelessly while Cain relaxed, which seemed somewhat unfair, but Cain had no way to help. Out of boredom, Cain picked up 3 stones that Steven had collected on his recent trip. To Cain, they looked like ordinary stones with strange patterns, and even after scanning them with the system, they didn't show anything special. But to Steven, these stones were the greatest achievement of his journey. Cain couldn't understand the mindset of the wealthy. After placing the stones back on the table, Cain, still bored, brought out his Torchic. The small Pokémon didn't cause any disturbance in Steven's large office. Torchic remained still on Cain's lap, observing its surroundings, while Cain stroked its soft feathers, eliciting a look of pleasure from the little Pokémon. The information about Torchic was already quite stable, its potential had reached a 90% chance of retaining the dark blue color. Cain's efforts were paying off, and the little Pokémon now trusted him deeply. After 2 hours, Steven finally pulled away from his mountain of documents. He exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the sofa next to Cain. Well, Cain, said Steven, eyeing the Torchic. Is this the Pokémon you recently caught? Cain nodded silently. Good Pokémon. It's in excellent condition, Steven continued. Suddenly, Steven seemed to recall something and stared intently at Cain. What's with that look? Cain asked, feeling uneasy. I can't believe it. You're amazing, Cain. Steven exclaimed. You didn't tell me you participated in the breeder exam. The youngest in history to become an intermediate breeder. The future star of the Breeders' Guild and now the almost gym leader of Leafy Town. You've kept all this under wraps. Cain frowned but then relaxed, shrugging as he replied. Those titles are nothing compared to being the heir to Devon Corporation, the firstborn of the Stone family. Steven was left speechless. That's true, Steven murmured. That's true supremacy of titles. The truth was, while Cain had many impressive titles, none were as powerful as being the heir to Devon Corporation, which wielded real authority. Unlike Cain, who could barely access the resources of the Breeders' Guild, Steven controlled a significant portion of Devon Corporation's resources. Cain's titles were still largely honorary, and only when he reached the rank of advanced breeder would he gain access to real power and resources. But these achievements confirmed that Steven had made a good choice in trusting Cain. From a chance meeting on the magnetic train, their friendship had proven to be a great success. Are you done with your work? Cain asked. Yes, most of it was already resolved, I just needed to give my approval. I'm still getting familiar with the business, Steven replied, stretching. Cain shifted the topic to his gym in Leafy Town. The gym is already built, and the Pokémon Center is underway. Leafy Town's potential is starting to show. Do you think Devon Corporation would be interested in expanding there? Steven pondered for a moment before nodding. It's a good spot. With the gym and the Pokémon Center, and no major forces involved, it could be an excellent opportunity for the company's economic expansion. Cain understood that Stephen, though his friend, was also the heir to Devon Corporation and had to consider the interests of both sides. Still, it seemed promising. All right, Stephen continued. I'll have the company send a team to evaluate Leafy Town's situation. Then we'll discuss how we can collaborate. With that settled, Cain brought up his next request. I wanted to buy some minerals, the highest quality possible. Not only did Aaron need them, but Larvitar as well, as these minerals were essential for their growth. End of chapter. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, I want a mine too. That's easy, minerals are never scarce in my family, Stephen replied with a nonchalant gesture. Having your own mine was definitely an advantage. How great it would be to find my own mine. Cain thought to himself. He didn't need to keep everything, half would be more than enough. How has Aaron been lately? Stephen asked, showing concern for the Pokémon that had come from his family. He's been fine. I haven't trained him much yet since he endured a lot of pressure before, something unusual for a Pokémon his age. After spending time playing with other Pokémon of similar levels, his mood has improved significantly, though his combative nature hasn't changed, Cain replied with a smile, recalling Aaron. Being able to follow an excellent trainer and breeder like you is a great stroke of luck for him. Maybe one day he'll surpass his grandfather. No, actually, I'm sure he will, Stephen said admiringly. Stephen had come to respect Cain for his dedication and responsibility toward his Pokémon. I'd like to visit Leafy Town with you someday, Stephen said suddenly, completely unrelated to their prior conversation. Cain looked at him in surprise, his eyes clearly saying, do you really have time for that? Stephen had just returned, and now he wanted to leave again. Stephen understood Cain's look and smiled, saying, it's not that I want to go out for fun, but to inspect the Leafy Town area. Plus, we could take a little detour to visit Mt. Chimney. It said there are some very valuable volcanic stones there, and last time, I didn't get the chance to explore it properly. There are also some pretty powerful wild Pokémon on the mountain, and having a companion would make everything much easier. Your real goal is Mt. Chimney, and Leafy Town is just an excuse. Cain thought incredulously. However, the idea was also tempting to him. Mt. Chimney was the largest active volcano in the Hoenn region, attracting numerous visitors each year. Most people couldn't go beyond the midsection of the mountain. Climbing higher was dangerous, and only the strongest trainers dared to venture further. The higher areas housed powerful wild Pokémon that remained unexplored. Additionally, an active volcano like that surely contained valuable minerals. If he was lucky, he might even find a fire stone, which he could sell for some good money. Since Aaron and Larvitar needed to consume large quantities of minerals to grow, obtaining a good amount of high-quality minerals would be beneficial. Don't you need to inform your family? Cain asked. Stephen's smile widened at the question. He knew Cain had agreed. As long as Cain agreed, everything would be much simpler. The truth was that, although the two knew each other well, neither had complete certainty about the other's true strength. Cain was sure Stephen was hiding his true power, and likewise, Stephen suspected Cain was also concealing part of his abilities. For now, I still have the freedom to manage my time. In a few years, who knows? Stephen replied with an expression Cain couldn't decipher. Such was the life of heirs to powerful families, what they gained always came with sacrifices. This reflection led Cain to think of James, another member of a great clan, who had chosen to join Team Rocket. Unlike Stephen, James had fled his family to do what he truly wanted, even if it meant enduring hunger and facing all sorts of hardships. But that was the life he had chosen and loved. Stephen, on the other hand, had accepted the responsibilities of his family, but only after doing everything he wanted. That was why neither the Stone family nor Devon Corporation had ever limited his decisions. He had fulfilled his desires before taking on his role. James and Stephen were completely different people. Though they shared a similar background, their decisions had led them down distinct paths. Cain nodded, understanding that Stephen had his choices, just as he had his own. In his case, he was caught between the Pokémon League and Team Rocket. If he wanted to benefit from both sides, he'd also have to be prepared to be exposed at any moment. If that happened, he would have to choose between fully allying with one side or becoming strong enough not to depend on either. Though Cain knew that if forced to choose, he would likely end up siding with Team Rocket, it didn't stop him from admiring Stephen. Stephen was someone with great charisma as well. The two left the Devon Corporation building, and although Stephen's secretary tried to stop him, Stephen decided to leave with Cain. I'm going home first to get ready and bring the minerals you asked for. You can use the time to prepare, and we'll meet in Verdanturf Town tomorrow at noon, in front of the Pokémon Center, Stephen said. All right, here's the money for the minerals, Cain said, handing him an unmarked card with 1 million Poké-dollars. Buy whatever you think is appropriate. The better the quality of the minerals, the better. Stephen accepted the card without hesitation. In the past, when Cain didn't have much, Stephen had helped him. But now that Cain had proven himself, Stephen had no problem accepting his money. The two parted ways in front of the Devon Corporation building. Stephen got into his car and headed home, while Cain flew to Leafy Town on the back of his Tropius. He had to make some preparations for the expedition. Primarily, he needed to organize training for his Pokémon, especially Aaron, Mudkip, Poliwag, and Torchic, who would benefit from the practice. He also had to start planning training for Larvitar, which was progressing quickly and would likely be ready soon. Upon arriving in Leafy Town, Cain went to his backyard. Some of his Pokémon would stay there to train while he took the younger ones on the expedition. Torchic had finally stabilized its potential and now had a considerable level, with exceptional talent and speed, making it a future key member of Cain's team. End of chapter. Chapter 503, Chapter 503, Don't You Have Any Awareness? This time, Cain left his newly evolved Weevil and Honchkrow in the backyard. Both had reached level 39, just one step away from the advanced level. However, since they had just leveled up, they couldn't improve again immediately. They needed time to train and accumulate experience. Moreover, Cain and Stephen were heading out, and neither Honchkrow nor Weevil were suitable to appear in front of Stephen. Since going out wouldn't provide them with training and they'd be confined to their Pokeballs the entire time, why not leave them in the backyard? There, they could train freely, and hardly anyone would show up. When Honchkrow and Weevil got bored, they could even find some wild Pokemon in the backyard to battle for training. After explaining the situation, both Pokemon were a bit reluctant but eventually agreed. After all, it wasn't appropriate for them to appear while Cain was acting under his league identity. Fortunately, Cain had purchased some moves for them, and after learning those moves, they needed time to train with them. This time, Cain planned to bring primarily Slowking and Skorupi. Haunter would remain in Cain's shadow as the last line of defense, only appearing in emergencies. Besides, Cain's Haunter had already been revealed before, representing his league identity. The other Pokemon he would bring were Torchic, Poliwag, Aaron, and Mudkip. Along with Slowking and Skorupi, this formed the standard 6 Pokemon team for the league. Finally, Tropius, used as a flying transport, would also accompany Cain on this outing. As for Larvitar, it would stay in the backyard for now, with Cain leaving plenty of food. When Aaron and the others learned they were going on an adventure with Cain, they were ecstatic. Finally, it was time to start battling. This was the first step in their growth under Cain's care. The next day, after organizing his gear, Cain mounted Tropius and left Leafy Town. While flying, he noticed from afar that the Pokemon Center was nearly completed. The league's construction team was remarkably efficient. Cain also spotted a group of people in black suits carrying various instruments and notebooks entering Leafy Town. They wore Devon Corporation badges on their chests. These were the people Stephen had sent yesterday, the Devon Corporation's research and data collection team. Their efficiency was truly impressive. With that, Cain felt reassured and flew away on Tropius. At the Pokemon Center entrance in Verdanturf Town, Cain, dressed in his league trainer uniform, waited by the door. Although their meeting was scheduled for 12 noon, Cain arrived about 20 minutes early. Fortunately, Stephen didn't keep him waiting long. He approached wearing a large hat that covered almost his entire face, leaving only his nose and mouth visible, while his eyes were hidden under the brim. He wore an elegant black suit, perfectly pressed. Despite concealing his appearance, Stephen's striking presence still drew many gazes in Verdanturf Town. In comparison, Cain, with his ordinary appearance and simple attire, went completely unnoticed. As Stephen approached, Cain also noticed some girls on the street pointing at Stephen and shyly discussing how to approach him. Dressed like that, what's the point of wearing a hat? Cain looked at Stephen approaching with a resigned expression. Only when Stephen got closer could Cain see the sly glint in Stephen's eyes beneath the hat. This style of dressing had been his habit since childhood, and he wore the hat to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wearing a hat keeps me from being recognized, or it'd be impossible to escape this time, Stephen said with a shrug. Though he still attracted many glances, at least no one recognized him, and that was good enough. Cain was left speechless. Let's go, we'll start climbing from here, Stephen said, pointing to the area behind the Verdanturf Town Pokemon Center. Verdanturf Town was located at the base of Mt. Chimney, and due to the wind currents, the area was never affected by volcanic ash. For this reason, most people who wanted to climb Mt. Chimney started from Verdanturf Town. This was one of the main factors contributing to Verdanturf Town's growth. To avoid suspicion, the two blended in with other trainers, slowly ascending Mt. Chimney from Verdanturf Town. At first, there were more people, but fewer wild Pokemon appeared, significantly reducing the level of danger. While there were many people in the early stages of the climb, progress was much faster. As they advanced to the halfway point, the number of people decreased rapidly, as many trainers lacked the strength to continue. At this level, wild Pokemon were already more powerful and numerous. Only trainers with considerable strength could make it this far. But how many trainers could really get this far? Once you passed the halfway mark and reached the summit of Mt. Chimney, you entered a truly dangerous zone. There, many powerful Pokémon resided, and if you were unlucky, you might encounter a quasi-elite or even elite-level Pokémon. If that happened, all you could do was pray you could escape. Many people went to Mt. Chimney, but most only did so for the thrill. Few had reached the true summit of the mountain. The strongest trainers weren't interested in the hot environment of Mt. Chimney for uncertain opportunities, and the weaker ones couldn't reach it. Only trainers who genuinely enjoyed adventure dared to climb to the top of the active volcano. Do they think just anyone can endure that heat? Cain and Stephen walked along the path up Mt. Chimney, and they really stood out. However, this had nothing to do with Cain. Every gaze was directed at Stephen. Even so, Cain felt a bit uncomfortable. Being constantly ignored, even if he didn't care, was starting to bother him a little. "Stephen, do you always go out like this?" Cain asked. "Yeah, this hat is my favorite. Honestly, I don't like wearing hats, but I have no choice, I'm too handsome," Stephen said, lowering the brim of his hat and bowing his head. "Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? Wearing that hat gives you a mysterious look and draws even more attention. Don't you realize that? Maybe if you didn't wear it, you wouldn't get as many stares. Let's stop walking. If we keep going like this, I feel like we're in a zoo cage," Cain said, somewhat exasperated. Stephen looked at Cain in surprise. That eye-catching. Flying directly. If Cain knew what Stephen was thinking, he'd definitely smack him on the head. Who do you think is causing all this? Don't you have any awareness? End of chapter. Chapter 504, Chapter 504, Skarmory's Progress. After the awkward moment, they found a less crowded corner. Cain summoned his Tropius. With a strange look, Stephen watched as Cain climbed onto Tropius's back. Although he found it odd, Stephen didn't hesitate to take out a Pokeball and summon his Skarmory, then leapt onto its back. Before they could be surrounded, they flew away on their Pokemon. Instinctively, Cain scanned Stephen's Skarmory's data. Pokemon, Skarmory, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level. Type, Steel plus Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, Metal Coat. Egg moves, Drill Peck, Stealth Rock, Endure, Whirlwind. Basic moves, Leer, Peck, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Air Cutter, Fury Attack, Feint, Swift, Spikes, Agility, Steel Wing, Slash, Metal Sound. Learned moves, Snore, Sky Attack, Tailwind, Iron Defense, Stealth Rock, Icy Wind. TM moves, Protect, Substitute, Hidden Power, Water, Toxic, Roost, Aerial Ace, Swords Dance, X-Scissor, Sleep Talk. Skarmory's quality had reached Dark Blue. This surprised Cain, though it was something he had expected. Skarmory, as one of Stephen's main battle Pokemon, remained among his strongest even after Stephen became the champion of Hoenn. The first time Cain saw it, its quality was only blue, but now it had reached Dark Blue. This level of quality was fitting for someone of Stephen's status. It was likely that Stephen had a special method for enhancing the aptitude of Steel-type Pokemon. While Cain was curious, he understood these matters often involved family secrets, so he couldn't ask. Besides, he couldn't explain how he was able to see Skarmory's aptitude. So, Cain remained silent, flying behind Stephen, occasionally casting curious and admiring glances. The two flew far from Verdant Turf Town as if fleeing. Midway through the flight, Stephen removed his hat, letting out a long sigh. Finally, I don't have to wear this hat anymore. It's so uncomfortable, Stephen said as he had Skarmory slowed down to fly alongside Cain. Earlier, Stephen's Skarmory had been flying at nearly the same speed as Cain's Tropius, but now Skarmory had to slow down to avoid leaving Tropius behind. After all, Skarmory had previously been at level 38, but now it had reached level 43, becoming an advanced level Pokemon. This was how Stephen managed to level up his Pokemon so quickly, explaining why he would soon become the Hoenn region's champion. Cain felt a bit jealous. However, what he envied the most was the Swords Dance move Skarmory possessed. The day before, Cain had searched all the black market move shops but couldn't find a TM for Swords Dance. It was clear that it was a very rare move. Yet, Skarmory had already learned it from the first time Cain saw it. The powerful and wealthy truly were terrifying. While Cain observed Skarmory, Stephen was also eyeing Tropius. From the beginning, he had been curious. The last time he saw Tropius, its strength seemed to be at a similar level to now. After all this time, it appeared Tropius hadn't improved much. However, it looked a bit chubbier, perhaps because it had been well fed. If you don't understand something, ask. Cain, it seems like your Tropius's strength hasn't improved much, right? Stephen asked. Had Cain been focusing more on his home responsibilities, neglecting his Pokemon's training? Cain glanced at him sideways and said disdainfully, "It doesn't seem like it hasn't improved at all." Plus, it's been eating well lately but hasn't exercised enough, so it's gained a little weight. Saying this, Cain gently patted Tropius's neck. For some reason, Tropius felt a chill run down its spine. And this under a blazing sun, with its chlorophyll ability active. Tropius quickly flapped its wings to accelerate its flight, aware it would need to curb its appetite next time. Hearing Cain, Stephen burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's true, it has put on a bit of weight. I just didn't want to say it. Tropius doesn't enjoy battling much. When I captured it, we agreed it would only serve as a flying mount. When it becomes stronger, it'll decide whether to stay or leave, though I'll still provide for its food at Leafy Town regardless. That was what Cain had promised. Though he didn't mention that he initially captured Tropius by overpowering it with brute force. Stephen, hearing this, understood better. Not all Pokémon enjoy battling. Once, when Cain accompanied him to his family's mines, they noticed that within the group of Aaron, several preferred spending their days eating and sleeping, living extremely comfortable lives. If not for Agron's supervision, half the Aaron might have succumbed to laziness. The belligerent Aaron Cain had captured was already a unique case within its group. After understanding Tropius's situation, Stephen didn't dwell on it further and had Skarmory slow its pace. At the same time, Stephen began considering whether he should have a flying Pokémon exclusively as a mount. Skarmory was good and fast, but its armor made traveling very uncomfortable. The flight wasn't exactly pleasant. Additionally, being a steel type, Skarmory's metallic armor absorbed heat under the sun, becoming increasingly hot. Skarmory didn't feel it as much, but Stephen felt it clearly. Tropius, on the other hand, thanks to its chlorophyll ability, absorbed the sun's heat before it could cause discomfort. And its back was much cooler, a clear advantage of having a grass-type Pokémon. Stephen was truly envious. Watching Cain sitting comfortably atop Tropius, Stephen felt sweat running down his forehead. Luckily, the speed of flight helped keep the heat at bay. Moreover, Verdanturf Town wasn't too far from MT Chimney, so they would arrive soon. Of course, they weren't going to climb from the base. They ordered their Pokémon to fly directly to the midpoint of MT Chimney, around the middle zone. The passers-by who saw Cain and Stephen mounted on their Pokémon weren't surprised. Although not common, strong trainers occasionally did the same. They descended into a forested area on MT Chimney slope. The place had a pleasant environment, with no signs of volcanic ash, and green trees contrasting with the opposite side of the mountain, where everything was shrouded in gray. However, on the slope, the temperature was already noticeably higher than at the base of the mountain. As they climbed, the heat would intensify. Such was the power of a volcano. Without much conversation, the two began their trek to the summit. From that point, they would have to deal with wild Pokémon that appeared unexpectedly. And also people with ill intentions, who could appear at any moment, a risk both had to remain alert to. Fortunately, Stephen wasn't a novice, he had considerable experience in the wild, so Cain didn't need to warn him about anything. End of chapter. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, Healthy Competition. Starting directly with a high level of difficulty prevented Cain from achieving his goal of training his 4 small Pokémon. Perhaps, when he returns, there will be a good opportunity. After reaching the mountainside, the wild Pokémon were almost always above level 30. In this situation, Cain called out Skorupi. In this kind of forest, Skorupi, being a bug and poison type, could perform very well and also be trained. Stephen, seeing Cain's Skorupi, lit up. Has Skorupi grown this much already? That size is a little intimidating, Stephen said, looking at the energetic Skorupi. Cain smiled and replied, yeah, this little one has grown ridiculously fast. Stephen also released a Pokeball. A silver Pokémon, fully covered in armor, appeared before Cain. Laren. The evolution of Aaron. Cain's system activated and scanned the data of this Laren. Pokémon, Laren, dark blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, steel plus rock. Ability, sturdy. Held item, hard stone. Egg moves, body slam, smelling salts, head smash, stealth rock. Basic moves, tackle, harden, mud slap, headbutt, metal claw, rock tomb, roar, iron head, rock slide, take down, metal sound, iron defense. Learned moves, earth power, magnet rise, stomping tantrum, iron tail. TM moves, protect, hidden power, water, earthquake, shadow claw, stone edge, bulldoze, swagger, substitute. The dark blue quality was within Cain's expectations. Before, when Cain observed the quality of Stephen's Pokémon, he couldn't help but be amazed. But now, seeing them again, he felt he could accept it. Stephen's family definitely has methods for improving the quality of steel-type Pokémon. This Laren, already at level 39, would likely reach light purple quality soon after evolving. Other than Professor Oak's Dragonite, Cain had yet to see a Pokémon with light purple quality. Steven likely already had 2 fully formed Matang, but it was unknown how far the Matang he kept hidden had progressed. The appearance of this Laren demonstrated that the Pokémon Steven most needed to train now was this Laren. Its average strength was above the advanced level. Although this Laren was only level 39, an average advanced level Pokémon might not necessarily be its match. It's very well trained, Cain couldn't help but remark. Hearing Cain's words, Steven smiled. Praise from Cain, a prodigious breeder, was more gratifying than recognition from an average advanced breeder. Thus, the two began ascending the mountainside. They were both considered among the best in this area, and the wild Pokémon that appeared rarely posed a challenge to Skorupi and Laren. There even seemed to be a healthy competition emerging between the two Pokémon. They began competing to see who could defeat their opponents first, take the least time, or defeat the most enemies. Steven, being a prominent member of the Alliance, wouldn't use lethal force against the wild Pokémon that attacked them. The most he would allow was for Laren to defeat or incapacitate them. In response, Cain also refrained from allowing Skorupi to use lethal force. However, Skorupi, born to fight and eliminate its opponents, found itself somewhat restricted under these circumstances and couldn't perform at its best. Even so, Skorupi had its advantages. Against lower-level Pokémon, its sniper ability allowed for greater explosive power than Laren's. Although Laren's Stone Edge move had been exceptionally trained by Steven, Skorupi excelled at exploiting its opponent's weak points. Therefore, even though Laren's strength far surpassed Skorupi's speed in defeating enemies wasn't much slower than Laren's. In these battles against lower-level Pokémon, Steven and Cain generally allowed their Pokémon to fight independently. This helped improve the innate combat awareness of their Pokémon. As trainers, they only needed to control their Pokémon's battle rhythm, as long as it aligned with their plans, the rhythm of the commands fit, and Pokémon fighting freely under a trainer's orders would show even greater reaction capabilities. In this regard, Cain and Steven showed surprising harmony. Perhaps Skorupi's strength earned Laren's recognition, and Laren's abilities were acknowledged by Skorupi. After battling continuously for nearly an hour, the two Pokémon grew closer and began communicating with each other, clearly recognizing one another. Cain and Steven were delighted by this. They followed behind their Pokémon, mostly pointing out weaknesses and ways to improve after each battle. During breaks, their conversation didn't stop. They mainly focused on sharing knowledge about Pokémon. Steven often sought Cain's advice on aspects of Pokémon training since Cain had already demonstrated his talent, and Steven valued his unique perspectives on Pokémon training. For his part, Cain gained valuable information from Steven about Steel, Ground, and Rock-type Pokémon. This included how to train Steel-type Pokémon for optimal development and methods to exploit the characteristics of Rock and Ground-type Pokémon. Both were considered prodigies in the Pokémon world, and their mutual exchange of knowledge not only enhanced their understanding but also increased their strength. Though Cain had a system, the data in the system came from various databases, and his knowledge of Steel-type Pokémon wasn't as extensive as Steven's. However, this calm atmosphere ended 2 hours later. As they ascended, the strength of the wild Pokémon also increased. Eventually, 2 Pokémon appeared that required their direct intervention to battle. 2 level 35 Magmar. Although their quality was only light green, this level was quite formidable in this area. After all, Fire-type Pokémon were evidently more dominant against Grass and Bug types. For Bug-type Skorupi and Steel-type Laren, they also posed a considerable threat. Cain and Steven's expressions were somewhat serious, not so much because of the Magmar's strength, but because of the reason these 2 Pokémon appeared here. Magmar is a pure Fire-type Pokémon, and its main habitat is volcanoes. However, this was still just the mountainside, they hadn't yet reached the volcano's peak. Magmar shouldn't leave its habitat so easily. End of chapter. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, Perfect Coordination. Why are those Magmar here? Steven asked, looking at the 2 Magmar approaching from the distance. This wasn't Steven's first time climbing MT Chimney, he was a frequent visitor in search of oddly shaped volcanic rocks. He was quite familiar with Magmar, who preferred high-temperature environments. Although the temperature on the mountain slope was high, it wasn't an ideal place for them. Moreover, Magmar typically fed on magma minerals in volcanoes or other volcanic creatures, so they rarely descended the mountain to hunt. They have a strange expression on their faces. They look a bit frightened and somewhat irritated, Cain observed, keeping his gaze fixed on the 2 approaching Magmar. While Cain and Steven pondered the situation, Skorupi and Laren seemed excited. Although they had fought a lot on their way up, their opponents hadn't been challenging. Finally, 2 Pokémon appeared who seemed worthy of a fight. Let's first control the situation. You take one, and I'll handle the other. Steven suggested. Cain nodded. Skorupi, use Hone Claws and Toxic Spikes. 2 of the moves Skorupi had recently learned were put to real combat use after just 1 night of training. The move Hone Claws was simpler, as Skorupi had received tips from Weevil the night before. By rubbing its pincers together, their shine increased slightly. Hone Claws is a move that boosts attack power and accuracy. However, mastering the Toxic Spikes move wasn't as advanced. Skorupi scattered some poisonous spikes sporadically along the path the Magmar would traverse. Although there weren't many, given the Magmar's current state, they were unlikely to notice the spikes. Laren, use Stealth Rock and Hidden Power. Steven commanded. Several invisible rocks appeared along the Magmar's path. Whether intentional or not, the invisible rocks complemented Skorupi's toxic spikes, exposing the latter. If the Magmar continued moving forward, they were bound to step on the spikes. Noticing the smile on Steven's face, Cain knew it was intentional. Although the two had never fought together before, they already displayed seamless coordination. A perfect coordination. Next, a blue energy orb materialized in front of Laren. Laren's hidden power move was water type. Having a water type hidden power greatly compensated for Laren's weakness against fire type Pokemon. The two Magmar still wore panicked expressions, but noticing Skorupi and Laren blocking their path, their temperament, typical of fire types, flared up. Having been driven away elsewhere, they thought they could vent their frustration on this slope. How could they not handle these two Pokemon? It was evident the two Magmar had been together for a long time. Even in their panicked state, their coordination remained intact. Two large bursts of flames shot out from the Magmar's mouths, aimed at Skorupi and Laren. It was the move Flame Burst, an attack with a wide range that caused fiery splashes, damaging nearby Pokemon. However, before the flames could reach Skorupi and Laren raised its water-type energy orb to meet the flames. Boom. SSSSS. The clash between the flames and the water energy produced a hissing sound. The surrounding temperature noticeably increased. Seeing their attack fail, the Magmar pressed forward. Boom. But the result was that they collided directly with Laren's invisible rocks. Although they broke through some of them, they couldn't pass completely. Staggering, the Magmar didn't understand what had happened. After adjusting themselves slightly, they tried to maneuver around the rocks, but to avoid colliding with more invisible rocks, they slowed down. In doing so, they stepped on Skorupi's toxic spikes. The poisoning effect activated, and although they were fire types, the poison was still quite potent. Eventually, they noticed the spikes on the ground and slowed down even further to avoid them. At this speed, they no longer posed a threat to Skorupi and Laren. Skorupi, use Shadow Ball. Cain ordered. In this situation, Skorupi's newly acquired ranged attack proved useful. At such a slow pace, the Magmar were easy targets. Laren, use Stone Edge. Steven added. Both orders were given almost simultaneously. Compared to the Ghost-type move Shadow Ball, the Rock-type move Stone Edge was not only stronger in power but also super effective against fire types. Moreover, Stone Edge was the same type as Laren, further boosting its power. Here, the advantage of a well-resourced trainer became apparent. Even if Pokemon had the same level and potential, those who received better resources tended to excel. Steven's Pokemon had better move combinations and selections compared to Cain's. After all, Steven could obtain any TM he wanted, while Cain relied more on luck. Boom. Boom. The Shadow Ball struck one Magmar, and Laren's Stone Edge hit the other. With the double effectiveness of the Rock-type move, the Magmar attacked by Laren suffered significant damage. Despite enduring Skorupi and Laren's attacks, the Magmar barely made it past the invisible rocks and toxic spikes. Cain, be careful. Laren, use Earthquake, Steven warned. Cain quickly understood. Skorupi, jump and use Venoshock. Skorupi, with its great attack power, wasn't going to fall behind. Additionally, the Magmar were poisoned, doubling the power of the Venoshock move. In terms of data, Venoshock, which normally had a power of 65, doubled to 130. Shockwaves from Laren's Earthquake began forming around it, causing smaller rocks to hover in the air. The strongest shockwave expanded outward from a central point toward the Magmar. Following Cain's instructions, Skorupi jumped quickly over the Magmar to avoid the earthquake. The Magmar weren't so fortunate. With their double weakness to ground-type moves, the multi-target earthquake caused significant damage. Skorupi, upon landing, capitalized on the momentum from the earthquake and charged toward one of the Magmar. Venoshock struck one of them. Skorupi's sharp eyes focused on the Magmar, targeting a weak point in its body. The instability of the Magmar after the earthquake gave Skorupi the perfect opportunity to exploit a weak spot. The sniper ability activated. One of the Magmar lost its ability to fight. End of chapter. Chapter 507, Chapter 507, One Lie is Enough. Originally, Laren was about to use another attack on the remaining Magmar. But Skorupi was already unleashed. Excited, it spun and charged at the remaining Magmar. Under the terrified gaze of its opponent, Skorupi's Venoshock hit that Magmar again. Although it didn't strike a weak spot, meaning its sniper ability wasn't activated, the Magmar had already taken damage from the Stone Edge and Earthquake moves, both of which were super effective against Magmar, as well as residual damage from the toxic spikes, leaving it exhausted. The powerful impact of Venoshock completely knocked it out. If Cain hadn't told Skorupi to hold back, those fallen Magmar might have received a finishing blow from Skorupi. If the sniper ability could keep hitting the opponent's weak spots, that ability would be truly terrifying, Steven commented, observing Skorupi's magnificent skills. Cain nodded. With Steven's ability, it was likely he had already noticed Skorupi's sniper ability after so many battles since climbing the mountain. But this was the first time Skorupi had fully showcased its sniper ability. When facing much weaker opponents, the sniper ability's effect wasn't as noticeable. Skorupi returned proudly, like a true victor. Laren let out a growl. Its complaint seemed to be that Skorupi had stolen its opponent. In response, Skorupi also growled, who knows what they were saying to each other, but in the end, Skorupi wrapped its pincers around Laren's neck in camaraderie. The state of these two Magmar doesn't seem normal. Cain and Steven ignored Skorupi and Laren. Steven agreed, I've been to Mt. Chimney many times, and I've seen lots of Magmar, but they all lived near the volcanic crater. They wouldn't come down without reason. Besides, their usual prey isn't found down here. The body temperature of a Magmar can reach 1,200 degrees. They usually live in high-temperature areas. The edge of a volcanic crater is ideal for them. The hotter the environment, the more energetic they are, Cain explained, sharing some of his knowledge about Magmar. He then added, a Magmar wouldn't leave its habitat without reason. In this situation, either there's been a change in the volcano, or a powerful enemy has appeared in their habitat, one so strong they can't face it. Hearing this, Steven looked somewhat serious. Either scenario seemed unfavorable. Mt. Chimney is an active volcano, but it's generally in a stable state. Normally, it only emits volcanic ash, something the residents of Hoenn are accustomed to. In fact, volcanic ash is a distinctive feature of the Hoenn region. If Mt. Chimney has changed and is about to erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other hand, if the second scenario is true, and an enemy has appeared in the Magmar's habitat, it would be slightly better by comparison. After all, we don't know if the Magmar's enemy is part of the League or some other organization. I think the second possibility is more likely. Mt. Chimney hasn't erupted in nearly 100 years. If there were any changes, we wouldn't be the first to know. The League has had people investigating here all the time, those experts wouldn't ignore it, Cain added after a brief silence. After a pause, Cain said, in any case, it seems like this time things won't be so simple. We'd better be careful. Steven nodded with a serious expression. Hopefully, it's nothing serious. After all, we just wanted to enjoy a trip. Just as Steven was ready to move forward, he noticed that Cain wasn't moving. Steven, puzzled, turned to look at Cain, who stood still with a frown, eyes closed. Cain, what's wrong? Steven asked. Cain sighed silently. If he could avoid it, he really didn't want to reveal that he was psychic. But if he wanted to hold a high position in the League in the future, he would inevitably encounter psychics already part of it. At that point, it would only be a matter of time before his psychic ability was discovered. Moreover, wouldn't he use his psychic abilities when facing a strong opponent in the future? Impossible. He worked hard to become a novice psychic and learn telepathy to gain an edge in battles. Lies, one is enough. The more things you try to hide, the more lies you'll need to cover them. When one small lie is discovered, all the others covering it will mercilessly crumble. So Cain thought that if he was going to hide something, it should only be one thing. Besides, Steven was one of the few people in the League he trusted, almost on par with his mentor, Matsuda Takashi. Since the topic of his psychic abilities would eventually come to light, why not prepare his friend in advance? That way, when it's discovered, at least he'd have someone to back him up. Cain closed his eyes just for show. In the second he defeated the Magmar, he had already considered all these possibilities. Wait a moment, I think I can find out what's going on, Cain said, walking toward the less injured Magmar. Magmar's head and tail are pure fire. When it lost consciousness, the flames on its head extinguished. Cain pulled out some heat-resistant gloves, put them on, and took some healing sprays from his storage space to quickly treat the Magmar's surface wounds. With Cain's skill as a breeder and by combining medicines, Magmar soon regained consciousness. Skorupi stayed close to Cain, ready to prevent any outburst from the Magmar. However, upon waking, Magmar seemed less frantic and less aggressive than before. It looked at Cain, who was treating its wounds, and at the Skorupi beside him, the same one that had defeated it. Magmar remained calm. Cain sprayed the last bit of medicine on the damaged scales, treating the final bleeding wound. Given Magmar's constitution, these injuries weren't severe. After Skorupi had extracted the poison, there was no real danger. A few hours of rest would be enough for recovery. But Magmar also knew that its previous aggression was the cause of its injuries, so it was quite grateful for Cain's treatment. This is for you. I've removed the poison from your partner, there shouldn't be any problem. It will wake up soon. Cain placed some high-quality poke blocks in front of the Magmar. Smelling the fragrance of the poke blocks, Magmar's eyes lit up immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, Revealing Psychic Powers. Stephen stood behind Cain, observing everything he did. Although he didn't fully understand his intentions, he decided not to interrupt or stop him and watched patiently. Magmar accepted the advanced poke blocks that Cain offered. Cautiously, it took one and put it in its mouth, savoring it like a delicacy. After eating one, it paused and cleverly hid the rest in a spot so ingenious that even Cain couldn't clearly see where it went. Then came the moment to witness a miracle. A characteristic psychic glow appeared in Cain's eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul, and psychic abilities are a combination of the mind and heart's capabilities, so the most visible part of using a psychic skill is, precisely, the eyes. Cain's eyes shone with a blue light, and a thin thread of light blue psychic energy connected his mind to Magmar's. Telepathy. Or, more precisely, an advanced use of telepathy that allows one to directly perceive the intentions of the other party through psychic energy. In other words, Cain could communicate with Magmar and understand its thoughts, just as Magmar could comprehend Cain's words. Stephen, standing to the side, looked at Cain with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. What am I seeing? Psychic powers? No, a psychic. Cain is a psychic. Is this what Cain had been hiding? A genius breeder and also a psychic. This is incredible. Stephen's amazement was exactly what Cain had anticipated, but at that moment, he had no time to worry about it. The advanced telepathy he was using was a skill he had only recently learned. It requires extremely precise control of psychic abilities, something Cain was still perfecting. So, for him, using the skill was quite challenging. Patiently, Cain began connecting with Magmar's thoughts. Magmar, can you hear me? Cain asked mentally. Hearing Cain's voice in its head, Magmar jumped, looking around for someone else, but it didn't see anyone. Stop looking around. It's me, the person in front of you, the one who gave you that delicious food, Cain said with resignation. When Cain said these words, Magmar, with some doubt, focused on him. It had never seen anything so incredible before. It took 5 minutes before Magmar finally accepted Cain's special ability. Then came the crucial moment of communication. Magmar really struggled to articulate its thoughts, likely because wild Pokémon generally aren't skilled at organizing and expressing their ideas. Cain could only understand it with difficulty. After 15 minutes, Cain withdrew his psychic ability and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt slightly dizzy, as that specific use of telepathy had pushed him to his limit. Phew. He exhaled deeply. At that moment, a handkerchief appeared in front of Cain. Stephen had already regained his usual calm demeanor. Cain had revealed his psychic ability, which had shocked Stephen greatly. However, Cain had also shown him trust by doing so. Thanks, Cain said with a simple word of gratitude as he took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then added, I just communicated with Magmar, but it's true that wild Pokémon have serious difficulty organizing their thoughts and expressing them clearly. Cain couldn't help but complain a little. If it had been Honchkrow, it could have explained the entire situation in under 3 minutes, but with Magmar, it was another matter. Not to mention Slowking, a Pokémon whose intelligence rivals that of humans. No comparison, no harm. Cain had mentally prepared himself for a complicated process, but he hadn't expected it to be this troublesome. From what I could understand from Magmar, it seems that some creatures similar to us have appeared at the top of the mountain, which should mean humans. Moreover, they brought Pokémon that Magmar had never seen before. Although they didn't attack directly, they caused damage to its habitat. The Magmar tried to resist but were easily repelled, Cain explained briefly. Such a simple situation, how could it become so complicated? Cain sighed. Hearing Cain, Stephen placed a hand on his chin, adopting a thoughtful expression. Based on what Cain had explained, it meant that a group of unknown humans had appeared at the top of MT Chimney, causing environmental damage that significantly affected the Pokémon living there. The reason the 2 Magmar they encountered were so desperate might have been because of those humans. With Stephen's ability, he didn't need more explanations. In truth, for Stephen, the most surprising thing at that moment was the fact that Cain turned out to be a psychic. Seeing Stephen's expression, Cain let out a small, bitter laugh. He knew this conversation wouldn't be easy. After organizing his thoughts a bit, he said, I know you're probably surprised that I'm a psychic. Yes, I'm a psychic, but one of the most basic ones, the most inexperienced type that only knows how to use telepathy and a few elementary techniques. With my talent, I'll probably never be able to advance beyond this level. Cain's words plunged Stephen into a moment of silence. The atmosphere between them grew a bit tense. Skorupi and Laren, who were nearby, hugging each other like friends, didn't understand why their trainers were acting so strangely. This is too much. Stephen exclaimed. Cain felt a small jolt in his heart, and without realizing it, his hand moved toward his belt, where his pokeballs were. This was a problem he had to face, and Cain was already prepared for the worst. He wasn't yet a match for Steven, but with Slowking's help and its ability to use teleport, he was confident he could escape. This is truly too much. Cain, you're a psychic. And I'm only finding out now. It's unacceptable. The last time we battled, you didn't use your psychic power. Steven displayed his characteristic confident smile. To Steven, learning that Cain was a psychic only caused surprise and a bit of envy. He had no negative thoughts about Cain for having hidden this information. Hidden isn't the right word, is it? Cain is a prodigy, and revealing that he had psychic abilities wouldn't have brought him any benefit. In fact, it could only have brought danger. So this was Cain's trump card. No wonder I admire him. He really is a genius. Seeing Steven's confident smile, Cain let out a sigh of relief. Almost. Cain almost thought he would have to break away from the league. End of chapter. Chapter 509, Chapter 509, Incredible Potential. I'm just a beginner-level psychic, which isn't very helpful in everyday life. Only in battles, where I can use telepathy, can I gain a slight advantage, Cain said with a shrug. However, hearing this, Steven felt like Cain was saying something akin to, it's just like winning 5 million in the lottery, an insignificant amount of money. While Steven didn't care much about such sums of money, the sentiment was clear. I, as one of the wealthiest in the Hoenn region, don't I have my own pride? So Steven simply nodded calmly, extinguishing the last trace of envy in his heart. I can only say, Cain, you truly have an exceptional talent. Steven said in an even tone. It's just a matter of luck. Do you remember my Slowpoke? It's already evolved, Cain replied. He then took out a Pokeball and released Slowking. This is. Upon seeing the Pokemon Cain summoned, though it stood upright like a Slowpoke, it was over 2 meters tall. Could this really be the clumsy Slowpoke? Is this Slowking? Though it was phrased as a question, the meaning was clear. Cain nodded and said, yes, do you remember the last time I asked for your help to find a King's Rock? By chance, when Slowpoke was holding the King's Rock and was bitten on the head by a Shelder, it was able to evolve into Slowking. So Slowking really is the evolution of Slowpoke. The King's Rock. That evolution requirement is truly rigorous. Steven was already becoming immune to being surprised by Cain's discoveries. After all, if it was related to Cain, it seemed almost normal. The point isn't Slowking's evolution. I've already provided the method of Slowking's evolution to Professor Oak, but it hasn't been made public yet, it needs verification. Cain continued, during Slowking's evolution, the massive increase in its psychic power caused me to awaken and boosted my psychic ability to the beginner level. But I've tried to improve since then, and it seems the beginner level is my limit. I understand, Steven said, nodding while stroking his chin. A brilliant Slowking is indeed a very rare Pokemon, and this one seems to have been perfectly trained, with excellent talent for psychic abilities. This is too much. Steven gave Cain a look that signaled he should tone it down. Please, stop showing off. Let me recover. You went out to train and returned as the youngest trainer in history to reach the intermediate level. On top of that, you're the leader of the Guild of Breeders' Youth Talent Group, and being the gym leader of Leafy Town seems like just a side gig. Now you're telling me you're also a psychic, even if it's just at the beginner level. That still has a big impact on battles. Do I, Steven, the absolute genius and affluent magnate, have no pride? Seeing that Steven didn't want to continue discussing the topic, Cain didn't push it further. After all, up until now, the fact that he was a psychic was known only to Steven. He hadn't even told his master, Matsuda Takashi. Perhaps he'd need to hint at it subtly because if Matsuda Takashi found out his student was a psychic from someone else, that could lead to a good scolding. Both decided not to dwell further on the subject. Cain returned Slowking to its Pokeball and, along with Skorupi, continued climbing toward the mountain's summit with Steven. There could be unknown dangers at the summit, but neither of them mentioned it. Danger is the true essence of training. The summit of the mountain is home to many Fire-type Pokemon, and although they were only halfway up, many Fire types had been displaced downward due to environmental damage at the peak. And since Skorupi is a Poison and Bug type, and Laren is a Steel and Rock type, both Pokemon were at a disadvantage against Fire types. However, neither Cain nor Steven chose to switch Pokemon. There was no need. They hadn't yet reached the point where their Pokemon couldn't prevail. Only when the opponent's type presents a disadvantage can true training occur. Based on the type Laren gained from the move Hidden Power, it was clear that Steven had certain means to counter Fire types, which are effective against Steel types. On the other hand, Cain didn't have a direct counter for Fire types, which were strong against Skorupi. But if Fire types couldn't land an attack on Skorupi, what use would that advantage be? A critical hit. That's the proper way for Skorupi to fight. They walked along a mountain path, surrounded by dense forests. with their continuous ascent, the temperature, which should have decreased with altitude, didn't. Instead, it gradually rose. And possibly due to the disruption of fire types, this temperature increase was inconsistent. Many grass and bug-type Pokémon living in the forest, disliking this rising temperature, had no choice but to migrate downward. Since the Pokémon here were relatively high level, their descent would force other Pokémon further down to do the same. This chain reaction would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on the MT Chimney ecosystem. More importantly, common trainers at the mountain's base might not be able to handle these stronger migrating Pokémon. Realizing this, Cain and Steven quickened their pace. They needed to defeat these Pokémon faster. Skorupi had honed its ability to find enemies' weak points to the extreme. Now, with each attack, its critical hit probability had increased to 30%. A terrifying probability. This meant that, out of every 3 attacks by Skorupi, 1 would inevitably be a critical hit. And with Skorupi's sniper ability, it would deal tremendous damage to its opponent. It didn't matter if the type was a disadvantage, that was astonishing explosive strength. Additionally, with Skorupi's inherent physical strength, its combat talent was being maximized. Skorupi's power was increasing at a visible rate. Steven, observing Skorupi's progress, felt even more surprised and impressed by Cain. Truly, Cain was exceptional at training Pokémon. After this time in battle, Steven could tell that while Skorupi had incredible fighting instincts, its overall capability wasn't the best. It should have been slightly weaker than Laren. Yet in facing enemies, Skorupi wasn't falling behind in the speed at which it defeated opponents. That was impressive. One must remember that Laren's quality was dark blue, with a level of 39, nearing the advanced level. Steven might not have as precise an understanding of Pokémon levels and quality as Cain, but he could discern certain differences. This Skorupi is no ordinary Pokémon. If Skorupi evolves into Drapion in the future, its explosiveness and strength, coupled with its large size, would undoubtedly make it an excellent frontline attacker. Its 2 pincers, along with its tail and mouth, provide 4 attack points, making it extremely difficult for any Pokémon to defend against all of them at once. End of chapter. Chapter 510, Chapter 510, Team Magma. MT Chimney is very tall, although both had quickened their pace, they were still far from the summit. After all, it sometimes seems close, but walking there is much farther than it appears. Additionally, as they progressed, wild Pokémon would frequently appear to block their path. Cain and Steven didn't have a clear solution for this. They couldn't simply ride their Skarmory and Tropius and fly to the top. Not to mention, flying at that altitude would be exhausting for their Pokémon, and the wild flying Pokémon inhabiting such heights are quite strong. Cain and Steven wouldn't have many means to defend themselves in the air. After all, they each only had 1 flying Pokémon, and if they carried them, who would handle the attacking? When night was about to fall, they barely managed to traverse the mountain slope and arrived at an arid area near the summit. Here, due to the high temperatures, neither flowers, grass, nor trees could survive. Cain and Steven already knew what the environment would be like, so before coming to MT Chimney, they had prepared breathing devices. These were gadgets similar to masks that covered the mouth and nose, capable of filtering hot air and preventing oxygen deprivation caused by the altitude, a rather useful accessory. Steven had been to MT Chimney several times before, so he had prepared these devices in advance. Although the sun had already set and night was beginning to fall, the temperature remained high. Upon reaching the summit, wild Pokémon became much less frequent. The area was covered with bare rocks and volcanic stones formed by heat, an ideal habitat for rock and fire-type Pokémon. It was also a favorite place for rock enthusiasts like Steven. However, Steven wasn't very interested in searching for stones this time, as the people who had suddenly appeared at the mountain's peak made both him and Cain uneasy. Under the last rays of the sun, they continued climbing. After a day of intense battles, Skorupi's level had increased by 1, reaching level 35. The level gap between it and Honchkrow and the others was narrowing. However, after progressing a bit further, they encountered another wild Pokémon blocking their path, one with considerable strength. It was a Torkoal with reddened eyes, staring directly at Cain and Steven, intruders in its territory. Instinctively, Cain used his system to scan this Torkoal's data. Pokémon, Torkoal, green, in a state of rage. Gender, female. Level. Type, fire. Ability, white smoke. Held item, none. Egg moves, endure, fissure, flame burst. Basic moves, ember, smog, withdraw, rapid spin, fire spin, smoke screen, flame wheel, curse, lava plume, body slam, protect, flamethrower, iron defense. Learned moves, heat wave, earth power, stomping tantrum. TM moves, none. Upon seeing the data for this Torkoal, Cain frowned. State of rage. This reminded him of the Breloom his Sneasel had defeated during its evolution, which was also in a state of rage. Torkoal's condition was almost identical to Breloom's back then. Could there be a connection? Or had they simply been unlucky enough to encounter another enraged Pokémon? Steven, be careful, this Torkoal seems to be in an abnormal state, Cain warned. Steven nodded. Seeing this Torkoal, he also felt something was off. It was the strongest Pokémon they had encountered so far. A quasi-advanced level Pokémon, matching the level of Steven's Laren. We'll subdue it first, Steven suggested. Regardless of why Torkoal was in this state, it was best to control it first. 10 minutes later, thanks to the teamwork of Skorupi and Laren, the Torkoal fell before them. After a day of battles, Skorupi and Laren had developed some synergy. Both Pokémon could execute simple combinations based on each other's abilities. Thus, their combined combat power was quite remarkable. Of course, the main reason was the synchronization developed between Cain and Steven as trainers, allowing their Pokémon to work together effectively. Watching Skorupi and Laren behave like good friends, Cain couldn't help but shake his head. Torkoal's condition was similar to Brelem's that day, so Cain treated it lightly and then let it go. In its current mental state, not even telepathy would allow Cain to obtain useful information. However, he had a preliminary suspicion about the people at the mountain's summit. He hoped it wasn't them. Cain thought silently. If it really was that group, with the current strength he and Steven had, they would likely only be able to escape. Placing Torkoal in a discreet corner, Cain and Steven didn't linger. But both wore grim expressions, clearly thinking the same thing. As they advanced, a brief silence fell between them. Finally, Steven was the first to speak. Cain, have you heard of Team Magma? Hearing Steven's words, Cain paused briefly and then replied, I have a general idea. This surprised Steven a bit. Not many people knew about Team Magma, as they kept themselves quite hidden, only a few high-ranking League members knew about them. That Cain knew surprised him. The last time I was at sea with my mentor, we were attacked by Team Aqua. I didn't know at first, but after investigating a bit, I learned about Team Aqua and Team Magma, Cain explained briefly. With this explanation, Steven understood better. I see. You encountered Team Aqua. Team Aqua and Team Magma are not well known in the Hoenn region, but that doesn't mean they lack power. These two factions have existed for a long time, but they've mostly remained hidden, as if waiting for something. The League has sent people to investigate them thoroughly, but so far, no one has returned alive. At this point, Steven's expression grew very serious. One of the people sent to investigate Team Magma was from the Stone family. To this day, they had not returned. Team Aqua and Team Magma haven't caused significant trouble yet, but their strength is a concern for the League, so we've always investigated them. I suspect the people at MT Chimney Summit are members of Team Magma, Steven said seriously. It was the first time Cain had seen Steven with such a grave expression. Team Magma doesn't appear frequently, but when they do, it's usually at active or inactive volcanoes. Their whereabouts are uncertain, so the League hasn't been very successful in capturing them. But this incident at MT Chimney has an 80% chance of being their doing. End of chapter. Chapter 511, damn. In reality, what Steven was thinking wasn't too far from what Cain had guessed. As for Team Magma, Steven had learned more about them primarily through some League reports. When it came to who knew more, it would definitely be Cain. After all, in his previous life, Cain had experienced firsthand the emergence of both Team Magma and Team Aqua. As a member of Team Rocket, in order to infiltrate the Hoenn region, he had also made contact with people from Team Magma and Team Aqua. However, at that time, he was more of an enforcer and didn't have the authority to interact with them directly. Knowing that this was likely related to Team Magma, both of them stopped insisting. Cain sent a message to his master, Matsuda Takashi, while Steven also sent one, though Cain didn't know to whom. However, he suspected it was either to an expert from the Stone family or someone significant within the League. Cain, be careful, Steven warned. Cain nodded. Neither of them mentioned the possibility of leaving. Both concealed their presence. After climbing over a pile of large rocks, they finally spotted human silhouettes. Hidden behind a large rock, Cain and Steven observed several people dressed entirely in red in the distance. They wore red hooded vests with hoods over their heads. On the vests, there was a black emblem. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. Team Magma. Both Cain and Steven wore grim expressions. If it were another underground group in the Hoenn region, even if they couldn't defeat them with their current strength, they wouldn't feel as much pressure. But Team Magma was different. Although they hadn't fully surfaced yet, ever since a member of the Stone family mysteriously disappeared after getting involved with Team Magma, Steven had thoroughly investigated the organization and had a rough idea of their terrifying strength. Cain, of course, knew even more. In his past life, both Team Magma and Team Aqua were capable of going head-to-head with Team Rocket, so the strength of these teams was undeniable. There were several elite-level trainers within Team Magma. What they didn't know was who was leading the group this time or whether there was an elite-level individual present. Two members of Team Magma were chatting, but due to the distance and the swift airflow around the volcano, Cain and Steven couldn't hear what they were saying. There was no choice. After a moment's hesitation, Cain moved closer, using the massive rocks along the way to stay hidden. Steven watched Cain's movements. Although he intended to stop him, he ultimately decided not to say anything. Cain crept closer and, using his psychic ability, could barely hear what the two were saying. The two Team Magma members, a man and a woman, were guarding the entrance. I wonder how much longer we'll have to stay here. We've been on this mission for days, and there isn't even a place to bathe, the woman complained. Who knows? This mission is pretty simple, we just have to guard the entrance, and we'll receive big rewards. When we return, we can exchange points for supplies to enhance our skills, the men replied. Guarding is easy, but I'm curious about what they're doing inside. Stop being so curious. This mission is led by Lord Butler. Don't ask questions about things you shouldn't know. Even though his strength is average compared to other superiors, his temper is notoriously bad, the men said nervously. I've heard that. Lord Butler only has this position because he's backed by Lord Tabitha, the woman muttered under her breath. Shut up. How can you say something like that? Do you want to get killed? After that, their conversation shifted to rumors about Team Magma's upper ranks, which Cain wasn't interested in, so he stopped listening. However, he had learned some important details from their conversation. Although he didn't know exactly what Team Magma was doing here, at least Maxie wasn't in charge, which gave Cain some relief. If Maxie were leading, Cain wouldn't even bother looking back before fleeing with Steven. They were on completely different levels. A confrontation with Maxie would be a death sentence. As for Butler, Cain didn't recall him being one of Team Magma's high-ranking members. But the name Tabitha was familiar to Cain. In his previous life, he'd heard of Tabitha as one of Team Magma's important leaders and potentially an elite-level trainer. At that moment, Steven, who had followed Cain's lead, arrived by his side. Cain used telepathy to share all the information he had obtained. What do we do? Retreat or go in for a closer look? Cain asked Steven telepathically. Steven didn't respond immediately, but after some thought, he nodded decisively. The message was clear, let's go in. In truth, Cain had the same intention, but since there were two of them, he preferred to get Steven's agreement. Cain took out a Pokeball again. To avoid detection, both Skorupi and Laren had already been returned to their Pokeballs. This time, Cain didn't use Skorupi's Pokeball but instead brought out Slowking. Steven also refrained from bringing out Laren and instead used his strongest Pokemon. This could be life-threatening, so they had to go all out from the start. Slowking and a completely silver-bodied Metang appeared. The moment Steven's Metang appeared, Cain obtained its data. Pokemon, Shiny Metang, Purple. Gender, None. Level. Type, Steel/Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Held item, Metal Coat. Egg moves, None. Basic moves, Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash. Learned moves, Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Icy Wind. TM moves, Protect, Sicehawk, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot. Damn. That was Cain's first reaction upon seeing that Metang. Was this the Metang Steven had been hiding? His strongest Metang? The last time Cain saw a Metang from Steven, it was at a lower level and of lesser quality. This one was far superior. This Metang had already reached level 44 and was on the verge of evolving into Metagross at level 45. But because Steven lacked a second Metang, he had concentrated his training on this higher quality one. A pseudo-legendary. Only after completing its final evolution could a pseudo-legendary Pokemon display its full potential. This shiny Metang was incredibly strong but wasn't yet at its peak. Once it evolves into Metagross, its strength will skyrocket. Steven will reach the level of an elite trainer in no time. Cain also needed to accelerate his own growth. End of chapter. Chapter 512, Chapter 512, Butler of Team Magma. Steven's Metang truly reflected his status. This also highlighted the disparity among people in the Pokémon world. For ordinary citizens, becoming trainers meant giving their all to obtain even the most common Pokémon. But for someone like Steven, born into a noble family, from the day he was born, he already had a considerable advantage. This is the norm in this world and the main reason Cain didn't resist joining Team Rocket. The issue wasn't with people like Steven but with the world system. Slowking and Metang, two Psychic-type Pokemon, combined their strengths in a way that 1 + 1 wasn't 2 but far more. The two exchanged glances, and their newly formed cooperation that day allowed them to make the right decisions in this situation. Slowking, take Metang and teleport next to those two people. Use your psychic powers to control them and ensure they make no noise, Cain ordered telepathically. Stephen didn't give any orders to Matang, but it understood his intent. Slowking's psychic powers activated, and along with Matang, they disappeared from the spot. The strength these two powerful psychic Pokémon could deploy was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Slowking and Matang teleported next to the two Team Magma members and subdued them with their psychic abilities. Even though the nearby Mytiana were dark types, they couldn't put up much resistance against Slowking and Matang, who possessed the Miracle Eye move. Although the two Team Magma members weren't weak, they were clearly at a disadvantage against Cain and Stephen. Especially considering that Slowking and Matang were their strongest cards. If not for the risk of making too much noise, they wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. Cain threw another Pokeball, summoning Skorupi. Skorupi, with its multiple legs and joints, showcased its advantage in the volcanic terrain, quickly approaching the two controlled Mytiana. Using the poison jab move twice was enough to knock them unconscious. Once everything was over, Cain and Stephen slowly emerged from behind the rocks. Under the astonished gazes of the two Team Magma members, Cain ordered Slowking to render them unconscious. Since Stephen was there, Cain couldn't eliminate them directly, which annoyed and frustrated him. The League's indecisiveness in dealing with enemies and their lack of firmness in actions were what led to repeated provocations. If everyone were as resolute as some inspectors, killing to stop violence, Cain believed the League wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Underground groups were on the rise. All because of the League's unnecessary compassion. After knocking them out and tying them up with ropes, Cain and Stephen took the Team Magma jackets the two were wearing. They put them on and, surprisingly, felt a cool sensation despite the hot environment. Obviously, these jackets were specifically designed to withstand high temperatures. With their red hoods on, they now looked like Team Magma members. This was the solution Cain and Stephen devised after discussing it. Entering without a disguise would have been much riskier. At least this way, they could avoid detection in basic checks. They woke the two Team Magma members by splashing water on them. When the two realized the people in front of them were wearing their jackets, their faces immediately turned pale. They knew they'd been attacked and wanted to raise the alarm, but their bodies wouldn't respond. Upon waking up and realizing their Team Magma jackets had been stolen, they knew they were finished. If the intruders didn't kill them, Team Magma's higher-ups would. Their faces quickly filled with despair. Seeing their expressions, Cain understood what they were thinking. Looking down at them, he said, "We're from the League. If you answer our questions, we might let you live, otherwise." Hearing this, the two Team Magma members regained some hope. Although they knew being discovered by the League posed a significant risk to their team, they also knew the League didn't kill indiscriminately. If they cooperated, the worst that could happen was being imprisoned. Anything was better than dying. There was always the possibility of being released in the future. The male member nodded frantically while Slowking kept their mouths sealed with its psychic powers, preventing them from speaking. "Now I'll release the control over your mouths. Answer my questions, and if I'm satisfied, we'll let you live," Cain said. With a signal, Slowking released the control but was ready to block them again if they tried to raise the alarm. However, that precaution turned out to be unnecessary. The two wanted to survive, and Team Magma was no longer their concern. After all, they were just pawns. Team Magma's ideals didn't matter to them, they only wanted a better life, which was why they joined the team in the first place. They didn't scream, and Cain nodded in satisfaction. "What is Team Magma's goal here?" Cain asked. The male member responded, "Sir, I don't know all the details, but the one leading this operation is Butler from Team Magma. He usually works for Mr. Tabitha, but I don't know if this mission was initiated by him or ordered by Mr. Tabitha. We're just pawns following orders." "How strong is Butler?" Cain asked. For Cain and Stephen, the most important thing wasn't Team Magma's objective but Butler's strength as the operations leader. If he was too strong, they would prefer to withdraw, as League reinforcements would soon arrive. However, if he wasn't too strong, they'd be willing to investigate what was inside. The male member responded, "As for Butler's strength, I'm not sure about the details, but within Team Magma, it said he got his position because of his relationship with Mr. Tabitha. In terms of rank, he's just below the executives, at the level of the strongest officers." Team Magma's ranks were similar to Team Rocket's, but Cain wasn't sure if their power classification was also similar. If it was, a high-ranking officer could be at the level of an advanced trainer nearing elite status. But since Team Magma wasn't yet as strong as Team Rocket, he might only be an early-stage advanced trainer. Cain relaxed upon hearing Butler's described strength. As long as Butler wasn't elite level, everything would be fine. End of chapter. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Changing Clothes. After knocking the two Team Magma members unconscious again and hiding them in a corner, Cain and Stephen ventured deeper into the cave behind them. A blast of hot air immediately hit them. This cave likely connected directly to the inside of the volcano or might even lead to volcanic lava. They disappeared into the depths of the cave. Cain, I want to discuss something, Stephen said softly as they cautiously moved forward. What is it? Cain looked at him curiously. Well, can we switch jackets? This one's a bit small for me, Stephen said resignedly, tugging at the Team Magma jacket he was wearing. The two Team Magma members they had knocked out were a man and a woman. Though both were adults, the woman's clothing was naturally smaller. Cain couldn't help but twitch slightly at the eye. No way. Why had he been the first to rush out from behind the rocks? Wasn't it precisely so he could pick the man's jacket? Even though Team Magma uniforms were standard, it was obvious that the woman's jacket was much smaller. Cain and Stephen were still wearing their clothes underneath the jackets, so it was natural for it to feel snug. There was no way he was switching. Hearing Cain's reply, Stephen felt like an idiot for not being the first to rush out. Cain barely managed to hold back a laugh. If Stephen hadn't mentioned it, Cain wouldn't have even noticed that Stephen's jacket didn't fit. But none of that mattered now. The important thing was figuring out what Team Magma was planning inside MT Chimney. Elsewhere, after receiving messages from Cain and Stephen, the Pokémon Trainer Alliance, which had already been monitoring Team Magma, convened an emergency meeting, primarily involving the Hoenn division. Cain and Stephen, being prominent figures in the Alliance, had managed to put the higher-ups in a tricky position. Why are we still debating? Just send reinforcements already, exclaimed someone at the far end of a long meeting table. The Alliance had detected Team Magma's activity some time ago, but since their objective was still unclear, they hadn't wanted to act rashly. Now, with Cain and Stephen involved, perhaps they could uncover one of Team Magma's objectives. And tell those two boys to return immediately. What are they doing getting mixed up in the MT Chimney mess, said another elder with white hair. Sitting at the head of the table, Hoenn Division President Juan rubbed his temples. He was responsible for hosting Alliance meetings in Hoenn, but every time he convened one, it ended in a headache. The attendees weren't nobodies, but chaos always ensued. Clap, clap, clap. Juan clapped to get their attention. Enough. Let's focus on what's important. Although those two boys haven't responded to our recent messages, the last report we received indicates that the leader of this Team Magma operation is Butler, a subordinate with no elite-level power, posing no high-ranking threat. There's no need for concern. Hearing there was no elite-level enemy, those present breathed a sigh of relief. Cain, a significant member of the Breeders' Guild, was also the gym leader of Leafy Town. Cain played a crucial role in Hoenn's integration into the Alliance, making his safety paramount, especially in the region. As for Stephen, his importance went without saying. Seated to Juan's left was the representative of the powerful Stone family, one of Hoenn's most influential families. Since there was no high-ranking enemy, the elders no longer seemed as anxious. Those two boys should be able to escape without much trouble. Still, even if there isn't a high-level threat, it's important to uncover Team Magma's plans. It would be wise to send someone to investigate. Who volunteers? Juan asked. As soon as he said this, the room fell into complete silence. They had rushed to the meeting upon hearing about Team Magma's appearance and the involvement of two young talents. But learning there was no high-level threat had dampened their enthusiasm. Juan rubbed his temples again. These people. I'll go. A young man, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, broke the silence. With fiery red hair and an elegant cape, it was none other than Lance, the Dragon Master. No one had expected that he hadn't yet returned to Kanto. Lance, good. If you're going, I can rest easy. Even if there were a high-level enemy, you'd be able to protect those two boys, Juan said, visibly more relaxed. Lance nodded respectfully, then left the room without another word. After his departure, the room was abuzz with conversation. Is that young man Lance, the prodigy from Kanto? They say the Kanto headquarters has big plans for him. He's from the Dragon Clan and incredibly talented. No wonder Kanto wants to groom him. While the others discussed Lance, Juan fell into deep thought. Lance had already reached high-ranking power, and given his skills, it was only a matter of time before he ascended even further. Juan couldn't help but feel envious of Kanto's talent pool. Perhaps Hoenn needed a representative like that as well. Stephen. Cain. There were many potential candidates in the Hoenn region. Seated beside Juan, the Stone family representative remained silent, also deep in thought, watching the direction Lance had exited. Meanwhile, Cain and Stephen had been moving through the cave for half an hour. The temperature kept rising, but they hadn't encountered anyone yet. With Slowking and Metagross's psychic abilities, any human or Pokémon entering their range would be immediately detected. However, so far, they hadn't even found a wild Pokémon. It was evident that Team Magma had cleared the area before their arrival. Occasionally, they came across the corpses of wild Pokémon on the ground. Cain wasn't surprised, having been in similar situations before, but for Stephen, who had grown up in a much more sheltered environment, the sight visibly unsettled him. Even when attacked by wild Pokémon, Steven had always spared their lives after each battle. That was the mindset instilled in him from a young age. End of chapter. Chapter 514, Chapter 514, Serious Steven. Lance, riding on his trusty Charizard, was speeding toward Mt. Chimney. However, Cain and Steven were unaware of this. And, in truth, even if they knew, they wouldn't have stopped their advance. The corpses of some wild Pokémon they encountered along the way had completely enraged Steven, who was usually a very calm person. After advancing for another half-hour in the cave, the passage began to widen. There are excavation marks on the walls, Cain observed, noticing some traces on the cave's walls. Let's go in and see what's happening, but cautiously, Steven suggested. Understood. The two crossed the last corridor and entered what appeared to be the interior of Mt. Chimney. The surroundings were covered with reddish rocks, and the uniforms of Team Magma blended surprisingly well with the environment. Initially worried about being discovered, Cain and Steven found no one once inside. It was as if Team Magma wasn't there. However, the fresh excavation marks in the cave clearly indicated that someone had been there. After circling a pit from which hot lava flowed slowly and advancing a bit further, they finally spotted some members of Team Magma. Cautiously, Cain instructed Slowking and Metang to hide. In this warm environment, both Slowking, a water type, and Metang, a steel type, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Before them was an altar that seemed to have been built by humans, upon which rested some strange stones. In the center was a hand-sized red stone, which at first glance looked like a mineral formed from solidified lava. On either side were two gray stones with peculiar patterns. Viewed individually, they didn't reveal much, but placed on the altar, they were clearly no ordinary objects. In front of the altar stood three people. Two of them wore outfits similar to the Team Magma members they had encountered earlier, but the person in the center wore a darker red robe. Butler. Why were there only 3 members of Team Magma left? Based on the 2 guards at the entrance, Cain had estimated that at least 20 or 30 people had entered, but now only 3 remained. Although Butler was the strongest among them, something didn't seem right. They were too far to hear what was being said. Cain dared not move closer. The Mytiana next to Butler was clearly far superior to the ones the guards outside had. Any suspicious movement would be detected immediately. Cain used telepathy to communicate with Steven, asking if they should act. Steven was visibly furious. The corpses of the wild Pokémon they had seen on their way were undoubtedly the work of Team Magma. Steven nodded without hesitation and took out another Pokeball from his belt. Sometimes, it's not about having many Pokémon in a battle but about properly managing the ones you have. Taking out another Pokeball signaled that Steven was ready to fight seriously. Cain, understanding the gesture, also retrieved the Pokeball containing Skorupi. He had brought Slowking and Skorupi on this mission, along with Haunter, who remained hidden in the shadows. Initially, he hadn't expected to encounter significant trouble and had planned to train Aaron and his other Pokémon, but meeting Team Magma had changed the situation. However, with Slowking handling its water-type moves well, Cain felt they were adequately prepared. Follow my lead. If anything goes wrong, use your Pokémon to reach me. Slowking can use teleport to get us out of here instantly, Cain telepathically instructed Steven. Steven nodded, confirming he understood. Cain also issued telepathic orders to Slowking to use some support moves. Simultaneously, Steven instructed Metang to do the same, preparing for the upcoming battle. It would be a tough fight, and they needed to maximize their defenses. When we start, focus on distracting Butler. I'll handle the other 2. Although we don't know why there are only 2 left, this is an opportunity for us. If we can't contain Butler, we retreat immediately, Cain concluded, giving final instructions before initiating action. Clearly, Butler was the primary threat, but the other 2 couldn't be underestimated. Cain would face both, a challenging task but necessary to avoid a 3-on-2 disadvantage. Taking a deep breath, Cain steadied himself mentally. Slowking used teleport to appear behind them. Upon hearing the command, Slowking's psychic power surged. Metang, also a psychic type, expanded its own power to help Slowking precisely locate the teleportation coordinates. Growling. Just as Slowking activated teleport, Butler's Mytiana sprang to its feet, letting out a fierce growl. As a dark-type Pokémon, it was highly sensitive to and deeply hated psychic waves. After all, Slowking had planned to appear right beside it. Butler's expression changed immediately as he quickly drew a Pokeball from his belt, throwing it in front of him. A Camerupt appeared before them. However, the other 2 Team Magma members didn't react as swiftly as Butler, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their combat levels. Arriving via teleport, Cain and Steven also released their Pokémon. Cain sent out Skorupi, while Steven revealed a second Metang. 2 Metang. Steven at his strongest. He was serious. The second Metang was the same one Cain had seen when they first met, but now it had also reached the advanced level, and surprisingly, its potential had improved. Cain couldn't believe it. How many resources would it take to raise a blue-tier Pokémon to light purple? It required far more effort than buying a light purple tier Pokémon outright. And this was a Metang, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, making the process even more difficult. Pokémon, Shiny Metang, light purple. Gender, genderless. Level. Type, Steel plus Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Held item, Okaberry. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash. Learned moves, Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Signal Beam, Ally Switch. TM moves, Protect, Sizehawk, Hidden Power, Rock, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot. Was this the potential of Stephen, Hoenn's talented trainer with such a powerful background, and the future Steel-type champion? Cain now had to rethink what he knew about these prodigies. End of chapter. Chapter 515, Chapter 515, Rapid Resolution. Now was not the time to think about such things. While the two Team Magma members hadn't reacted, every effort had to be made. Skorupi, use Toxic Spikes. Slowking, Psychic. Each Team Magma member had a Mitaiana at their side. Skorupi couldn't directly attack the trainers, but Slowking's sudden burst of energy certainly could. After a day of training, Skorupi could now use the move Toxic Spikes much more smoothly, unlike the clumsiness it displayed during its first attempt earlier today. The ground became densely covered with poisonous spikes, surrounding the two Team Magma members and their Mitaiana. Meanwhile, Slowking, fully amplifying its power, used Psychic, not targeting the Mitaiana standing at the enemy's feet but one of the Team Magma members directly. A human body couldn't withstand the power of Slowking's psychic attack in its current state. The Team Magma member hit by the attack began bleeding from all facial orifices and slowly collapsed to the ground. The Mitaiana at his side was left stunned, unsure of what to do. At that moment, the other Team Magma member finally reacted. He released two Pokeballs, summoning a Camerupt and another Mitaiana. However, due to the poisonous spike Skorupi had spread on the ground, both Camerupt and the new Mitaiana were poisoned the moment they appeared. Everything was going far more smoothly than expected. Knocking someone out immediately had been unforeseen. The Mitaiana of the unconscious enemy was no longer a threat. As for the three remaining Pokémon of the other member, Cain had already gathered information about them via his system. Two Mitaiana with light green quality at level 34, and a Camerupt with green quality at level 38, slightly stronger. Skorupi, use Agility to close in and then Venoshock. But finish off the poison Mitaiana first. Slowking, use Psychic Water Gun to block Camerupt. Being fire and ground type, Camerupt was 4 times weak to Slowking's water type moves. Using its psychic powers to boost its attack, Slowking's Psychic Water Gun struck the slow-moving Camerupt, causing it to hiss in pain. If not for the hot environment weakening Slowking's water-type moves, that first strike might have defeated Camerupt outright. Skorupi quickly advanced and blocked the two Mitaiana. Normally, Mitaiana were of a similar size to Skorupi, but with Skorupi's current strength, one of its pincers could easily grab hold of a Mitaiana. Having battled many Mitaiana before, Skorupi had a clear understanding of their weak points. Skorupi spat a glob of corrosive venom, hitting the poisoned Mitaiana square in the face, causing it to howl in pain as the poison burned its skin. The venom sac within Skorupi's body was now fully developed, and after absorbing the special poison-type energy from the shattered toxic orb, the poison it released was even more potent. Skorupi didn't stop its attack. Let's not forget that it could strike from 4 different parts of its body. Besides its pincers and mouth, the sharp stinger hanging from its back was its strongest weapon. Skorupi, use Poison Tail. Cain commanded telepathically. Wham! The stinger moved like lightning, striking Mitaiana's side and hitting a vital spot. With Skorupi's sniper ability, combined with the damage Mitaiana had already taken, it slowly collapsed to the ground. This all happened in just 2 to 3 seconds. Even in a fast-paced battle, it usually takes 5 or 6 seconds because of the delay between the trainer's command and the Pokémon's execution. However, Cain, thanks to telepathy, didn't face this delay. Camerupt, use Flame Burst on Skorupi. Mitaiana, use Bite. The Team Magma member was always a few seconds behind Cain in reacting. Only after one of his Mitaiana was defeated did he realize what was happening and issue commands. Although he gave his orders before Cain's next set, the synergy between him and his Pokémon wasn't as strong. Cain, on the other hand, had excellent rapport with his Pokémon and, with telepathy enabling instantaneous commands, wasted no time. Slowking, use Psychic Water Gun and finish off Camerupt. Skorupi, don't hold back, use Poison Tail Impact, Poison Tail plus Venoshock. This time, Cain and his Pokémon demonstrated what it means to react later but strike first. Slowking quickly formed its psychic water gun, enveloped in psychic energy, and fired at Camerupt just as it began gathering fire energy to unleash a flame burst. However, as Camerupt opened its mouth, Slowking's psychic water gun struck it directly. Not only was Camerupt unable to launch its attack, but it also suffered 4 times the damage from the water-type energy. Additionally, having its move interrupted caused even greater damage. As for the remaining Mytiana, Skorupi didn't hesitate to pounce. With both pincers, it grabbed hold of Mytiana's body. The Mytiana struggled with all its might, but Skorupi's pincers were the strongest part of its body. The difference in strength was clear. Once caught by Skorupi, escape was nearly impossible. The trick to the Poison Tail impact combo lay in using Poison Tail to poison the target first, then following up with Venoshock for double the damage. Skorupi had practiced this combo all day and could now execute it with both speed and precision. Of course, the combo's effectiveness depended on Poison Tail successfully poisoning the target. For an ordinary Poison-type Pokemon, this might be challenging, but with Skorupi's fully developed Venom Sac, it was a non-issue. Injecting venom through its stinger into the opponent's body made poisoning almost certain unless the target had high poison resistance. Skorupi's tail, the fastest striking part of its body, moved swiftly, hitting Mytiana's side in one motion. It then spat another glob of venom, which hit Mytiana directly. This combo also required Skorupi to have enough strength to restrain its opponent while performing the attack. In summary, this combo was perfect for Skorupi in its current state, and not easily replicable by other Pokemon. Too many factors had to align: sufficient strength, multiple attack points, high poison infliction probability, and precise skill synergy. Meeting all these conditions, Skorupi defeated the last Mytiana as well. Cain needed to finish this battle quickly so he could go assist Steven. End of chapter. Chapter 516, Chapter 516, Near Elite Level Pokemon. Slowking's Psychic Water Gun had no trouble defeating Camerupt. The remaining Team Magma member tried to resist, but seeing the toxic spikes covering the area and his 3 defeated Pokemon on the ground, he decided to surrender. He knelt down, placed his hands on his head, and made it clear he wouldn't resist further. Earlier, in his efforts to help Butler achieve his goals, he had exhausted too many resources and had several Pokemon seriously injured. Cain signaled Slowking to immobilize him and then tied him up with rope, leaving his Pokeballs and equipment on the ground. There was no time to worry about him. The battle between Steven and Butler had already started a while ago. Although Cain had quickly resolved the fight with the 2 Team Magma members, both Steven and Butler were skilled trainers who had surely exchanged several moves by now. In general terms, Steven was at a disadvantage. Even so, he wasn't in a desperate situation. Despite having 2 Pokemon of such high quality, Steven couldn't compensate for the level difference. Moreover, Butler's Camerupt was his ace, and the advantage fire types had over Steven's steel types was glaringly evident. If it weren't for the 2 Metang combining their psychic power to block some of the fire-type moves, reducing the damage, they probably wouldn't have lasted as long. Cain used his system to scan Camerupt's data. Pokemon, Camerupt, Light Blue, Anomaly. Gender, Male. Level. Types, Fire plus Ground. Ability, Magma Armor. Held item, None. Egg moves, Body Slam, Rollout, Mud Bomb, Yawn. Basic moves, Rock Slide, Fissure, Eruption, Growl, Tackle, Ember, Focus Energy, Magnitude, Flame Burst, Amnesia, Lava Plume, Curse, Take Down, Yawn, Earthquake. Learned moves, Earth Power, Stomping Tantrum, Snore. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Flamethrower, Stone Edge, Bulldoze, Sleep Talk. This Camerupt had the typical moves a normal trainer's Pokemon would have, while the moves Steven had taught his Pokemon via TM seemed like cheating in comparison. However, seeing Camerupt's data made Cain's face darken. No, in fact, his expression turned extremely grim. A level 50 Camerupt, a near-elite level Pokemon. In his past life, the strongest Pokemon Cain had ever trained had barely reached level 52. Only when you reach near-elite level do you understand how terrifyingly powerful such a Pokemon can be. Even though this Camerupt had only just reached near-elite level, it was still extremely formidable. But what worried Cain most was the anomaly status in its data. Could it be related to the 2 Pokemon he had previously encountered in a frenzy state? Aside from Camerupt, Butler also had a Mytiana by his side, ready to strike at any moment. However, Mytiana had not moved, as Butler, having grown up in the underworld, was always on guard for potential surprise attacks. When Cain defeated the 2 Team Magma members, Butler merely frowned, neither intervening nor speaking. He watched as Cain defeated them, while Camerupt continued to pressure Steven's 2 Metang. Cain approached Steven, who maintained a serious expression while issuing precise orders to his Metang. If it weren't for Steven's excellent skills in directing his Pokemon, the Metang wouldn't have been able to withstand Camerupt's powerful flames. Both Pokemon, being steel types and relatively slow, allowed Camerupt to maximize its strength. When Steven noticed Cain beside him, his expression relaxed slightly. Cain's arrival meant the other two members had been dealt with, allowing Steven to fully concentrate on the battle. However, the power of this Cainrupt was truly overwhelming. Unfortunately, the fire type encountered the steel types. Otherwise, Steven believed that even against a near-elite level Pokémon, his two Metang could stand a chance if they combined their efforts. Fire and ground-typed, Cainrupt boasted impressive resistances. Apart from its quadruple weakness to water-type moves and double weakness to ground-type moves, its other resistances were exceptional. It was resistant to poison, bug, steel, fire, and fairy types, and it was also immune to electric-type attacks. In short, it had very few weaknesses. No wonder Cainrupt was one of Team Magma's signature Pokémon. You too. Could it be that one of you is the heir to the Stone family and the other is the famous prodigy who recently made the news? What was the name again? Cal, something. Butler said, trying to recall the identities of the people standing in his way. Recognizing Steven was easy, with his two shiny Metang, but it took him a little longer to identify Cain, who had made a name for himself in Kanto and appeared on the news. After a moment, Butler finally remembered Cain's identity. Both Cain and Steven were momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected anyone from Team Magma to recognize them, especially Cain. Recognizing Steven made sense, but identifying Cain was much harder. Ha ha ha. What a surprise to run into two young talents of the league here. It's my lucky day. My Cainrupt just reached near elite level, and here are two geniuses to celebrate with me. This is a sign that my rise to power within Team Magma is near. Ha ha ha. Butler burst into arrogant laughter. Cain frowned. Butler's words contained a lot of information. Cainrupt's power had just increased, reaching near elite level. And it seemed this ascent wasn't natural, he had used some kind of object to gain that power. The anomaly detected by the system was likely related to this sudden enhancement. Moreover, Butler clearly harbored great ambitions. He was determined to take control of Team Magma. Did he think Maxie was just a figurehead? At that moment, Cain saw it clearly, Butler was a trainer whose power exceeded his ability to control it. Those who gain power in such a way tend to lose themselves. Cain had seen many such people before. This phenomenon was caused by the distorted class system in the Pokémon world. Another one blinded by power. Let's go, Steven, Cain said indifferently. At first, he had felt a bit of pressure, but after understanding the kind of person Butler was, that feeling vanished. Now, he doubted Butler could effectively command his Pokémon. Yes, together. Steven responded confidently. As clever as he was, Steven also understood the type of opponent they were facing. End of chapter. Chapter 517, Chapter 517, the so-called group chat. Since he couldn't kill them, Cain merely knocked the two Team Magma members unconscious and tied them up. With the physical constitution of humans in this world, the two didn't take long to wake up. They glanced at Cain and Steven, who were preparing to fight Butler, and showed no signs of nervousness. The fact that Cain hadn't killed them was a typical weakness of League members. As long as Butler managed to defeat these two, they would regain their freedom. It's worth noting that while many had come, only the two of them remained alive. They were Butler's closest confidants. They knew Butler's power better than anyone else. Thanks to the support of Tabitha, one of Team Magma's admins, Butler had quickly risen from a low-ranking member to an officer. To advance rapidly to the quasi-elite level and match his current position, Butler had organized this mission. This operation was entirely Butler's plan, with little connection to Team Magma's higher-ups. Of course, Tabitha had turned a blind eye, which was crucial. After all, if Butler succeeded in becoming quasi-elite, he would still be under Tabitha's control. His power increase also benefited his superior, but if Butler failed to level up, it wouldn't be a significant loss for Tabitha. Having one more or fewer follower made little difference to Tabitha. This was the dilemma Butler faced. He desperately wanted to reach the quasi-elite level and become a key piece on the chessboard. For Butler, this operation had been a complete success. While most Team Magma members had fallen, sacrificing a few insignificant pawns in exchange for reaching the quasi-elite level was an easy choice. Finally, using a special item, Butler had managed to bring his Cainrupt to the quasi-elite level. Although only Cainrupt had crossed that threshold, taking that first step was the hardest. It could be said that Butler did not yet fully possess the level of a quasi-elite trainer, but he had one foot in the door. If he could further improve Cainrupt or have another Pokémon reach that level, he would be a legitimate quasi-elite trainer. People only care about results, the details of the process often go unnoticed. After Cainrupt gained this power, Butler began to show more ambition. He didn't just aspire to become an admin like Tabitha, now, he had his sights set on controlling Team Magma. This was the side effect of sudden power. However, a quasi-elite level Pokémon was still formidable, far surpassing an advanced level Pokémon. The two Team Magma members had full confidence in Butler. They were certain that Butler would win. They were convinced that the two who had tied them up, despite being strong, wouldn't stand a chance against Butler. Moreover, this place was an ideal battlefield for fire-type Pokémon. The fiery energy in the air allowed Camerupt to launch continuous attacks. If Butler won, their status would also rise. The future looked bright for the two. They weren't worried in the slightest about being tied up on the ground. 2 shiny Metang, plus a rare shiny Slowking. Are these the gifts you brought me? If I keep these Pokémon and lie low for a while, Team Magma will be mine. Ha ha ha. Butler laughed wildly. His suppressed ambition had finally come to light. He didn't care who these two opponents were. Just for their Pokémon, it was worth the risk. These Pokémon represented not only the present but also his limitless future. Though Camerupt was strong, its species limitations were evident. Its potential paled compared to the 2 shiny Metang and the shiny Slowking. As for Skorupi, Butler hadn't even considered it. It was just a bug, easily defeated by his fire-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Steven took advantage of the brief pause to take out some Pokeblocks specially designed by Cain and fed them to his 2 Metang, helping them recover some energy. The hot environment was not ideal for steel types like Metang. At that moment, Cain had an idea. Using telepathy, Cain communicated with Slowking and Steven's 2 Metang. The 3 psychic-type Pokémon helped Cain build a mental channel. Though telepathy didn't consume much energy, Cain was a novice psychic and could only maintain it for about half an hour. But with 3 psychic types, it wasn't an issue. This time, telepathy was different. It wasn't just for communicating with the Pokémon, it also connected Steven to the channel. A group chat. Steven was momentarily surprised but quickly understood. It was his first time trying such a strategy, and he found it quite innovative. He didn't need to give orders to his Metang or talk to Cain out loud. They could say everything mentally. Skorupi, use toxic spikes. Slowking, heal the Metang with heal pulse. Cain gave the commands. Butler, who had been boasting a moment ago, was ready to attack Steven's Metang but froze when he saw his opponents unmoving. However, Skorupi and Slowking acted without hesitation. Skorupi scattered toxic spikes around Camerupt, especially near Butler, covering the ground. Meanwhile, Slowking used heal pulse to restore the Metang's energy. Butler couldn't believe it. He had barely managed to weaken the Metang, and now they were recovering. A cold, icy rage appeared in Butler's eyes. If he wanted to take their Pokémon, these two had to die, no matter who they were. Camerupt, Earthquake. Butler ordered coldly, suppressing his growing ambition. End of chapter. Chapter 518, Chapter 518, Camerupt's Uncontrolled Growth. After Butler gave the order, Camerupt's actions were a bit slow, but only by half a second. A shockwave from Earthquake spread from Camerupt toward the 2 Metang, Slowking, and Skorupi. The toxic spikes Skorupi had scattered on the ground were shaken and scattered by the earthquake. Once the shockwave passed, only a few remnants remained. Metang, being a steel and psychic-type Pokémon, as well as a pseudo-legendary, had remarkable resistance due to its attributes. But Butler clearly understood Metang's type matchups. Ground-type moves dealt double damage, as did Ghost, Fire, and Dark types. Metang had double resistance to normal, flying, rock, steel, grass, ice, dragon, and fairy types, 8 types in total. Not to mention, Metang was immune to poison-type moves and had quadruple resistance to psychic types. But could Butler's knowledge of Metang rival Steven's? Steven understood Metang's weaknesses better than anyone. Magnet Rise. Steven telepathically commanded the 2 Metang after hearing Butler's instruction. The move Magnet Rise allows a Pokémon to levitate for a time. Due to their weight, Metang already had reduced movement speed, so they had trained extensively with Magnet Rise. Upon receiving Steven's command, they immediately floated into the air using electromagnetism. Slowking, use Psychic to levitate. Skorupi, climb to the top of the cave. Cain reacted quickly as well. Slowking used a thin layer of psychic energy to lift itself 5 centimeters off the ground. Skorupi, on the other hand, made a strong leap and used its 4 legs to cling to the cave ceiling, leaving its tail dangling. Against a quasi-elite level Camerupt, Skorupi had very little utility. However, Slowking, being a water type, could be a key factor. Slowking might be the key to defeating Butler's Camerupt. Steven, help me keep Camerupt occupied and prevent Butler from using another Pokémon. I'm preparing Slowking for an all-out attack, Cain said telepathically. Steven's expression was serious. He knew that in this environment, Metang could only serve as distractions. Victory would depend on the quadruple damage Slowking's water-type attacks could deal. However, when Slowking attacked with full power, it might not be able to focus on defense simultaneously. Leave it to me. Steven responded with determination. As long as he was there, he wouldn't let anyone interfere with Cain's attack. All right. Slowking, do you remember the move you learned from Haunter? Use Skill Swap on Skorupi. Skorupi, stay up there. Use toxic spikes and Venoshock to keep Camerupt busy. If you can attack Butler directly, don't hold back, but make sure you stay safe. Since their last return from training, Cain had been working with Slowking to learn the move skill swap from Haunter. Though the Grumpig Cain had forcibly captured last time still had no clear purpose, Slowking had already mastered the use of skill swap. Slowking's psychic energy emitted a strange frequency as it exchanged its ability with Skorupi's. Now, Slowking's ability was Sniper. Slowking, go all out. Use Psychic Water Gun continuously. Seeing Camerupt fail its attack, Butler remained unfazed. If it were that easy to hit them, they wouldn't be league prodigies. Camerupt, use Amnesia, and then launch Flame Burst at Matang. But what Butler didn't know was that Cain and Steven issued their commands much faster than him. A series of water guns shot from Slowking's mouth, wrapped in psychic energy. It was as if Slowking had turned into a cannon tower, and the psychic water guns were its ammunition. Swoosh. 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 With the help of psychic energy, the speed of the water guns reached its peak. Under Butler's command, Camerupt used Amnesia, boosting its special defense. Against 3 psychic types, boosting special defense made sense. But just as Camerupt was about to use another move, it was bombarded by a downpour of water guns. Butler's face hardened, he clearly hadn't heard Cain give any orders, yet Slowking's attacks were relentless. With Camerupt's speed, there was no way it could dodge. If evasion was impossible, it had to face the attack head-on. Camerupt continued charging its Flame Burst. Despite enduring Slowking's continuous attacks, and although the environment gave it an advantage, Camerupt's attack speed was slightly delayed. However, as a quasi-elite level Pokémon, Camerupt launched a blazing fireball directly at Slowking. This hateful Pokémon kept attacking it with water, the type it despised most. But when Butler saw Camerupt targeting Slowking, his expression abruptly changed. Camerupt, I ordered you to attack Matang, not Slowking. Rug. Camerupt roared in frustration, largely ignoring its trainer. It felt its trainer was becoming increasingly annoying. If it was going to attack an enemy, of course, it should target the one posing the greatest threat. The side effects of Camerupt's forced power boost by Butler were starting to show. But Cain and Steven began to smile. In that case, things would be much easier. Slowking, use Psychic Water Gun to block that attack, then keep attacking. Matang, move in front of Slowking and use your psychic power to weaken the fireball. Cain and Steven issued their orders simultaneously. Slowking quickly formed a water gun and fired it. In midair, it collided with Camerupt's Flame Burst. Boom. SSSSSSH. The heat evaporated the water. The Flame Burst overpowered the water gun and continued forward. But the 2 Matang were in its path. With a double dose of psychic power, combined with the weakening caused by the water gun, they managed to stop the attack. Meanwhile, Slowking's water guns continued striking Camerupt, occasionally triggering the sniper ability. Bang. 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 The water shots hit Camerupt with strong impact. Damn it. Listen to my orders. Use Eruption this time and attack both Matang. Butler yelled, his face filled with rage. Although Camerupt was powerful and the high-temperature environment gave it an endurance advantage, it couldn't keep taking Slowking's attacks. Rug. Camerupt roared, though clearly more irritated with its trainer. This time, however, it obeyed the command. Butler saw Camerupt finally following his orders, and his expression improved slightly, though the fury inside him had yet to subside. End of chapter. Chapter 519, Chapter 519, Combined Defeat of a Quasi-Elite Pokémon. Eruption. Among Fire-type moves, this is one of the most powerful. The maximum power of this move reaches 150 points, but only if the Pokémon using it is in peak condition. As its energy decreases, the power of Eruption diminishes as well. However, Camerupt still had plenty of energy, despite being repeatedly attacked by Slowking. Its resilience was in good shape, partly due to the environment. A flame more intense and darker than the Will-O-Wisp move emerged from Camerupt's mouth. With the activation of this attack, the 2 volcanic humps on Camerupt's back began spewing black smoke, signaling that Camerupt was giving its all. Upon hearing Butler's command, Steven became serious. If this attack hit the Matang, even though they were pseudo-legendary Pokémon, they could sustain severe injuries. Cain, don't worry about this one. Keep attacking. Steven exclaimed firmly. Cain hesitated for a moment, considering whether to have Slowking help weaken Camerupt's attack. But after hearing Steven's words, he decided to focus even more on his assaults. Slowking, remember how Skorupi identifies enemy weak points. Use Psychic Water Gun all over its body and locate its weak spot, Cain commanded with determination. Yadin. Slowking nodded seriously. Its attack rhythm increased as it aimed Psychic Water Gun at Camerupt's humps. A wave of fire enveloped the Matang. Protect. Steven ordered. Earthquake was his next command. Although Steven called both Matang by the same name, somehow the two knew exactly which one was to act in each situation. This was the kind of synergy that only time and constant practice could produce. One of the Matang raised a protective shield, completely blocking Camerup's eruption move. Meanwhile, the other stopped levitating and struck the ground, sending a seismic wave back toward its opponent. At the same time, Slowking's attack reached Camerup's humps. Rug. Camerupt roared in pain. Slowking had found its weak spot, and with its sniper ability, the damage was amplified, compounded by the 4x water-type disadvantage. The attack was devastating, followed by Matang's earthquake move, which also struck an already weakened Camerupt. Rug. Camerupt roared again, its eyes beginning to glow red. Cain, using his scanning system, detected that Camerupt had entered an uncontrollable rage state. It was similar to what they had seen before with Breloom and Torkoal. Butler also noticed the change. With a cold expression, he pulled a syringe from his pocket and began walking toward Camerupt. Steven. Cain shouted upon seeing this. Understood. Matang, use Hyper Beam. Steven commanded. Two destructive rays were unleashed from the Matang, blinding Butler and forcing him to stop in his tracks. He narrowly avoided the attack by rolling on the ground, but the surprise on his face was evident. I can't let Camerupt fall to these attacks, Butler thought. However, Camerupt was already in a full-blown rage. So, he's the one who's driven them to this. Cain murmured to himself, understanding the situation. Camerupt, now completely frenzied, launched another eruption attack, this time targeting one of the Matang, which couldn't move after using Hyper Beam. But just before the attack landed, Skorupi fell from the top of the cavern, shielded by a green energy barrier. Steven smiled in satisfaction. A masterstroke, Skorupi, Steven commented. This explained why Steven had allowed the Matang to use Hyper Beam without too much concern. Got it, Cain replied cautiously. Although Camerupt had lost control, its attacks were stronger than ever. Return, Skorupi, Cain called out. Having fulfilled its role, Skorupi quickly scurried back to Cain's side. Its greatest utility had been exhausted, and now everything depended on Slowking and the Matang. The repeated psychic water gun attacks from Slowking, combined with the Matang's Hyper Beam, had left Camerupt severely weakened. But now that it was in its rage state, it seemed immune to pain. Despite everything, the outcome of the battle was almost decided. If Butler had no other Pokémon, Cain and Steven were on the verge of victory. But did Butler have more Pokémon? Cain and Steven didn't know. However, Butler knew all too well. He had sacrificed everything for this encounter, including all his Team Magma companions. All he had left were his Mytiana and Camerupt. He had severely underestimated Cain and Steven. These two didn't need to speak to command their Pokémon, which meant at least one of them had to be a psychic. Finally, Camerupt, like Butler's other Pokémon, succumbed to its own rage. This is the final blow. Slowking, use your most powerful psychic water gun. Matang, another Hyper Beam. Cain and Steven commanded in unison. Slowking and the Matang's attack struck Camerupt simultaneously. The psychic water gun hit Camerupt's humps again, activating the sniper ability once more and causing devastating damage. At the same time, the Matang's Hyper Beam struck it head-on. Despite Camerupt's resilience and the environmental advantages, the outcome was inevitable. Boom. After a deafening explosion, as the smoke cleared, Camerupt lay on the ground, defeated. Cain and Steven had successfully defeated a quasi-elite Pokémon in a joint battle. Although this Camerupt wasn't a typical quasi-elite Pokémon and had stopped listening to its trainer, it was still a remarkable achievement. Both Slowking and the Matang gained significant benefits. Slowking leveled up, reaching level 41. Meanwhile, the two Matang, under Cain's watchful gaze, also leveled up, reaching level 45. What does it mean for two Matang to reach level 45? They both began to shine intensely. They were evolving. Just like that, all of a sudden. End of chapter. Chapter 520, Chapter 520, Shiny Metagross. Two Matang began emitting a bright white glow. It was the light of evolution. Steven's expression lit up with joy. He had invested so much in training these two Matang. With the resources of the Stone family and Devon Corporation, anything Steven could acquire, he immediately provided to his Matang. As his first Pokémon, Steven shared a deep bond with them. He had always worked hard to train them, even asking Cain to prepare special Pokeblocks tailored for Matang to help them grow better. In truth, one of the Matang had reached the level necessary for evolution long ago, but it lacked its other half, which prevented its evolution. That's why Steven focused on training the second Matang. Not long ago, both Matang reached the same level, but for some reason, the anticipated evolution didn't occur. The last time Cain called him, Steven had been out searching for special stones, hoping to trigger the evolution, but he hadn't shared those details with Cain. Despite his earlier efforts, the evolution didn't happen. Now, however, after defeating the quasi-elite level Cain Rupt, the two Matang began to emit the light of evolution. Naturally, the two Matang moved closer together, and their auras evolved in unison. This was the second time Cain had witnessed a fusion evolution. The first was with Slowpoke and Shelder, who evolved into Slowking. But Slowking's evolution was different, as Slowpoke dominated the fusion while Shelder played a supporting role. In contrast, Matang evolved as equals, merging completely in a balanced manner. Metagross. When the brilliant light of evolution faded, a new silver Pokémon appeared in the cave. Unlike Matang, which had only 2 claws and 2 eyes, Metagross had 4 claws, allowing it to maintain better balance. At the center of its forehead, a large white X gave it an even more imposing appearance. The fully realized form of the pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Shiny Metagross. Steven's ace, the future champion of the Hoenn region, had successfully evolved before Cain's eyes. Cain's system immediately scanned the Metagross, providing detailed information. Pokémon, Shiny Metagross, purple. Gender, genderless. Level. Type, Steel plus Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Held item, Metal Coat, Aka Berry. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Confusion, Metal Claw, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash, Hammer Arm. Learned moves, Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Icy Wind, Signal Beam, Ally Switch. TM moves, Protect, Sicehawk, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot. At first glance, it seemed it had only gained a single level, maintaining its purple quality with slight fluctuations. However, there were no major issues. As for its moves, there weren't significant changes, and it didn't appear drastically stronger. But was that really all? Matang had a base stat total of 420, while Metagross reached a base stat total of 600, the standard mark for a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. There were many aspects that couldn't be reflected in a simple data chart. In a more detailed sheet Cain reviewed, the stats of this Metagross, with its excellent development and formidable quality, were maxed out. Realistically, the two Matang together wouldn't have been a match for this Metagross. It was only a matter of time before Steven familiarized himself with it and unleashed its full potential in battle. The two Matang, now fused into Metagross, also unified their thoughts completely. As the newly evolved Metagross floated in front of Steven, he showed a genuine smile and evident confidence. From this moment on, Steven's journey to becoming champion had truly begun. The preparation of the Matang, now Metagross, had been long, and all the effort Steven poured into them would finally pay off. After the evolution, Cain and Steven finally turned their attention to Butler, who appeared pale. The defeat of Cain Rupt, though unexpected, seemed inevitable in hindsight. Uncontrolled power is never truly one's own. Beside him, Butler still had a Mitaiana. Gritting his teeth, he seemed ready to make one last stand. But this time, Cain didn't even need to intervene. Steven, with his new Metagross, defeated Mitaiana on his own. Although Mitaiana was a Dark-type Pokémon, Metagross possessed the Miracle Eye move and many others at its disposal. A Mitaiana of dark green quality and level 48 quickly fell under the claws of the newly evolved Metagross. The power of a pseudo-legendary was fully revealed. Mitaiana had no chance to counterattack, being struck repeatedly. With a dull thud, Butler slowly collapsed to the ground. He had believed the sudden surge of power from Cain Rupt would bring him great benefits and elevate his position within Team Magma. The appearance of Cain and Steven had made him dream of greater possibilities, but harsh reality struck again. The effort to turn Cain Rupt into a raging beast had been his final mistake. Of course, the coordination between Cain and Steven was key to their victory. Together, they defeated a quasi-elite level Pokémon. Clap. 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 Just as they were about to capture Butler, applause echoed through the cave. Cain and Steven turned in unison, their expressions serious. They had been battling Butler all this time, yet someone else had been hiding behind them unnoticed. Turning around, they saw a man with red hair and a cape, exuding confidence. It was Lance, the future Dragon-type champion, coming to assist. End of chapter. Chapter 521, Chapter 521, Psychic Power and Power of the Viridian Forest. Lance. Seeing who had arrived, Cain let out a sigh of relief. Cain trusted Lance, a legitimate and well-regarded member of the Alliance. Cain, Steven, Lance nodded, approaching with his Charizard. When Lance arrived at the location where Cain and Steven had sent their coordinates, he encountered two Team Magma members tied up at the entrance. As an advanced investigator of the Alliance, Lance quickly assigned other investigators from the Hoenn region to provide support. Then he entered directly. He knew Cain and Steven would be inside, facing an opponent with strength close to that of a quasi-elite level trainer. Knowing their skills, he guessed they might still fall a bit short of handling it alone. Just as he was about to intervene, he decided to wait a little, curious to see how Cain and Stephen would handle the situation. What he saw surprised him. There was a fluctuation of psychic energy between Cain and Stephen. A psychic. The records of the Alliance contained detailed information on Stephen, so the psychic had to be Cain, right? A mid-level breeder and, on top of that, a psychic. Such an ability wasn't common, even within the Alliance. Initially, Lance only wanted to observe, but seeing Cain and Stephen about to face Butler, he decided he'd step in if they couldn't hold their own. But what happened next impressed him even more. Cain and Stephen, working in perfect harmony, managed to defeat a quasi-elite level Cain-rupt in an environment full of fire-type energy. It was like fighting on Camerup's home turf, and yet they won. Although the Cain-rupt lost control toward the end, it was still a quasi-elite level Pokémon. As a quasi-elite level trainer himself, Lance knew exactly what that entailed. He could tell the skills Cain and Stephen demonstrated in this battle changed his perception of them. Although Lance had always been regarded as a prodigy and someone close to the Alliance's leaders, deep down, he still carried his pride. Coming from a family of dragon tamers and mastering dragon-type Pokémon only fueled that pride further. But the fight between Cain and Stephen earned his respect. They were trainers whose potential was no less than his own. With enough time and development, they would undoubtedly become pillars of the Alliance. However, Lance also felt a small sense of disappointment. There was still a certain gap between them, making it impossible to face them as equals at the moment. "How did you get here so quickly?" Cain asked. Between the two, Cain was the more familiar with Lance, as they had met and spoken before. Hearing this, Lance smiled wryly and rubbed his temples. "Well, it's because you two are too important." When the Alliance's upper management heard what was happening, they quickly called a meeting. Only you two would dare to ignore their messages and take on Team Magma members on your own. That was true boldness. They had simply ignored the Alliance's top brass. Cain laughed awkwardly. At the time, he hadn't thought much about it and, in fact, hadn't even responded, right? Looking at his phone, he realized it had shut down due to the heat as a safety measure. Stephen, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. The Hoenn upper management. His family, the Stones, represented almost half of the region. What was there to fear? Ignoring messages from his family was normal for him. Who knew if they just wanted him to handle more paperwork? That was the influence the Stone family wielded in Hoenn. Lance, who had some idea of this, continued, "When they realized the strongest opponent had the level of a quasi-elite trainer, I came alone. I've been in Hoenn for several days, and all the enemies I've encountered were minor. This time, there was finally one worth the effort, so I rushed over, but I didn't expect." He didn't expect you to handle it. Cain was quite familiar with Lance's mobility skills. After all, he would be the future champion of flying types, well, dragons. "What do we do with them?" Stephen asked, pointing to the 3 Team Magma members on the ground. Cain and Stephen exchanged glances. Although they had doubts about the uncontrollable state of the Pokémon, involving an Alliance investigator was the proper procedure. Finally, Cain spoke. "All right, Lance, there's something we need to tell you. During the battle, you probably noticed that Cain-rupt went out of control. When we were climbing the mountain, we had already encountered out-of-control Pokémon, and we believe it's related to these guys. If Team Magma has developed this capability." Cain didn't finish his sentence, but Lance understood what he meant. If Team Magma had the ability to induce that kind of chaos, the threat level would increase significantly. "I understand. Also, Cain, you..." Lance hesitated for a moment before asking. Cain smiled, knowing what Lance was referring to, his psychic abilities. "As you saw, I'm a basic-level psychic. My ability isn't very strong, and what we accomplished was largely thanks to Slowking and Metagross. I'm not sure if I'll improve in the future, but for now, I'm just a basic-level psychic." Cain openly acknowledged being a psychic. He had already decided to make it public when he told Stephen. After all, if he couldn't use that ability, what was the point of being a psychic? And being a psychic was just another proof of his greater talent as a trainer. As long as he continued progressing, the Alliance would increase its support resources. That was exactly what he wanted. It was a small risk compared to the reward. Lance nodded, understanding. It was unusual but not unheard of. After all, hadn't he reached his position thanks to his own special ability? The fact that Cain was a psychic, in Lance's mind, was more of an advantage than a disadvantage. Though psychics were a distinct group, was there anyone else with the power of the Viridian Forest? Lance fell into thought. End of chapter. Chapter 522, Chapter 522, Fossils of Ancient Pokémon. Finally, Lance took the 3 Team Magma members away, along with the investigators who had arrived later. As an advanced-level investigator for the League, Lance was treated with great respect. As for the 3 objects on the altar, Cain had originally planned for Lance to take them, but he received an unexpected response. the league doesn't fail its trainers. These items are your trophies, they are yours to use as you see fit, Lance said before leaving without looking back. Cain and Steven's abilities were already catching up to Lance's, and now he, too, had to carry out his next mission. Lance left with ease. Steven was stroking his newly evolved Metagross with great confidence. Although Lance was stronger than him at the moment, with his fully evolved Metagross, Steven was confident that he wouldn't be inferior to Lance in the future. This was the natural confidence of a prodigy trainer. As Cain looked at that Metagross, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. As one of the few pseudo-legendary Pokémon that can reach its final evolution at level 45, once it evolves, its power is astounding. Each Metang has its own mind, with experience in mastering moves and battle tactics. However, upon evolution, those two minds fuse into one. What happens then to the accumulated experience of each? According to Cain's estimates and his system's calculations, it was likely that the experiences of both minds also merged, meaning Metagross would master those skills at an even greater level. This process of fused evolution was terrifying. It was almost like a duplication technique. And that wasn't all. One of the Metang had been stuck at level 44 for a long time, but knowing Steven, he hadn't stopped investing resources into Metang during that time. Had those resources been wasted? Clearly not. They had just been accumulating within the Pokémon, waiting for the chance to manifest. After the evolution, that energy stored in Metang finally found a way to be unleashed, which explained its remarkable purple sheen. This Metagross would advance at an astonishing rate, and if Cain didn't give it his all, he might not be able to keep up. This Metagross was terrifying for a second reason. The accumulated power in its body, along with Steven's additional resources, would allow it to quickly reach elite level, or even the pinnacle of that tier. With the amount of Stone family resources invested in this Pokémon, shouldn't it reach elite level by right? If it weren't for the timing difference in raising the two Metang, this Metagross would probably already be at elite level. Now, for Steven, reaching that level was just a matter of time. The chains holding him back no longer existed. The third reason, and perhaps the most terrifying, was that this Metagross was shiny. Following the pattern of his shiny Slowking, Cain suspected that this Metagross would also have its own awakening as a shiny Pokémon. This was the kind of talent a Pokémon belonging to the future Hoenn champion should have. Although Steven's Metagross made him feel inferior at the moment, Cain knew that in the future, his own Pokémon wouldn't be any less powerful. Torchic, Aron, Larvitar. Each of these Pokémon had the potential to become champions, and Cain was certain that with the right training, they would be extraordinary. He had no doubt about his potential and future strength. Lance and Steven were his benchmarks. A deep sense of confidence took hold of Cain, matching Steven's natural confidence. After a few moments of silence, when Lance and his team had completely left, only Cain, Steven, and their Pokémon remained in the sweltering cave. Steven, still thrilled with his Metagross's evolution, began searching for the strange stones he was so interested in. However, Cain quickly led him to the altar where Butler had been earlier. The altar was tall, though somewhat rudimentary. However, the three objects resting on it had always intrigued Cain. With Slowking's help, the three stones were fully revealed to Cain and Steven. When Steven saw them, he couldn't take his eyes off the two gray stones on the sides, especially. He couldn't help but touch them. Cain didn't even have time to stop him. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened. However, when Cain took a closer look at those stones, he couldn't help but be surprised. The stones on the sides were fossils. Fossils of ancient Pokémon. If Cain had to guess, those were fossils of Anorith and Lileep, Pokémon from ancient times. Suddenly, Cain remembered that in the future, when Steven became champion, his team included an Armaldo and a Cradily. Was destiny guiding the course of events again? Was Steven fated to find these fossils? Cain was starting to feel more respect for the hidden rules governing this world. Seeing Steven completely captivated by the fossils, Cain knew he wouldn't be able to resist. Steven would undoubtedly keep those fossils. After a while, Steven, his eyes shining as if he had found treasure, turned to Cain and said, "Cain, could you let me have these two stones? I know it might seem presumptuous since we found them together, but I promise to compensate you generously." Cain sighed lightly. He knew that even if he obtained those fossils, he didn't have the means to revive them. In the end, they would only be ornaments for him. He'd rather give them to Steven as a kind gesture. These two stones are fossils of ancient Pokémon. The one in your left hand seems to be an Anorith fossil, and the one in your right hand appears to be a Lileep fossil, Cain explained. They are species that might be extinct, but if you find someone with the technology to revive fossils, you could bring them back to the world. Steven's eyes sparkled even more upon hearing that. However, now that he understood their value, Steven felt slightly guilty about his request. End of chapter. Chapter 523, Chapter 523, Fragment of Groudon's Armor. So these are fossils of ancient Pokémon, meaning these two pieces have incredible value. Steven said as he listened to Cain. However, Cain shook his head and replied, Those fossils aren't of much use to me, and I can't revive them. You can have them, as long as I can keep the red stone in the middle, that's enough for me. Cain managed to suppress the surprise in his heart. From the very beginning, Cain had ordered his system to scan the 3 stones. The 2 fossils were quickly identified, but the small red stone in the center, roughly palm-sized, took much longer to scan, with no immediate results. However, just as Stephen requested the fossils, the system's results appeared before Cain. Item name, Fragment of Groudon's Armor, incomplete. Description, a fragment of Groudon's armor, the legendary Pokémon, left behind after a battle. It contains the mysterious energy of the legendary Pokémon. Functions. 1. Allows the Pokémon holding it to perceive the earth energy contained within, enhancing the Pokémon's control over ground-type energy. 2. Absorbing its energy can rapidly increase a Pokémon's power, but overabsorption may cause mental disturbances and trigger Groudon's fierce nature. Note, Groudon, the god of the earth, also has notable control over fire-type energy. Fire-type Pokémon can also enhance their mastery of fire energy by holding this item. This small red stone was a fragment of Groudon's armor, one of the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region, known as the God of the Earth. Groudon. In terms of combat capability, Cain estimated that very few Pokémon could rival Groudon, aside from Arceus. At best, some could temporarily hold it off but not completely defeat it. The title, God of the Earth, wasn't for nothing. The abnormal behavior of Cainrupt earlier was likely due to it absorbing energy from this armor fragment. In his eagerness to make Cainrupt reach the quasi-elite level quickly, Butler had made it absorb too much energy at once. Since Cainrupt is both a fire and ground-type Pokémon, its characteristics perfectly matched those of primal Groudon. Groudon has 2 forms. In its primal form, Groudon possesses both ground and fire types. After its long slumber and awakening, Groudon retained only the ground type because its energy had not fully recovered. This was knowledge Cain remembered. This red stone must have been a fragment of Groudon's armor from one of its battles in its primal form. With the energy from just an armor fragment, Cainrupt was able to reach the quasi-elite level. This also explained why some of the Pokémon Cain had encountered exhibited a state of rage. It was likely not the work of Team Magma but rather Butler experimenting with this stone. Butler probably didn't even realize that this stone came from Groudon's armor. What was Team Magma's goal? Although the League was unaware, Cain knew it very well. Their aim was to find Groudon, believing that with Groudon they could rule the world. If the legendary gods didn't reawaken, using Groudon's energy to expand landmasses would make world domination possible. Maxie had always been searching for something related to Groudon, but what he could never have imagined was that a fragment of his prized objective had fallen into the hands of a mid-ranking Team Magma member. And the most ironic part was that Butler hadn't even realized the object belonged to Groudon, using it merely as a tool to strengthen his Pokémon. The true power of this Groudon fragment had been completely wasted. If Team Magma had obtained this piece, they would surely have advanced their plans rapidly, and Groudon's resurrection would have been just around the corner. But now, this Groudon fragment was in the hands of Cain and Stephen. While Stephen was clearly more interested in the 2 fossils, Cain would keep the fragment of Groudon's armor. How could he not be excited? The greatest benefit of this fragment was that it would allow a Pokémon to gradually improve its control over ground-type energy. Additionally, if suitable, it could also enhance control over fire-type energy. The Pokémon most suited to carrying this fragment was Larvitar. Larvitar already had remarkable proficiency in manipulating ground-type energy, surpassing Cain's expectations. If it carried this fragment, how much further could its control improve? Cain couldn't even imagine it. To Cain, this small red fragment was the most valuable item for him. As for the fossils, Cain didn't have the means to revive them, nor could he guarantee the quality of the resulting Pokémon. Additionally, earning Stephen's gratitude was a worthwhile benefit. This red stone doesn't seem to be just an ordinary rock, does it? Cain, do you know what it's for? Stephen asked curiously. He needed to understand the stone's function to assess whether there was a significant value difference and to properly compensate Cain for his loss. Cain responded calmly, I'm not entirely sure, but this item seems to have fallen from some Pokémon. By carrying it, a Pokémon might slightly improve its strength or potential. Hearing this, Stephen looked a bit conflicted. Based on Cain's description, the red stone didn't seem to hold much value, and he was taking 2 ancient Pokémon fossils. The difference in value seemed a bit unfair. Don't worry about it. You love stones, and your family is probably the only one with the resources to revive these fossils. It's better if you keep them, Cain said, patting him on the shoulder, appearing completely unconcerned. But the more carefree Cain acted, the more uncomfortable Stephen felt. Cain, these fossils truly fascinate me, so I'll accept them with gratitude. I promise to compensate you properly, Stephen said with a determined look. He knew he would have to talk to the elders of his family. Cain had captured an Aaron, but its quality didn't seem exceptional. If he could gain the elders' support, perhaps they could help improve Aaron's quality for Cain. That way, Stephen could return the favor to Cain. Although he knew it would be difficult, he hoped the elders of the Stone family would support him. The Stone family had long refrained from sharing this type of knowledge with outsiders, so Stephen couldn't be sure he would succeed. End of chapter. Chapter 524, Chapter 524, Big Brother, Stop Pretending. If Stephen couldn't find a way to enhance Aaron's quality, he'd have to think of another way to compensate Cain. For now, Stephen stored the 2 fossils in his storage space with great satisfaction. Obtaining these 2 fossils suddenly made Stephen feel very pleased. In addition to Matang's evolution, this day had been perfect for him. Cain truly is my lucky charm, Stephen thought. In just one day, Matang evolved, and he also acquired 2 extremely rare fossils of ancient Pokémon. Meanwhile, Cain had also obtained something valuable. Just getting that Groudon fragment alone made the expedition worthwhile. Not to mention the level-ups his Pokémon gained and the battle experience. Judging by the time, it's probably close to midnight, and the Pokémon haven't eaten dinner yet. Should we head out or prepare everything here? Cain asked. Stephen glanced around. The surroundings were filled with reddish rocks, and lava slowly seeped from cracks in the walls. The temperature inside the cave was quite high. Let's go outside. It's too hot here, and the Pokémon won't enjoy it. We can come back tomorrow when the temperature drops a bit during the day, Stephen replied after some thought. Cain nodded, storing the red fragment in his storage space. Then he returned Skorupi to its Pokeball. With a swift motion, Slowking used Teleport, instantly taking Cain, Stephen, and Metagross outside the cave. The 2 Team Magma members they had tied up on the surface had already been taken away by Lance. They found a large, flat rock and sat directly on the ground. Although the outside temperature was still high, it was far more bearable than inside the cave. Both Cain and Stephen removed their Team Magma uniforms but didn't discard them, as their heat-insulating properties were still quite useful. Cain pulled out a variety of tools and began preparing dinner on the rock. When Stephen learned Cain was cooking, he volunteered to help. However, as a noble young man from a wealthy family, he had no idea how to cook. Instead, he got in the way, so Cain eventually shooed him aside. Cain typically had a clear distribution of tasks among his Pokémon, but with only Slowking, Skorupi, and Haunter available, the process was slower. Skorupi handled the hunting, Slowking cleaned the prey, and Haunter disposed of leftovers while assisting Cain with other tasks. He definitely needed to bring Miltank next time. Although Haunter had been with Cain for a while, it still didn't know what tools to fetch in each situation. Miltank was much more efficient. Cain released Aaron, Poliwag, Mudkip, and Torchic to play. The 4 little Pokémon were thrilled to be outside. Even though Cain hadn't let them battle that day, they didn't worry or complain. However, Poliwag and Mudkip seemed slightly uncomfortable with the environment. Thankfully, Slowking used its psychic powers to create a small pond for them, allowing them to play peacefully. Torchic, on the other hand, was delighted. The temperature and environment were perfect for it. Since its quality had stabilized at deep blue, it had become much more energetic and cheerful, and its body was growing visibly. This was its body assimilating the improvements in its quality. As for Aaron, it stayed close to Stephen's Laren, like a shadow, asking questions and learning about moves and techniques. Stephen's Laren didn't ignore Cain's Aaron. It patiently explained how to use certain techniques. Perhaps Aaron had a natural talent or was particularly adept, as it quickly learned a new move under Laren's guidance. Magnet Rise. Watching Aaron float awkwardly in the air using small electrical currents, Cain was genuinely amazed. It had learned Magnet Rise so easily. For Aaron, which was heavy and slow, this move would be incredibly useful. It also allowed Aaron to avoid ground-type moves, meaning it wouldn't have to endure that kind of damage in battles. It was definitely an unexpected bonus. Skorupi successfully completed its task, capturing a few wild goats that lived on the mountainside and summit, which would serve as dinner for Cain and the others. Cain skillfully added the final seasonings, and the barbecue was ready. Seeing Stephen, who had been sitting at a distance but was now by the grill, almost drooling and shedding his noble demeanor, Cain knew the barbecue was a complete success. If Stephen was acting like this, the rest of the Pokémon didn't stand a chance. Although Slowking, Skorupi, and Haunter were also eager, they tried to hold back. Unlike Stephen and his Laren, who were practically diving toward the grill. After spending so much time with Cain, these 3 Pokémon had enjoyed plenty of such meals. Skorupi was suffering the most, glancing at its big brother, Slowking, who pretended to stay calm while swallowing saliva. Slowking even closed its eyes, trying to ignore the sight and smell of the food, which made Skorupi even more desperate. Its small eyes looked up at Slowking with a clear message. Big brother, stop pretending. I'm hungry. It smells so good, I can't take it anymore. Slowking glanced down and, using telepathy, told Skorupi. Hold on. Don't embarrass us. Gulp. Skorupi swallowed hard and nodded with effort. However, aside from those three, Torchic and the others weren't holding back. They were already clinging to Cain, eagerly waiting for the food to be ready. All done. Dig in. Cain wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. It had been a lot of work preparing food for so many Pokémon. And with gluttons like Skorupi, Aaron, and Laren, Cain genuinely worried it wouldn't be enough. He could already imagine that when Aaron evolved into Laren and eventually Agron, along with Drapion, which would also be large and voracious, every meal would be a challenge for him. As soon as Cain gave the signal, Steven and the Pokémon pounced on the food. Steven grabbed a piece of roasted meat, and after tasting it, his eyes lit up. He gave Cain a thumbs up. With his status, Steven had eaten many delicacies, but Cain's barbecue truly surprised him. Perhaps because Cain had added special ingredients often used in Pokeblocks, the flavor was unique. Plus, thanks to Cain's system, the meat was cooked to perfection. After such a long day of battling, Steven was ravenous. All of this combined made Cain's barbecue one of the best Steven had ever tasted. End of chapter. Chapter 525, Chapter 525, I can't break my word. After finishing the delicious dinner, both Cain and Steven, accustomed to surviving in the wild, quickly went to sleep. The next day, at the summit of Mt. Chimney. In the lava cave they explored the day before, Cain and Steven decided to continue investigating the area. This place seemed to have never been visited before. They didn't know where Butler got the information about the existence of this cavern leading to the volcano's interior, as it appeared to have been sealed until Team Magma manually opened it. Aside from some Pokémon inhabiting the cave's corridors, there were probably wild Pokémon living inside, but it seemed Butler and his team had already dealt with them. Therefore, during the second cave exploration, Cain and Steven decided not to take any risks by sending only one Pokémon each. Cain chose to keep his Skorupi and Slowking close, with Haunter appearing sporadically. Meanwhile, Steven brought out both his Laren and Metagross. After the battles of the previous day, Steven's Laren had reached level 40, advancing to the advanced level. Skorupi, on the other hand, despite contributing in the battle against Cainrupt, didn't level up but gained significant experience. The cave was primarily filled with fire-type Pokémon, though some rock types occasionally appeared. The predominance of fire types made both Steven's Laren and Metagross a bit uncomfortable. However, Steven welcomed such challenges, wanting his Pokémon to adapt to hostile environments, gradually improving their fire resistance. The most common Pokémon in the cave were Slugma and its evolution, Magcargo. As they approached the volcano's core, the area appeared to be a vast habitat for them, filled with nooks where they lived in large numbers. The absence of predators due to the harsh conditions had allowed these species to thrive. Toward the end of their exploration, Cain and Steven encountered a Magcargo emanating a powerful presence, a Pokémon at the elite level, forcing them to retreat immediately. Despite this, both achieved what they needed. Skorupi and Haunter leveled up. Skorupi reached level 36 and Haunter 37, narrowing the gap with Honchkrow and the others. Once Skorupi reaches level 40 and evolves into Drapion, its combat damage capacity will be devastating. As for Haunter, Cain was still unsure how to evolve it, though he suspected it would require taking it to a place rich in ghost-type energy. In the Hoenn region, such a place exists. Besides Skorupi and Haunter's progress, Slowking's improvement pleased Cain the most. Though it only leveled up once, reaching level 42, the difficulty for Slowking was far greater than for the other Pokémon. The environment and the Pokémon they encountered allowed Slowking to shine, facilitating its progress. The biggest surprise for Cain was Steven's Metagross. After its evolution, Metagross had accumulated a large amount of energy, allowing it to level up twice in one go. This left Cain astonished. It was no wonder Steven showed such confidence after Metagross's evolution. At level 47, Metagross was on its way to the quasi-elite level. After an entire day of battles, Cain and Steven finished exploring the cave. It wasn't the right time to venture further into the Magcargo habitat. Both decided to leave the cave and descend Mt. Chimney. Clearly, Mt. Chimney still held more secrets, but amidst their exploration, Cain received a message from his mentor, Matsuda Takashi, telling him to return to Leafy Town. The League agents had arrived. The League had designated the town as suitable for establishing a gym, and the Pokémon Center staff were already in place. Officer Jenny had started working at the local police station some time ago. Leafy Town was starting to operate like a well-oiled machine, but it hadn't reached its full potential yet. The reason was the absence of a key figure, Cain, the Leafy Town gym leader and the driving force behind its development. Without his presence, the town couldn't meet its expected potential. Additionally, old Matsuda was on his way to the town, as members of the Pokémon Breeders Guild saw this as an opportunity to establish the first branch in the Hoenn region, and Matsuda had been sent to negotiate. At the same time, Steven's evaluation team had sent a detailed report about the town, prompting him to join Cain in returning to Leafy Town to discuss cooperation plans. Leafy Town was full of potential and no longer a forgotten corner. Once Cain formally assumed his role as gym leader, all the systems would begin operating at optimal capacity. The town's development would accelerate dramatically. The Devon Corporation had already set its sights on this place. So, after finishing their day of battles, the two decided to return to the town. However, they weren't in a rush. Cain still remembered his promise to Aaron and Torchic that they would participate in battles. As a trainer, he couldn't break his word. As for the League agents, they would just have to wait a little longer. End of chapter. Chapter 526, Chapter 526, Torchic's Transformation. After a night of rest. When Cain and Stephen reappeared, they were already in the forest at the foot of Mt. Chimney. They deliberately chose a spot with few people to descend the mountain, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Cain released Torchic and Aaron, along with the rest of his Pokémon. The wild Pokémon at the mountain's base, due to frequent visitors, were not very high level, making them ideal for Torchic and the others to battle. Pokémon around level 10 were perfect for Torchic and his team. Although Torchic and Mudkip were only level 5, Poliwag level 12, and Aaron level 16, their excellent qualities and Cain's solid training meant they had no trouble facing common Pokémon. Additionally, Torchic's fire type had a significant advantage in this area. With the abundance of bug and grass-type Pokémon, Torchic could battle with relative ease. However, they didn't have much time, so they simply moved forward, battling any Pokémon that crossed their path. After all, with Slowking keeping watch, there was no danger. Moreover, these battles against higher-level opponents provided substantial improvement for Torchic and Mudkip. For Torchic, this was its first real battle, where it truly experienced what fighting meant. Normally, whenever Torchic felt pain or discomfort, Cain would immediately provide the best care and comfort. But from the moment the battle began, Torchic was no longer just a young Pokémon that could cry for its trainer's reassurance. When Torchic was attacked for the first time and looked at Cain with teary eyes, expecting comfort, all it saw was Cain's calm, unflinching face. The trainer who had always been the most caring was gone, replaced by a trainer guiding it in battle and growth. Confused, Torchic almost got hit again. It was Aaron who, at that moment, drove the opponent away. After the battle, Torchic couldn't immediately process what had happened and stared at Cain in astonishment. The other Pokémon didn't react like Torchic. Aaron, accustomed to battling other Pokémon, knew that injuries were inevitable. Under Cain's direction, it was able to defeat stronger opponents than it had faced before. Aaron deeply respected Cain's training and guidance skills and felt fortunate to have followed Cain out of the mine. Poliwag, once a wild Pokémon, understood the harshness of the outside world. It knew Cain was protecting them as best as possible and believed it had already passed the most carefree stage of its life. Now, it was its turn to repay Cain. Mudkip was more or less fine. Though it was also level 5 like Torchic, it was a battle-loving Pokémon, similar to Aaron. For it, injuries were like badges of honor, something it didn't shy away from. Moreover, as long as it followed Cain's instructions, injuries were just an occasional risk. Torchic was different. With a mind still immature, it had gone through traumatic experiences in its youth, causing its potential to fluctuate. Under Cain's care, Torchic had grown up healthy. However, it had never participated in a battle, and its understanding of them was based solely on what Aaron had shared, which piqued its curiosity and made it yearn to fight. But when it finally entered a battle and got hurt, it didn't know how to react. The pain in its body terrified it. Its ferocious opponents made its attacks hesitant. This was Torchic's initial reaction to experiencing a battle for the first time. When the fight was over, Aaron and the others tried to comfort Torchic but didn't know how, as they weren't in the same position. At that moment, Skorupi stepped in. Having been raised by Cain since birth, Skorupi had also felt pain and confusion initially, not understanding why it had to fight. For the first time, Skorupi acted as an older sibling and shared its experiences with Torchic, the lessons learned from battles and the joy it felt after every victory. These were Skorupi's personal feelings, which it gradually conveyed to Torchic and Mudkip. Gradually, Torchic started to get used to the pain. And when it finally defeated its first opponent, a warm hand rested on its head. Torchic's eyes immediately filled with tears, carrying sorrow and pain, but most of all, joy. Feeling the warmth of Cain's hand again made it understand the joy Skorupi had described. Torchic was now willing to fight for its trainer, to give its all. Cain watched Torchic's entire journey but didn't utter a single word of comfort. This was something a Pokémon had to learn. If a trainer always coddled them, it would only have a negative effect. Aaron, Poliwag, and Mudkip had survived in the wild and understood the principle of survival of the fittest. But Torchic didn't. So Cain allowed it to learn what it needed to and what a battle truly was. Fortunately, Torchic proved to be stronger than Cain had imagined. Despite falling several times and failing many others, it kept going, crying but always persisting. When it defeated its first opponent, Cain offered the appropriate comfort. Torchic immediately ran into Cain's arms. From that moment on, Torchic had a clear understanding of what a battle was. This was what Cain wanted to see. Stephen, who had been watching Cain while he trained his Pokémon, gave him a thumbs up once again. Cain truly had incredible talent for training Pokémon. The subsequent battles went smoothly. When Cain and Steven emerged from the forest at the foot of Mt. Chimney, Torchic and the others had improved. Torchic and Mudkip had reached level 8, Poliwag level 13, and though Aaron hadn't leveled up, it had grasped Cain's battle rhythm and style. This was the first step in building synchronization between the trainer and their Pokémon during battle. Due to its higher level, Aaron was the first to adapt to Cain's battle rhythm. This time, the primary goal wasn't training and strengthening the Pokémon but helping them understand what battling truly meant. Overall, Cain was quite satisfied, especially with Torchic, which had quickly transitioned from being a gentle Pokémon to a battle-ready one. End of chapter. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Team Magma's Strategy. After leaving the forest at the foot of Mt. Chimney, Cain recalled his Pokémon to continue his journey quickly. Alongside Steven, who was riding his Skarmory, Cain flew on his Tropius, both heading toward Leafy Town. In the Hoenn region. On Route 112, above Lavaridge Town, there was a hidden cave nestled amidst the mountainous trail. Inside the cave was a massive meeting hall. At the center stood a middle-aged man with red hair, clad in a red and black coat, positioned at the head of the table. His stance was imposing and commanding. Around the table, the other members of the group varied in appearance, but none dared meet the red-haired man's gaze. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone in the room controlled their breathing, afraid the leader might seize any excuse to punish them. Only 3 individuals, seated closer to the red-haired man, seemed slightly more at ease. While they too felt intimidated by the leader's presence, they didn't go as far as holding their breath. Silence reigned in the hall, and no one dared speak. Time seemed to crawl for everyone present. Yesterday, someone infiltrated Mt. Chimney and was discovered by League agents. They are now under arrest, including a key mid-level member. What do you think we should do about this situation? Said the red-haired man in a tone that brooked no objections. At his words, the people in the room exchanged glances, wanting to murmur but quickly recalling the leader's temper. This wasn't the time to make a mistake. They chose to remain silent and avoid drawing attention. The red-haired man frowned at the lack of response. His gaze landed on a burly man seated to his right, whom he addressed by name, Tabitha. What do you think? Tabitha, a stout man, forced a nervous smile and quickly stood up. Leader, this is my fault for not supervising properly. I will personally go and resolve the issue. With that, Tabitha prepared to leave. Wait, said the red-haired man before Tabitha could go. The burly man, relieved, thinking his leader had forgiven him, began to express his gratitude, but the red-haired man continued, Tabitha, since this is your responsibility, ensure you clean up this mess thoroughly. The member was captured by League investigators and is now in the Hoenn region prison. I expect that no information about our location has been revealed. Hearing this, Tabitha felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his leader was holding back his anger and had only spared him because he was one of the main executives. Team Magma wasn't ready to reveal itself to the world. Tabitha nodded firmly. His plan was to infiltrate the League's prison in Hoenn and eliminate the captured member before they could disclose critical information. This wasn't Tabitha's first time handling such a task. After Tabitha left the hall, the red-haired man, none other than Maxie, the leader of Team Magma, sighed and remarked, after this, we'll lose at least a third of our infiltrators. It had taken significant resources to plant spies within the League. If not for Tabitha's skill and loyalty, he would have already been punished severely. After a brief pause, Maxie turned to a thin man with hair covering one eye. Mac, I don't fully trust Tabitha. Follow him and ensure everything is resolved without loose ends. If you encounter League members, don't hesitate to eliminate them. Team Magma cannot come to light yet. The man named Mac nodded seriously and vanished from the hall in an instant. Mac was one of Team Magma's 3 top executives, a user of psychic powers. Although not as powerful as Sabrina, his ability to teleport made him a formidable opponent. The 3 Flames of Team Magma, as they were called, were Maxie's chief aides, instrumental in the group's growth. But Team Magma didn't rely solely on them. There were other competent members handling important tasks. Maxie turned to a slim, handsome young man named Harland, who was seated beside Tabitha. Harland, take over Tabitha's duties until he returns. Harland stood, bowed, and responded, understood, leader. Harland was a reliable member known for managing delicate tasks. However, when he sat down, a complex and enigmatic expression crossed his face, though no one else noticed. After flying for over 3 hours, Cain and Steven finally arrived in Leafy Town. Though they had only been away for 2 days, the town had changed significantly. In front of Cain's water-type gym, a new building had been constructed, a Pokémon Center. And at the town's center, another building now stood bearing the Pokémon League emblem, marking the opening of a police station. With the gym, Pokémon Center, and police station completed, the town was ready to enter a phase of rapid expansion. All that remained was for Cain, as the gym leader, to officially announce the beginning of this new era for Leafy Town. End of chapter. Chapter 528, Chapter 528, I Want to Be the President. When Cain and Stephen arrived in Leafy Town, the sky was already darkening. However, the town was far from empty. Everyone had gathered at the entrance of the gym, waiting for their gym leader, the young man who, despite not being a native of the area, had decided to foster Leafy Town's growth. At 16, this young man already wielded significant influence and had been affectionately nicknamed by the residents as the savior of Leafy Town. They knew Cain had returned, and since the gym was expected to officially open that day, everyone had gathered to celebrate. The future of Leafy Town seemed increasingly bright. To save time, Cain and Stephen didn't dismount their flying Pokémon upon entering the town but instead flew directly to the space in front of the gym. The gym's opening ceremony wasn't as grand as some might have imagined, but for the residents of Leafy Town, it was more than enough. Under the watchful eyes of Stephen, old Matsuda, and some league officials, including Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, Cain officially announced the opening of Leafy Town's water-type gym. Additionally, Cain used the occasion to recruit maintenance and cleaning staff for the gym to assist with daily operations. He also offered a new employment opportunity to many of the town's strong men, helping construct a massive artificial lake next to the gym. This project, although significant, represented the first spark for the town's economic development. Despite the aid of Pokémon, it would still take time to complete. However, Cain's efforts weren't in vain. It was the first step toward Leafy Town's economic recovery. By employing the townspeople, he provided them with purchasing power, which would stimulate the local economy. While it initially seemed like Cain was spending a lot of money on the town, he knew the future benefits would far outweigh this initial investment. All jobs were paid according to standard rates, and workers were offered the chance to purchase gym entry tickets ahead of others. Naturally, Leafy Town's residents were thrilled. Many wanted to sign up, but Cain decided to postpone recruitment for the time being since the day was dedicated to the gym's opening. After calming the residents, Cain asked Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy to continue assisting with the town's management. Then, he, Stephen, and old Matsuda entered the gym. The league officials present had little to say, especially with old Matsuda there. Inside, the gym's main facilities were already completed, though some of the upper floors remained empty. The gym was ready to operate like any other league gym. Cain, you're officially a gym leader now, Stephen said, patting him on the shoulder with a laugh. As Stephen watched his friend become a gym leader, he couldn't help but think about his own future. Now that Cain had achieved this, it was time for him to begin working toward his goal as well. Cain looked at him with a wry smile and said, "If it weren't for Leafy Town, I wouldn't have agreed to open this gym. It's a huge responsibility." Meanwhile, old Matsuda, observing the interaction between the two young league prodigies, smiled so widely that his wrinkles became more pronounced. He had heard from Lance that during their recent adventure at MT Chimney, Cain and Stephen had defeated a quasi-elite level Pokémon together. Although there had been setbacks, that event solidified both young men's reputations within the league. Until now, Cain's fame had centered on his talent as a Pokémon breeder, while Stephen's came primarily from being the heir to Devon Corporation. However, after that battle, both names began to resonate among the league's higher ranks. According to Lance, both young men had talent comparable to his own. The Hoenn League, already searching for young talents to train, found in Cain and Stephen ideal candidates. The president of the Hoenn League, Juan, announced that the league would provide full support to Cain and Stephen, hoping they could become the faces of the region, much like Lance was for Kanto. For Cain, the expectations leaned more toward his role as a breeder, while for Stephen, they focused on his skills as a trainer. However, neither Cain nor Stephen was aware of these plans. Old Matsuda knew of them but chose not to say anything, preferring to let the two young men develop at their own pace. For old Matsuda, the real goal was to provide a safe environment for these two geniuses to grow. The league could offer that support and protection. After chatting for a while with Stephen, Cain turned to his master, feeling a bit guilty for having ignored him. "Master," Cain said apologetically. Old Matsuda simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry. My main goal in coming here was to witness the opening of my apprentice's gym. That's one of the greatest prides of my life. The second reason is that the elders of the Breeders' Guild want to open a branch here in Leafy Town, but I wanted to consult you before accepting." With that simple statement, old Matsuda made it clear that Leafy Town was now Cain's domain. Cain, besides being the gym leader, was already seen as the town's de facto leader, much more influential than the mayor. The league turned a blind eye to this, allowing Cain to manage things as he wished. Cain, who had anticipated this proposal, took only a moment to respond, "Master, you can tell them I agree, but I want to be the president of the branch." Becoming the president of a Breeders' Guild branch typically required being an advanced-level breeder, and Cain, despite his talent, was still considered a mid-level breeder. However, with old Matsuda's backing and the guild's support, it wasn't an outlandish idea. Even so, the branch would likely have very few advanced breeders, perhaps none, since few would want to work under a mid-level leader, no matter how talented he was. End of chapter. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, The Development of Leafy Town. Upon hearing Cain's words, old Matsuda's face showed a hint of concern. He understood Cain's intentions. Leafy Town was just beginning to take off, and at this moment, Cain held the reins. However, if the Breeders' Guild sent a high-ranking and more experienced breeder to oversee operations, would Cain have to follow their orders? If he did, then who would truly have control in Leafy Town? Cain would have done all this hard work only for others to take the credit. If he didn't follow orders, his reputation within the alliance might suffer. A young, promising leader of the Breeders' Guild who didn't respect his seniors could easily become the target of criticism. Leafy Town had reached its current potential thanks to Cain's hard work, and he didn't want to see it crumble. After thinking for a moment, old Matsuda remarked, "It will be difficult, as there has never been an intermediate-level breeder as the president of a Breeders' Guild branch before. Moreover, if an intermediate-level breeder takes that position, it's unlikely that other high-level breeders would join the branch." Cain had already anticipated this. His earlier statement was merely testing the waters. Now that he had a clear answer, he knew his master supported him more than the Breeders' Guild itself. With a slight smile, Cain responded, "In that case, I'll take a step back. Master, why don't you take the role of president of the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town?" "Me?" Old Matsuda was taken aback. With his reputation, he could easily take a high-ranking position in the Breeders' Guild, such as director or vice president. But he hadn't done so because his true passion had always been researching Pokeblocks and breeding and training Pokemon. He had no interest in power struggles or politics. "No, that's not for me. I'm used to my freedom, and I don't want a position like that to tie me down," old Matsuda declined immediately. Cain, unsurprised by his master's response, smiled. "Master, I'm not asking you to actively take on the role of president. It's just to have a strong backing. Someone of your prestige would prevent others from imposing their rules here." Old Matsuda, finally understanding Cain's play, furrowed his brows and replied with humor. "Oh, I see. You're asking me to be a figurehead president, huh? Basically, work for free for you." Cain, scratching his head in embarrassment, explained. "Of course not, master. All the benefits of the position would be yours, and I'll also provide you with resources monthly for your research. This way, you won't have to hunt for resources, and you can focus on your work here. With you as president, no one would dare say a thing." The proposal made sense. Old Matsuda needed significant funding for his research, but the Pokeblocks he developed were too valuable to sell. If old Matsuda accepted the role of president but left the administration to Cain, he could simply receive the funds without having to be involved in day-to-day operations. Additionally, the top floor of the guild building will be your personal laboratory. If you ever feel bored, you can go out to collect materials or explore. You'll only need to show up occasionally in Leafy Town. With your reputation, high-level breeders won't be in short supply, Cain continued. With old Matsuda as the nominal president, Cain could become a vice president with real power. While unconventional, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Moreover, old Matsuda wasn't just a renowned breeder, he was also an elite-level trainer, a veteran among elite trainers. Though he wasn't famous among the general public, he was well known among other veteran trainers. Having old Matsuda in Leafy Town would deter many and help Cain consolidate his power. Even Cain's most secret projects, like his private team, would remain safe. If Cain planned to open an underground market, those thinking of causing trouble would have to reckon with the possibility of dealing with an elite-level trainer like old Matsuda, increasing the market's security. In short, having old Matsuda as a backer would bring Cain only advantages. Additionally, Cain was eager to learn from his master's knowledge and discoveries. With old Matsuda there, Cain would have direct access to his wisdom and experience. Finally, old Matsuda agreed to Cain's proposal, recognizing it would cause him no harm. After delegating some responsibilities, old Matsuda departed, planning to inform the Breeders' Guild and arrange for his personal laboratory. He would also ensure that the branch's construction began immediately. After old Matsuda's departure, Cain and Stephen discussed how to boost Leafy Town's economic development. The Devon Corporation research team had conducted a detailed study of the area, providing precise data now in Stephen's possession. Overall, Devon Corporation saw great potential in Leafy Town and recommended comprehensive development. Stephen, representing Devon Corporation, discussed possible collaborations with Cain. Both, focused on their own interests, didn't worry much about financial details. Soon, they agreed that Devon Corporation would fund the construction of a commercial street centered around the new gym. The shops along this street would be owned by the gym, while Devon Corporation would manage their operations, sharing the profits. If Leafy Town thrived, this street would become a money-making machine. End of chapter. Chapter 530, Chapter 530, Stephen's departure. Stephen and Cain completed the first annual economic development plan for Leafy Town as quickly as possible. Both, somewhat tired, returned to their respective rooms. That day, after descending MT Chimney, they participated in the first battle of Torchic and its companions in the forest at the mountain's base. After returning to Leafy Town, they interacted with the residents and finalized the official opening ceremony of the gym. Later, they discussed the construction of the Breeders' Guild branch with old Matsuda. That was how Stephen and Cain finished Leafy Town's economic development plan. Although not physically exhausted, they had used their minds extensively. Stephen retired to rest, but Cain couldn't relax yet. Shortly after their conversation ended, a slight buzz came from the communicator hidden in the inner pocket of his clothing. It was a message from Team Rocket, specifically from Umbra. The message instructed Cain to contact him as soon as he was done with what he was doing. Back in his room, Cain asked Slowking to erect a psychic barrier before video calling Umbra. "Mr. Umbra," Cain said respectfully as a silhouette appeared on the screen. "You've performed quite well this time. Even the boss has heard that you and that boy from the Stone family defeated a quasi-elite Pokémon together. Your strength now aligns with the position of a Rocket Team officer," Umbra said in a hoarse voice. Aside from a faint glow and Umbra's blurry silhouette on the screen, nothing else could be discerned. His location remained unclear. Cain kept his head lowered respectfully and said nothing. But Umbra didn't need a response from Cain and continued. "The Leafy Town gym should be opening soon, correct? As one of the few gym leaders within Team Rocket, the boss has decided to extend you more support. If you have any specific needs, state them now, otherwise, we'll provide supplies as planned." Cain pondered briefly and then said, "I'd like information on Jengar, including its evolution method. If possible, I'd also like data on improving Pokémon quality. An electronic file will suffice." The evolution method for Jengar had always concerned Cain. Cain recalled that Umbra owned a Jengar but didn't know how it had evolved. If he could access Team Rocket's vast database on Jengar, it would bring Cain countless benefits. However, what truly mattered was the information on improving Pokémon quality, as that would affect all his Pokémon, not just Haunter. Cain's bold request even took Umbra by surprise. "You certainly have the nerve to ask." It wasn't clear if Umbra was shocked by Cain's audacity or if he was consulting the boss, Giovanni, about the request. After half a minute of silence, Cain's face remained impassive, and Umbra's voice echoed again. "We'll provide the information on Jengar and also give you data on improving Pokémon quality, but it won't be complete information. You'll receive a file tailored to the Pokémon you currently own, but I can't guarantee how comprehensive it will be. Even so, it's a significant concession. If not for the boss's approval, your request would have been entirely unacceptable," Umbra said, his tone laced with envy. He was genuinely envious. Even with his position in Team Rocket, Umbra wouldn't have dared to make such a bold request. Yet the boss's generosity toward his subordinates continued to astonish Umbra. He had no fear that Cain, after receiving these files, would ignore Team Rocket or betray his loyalty. This level of trust, of not doubting one's allies, was what kept Umbra loyal to Giovanni to this day. Cain's face couldn't hide his joy, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. This time, he had tested Team Rocket's and Giovanni's loyalty. He wanted to know whether Giovanni would still trust him after he became a gym leader and a valuable new member of the league. Judging by the response, it had been highly beneficial, and Giovanni remained the charismatic leader he had always been. If Cain hadn't been reincarnated once and maintained a deeply self-centered mindset, he might have been swayed by Giovanni's charisma and become a devoted follower. Fortunately, Cain hadn't succumbed. He remained loyal to Giovanni only to the extent that his safety was guaranteed and his growth was unhindered. Giovanni deserved support, but Cain always came first. After ending the video call, Cain received a massive file on his private communicator. The file was so large that even Team Rocket's advanced communication system took the entire night to download it fully, hinting at its scale. The next day, when Cain woke up, the file transfer was complete, and he immediately instructed his system to process it. Despite the system's speed, it took a full 20 minutes to transfer all the data. System, sort and organize the received data, then prioritize information on Haunter's evolution into Jengar, Cain ordered right after waking up. Beep. Task created, processing, please wait, the system replied as it began handling the new data. After breakfast with Stephen, the latter prepared to return to Rustboro City. Both his Metang had evolved into Metagross, and he had also obtained 2 ancient Pokémon fossils. He needed to return to find a specialist to help investigate how to revive them. Cain didn't object. In the end, they both had their own paths to follow. Stephen, the future champion of the Hoenn region, already had sufficient confidence and potential. He had crossed the final barrier, and now it was just a matter of waiting for him to soar. If Cain didn't want to fall behind, he would have to work even harder. At the entrance of the Leafy Town gym, Stephen, dressed in his usual elegant suit, bid farewell to Cain. "Cain, you've got to keep up. Don't fall too far behind because I'm going to overtake Lance first," Stephen said with a smile. Cain smiled back and replied, "You'd better hurry, or I might catch up and reach the top before you." Stephen only smiled wider and said nothing more. He turned and began walking toward the outskirts of Leafy Town, raising a hand to wave goodbye to Cain. He felt the pressure from Cain and knew he had to push himself. He couldn't afford to be left behind. End of chapter. Chapter 531, Chapter 531, Heaven Team's Planning. The gym opened last night, and this morning it officially began operations. The league has started promoting the Leafy Town gym across various television channels. It's likely that, during this time, no one will come to challenge the gym, as Leafy Town is quite remote and lacks fame. Cain can use this period to recruit staff for the gym. In the meantime, he has also summoned Alec and the others back. Not long ago, Cain had already allowed them to return. Right now, they are training on the mountain behind the gym. Following Cain's instructions, they have established a basic base deep in the mountains behind the Leafy Town gym, which serves as the headquarters of Heaven Team. This won't negatively affect Leafy Town while ensuring the continuous expansion of Heaven Team. Currently, although Heaven Team is still a small force, it is no longer lacking in members as it once was. Sky, Miyamoto, and Alec, the three main pillars of Heaven Team, have been recruiting orphans and impoverished people to join the team, offering them the opportunity to become trainers. Their only demand in return is loyalty. For all Heaven Team members, who have never seen their leader Cain, their respect for him is genuine and deep. This is the image Sky and the other two have cultivated. Aside from the 6 original members of Team Rocket who followed Cain from the trial island, no one else in Heaven Team has seen Cain's true face, nor do they know that the new gym leader of Leafy Town is actually their boss. This also provides Cain with some protection regarding his identity. Additionally, the Sky Hunt group has fully merged with Heaven Team, operating as an external force. Karen, for her part, has become a key subordinate of Cain. Sky and the other two have instilled in Karen a deep admiration for Cain, highlighting how excellent and powerful he is, which eventually led to her complete loyalty and incorporation into Heaven Team. These 4, Sky, Miyamoto, Alec, and Karen, are now Cain's most trusted individuals. Karen is in charge of the Sky Hunt group, which focuses on capturing Pokémon to trade for resources. Thanks to Karen's incredible luck, the Sky Hunt group has grown rapidly and gained considerable reputation in the Hunter Guild branch in Verdanturf Town. At the same time, they have generated substantial revenue for Heaven Team, and Karen's strength has also improved. Meanwhile, Sky, Miyamoto, and Alec primarily focus on growing Heaven Team and sending new recruits to work under Karen. Through hunting, these recruits can grow more quickly. Thus, a basic system of recruitment and development has been established for Heaven Team. Currently, the official members of Heaven Team number over 100. Even in Verdanturf Town, they are considered a respectable force, though they still lack elite-level members. Today, Cain gathered the 6 members who have followed him from the trial island in the mountain rear. The main reason for the meeting was to assign new tasks. Cain decided that Sky would return to help manage the daily affairs of the gym in addition to handling the finances of Heaven Team. Alec and Miyamoto would take charge of the team's operations. Alec would manage the recruitment and training of new members, while Miyamoto would oversee external battles. Cain delegated all responsibilities to them. As a leader, there's no need to personally manage a small organization. Competent subordinates handle management tasks, less capable ones handle battles, and tedious duties are dealt with by the team. Currently, the Sky Hunt group is a 3-star hunter group. If they manage to reach 4 stars, the group's level will hit its ceiling unless Cain increases his hunter rank. Thus, Cain also needs to find time to capture more Pokémon and level up as a hunter. Additionally, the most important task is that Cain assigned some of the Pokémon he had acquired. Apart from Karen, everyone received valuable Pokémon. Pokémon like Breloom with the Poison Heal ability, Zangoose with the Toxic Boost ability, and Ariados were distributed. If Alec and the others can tame these Pokémon, their strength will increase significantly. Perhaps it's hard for them to believe. After all the effort they've put into training their Pokémon, the results are no match for what they gain by directly receiving a Pokémon from Cain. It's not that Cain wants to demotivate them or hurt their pride, but it's the reality. As for Sky, Cain also temporarily entrusted him with the 3 water-type Pokémon he captured last time so he could familiarize himself with them. In the future, when Cain is absent from the gym, Sky will act as the interim leader. These 3 water-type Pokémon will serve as the signature Pokémon of the Leafy Town gym unless Cain has to battle personally. Sky gladly accepted this responsibility. The assignment of these tasks demonstrates Cain's trust in him, which filled him with satisfaction. The fact that Cain entrusts the management of Heaven Team to Miyamoto and Alec also reflects his confidence in them. After clarifying how future plans would unfold, Cain left them to absorb everything in the mountain rear, while Sky took Cain's letter of recommendation and headed to the gym. The gym is completely empty at the moment, and Sky is responsible for organizing and setting everything up. From hiring staff to building an artificial lake outside the gym, it's all Sky's responsibility. Since he manages Heaven Team's finances, he has access to a large budget. Heaven Team and the Sky Hunt group already generate considerable income, and during this time, it hasn't been small. Currently, Cain has over 30 million in cash, so he doesn't need to touch Heaven Team's funds, which also provides them with a solid foundation. Thanks to their recent development, Heaven Team has already taken shape. From now on, better management planning for the entire organization will be necessary. For example, each member will need a practical and stable Pokémon team. Cain's initial plan is to form teams with the combination of Breloom and Zangoose. If multiple pairs can be formed with Breloom with the Poison Heal ability and Zangoose with the Toxic Boost ability, the team's power will increase significantly. Additionally, it is necessary to define the uniform and emblem for Heaven Team. As an underground organization, having a unique identity is crucial for their growing recognition. Cain has already shared these ideas with Alec, Miyamoto, and Sky. All he cares about are the results, and they will handle the details. Being a leader who delegates has its advantages. As long as he retains enough power, there's no need to worry about his subordinates harboring ill intentions. This is Cain's confidence, a basic management principle he learned from Giovanni. After leaving the mountain, Cain returned to Leafy Town and immersed himself in work in the gym's backyard. End of chapter. Chapter 532, Chapter 532, Larvitar with a backpack. This time, Cain wasn't away for long. He spent 2 days training alongside Steven on MT Chimney. During those 2 days, Honchkrow and Weevil, whom Cain left in the backyard, didn't relax in the slightest. Despite being on the verge of reaching the advanced level, they continued to train diligently. Without Cain around, instead of slowing their training, they pushed themselves even harder. Cain noticed their progress. Though it wasn't visually apparent, the system scan stats showed an increase, proving their dedication. However, what surprised Cain the most was Larvitar. Despite being born not long ago, its body had undergone significant changes. Larvitar already had the highest body mass among all of Cain's Pokémon, and its weight continued to increase. Thanks to Cain's planned feeding regimen, which included daily calcium supplements through Miltank, Larvitar's growth was accelerating. Its size was now comparable to an average Larvitar, though the system still classified it as juvenile. What delighted Cain the most was Larvitar's growing ability to control its own weight. Now, when it ran across the ground, it no longer left deep, uneven footprints. While it still left marks, it could at least balance itself better. With a bit more training, Cain was confident that Larvitar would master complete control over its body weight. Its developing physique still required consistent adjustments, but once Larvitar entered its growth phase, stability would likely follow. Most exciting was Larvitar's innate ability to handle ground-type energy. As for its control over rock-type energy, Cain wasn't entirely certain. However, having been immersed in the geocentric cleansing milk for so long, its affinity for rock-type energy was unlikely to be weak. After all, when Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, its rock typing will be crucial. Although Cain also had a Torchic with the speed boost ability and an Aron with unyielding resilience, both with great potential, it was Larvitar, the youngest, who exhibited the most impressive energy control. When Cain returned to the backyard, Larvitar was visibly excited. It hadn't been many days since their last meeting, but for this baby Pokémon, it felt like an eternity. Larvitar leapt toward Cain, and with its considerable weight, it managed to maintain balance. Cain, however, had to use both his psychic and physical strength to barely hold it. As Cain patted Larvitar's armor, which was already becoming rougher, he couldn't help but sigh. The weight was truly astonishing. Once Larvitar entered its growth phase, Cain knew he wouldn't be able to carry it anymore. Releasing all his Pokémon, Cain allowed them a brief rest before resuming training. Training had become a daily routine for Slowking and the others, skipping even one day left them restless. But this time, Slowking's team wasn't the only group training. Torchic, Aron, Poliwag, and Mudkip, the 4 newcomers, joined in for the first time. Although their regimen wasn't as intense as Slowking's, it was far more demanding than their previous playful exercises. After their first battle, these young Pokémon bid farewell to their carefree days. The one who adapted best to this new reality was Aron, followed by Mudkip, Poliwag, and finally Torchic. Aron, naturally combative, had always been the most enthusiastic about battles. Mudkip, while not as extreme, also displayed a surprising passion for combat. Poliwag, meanwhile, was more accommodating. If Cain wanted it to train and fight, it would comply without hesitation, putting aside its own preferences. Torchic struggled the most, but after its last battle, despite exhaustion and pain, it didn't show any signs of giving up or complain to Cain. Cain was pleasantly surprised by Torchic's resilience, which exceeded his expectations. And who was the most envious? Larvitar, of course. With its small eyes sparkling with excitement, Larvitar watched the Pokémon training in the yard. If Cain hadn't stopped it, it would have eagerly joined in. Now's not the time for you to train. Once your body finishes developing, even if you don't want to train or fight, I'll make you, so enjoy this time while you can, Cain said, patting Larvitar's small head. Thanks to telepathy, Larvitar understood Cain perfectly. It obediently nodded, using its tiny hands to cheer on the other Pokémon. As it waved its little arms, small fragments of sand and rocks began to float around it. Cain was thrilled to see this. Larvitar's innate talent was incredible, living up to the expectations its mother had for it. Watching the floating rocks, Larvitar grew even more excited, waving its arms faster to make the stones circle Cain. Suddenly, Cain took out a small red object, roughly palm-sized, from his storage space. Upon seeing it, Larvitar's eyes lit up. The floating stones immediately dropped to the ground as its attention focused entirely on the Groudon armor fragment Cain held. Looking between Cain and the red object, Larvitar's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable desire. Cain chuckled, tapping Larvitar's head. "This is for you, but you're not ready to handle it yet. You can touch it, but you're not allowed to absorb its energy. If I catch you doing so, I'll take it away immediately." Larvitar quickly nodded in agreement. For some reason, an inner voice told it this red object would bring great benefits. Cain took out a special cord and crafted a small backpack for Larvitar, placing the Groudon armor fragment inside. And so, Larvitar now sported a tiny backpack. It looked pretty cool. End of chapter. Chapter 533, Chapter 533, The Little Groudon. 3 days later, with everything in order in Leafy Town, Cain set off again with his Pokémon, this time even bringing Larvitar along. The night before, Larvitar had entered its growth stage, so Cain stored it in its Pokeball without any issues. However, Larvitar's current size was rather shocking. Its normal height should have been around 60 centimeters, but upon entering its growth stage, Larvitar reached a full meter tall. With its considerable weight, it resembled a small growing monster, showing hints of Groudon in both size and mass. Moreover, thanks to the fragment of Groudon's armor it carried, Larvitar's ability to control ground-type energy was far greater than anyone might have expected. Cain was extremely satisfied with Larvitar's progress in mastering ground-type energy. After Larvitar finished its initial growth phase, Cain also had it practice using rock-type energy. As expected, Larvitar demonstrated remarkable proficiency in both types of energy, fulfilling its role as a sandstorm beast. The time Larvitar spent submerged in the geocentric cleansing milk, while almost preventing its hatching, had yielded numerous benefits. Not only had it increased its lifespan, but it had also significantly improved its weight, size, and energy control. More importantly, its mastery of ground-type energy could potentially reach even greater heights thanks to the fragment of Groudon's armor strapped to its back. When Larvitar evolves into Tyranitar, Cain will likely be able to call it the Little Groudon without hesitation. Even though Tyranitar is a rock/dark-type Pokémon, the ground-type moves Larvitar has learned will remain. While they won't receive the same type bonus, this won't stop Tyranitar from using ground-type moves with great effectiveness. Pokémon, Larvitar, Dark Blue. Gender, Male. Level. Type, Rock plus Ground. Ability, Guts. Held item, Fragment of Groudon's armor. Egg moves, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Ancient Power, Stealth Rock. Basic moves, Bite, Leer, Sandstorm. Learned moves, Snore. TM moves, None. These are Larvitar's current stats after completing its initial growth phase. Every time Cain reviews Larvitar's egg moves, he feels just how exceptional it is. This Pokémon could very well determine Cain's ultimate potential as a trainer. While he might not need Tyranitar to become an elite-level trainer, if Cain wishes to progress beyond that level, he will likely have to rely on this future Tyranitar's potential. It will be one of Cain's strongest Pokémon and a key factor in determining the limits of his growth. Seated on his Tropius, Cain flew toward Mobile City, enjoying the fresh morning air. His primary goal for this trip was to help Haunter complete its evolution. Yesterday, thanks to information obtained from Team Rocket, Cain discovered the exact method for evolving Haunter. After analyzing the data, he learned that the key was to expose Haunter to extremely dense ghost-type energy, allowing its gaseous body to transition into a more solid form. This didn't surprise Cain, as when Haunter absorbed the ghost energy from the Black Pillar in the Ghost Cave on Trial Island, its body had already begun to transform, unbeknownst to Haunter itself. However, at that time, Haunter's potential wasn't fully developed. If it had evolved then, its future growth would have been limited. That's why Cain stopped its evolution back then. Now, if Cain could return to Trial Island, he could easily make Haunter evolve. But returning to the island wasn't simple, not even Cain knew its exact location. Trial Island was a major Team Rocket base, and Cain didn't yet have the rank needed to access it. So, he would have to find another place. Fortunately, every region has a renowned location where the souls of deceased Pokémon are laid to rest. In Kanto, there's the Pokémon Tower, in Sinnoh, the Lost Tower, and in Unova, the Celestial Tower, among others. In the Hoenn region, this place is Mt. Pyre, located on Route 122. This mountain is home to many Pokémon remains and ashes, leading to a high concentration of ghost-type energy. The area is well known, as this energy has given rise to numerous ghost-type Pokémon. Trainers specializing in ghost types often visit MT Pyre to catch some. Like other such locations, MT Pyre is divided into external and internal areas. Most people can only explore the outer areas, where ghost-type energy is abundant but harmless to humans. However, the mountain's interior is saturated with ghost-type energy so dense it could affect Pokémon or humans, causing unpredictable consequences. Rumor has it that anyone who stays too long inside might even turn into a ghost. Cain had gathered all this information and knew that MT Pyre was the perfect place for Haunter to complete its evolution. Thus, his primary objective was to head to MT Pyre. However, the mountain was far from Mobile City, almost near Lily Cove City, so Cain planned to rest in Mobile before continuing his journey. Cain had left everything organized in Leafy Town. As the provisional gym leader, Sky had managed to tame the 3 water-type Pokémon with Cain's help, though he couldn't yet use them to their full potential. These Pokémon only obeyed Sky because of Cain's influence. Over time, as Sky grew stronger, he would be able to fully control them. The gym had just opened, so there weren't many challengers. Sky would stay at the gym, taking care of the tasks Cain had assigned him, recruiting staff and overseeing the construction of an artificial lake. The efficiency of the Devon Corporation was remarkable. Their development team arrived in Leafy Town the same day Steven left. Additionally, the Pokémon League construction team returned to build the new Breeders' Guild headquarters. Old Matsuda had officially been appointed president of the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town, while Cain was named honorary vice president. Although the title was honorary, knowing Matsuda's personality, it was clear that in practice, Cain would have the final say at the guild branch in Leafy Town. End of chapter. Chapter 534, Chapter 534, Advanced Level Honchkrow. Cain arrived on the outskirts of Mobile City riding his Tropius. It wasn't his first visit to Mobile City, he had previously rented a house on the city's outskirts for over a month. Additionally, he had used the city's battle arena to train his Pokémon while earning some money. This time, Cain was just passing through and had no intention of visiting the battle arena. Although he was only passing by and did not plan to challenge the arena again, Cain decided to stay in the city for a while, not because of the battle arena itself, but because of his interest in one of the organizations managing it, the Void Group. So far, the Void Group had not initiated an open investigation into the disappearance of the Black Serpent Gang in Leafy Town, but Cain wasn't sure if Kanan, one of the Void Group's high-ranking members, had already taken notice of the incident. To be honest, given the current state of Leafy Town, Cain wasn't afraid of Kanan in the slightest. Regardless of whether Kanan was a quasi-elite or even an elite-level trainer, he wouldn't surpass Kain's own master. Cain had left his master, Matsuda Takashi, in Leafy Town not just to preside over the Breeders' Guild branch but also to act as a deterrent, being a veteran elite-level trainer. Upon landing on the outskirts of Mobile City, Cain found a discreet spot to change clothes and alter his appearance, completely modifying his attire and disguise. Once in the city, Cain began investigating the Void Group. Every underground group struggles to keep all their internal information completely secret. Cain only needed to find someone knowledgeable in the city, and with the right amount of money, he could get the information he needed, especially about the Void Group. As a member of Team Rocket and with his experience in underground organizations across 2 lives, Cain quickly found the right place. In the corners of the black market, information brokers made a comfortable living. While some of the information sold was true and some false, discerning the difference depended on the buyer's ability. Cain purchased some information about the Void Group from a vendor who appeared to have a disability at a corner of the black market. Information brokers should never be underestimated, as their networks are incredibly intricate. Why did he choose this particular vendor? Instinct. It may sound amusing, but it was pure instinct. With the information in hand, Cain vanished from the black market. As for the details he obtained, some were false, but others were true. This time, the information seemed reliable. The leader of the Void Group, known simply as Void, was an elite-level trainer. In a large city like Mobile, Void was ranked among the top 5 most powerful trainers. However, it was rumored that this leader, Void, had been missing for some time. No one knew what he was doing, and in his absence, a group of high-ranking members had taken control of the organization. This shared leadership had led to increasing internal conflicts. Most importantly, Void's disappearance had left the organization without a superior-level leader. Many factions in Mobile City and other areas were eagerly watching the Void Group, as they controlled one of the most lucrative battle arenas. However, no one was entirely certain if Void had truly disappeared, so they didn't dare openly invade his territory. With these internal and external tensions, the Void Group had no time to concern themselves with a small place like Leafy Town. This was why no one from the Void Group had appeared in Leafy Town so far. It was likely that Kanan, the member Cain was monitoring, was too preoccupied with managing the internal power struggles. To stabilize the situation, there were only 2 options: either Void returned, or a new elite-level leader emerged to take control with their power. Otherwise, the internal chaos would continue to worsen. This was excellent news for the Heaven team in its developmental stage. After obtaining the information he needed, Cain decided to leave again. Although some of the information could be false, the prolonged absence of Void seemed genuine, as Cain could sense a tense and hostile atmosphere in the black market. Things were unfolding more in his favor than he expected. Initially, Cain had planned to remain in Mobile City to attack and destabilize the Void group if they tried to interfere in Leafy Town, aiming to provoke irreparable conflicts between them and other factions in the city. This would have given the Heaven team the time it needed to grow stronger. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Cain took a taxi and crossed all of Mobile City. By the end of the day, night had already fallen when he left the city again, riding his Tropius. Although he had lost a day in Mobile City, he had gained the peace of mind to continue his journey. MT Pyre was located east of Mobile City, and to get there, Cain would need to traverse Route 118 and Route 123. That night, he would likely have to camp outdoors. He released Honchkrow, relying on him to watch over and protect Tropius while they flew. As night fell, large groups of Zubat and Golbat began to fill the sky, eyeing Cain and his Tropius hungrily. However, intimidated by Tropius and Honchkrow's presence, they didn't dare approach. But the number of Golbat and Zubat kept increasing. Frowning, Cain looked at the Golbat surrounding them with irritation. In a cold voice, he said, "I don't want to bother you, but it seems you won't leave me alone. Honchkrow, it's your turn, show me how much you've grown these past days." Caw. Honchkrow cried excitedly. After several days of training in the backyard alongside Weevil, he was eager to let loose. Seeing the number of Golbat and Zubat, he felt the rush of battle coursing through him. He launched a Shadow Ball at a particularly bothersome Golbat. Boom. Honchkrow had mastered Shadow Ball with impressive speed. With a flap of his wings, he dove straight into the swarm of Golbat. Tailwind swirled around Honchkrow, and flying and dark energy mixed into his wings. Like a wolf among sheep, the Golbat tried to resist but were no match for Honchkrow. Soon, they began scattering. However, the sheer number of Zubat and Golbat in the area caused those attempting to flee to collide with those still trying to advance, creating chaos in the sky. Some clever Zubat tried to attack Cain directly, but Haunter repelled them from the shadows. As Honchkrow unleashed everything he had accumulated during his training, his level finally rose, reaching level 40 and officially entering the advanced level. End of chapter. Chapter 535, Chapter 535, The Growth of the Young Ones. Honchkrow managed to advance to the advanced level, taking down a large number of Golbat and Zubat in the sky. As the Golbat and Zubat began to scatter, realizing something was wrong, Honchkrow, satisfied with its victory, flew back. Cain smiled as he gently stroked Honchkrow's soft, shiny feathers. After advancing a bit further, Cain signaled Tropius to descend. It was better not to push the Pokémon too hard at night, especially when they hadn't eaten yet. 2 days later, Cain and Torchic arrived at the base of MT Pyre. It had taken them 2 days, but not because Cain was in a hurry. Along the way, he realized that, since routes 118 and 123 were frequently visited by trainers, the wild Pokémon in the area weren't very high level. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cain trained Torchic and the other Pokémon in battle. The weaker wild Pokémon were the perfect targets. Even Larvitar, who was just entering its growth phase, joined the battles. However, unlike Torchic, who was participating in its first battle, Larvitar displayed a fierce intensity, similar to Aaron. Both were robust Pokémon, with similar combat strategies. Additionally, Aaron and Larvitar had developed a strong friendship, and Larvitar learned a lot from Aaron's battle tactics. Thanks to its mastery over ground and rock-type energy and its impressive egg moves, Larvitar didn't lag behind compared to Pokémon like Mudkip. The wild Pokémon ranged from levels 10 to 20, which allowed Torchic, Aaron, Poliwag, Mudkip, and Larvitar to face them in coordinated efforts. When Pokémon above level 20 appeared, Weevil, observing from a distance, stepped in to protect them and defeat the opponent. This process allowed everyone to improve their skills without risk. Torchic and Mudkip reached level 12, and with just a few more levels, these starter Pokémon would be ready to evolve, expanding their combat strategies. Poliwag reached level 15. Although it didn't have as many opportunities to shine due to the environment, its progress wasn't as rapid as Torchic's. Aaron reached level 18. After following Cain and recovering from the wounds of past battles, Aaron felt its growth was more significant than ever. Even Larvitar, in its first battle, managed to reach level 10, catching up with Cain's second-string Pokémon. This was the progress of Cain's second-string team. Furthermore, after helping to face higher-level Pokémon, Weevil also advanced to the advanced level. Following in Honchkrow's footsteps, Weevil became Cain's third Pokémon to reach the advanced level. With the first-string Pokémon starting to reach the advanced level, Cain's overall strength also reached that tier. The second-string team was also receiving training when time allowed, gradually increasing their levels. Overall, Cain had entered a period of balanced development. This situation was ideal. Cain no longer had to push his Pokémon for survival, which might have drained their potential. Now, with a steady growth pace, every Pokémon could reach their full potential. Especially the young ones in the second-string team, who, thanks to the support of Honchkrow and the others, could develop quickly. It wouldn't be surprising if, by the time the first-string Pokémon reached the elite level, Torchic and the others were already at the quasi-elite level, making for a seamless transition. Cain was quite satisfied with his Pokémon's progress. The main purpose of his visit to Mt. Pyre was to evolve Haunter into Gengar. Once achieved, he would have an even greater advantage in terms of power. Cain also had a Mega Stone, although he wasn't sure which Pokémon it was for. However, Gengar was a Pokémon capable of Mega evolving. If he was lucky, and the Mega Stone turned out to be for Gengar, he would only need to acquire a Key Stone. Along with a good bond with Gengar, Mega Evolution would be possible. Cain already had a Soothe Bell, so he wasn't worried about strengthening his bond with Haunter. They had already built a solid connection during their time on the Trial Island. Additionally, although Mega Stones were hard to find, Key Stones were relatively easier to obtain. Therefore, evolving Haunter was one of Cain's main priorities. Mt. Pyre was a place where the remains of many Pokémon were buried, mainly those who had been trainers' companions. Some had fallen in battle, while others simply reached the end of their life cycle. Regardless of the cause, in the Hoenn region, trainers brought their Pokémon to Mt. Pyre for burial. Over time, the place became filled with Pokémon graves, and Ghost-type energy began to concentrate in the area, attracting ghost Pokémon. These ghost Pokémon roamed around the mountain. If one visited Mt. Pyre at night and encountered ghost Pokémon, there was no need to be afraid. As long as you didn't act recklessly, the ghost Pokémon wouldn't harm you, though they might play a few pranks. However, if you acted rashly and angered the ghost Pokémon, the consequences could be severe. Due to the strong ghost energy presence, trainers specializing in this type frequently visited Mt. Pyre, either to catch ghost Pokémon or to train theirs. However, most stayed in the outer areas of the mountain, where there weren't significant dangers. But if one ventured into the interior of Mt. Pyre, they needed to be cautious, as much more aggressive ghost Pokémon resided there. Standing at the base of Mt. Pyre, Cain looked at the mountain, which was slightly smaller than Mt. Chimney, and lost himself in thought. Wasn't Phoebe, the future Ghost-type Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, said to have come from Mt. Pyre? End of chapter. Chapter 536, Chapter 536, Dusclops. Upon arriving here, most people were accompanied by one or two Ghost-type Pokémon. However, trainers specializing in these Pokémon always appeared exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes. Unlike other league trainers, they didn't greet one another or exchange smiles upon meeting. Each focused on their own business, ignoring everyone else. Because of this, it's said that trainers specializing in ghost-type Pokémon tend to behave in ways others might find strange or uncomfortable. Furthermore, among all Pokémon types, ghost-type trainers are the least numerous. Cain decided it was unnecessary for Haunter to remain hidden in his shadow, allowing it to come out and accompany him. Haunter seemed very lively in this place, as the ghost-type energy saturating the environment made it feel quite comfortable. Climbing the mountain stairs, even though the sun shone in the sky, there was a dimness in the air, and the sunlight didn't provide its usual warmth to the body. Cain knew there was an inner region within Mt. Pyre. If Haunter wanted to evolve perfectly, it would be better to venture into that area where ghost-type energy was more concentrated. This area was still part of Mt. Pyre's outskirts. Although the ghost-type energy here was much more abundant than in other places, for Haunter, it only meant faster recovery. It didn't have the density he experienced on Trial Island, where he absorbed much more potent ghostly energy. In other words, the quantity here was sufficient, but the quality wasn't. Reaching halfway up the mountain, Cain stopped. While continuing up the stairs to the summit was easier and more comfortable, many trainers had already taken that path and found no entrance to the inner areas. Clearly, nothing new would be discovered by continuing there. Ignoring a sign warning against entering unknown areas, Cain veered off the path, with Haunter following closely. Walking on the soft grass and observing the scattered graves, Cain noticed the temperature here was slightly lower than on the stairs. "Haunter, do you sense anything in this place?" Cain asked, looking at the Pokémon beside him. "Kakik." Haunter shook its head. "Then let's keep searching elsewhere." Although the ghost energy does seem slightly stronger here, Cain mused. As a psychic, Cain could perceive the ghost-type energy floating in the air. Naturally, his body felt some aversion to it, but not enough to stop him from proceeding. As they ventured further, fewer and fewer people appeared around them. Eventually, no one else was in sight. Cain felt a sense of anticipation. "Ms. Magius," he called softly into the air. "Mias." Hearing Cain's voice, Ms. Magius eagerly emerged from the shadow where she had been hiding. Since approaching Mt. Pyre, Ms. Magius had felt the environmental difference and wanted to come out. However, remembering the fright caused by the Dragonite they encountered earlier, she had restrained herself until Cain called. Seeing Ms. McGeeus with the soothe bell hanging from her chest, Cain smiled and patted her head. The bond between Cain and Ms. McGeeus had improved significantly, to the point where she no longer resisted carrying out simple tasks. Ms. McGeeus, can you sense any place where the ghost energy is stronger around here? Cain asked. Myas. Ms. McGeeus paused for a moment, then closed her eyes, focusing on the surroundings. Cain didn't interrupt, letting her sense silently. Myas. Suddenly, Ms. McGeeus opened her eyes with a delighted expression and floated in a specific direction. Seeing Ms. McGeeus's reaction, Cain didn't hesitate and followed, with Haunter in tow. With Ms. McGeeus's speed, they reached the location she had sensed in just a minute. However, it wasn't what Cain expected. It wasn't an entrance to MT Pyre's inner area but a shadowy, dark spot behind a large rock. The back side of the rock, shielded from direct sunlight, was cold and damp, covered in moss. Here, the ghost energy was denser than in other nearby areas, but only in comparison to its surroundings. Myas. Ms. McGeeus began circling Cain with an expression that clearly wanted a reward. Seeing this, Cain couldn't help but smile wryly and took out a few poke blocks to give it. However, just as Cain was about to leave, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. 2 hands extended forward, with a red eye in the center, its body covered in a pale gray. Dusclops. Appearing so suddenly, it was genuinely a bit eerie. On the way here, Cain had already encountered several ghost-type Pokémon, such as Ghastly, Shuppet, and Duskull, but this was the first time he saw a Dusclops. Slightly startled by its appearance, Cain watched as the Dusclops launched an attack. However, Haunter, always by his side, quickly intervened to stop it. The system activated, scanning Dusclops' data. Pokémon, Dusclops, green. Gender, female. Level. Type, ghost. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, pain split, feint attack. Basic moves, shadow punch, future sight, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, gravity, bind, leer, nightshade, disable, astonish, foresight, shadow sneak, pursuit, will-o-wisp, confuse ray, curse. Learned moves, snore, snatch, spite. TM moves, none. A level 37 Dusclops with green quality. From what Cain knew, Duskull evolved into Dusclops at level 37, but Dusclops wasn't its final form. If he obtained a Reaper Cloth, it could evolve into Dusknoir, one of the most powerful ghost-type Pokémon. It seemed the denser ghost energy Ms. McGeeus sensed came from this Dusclops, which had likely evolved due to it. Or perhaps, it was the presence of this Dusclops that made the ghost energy in the area more concentrated. Haunter, use skill swap and then psychic. Dusclops is slow, keep your distance and avoid close combat, Cain instructed after analyzing the Dusclops' data. Kakik. Haunter responded quickly, moving away from Dusclops to maintain distance, then used skill swap to exchange its ability with Dusclops'. End of chapter. Chapter 537, Chapter 537, The Future Ghost Type Elite 4, Phoebe. Dusclops' ability was the rare pressure. From the start of the battle, Haunter felt an intense pressure that prevented him from unleashing his full power, as though he lacked strength every time he tried to use a move. However, after swapping abilities with Dusclops, that sensation vanished. On the other hand, Dusclops began to feel the same pressure Haunter had been enduring. Suddenly, a powerful psychic wave enveloped Haunter. A series of black spheres appeared around Dusclops' body, and under Haunter's control, they all shot toward Dusclops at once. Grr. Dusclops cried out in pain. Haunter had mastered the move Psychic long ago, but since Slowking, another team member, was an expert in Psychic-type moves, Haunter hadn't had many opportunities to use it. Additionally, having spent considerable time alongside Slowking, Haunter had learned a lot about controlling Psychic. Dusclops' hands began to emanate a dark, trap-like substance, and it lunged directly at Haunter. Slow, with strong physical and special defenses, and specialized in physical attacks. It's a rather unique ghost-type Pokémon, Cain thought. At the same time, he continued giving instructions to Haunter, keep your distance. Attack continuously with Shadow Ball. Thanks to his speed, Haunter easily dodged Dusclops' attack. Particularly for this wild Dusclops, without a trainer to guide it, there was no special strategy, it attacked directly whenever it encountered an opponent. This might also be related to the inherent nature of Pokémon like Dusclops. After creating some distance again, Haunter focused 2 black energy spheres between his claws. Ghost-type and Dragon-type Pokémon are the only ones that can be effectively damaged by moves of their own type. Haunter's Shadow Ball would deal double damage to Dusclops, who was also a Ghost-type Pokémon. With the advantage of speed and Dusclops, slower and lacking effective combat methods, unable to defend itself, Dusclops was soon defeated by Haunter's attacks. Cain frowned as he watched Dusclops, unable to continue fighting, fall to the ground. It wasn't that there was anything particularly strange about Haunter defeating Dusclops, but after doing so, Cain noticed that the ghost energy in the surrounding area seemed to grow denser. And as time passed, the ghost-type energy became even stronger. As a psychic, Cain had the ability to perceive such things. Kakik. Of course, being a ghost-type Pokémon, Haunter sensed the environmental change far better than Cain. It stayed close to Cain, ready for any surprises. Meanwhile, Ms. Magia seemed like a carefree child, her small red eyes blinking curiously as she observed her surroundings. Me. Suddenly, Ms. Magias pointed to a spot with her finger. Cain followed her gaze and saw a figure standing atop a pile of rocks not far away. Though he couldn't make out the person's face clearly, the direction they were looking suggested they were observing him. Cain frowned. Did that person have something to do with the increasing density of ghost energy in the area? As if to answer Cain's doubts, several ghost-type Pokémon began to appear around them. Ghastly, Haunter, Duskull, Shuppet, and even their evolutions, Dusclops and Banette. More and more of them surrounded Cain and his Pokémon at a safe distance. With mischievous smiles on their faces, typical of ghost-type Pokémon, they stared at Cain as if they had found something extraordinary. The figure began to approach Cain. As they got closer, Cain could see the person more clearly. She had blue eyes, short black hair, and what seemed like two small red flowers blooming on her cheeks. She wore a long blue dress and no shoes. Most striking was her skin, which was quite dark. No wonder Cain hadn't been able to distinguish her appearance earlier. In such a dim environment, someone with such a dark complexion almost blended in with the surroundings. But when he saw her attire, Cain's eyes narrowed. When he entered MT Pyre, he had considered the possibility of encountering Phoebe, who would later become one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, specializing in ghost types. He had thought of it, but he didn't expect to actually meet her there. Phoebe's blue eyes showed no emotion as she slowly approached Cain. She stared at him intently, scrunching her nose slightly, and in an accusatory tone, said, "Why did you attack Dusclops? Didn't you know people aren't allowed here without permission?" Dusclops. Was she talking about the Dusclops lying on the ground? The Dusclops that Haunter had defeated was slowly opening its eyes. It no longer looked fierce as before. Upon seeing Phoebe, it rushed toward her as if it had found its savior, whining and complaining. Phoebe frowned as she listened to what Dusclops was saying. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why did you attack Dusclops? It says it hurt a lot." Cain frowned, thought for a moment, and finally said, "Ask it who attacked first." Hearing this, Phoebe turned her gaze to Dusclops, her eyes glowing red. Seeing the red glow in Phoebe's eyes and the familiar psychic energy she emitted, Cain understood. It seemed that after becoming a member of the Elite Four, there were rumors that Phoebe could directly communicate with ghost-type Pokémon, even claiming she was the daughter of a ghost. But now Cain realized that this ability to communicate with ghost types was due to Phoebe having telepathy. Under Phoebe's inquisitive gaze, Dusclops seemed a bit nervous. In the end, it confessed everything that had happened. After listening to Dusclops' explanation, Phoebe's small face showed an embarrassed expression. Scratching her head, she said, it seems it was Dusclops' fault. It just evolved and got excited, wanting to fight other Pokémon to test its strength. But I stopped her, so she ran off, and when she saw you, she wanted to fight you. But in the end, you defeated her." Then Phoebe quickly bowed and said, "I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of Dusclops." Hearing this, Cain understood what had happened. That's why Dusclops had fought so erratically, using moves randomly without a clear strategy to counter Haunter's attacks. End of chapter. Chapter 538, Chapter 538, The Surprising Affinity with Ghost-type Pokémon. After all, Phoebe was the future Elite Four member of the Hoenn region, so Cain needed to show her some respect. He waved his hand, signaling that there was no problem. Even if she weren't the future Ghost Queen, seeing the ever-growing number of Ghost-type Pokémon around, he had to show courtesy. What an incredible affinity with Ghost-type Pokémon. Cain thought, amazed. In any case, this isn't a place you should be approaching. If you follow the line of rocks behind you, you'll return to the stairs leading up the mountain, said Phoebe, pointing to a path. The surrounding Ghost-type Pokémon began to disperse, and the concentration of ghostly energy gradually decreased. After saying this, Phoebe turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Cain interrupted her. Phoebe turned around, a curious expression on her face. Cain wasn't sure how long it would take to find the entrance to the inner zones of MT Pyre, but now he had the perfect guide standing right in front of him. Phoebe's appearance reinforced Cain's certainty about the existence of an inner area rich in ghostly energy. Cain called Haunter to come closer and said, "This little one is ready to evolve, but we haven't found the right method. I've heard that an intense concentration of ghostly energy might help it evolve." Phoebe looked at Haunter, her eyes lighting up. This Haunter has been trained exceptionally well, Phoebe thought. "So, I was wondering if MT Pyre has a place with a high concentration of ghostly energy that could help it evolve," Cain continued. Phoebe considered his words for a moment. The inner zones of MT Pyre. Her grandparents had told her not to take anyone there. They had warned her that for ordinary people, the intense ghostly energy could be overwhelming and cause irreversible effects on their bodies. But if what this young man said was true, and Haunter truly needed such a place to evolve, the inner zones were perfect. Besides, she remembered that it was her Pokémon, Dusclops, who had attacked Cain first, and she herself had misunderstood the situation. Despite that, Cain hadn't made any complaints. It felt like she owed him a favor, and her grandparents had always told her that favors must be repaid. Should she take him or not? While Phoebe pondered, Ms. McGeeus, who had been accompanying Cain, couldn't contain herself anymore. The sound of the soothe bell resonated clearly in the air. Phoebe lifted her head, meeting Miss Magius's bright red eyes. A look of surprise and excitement crossed her face, and she ran toward Cain, or rather, toward Ms. McGeeus. Normally, Ms. McGeeus, who was quite shy, would have hidden behind Cain when someone approached suddenly, as she often did even with Professor Oak. However, when Phoebe approached, Ms. McGeeus didn't hide, she simply observed her curiously. There was something about this human that felt strangely familiar. An incredible affinity with ghost-type Pokémon. Cain couldn't help but admire her. Just as Phoebe was about to hug Ms. McGeeus, the latter vanished, dodging the embrace. Although she wasn't uncomfortable with Phoebe's presence, she also didn't appreciate being hugged by a stranger. Phoebe, failing to secure her hug, watched as Ms. McGeeus stayed close to Cain. "Is this Ms. McGeeus also your Pokémon?" Phoebe asked, realizing her own impudence and smiling sheepishly. Cain nodded. "In a strict sense, yes," he replied. "Although, for now, I can't give her commands in battle. I don't sense any aura around her. If I hadn't heard the sound of her bell, I wouldn't even have noticed her presence," Phoebe remarked, surprised. Then she closed her eyes and used her psychic abilities to perceive Miss Magius's state. When she did, her face paled slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared. That energy," she stammered. Phoebe's behavior took Cain by surprise. Even if she realized that Miss McGeeus is elite level, she shouldn't react like this, should she? Cain wondered. After all, she was the future Ghost-type Elite Four member. Regaining her composure, Phoebe looked at Cain with newfound respect. "Has this Miss McGeeus reached the elite level?" Phoebe asked. Cain nodded. "Yes, Miss McGeeus was already at that level before joining me, but she's quite naive, so she hasn't fought much." "I see. Then, you have the right to enter MT Pyre's inner zones," Phoebe replied. With that, she began walking toward the mountain's interior, with Dusclops following her as if it knew it had made a mistake. Cain followed, accompanied by an alert Haunter and a curious Miss McGeeus observing her surroundings. "My name is Phoebe." "What's yours?" she asked as they walked. "Cain. Are you a trainer from outside? It seems you don't specialize in ghost types, right?" Cain nodded. "Cain, is the outside world fun?" "I suppose so," Cain replied, somewhat awkwardly. "What's the outside world like? Is it full of non-ghost Pokémon?" "Yes." "Do you have other Pokémon? Can I see them?" "No." "Why not?" Cain. The journey, which took about 15 minutes, felt to Cain like a constant buzz in his ears. He never would have imagined that this girl, who initially seemed somewhat cold, would turn into a chatterbox once she felt comfortable. Throughout the journey, Phoebe asked questions about the outside world. For Cain, who understood that she had never left MT Pyre, it was understandable, albeit exhausting. Finally, they arrived at a large rock. When Cain touched it, it felt like an ordinary rock. Phoebe, however, extended her hand, and the rock's surface rippled like water, allowing her to pass through. "Is that how it works?" Following her example, Cain enveloped his hand in psychic energy and extended it toward the rock. Just like Phoebe, he was able to pass through. However, both Phoebe and Dusclops stared at him in amazement, as if they had just witnessed something incredible. End of chapter. Chapter 539, Chapter 539, The Elders of MT Pyre. "You have the same ability as I do?" Phoebe asked, surprised. "My grandparents told me this ability is very rare outside of here, and it turns out I meet someone who can also communicate with ghost-type Pokémon, right on my first outing," Phoebe thought. "Are you referring to this?" "This is just telekinesis. What you used earlier to communicate with the Pokémon is a form of telekinesis, we call it telepathy," Cain replied, waving his hand to reveal the thin layer of psychic energy in his palm. Telekinesis. Telepathy. Phoebe had never heard those terms before. Isolated from the outside world, Phoebe wasn't familiar with these concepts. Her entire life, both her grandparents and herself had referred to that energy as ghost power. However, this energy wasn't rare among the three of them. What puzzled her was that, according to her grandparents, people outside their home didn't possess this ability. Is telekinesis the name they use outside for this ability? Phoebe wondered. Cain quickly noticed that the energy emanating from Phoebe was slightly different from his own, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. This difference was likely why Phoebe hadn't sensed his telekinesis. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, Phoebe continued guiding Cain through the stone tunnel. Entering the interior of Mt. Pyre, they found themselves in a peculiar space, like a small separate world. There were plants, flowing water, and a gentle breeze, but the sky was gray, without a sun. The light inside came from glowing stones and moss covering the mountain walls, making the illumination inside not much different from the outside. Is this the interior of Mt. Pyre? Or a strange alternate space? Cain silently wondered. In the Pokémon world, alternate spaces weren't uncommon. Many Pokémon had the ability to create such spaces. For example, the Haunter hiding in Cain's shadow wasn't actually in the shadow, it had created an alternate space within it. The same went for Mismagius's mysterious vault, filled with strange items, where there were likely more than a few supreme-quality dusk stones. However, the high concentration of ghostly energy in this space was undeniable. This was the legendary Mt. Pyre, a place where few people could survive for long. If someone stayed here too long, the ghostly energies would invade their body, corrupting their being. It wasn't surprising that telekinesis was required to enter this place. Without some form of psychic protection, the human body wouldn't be able to withstand such energy. Come on, Cain. Don't lower your telekinetic guard for even a second, otherwise, the ghostly energy will invade you quickly. At first, I thought I wouldn't be able to protect two people with my spiritual force, but I see you can handle it on your own, Phoebe explained as she moved forward. Meanwhile, the Dusclops that had accompanied them until now retreated. This was its true home. Cain observed a large number of ghost-type Pokémon around him, many of them high-level and of great quality. Compared to the Pokémon he'd seen outside, these were clearly superior, which made sense given the much denser ghostly energy here. Haunter, who had stayed close to Cain all this time, seemed to thrive in this environment, absorbing large amounts of ghostly energy with every breath. If it had to fight here, its endurance and battle power would multiply. This place was a true paradise, or hell, for ghost-type Pokémon. Phoebe, evidently familiar with the area, knew not only every corner of the environment but also all the Pokémon living there. She had even given them all names, and while some Pokémon seemed indifferent, they inevitably responded when Phoebe called them. The Dusclops that had left earlier was merely average compared to the other Pokémon here. If all the ghost Pokémon in this area organized into an army, they could easily devastate several cities. Even the combined forces of Mobile City's underground groups would struggle to stop them. The level of power here was astonishing. As they walked, Cain's system kept scanning the Pokémon around him. Occasionally, he spotted one with excellent quality, near the upper limits of ghost-type Pokémon. With a bit of training, these Pokémon could reach their full potential. After about 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at what appeared to be a tranquil garden with bridges and streams, though the lack of sunlight made it somewhat less charming. In the center stood an old house, slightly out of place. In front of the house, two elderly people sat calmly, the grandmother knitting a sweater, and the grandfather enjoying a cup of tea, exuding an aura of absolute peace. This place, though a bit cold and devoid of sunlight, was the perfect retreat for a peaceful retirement. Phoebe, upon seeing her grandparents, ran toward them and shouted, "Grandparents! I brought someone." Hearing her, the elderly couple stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze to Cain. They saw the telekinetic energy surrounding him, noticed the Haunter floating beside him, and finally focused on the Mismagius accompanying him. Upon seeing Mismagius, both elders furrowed their brows slightly before exchanging a glance, confirming their thoughts. However, the moment passed quickly. When Phoebe reached their side, both showed loving smiles, their wrinkled faces softening as they embraced their granddaughter. Cain crossed the small bridge, approached the elders, and respectfully bowed, waiting in silence. End of chapter. Chapter 540, Chapter 540, The Great Influence of Mismagius. After calming Phoebe, the two elders turned their gaze to Cain, nodding repeatedly. At first glance, he seemed quite presentable. Cain felt a bit uncomfortable, as though their gazes carried a peculiar weight. "I just heard from Phoebe that you came here because you want your Haunter to evolve into Jengar, correct?" the old man said. Though his voice sounded aged, it was filled with vitality. Haunter hovered beside Cain, observing the situation around them. Haunter was well aware of Cain's purpose in bringing him here. After seeing his companions evolve one by one, Haunter felt deep envy. Having spent so much time in Cain's shadow as his protector, Haunter had started to fall behind compared to his teammates. Even Skorupi, whom Haunter had watched grow, was now on the verge of surpassing him. Still, Haunter had never complained, diligently fulfilling his duty to protect Cain. Though mischievous at times during play, Haunter was always reliable when it truly mattered. "That's correct. I wanted to ask you, esteemed elders, if you know of a place with especially abundant ghost-type energy where Haunter could complete his evolution," Cain asked respectfully. The elders exchanged glances, sending an odd mental wave between them. Cain couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These elders were using telepathy, yet there was no psychic energy resonance in their bodies. Could it be that their ability wasn't truly psychic power? Still, its use didn't seem very different from psychic power. After a few seconds, the white-haired elder stood up from his chair and said, "Young man, follow me." Cain was taken aback. That simple? With cautious curiosity, Cain followed the elder into a rocky cave. As soon as he entered, the resistance in the air grew exponentially. Cain felt as if he had returned to the space beneath the black stone pillar on the trial island. Ms. McGeeus, visibly delighted, flew ahead of them, as if returning home. "Did you find this Ms. McGeeus in a place filled with ghost-type energy?" the elder asked. Hearing the elder's words, Cain suddenly understood why Phoebe and her grandparents hadn't rejected his request. Was it because of Ms. McGeeus's presence? Yes, Cain answered truthfully. Given that these elders were experts in ghost-type Pokémon and far more experienced than he was, they probably already knew where Ms. McGeeus came from. Cain saw no reason to hide the truth. The elder nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Cain's reply. He didn't explain further. They continued walking in silence, their steps accompanied only by the crunching of stones beneath their shoes and the soft chime of the bell on Ms. McGeeus's chest as she floated. The atmosphere here was very similar to the dark space Cain had encountered before, but the ghost-type energy wasn't as dense. At least, with his current level of psychic power, Cain could move around normally. Haunter and Ms. McGeeus began naturally absorbing the ghost-type energy surrounding them. Soon, Cain realized that the cave wasn't as deep as he had imagined. After only 3 minutes, they reached the end. The ghost-type energy in this area was extremely dense, but Cain couldn't determine its source or why it concentrated here. The elder pointed to a small altar at the center and said, "That's the place where the ghost-type energy is most intense. If you want your Haunter to evolve, that would be the ideal spot." Cain didn't send Haunter to the altar immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, sir, but what exactly is this place? And how is it different from the place where I found Ms. McGeeus?" The elder's expression turned nostalgic. Without hiding anything, he explained, "This is the interior of Mt. Pyre, or more precisely, an alternate dimension within it. It was once home to a very powerful Pokémon, and the spot you're standing on now was its residence. That altar was where it absorbed energy." "A powerful Pokémon? A legendary Pokémon?" Cain asked, intrigued. The elder nodded. "A legendary Pokémon. But it left this place long ago, leaving us this space behind. This cave is the most suitable place for ghost-type Pokémon to evolve. By simply standing on that altar, all the ghost-type energy accumulated over countless years in Mt. Pyre will begin to converge there. But don't worry. The amount of energy stored here is so vast that even that legendary Pokémon couldn't exhaust it. Haunter's evolution will only slightly dilute the energy, but the benefits he'll gain will be beyond your imagination." The elder explained everything patiently. By nature, Cain was wary of strangers, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this elder harbored no ill intent or hidden motives. It was his intuition as a psychic. Still, Cain asked, "Forgive me if this seems bold, but why are you helping me? Is there something you need me to do in return?" Cain phrased his question carefully. The elder's expression didn't change. He smiled and replied, "It's not for you, it's for that legendary Pokémon." Looking at Ms. McGeeus, who floated and played happily in the cave, he continued, "Your Ms. McGeeus is special. It carries the presence of that legendary Pokémon. Though that presence is fading, we've lived here so long that we can still sense it. That's the reason behind our special ability. Outsiders call it psychic power, but after so many years intertwined with ghost-type energy, it has transformed somewhat. We can still use telepathy and some common psychic techniques, but its essence has changed. That's why we call it ghost power. Ghost power? It was likely a variation of psychic power, but one that altered its very essence. Psychic power intertwined with ghost-type energy. This stirred something in Cain. He knew his talent with psychic power was limited, with few ways to improve. Could this ghost power help him overcome that limit? Cain kept these thoughts to himself, saying nothing. For now, his level of telepathy was more than sufficient. Besides, Ms. McGeeus's influence turned out to be far greater than he had ever imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 541, Chapter 541, Strange Black Crystal. I still have one last question. Are you part of the Alliance? Cain asked. The Alliance, you could say so. At one time, I was part of it, but my wife and I have lived here for nearly 40 years. We no longer belong anywhere. We're just two old folks taking care of what's left to us, the elder replied with a smile. Cain nodded thoughtfully. He vaguely recalled a similar story, a pair of elders on Mt. Pyre who possessed two extremely valuable orbs. A crimson orb and an indigo orb. These orbs had the power to awaken Groudon and Kyogre from their slumber. Both Team Magma and Team Aqua had been searching for these orbs, but so far, they had not uncovered their whereabouts, nor were they even sure of their existence. Cain couldn't be certain if those orbs were in the possession of these elders. Once his question was answered, Cain no longer hesitated. "Haunter, head to the platform and take in the ghost-type energy," Cain instructed his haunter. Kakik, Haunter let out an eager laugh, nodded decisively, and floated slowly toward the platform. "Let my old companions assist." "Come out, Jengar, Dusknoir, Banette," the elder said, tossing 3 Pokeballs. 3 powerful ghost-type Pokemon appeared in the cavern. Ghost types tend to have long lifespans, allowing them to retain their strength once they reach their peak potential. These 3 Pokemon had likely been with the elder for a very long time. Though the elder's hair was now white, his Pokemon showed no signs of weakness or aging. Trainers specializing in ghost types often see their Pokemon maintain their strength throughout their lifetimes, only fading after their trainer passes on. Agatha, the Elite Four ghost specialist from the Kanto region, was a prime example. Cain used his system to scan the data of the 3 ghost types. While he was impressed, he also found it logical. Pokemon, Dusknoir, blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, ghost. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, imprison, destiny bond, pain split, memento. Base moves, shadow punch, future sight, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, gravity, bind, leer, nightshade, disable, astonish, foresight, shadow sneak, pursuit, will-o-wisp, confuse ray, curse, hex, shadow ball, mean look, payback. Learned moves, snatch, icy wind, telekinesis, focus punch. TM moves, protect, hidden power, water, ice beam, earthquake, double team, will-o-wisp. 3 elite-level Pokemon, though not as powerful as those of Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi, were formidable foes for Cain. In an enclosed space like this, with few opponents or adversaries, reaching this level of power was already astonishing to Cain. While the ghost-type energy here was abundant, progress for the Pokemon wasn't merely about absorbing energy. Dusknoir remaining at level 69 and not ascending to 70 was likely due to the lack of strong opponents to challenge. Haunter had floated onto the platform, and the ghost-type energy that drifted through the air began rushing toward it as if finding an outlet. Cain's expression shifted slightly. The rate at which the energy was being infused was too rapid, Haunter couldn't endure it. However, the elder, aware of the situation, had his 3 Pokemon form a triangle around Haunter, creating a barrier that blocked much of the ghost energy. After staving off the strongest impact, small currents of visible black energy began flowing into Haunter's body through the gaps between the 3 Pokemon. It was almost identical to the process on the trial island, where the black pillar had a similar purpose. Haunter closed its eyes and began absorbing the fine threads of black energy. One after another, without pause. This place was where that legendary Pokemon trained. "Haunter cannot handle all of this energy alone, so my 3 Pokemon are filtering and purifying it," the elder explained to Cain. "Thank you, sir." Cain bowed respectfully. The elder waved a hand dismissively, downplaying the gesture. Haunter continued absorbing the energy. Clearly, it was not a quick process. "Young man, I need to ask a favor," the elder said as they waited. Cain was surprised but responded, "Sir, please tell me. My wife and I have lived on Mt. Pyre for nearly 40 years, but 17 years ago, our son, who was traveling, brought us a baby, Phoebe. Now Phoebe is 17 years old, and she cannot stay here with us forever. We have our responsibilities, but she shouldn't bear them. Do you want me to take Phoebe? And your son? After he brought us Phoebe, we never saw him again, and I don't know if he's still alive," the elder said with sadness. The elder continued, "Don't worry, I have old friends I can trust. I'm not asking you to take Phoebe yourself, just that when you leave, deliver a message to someone. He must be one of the current leaders in the Alliance. I'll give you his contact information, and you should be able to find him. Just tell him that an old friend awaits him at Mt. Pyre." Cain nodded. It wasn't a difficult task. In truth, he was relieved that the elder didn't ask him to take Phoebe along. That talkative girl made him a little uneasy. As they conversed, Haunter had absorbed enough ghost-type energy. Its body had expanded to twice its original size, and the gas surrounding it, once dispersed, had nearly condensed into a solid state. The system data showed that Haunter's stats had reached a critical point. It just needed one final push to evolve. However, that push wasn't simple. One wrong move, and Haunter could end up shattering instead of evolving. Seeing that Haunter had reached its limit, the elder pulled a black crystal from his pocket. Cain saw the elder's motion and focused on what he was holding. Item name, strange black crystal, unnamed. Description, appears to be a highly concentrated ghost-type energy crystal condensed by a Pokemon, containing a small amount of that Pokemon's essence. Effect, can aid ghost-type Pokemon in growth, and the essence within the crystal can facilitate gradual transformation in ghost-type Pokemon. What is that? Cain asked. It's something left behind by that legendary Pokémon. It will help Haunter refine the energy in its body. This will be highly beneficial for its evolution, the Elder explained. Then he tossed the crystal toward Haunter, who quickly absorbed it. A flash of white light enveloped Haunter. End of chapter. Chapter 542, Chapter 542, Gengar. What legendary Pokémon was it exactly? Cain had tried asking indirectly several times, but the Elder only smiled and said nothing. This time, the Elder brought out such a valuable crystal. Was it really just out of respect for that legendary Pokémon? However, that legendary Pokémon had only had contact with Mismagius. Why was the Elder so sure about giving such a great benefit? That was the doubt in Cain's heart, but now Haunter was evolving. When the Elder threw the black crystal into Haunter, its body began to change. The small spikes on its back started to shrink, while the long, pointed ears remained unchanged. The hands that were once separate from its body now connected, 2 rounded feet appeared at the bottom, and a short, stubby tail emerged. Its slender body began to swell as if transforming into a more robust form, and its entire enormous body turned into one giant face. Its eyes were closed. Kakik. With a loud cry from Haunter, no, from Gengar, the white light surrounding it dissipated, and its previously white eyes opened, revealing a light red hue that gave it an imposing air. Haunter had successfully evolved. Gengar had made its triumphant appearance. With Gengar's evolution, the Elder's 3 Pokémon released their control over the surrounding ghostly energy. A massive surge of ghostly energy began flowing toward Gengar, but this time, Gengar no longer experienced the pain it felt as Haunter. Now, it could handle the energy with ease. Gengar closed its eyes again, focusing on the energy flowing within its body. It discovered a special energy within itself that didn't align with the rest of the energy in its body. While it didn't make controlling its body difficult, having that foreign energy felt unsettling. What to do with it? Absorb it. The energy continuously pouring in from the outside was an inexhaustible resource for Gengar. Inside its body, a sort of pursuit began, with the rest of its energy enveloping the foreign part. Cain and the Elder watched silently from the side. Cain used his system to scan Gengar, observing as its data fluctuated constantly and its quality shifted without stabilizing. The Elder, on the other hand, remained calm, as if he already knew what was happening inside Gengar's body. After 10 minutes, Gengar's data began to stabilize. Oh, this Gengar isn't bad at all. It has absorbed and assimilated that special energy quite quickly, the Elder said with a sparkle in his eyes. The special energy inside Gengar's body, though strong, couldn't compete with the amount of energy surrounding it. Now, that energy had disappeared, or rather, it had fused entirely with Gengar. Thanks to this, Gengar's quality had improved, reaching a dark blue shade. Although it had barely reached that level, it was undeniably dark blue. Moreover, due to the abundance of energy, Gengar's level had risen significantly. Pokémon, Gengar, dark blue. Gender, male. Level. Type, ghost plus poison. Ability, cursed body. Held item, none. Egg moves, fire punch, scary face, haze. Basic moves, hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback, shadow punch, dream eater. Learned moves, rest, shadow ball, psychic, skill swap, snore, perish song. TM moves, protect, hidden power, grass, sleep talk, toxic, taunt, poison jab, thunderbolt, Venoshock. In one go, Gengar had reached the advanced level. It wasn't clear if it was due to the enormous amount of energy or the black crystal. However, it was undeniable that Gengar had made great progress. Its quality had also risen to dark blue. Although it was likely the weakest among Cain's Pokémon of this quality, the system confirmed it as dark blue. What surprised Cain was that Gengar had learned the move Perish Song. Could this be thanks to the black crystal? Gengar was still getting used to its new body. Previously, it always floated, but now it seemed to have to walk on its feet. It also felt uncomfortable with its more robust body, as its hands, which once floated freely, were now firmly attached to its body, making movement a bit awkward. Gengar slowly approached Cain. Kakik. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, Gengar now reached Cain's shoulder, though its body was several times bulkier than Cain's. Me. Mismagius hovered around Gengar, marveling at the evolution she had just witnessed. How incredible. Is this how Pokémon evolve? When she evolved, she hadn't felt anything. Mismagius wasn't just looking, she also carefully touched Gengar's body. What had once been a gaseous substance now felt solid. Amused, Mismagius began playing around Gengar. Cain smiled and said, "You finally evolved, Gengar. Plus, your power has increased significantly. We must thank the Elder for his help." Hearing Cain's words, Gengar nodded awkwardly toward the Elder. It actually wanted to bow, but discovered its body wasn't entirely responsive yet. Also, bowing was hard, it was a bit bulky. The elder smiled and nodded, accepting Jengar's gratitude. Let's go. It's time to leave. Jengar has gained great rewards, that discomfort in its body is normal. You can discuss it with my Jengar. The elder's Jengar had already reached the elite level and, after many years, was a true veteran. When the two Jengar walked together, it was clear the elder's Jengar was much larger than Cain's. The elder recalled Dusknoir and Bonnet, leaving only his Jengar out as they escorted Cain to the cave's exit. Outside the cave, Phoebe and her grandmother waited with smiles on their faces. Phoebe's grandmother asked cheerfully, "How did it go? Did it succeed?" The elder nodded with a smile. "Once again, thank you all for your help. I'll complete the task you entrusted to me," Cain said, bowing gratefully. Cain spent the night inside Mt. Pyre, and the next morning, after bidding farewell and expressing his thanks once again, he departed with his Jengar, who could now move freely, and Ms. Magius, who had enjoyed a day of happy play. After spending so much time there, Cain feared that his psychic power might also be affected by the ghostly energy. After Cain's departure. "Old man, did you really have to use it that way?" "Yes, it's done now. His body emanates the presence of that Pokémon. I hope it catches its attention. It's a shame we'll never see that Pokémon again. And he doesn't even know the true purpose of this place we protect." End of chapter. Chapter 543, Chapter 543, Connections. This time, the journey to Mt. Pyre was much smoother than Cain had imagined. Now, Haunter had successfully evolved into Jengar and even reached the advanced level. Although Jengar still couldn't fully control his body, it was something only time and practice could resolve. However, Jengar had a long talk with the elders Jengar throughout the night, which proved to be highly beneficial. At the very least, Jengar learned to use the moves Ice Punch and Thunder Punch. Combined with the Fire Punch he already knew, he now mastered the 3 elemental punches. Cain felt that Phoebe's family had hidden something from him, but since he didn't sense any ill intent, he decided not to dig deeper. Soon, Phoebe would probably leave Mt. Pyre, and with her affinity for Ghost-type Pokémon, it wouldn't take long for her to become the Ghost-type leader of the Hoenn region. Why was Cain so sure about this? Because on the contact card the Elder had given him, the name written was Juan. Perhaps others wouldn't know, but Cain, who had recently become the leader of Leafy Town Gym, understood clearly, Juan was none other than the president of the Hoenn Region League Division. A true powerhouse. It turned out that the old friend from the league, the Elder spoke of was Juan. No wonder Phoebe eventually became one of Hoenn's Elite Four. This was clearly a case of connections. Cain couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Everyone he knew seemed to be in the same situation, surrounded by connections. Stephen, the eldest son of the Devon family, heir to Devon Corporation, and future champion of Hoenn. Phoebe, granddaughter of the 2 elders from Mt. Pyre, practically a half-grandchild of the president of the Hoenn League, and the future Ghost-type Elite Four of Hoenn. Was it true that to become a champion or an Elite Four, you not only needed skills but also connections? Cain couldn't help but feel a mix of humor and disbelief. The exterior of Mt. Pyre hadn't changed much, but now, with Jengar by his side, passers-by looked at him curiously. Having a Jengar was something all Ghost-type Pokémon trainers dreamed of, but it was incredibly rare to achieve. It was well known that while Ghastly and Haunter were relatively common, Jengar was extremely rare due to the special conditions required for its evolution. In fact, most people didn't even know how Jengar evolved. Even Cain, with all his resources, had only discovered the process after obtaining classified information from Team Rocket. Through them, Cain learned the details about Jengar's evolution and how to train it. This knowledge was, in fact, the most valuable thing Cain had right now. Jengar had already evolved, but now the important task was maximizing his potential. Jengar walked alongside Cain because he still wasn't fully accustomed to his new physical form. Cain kept him out of his Pokeball so he could adjust to his new state. As for the curious stairs, Cain ignored them. He descended the Mt. Pyre stairs and entered the forest along Route 122. Mt. Pyre was surrounded by water, with only a small part connected to the mainland. When Cain arrived from Route 123, he had to cross a small body of water. Now in the forest, Cain sought strong wild Pokémon for Jengar to train with. The physical changes Jengar had undergone during evolution required him to readjust to all his moves. Jengar wasn't like Sneasel, whose evolution to Weevil only involved a size increase without major changes. But for Jengar, who transitioned from a gaseous form to a solid body, the adjustment was much more complex. Fortunately, with the Elder's Jengar as a guide, his adaptation process was relatively swift. Additionally, with the moves he already mastered, he only needed to familiarize himself with his new body to perfect them again. After defeating another wild Pokémon, Jengar showed significant progress in controlling his new body. While Jengar continued training, Cain took out a multicolored stone from his storage. Mega Stone. Cain wanted to confirm whether this Mega Stone was suitable for Jengar. If Jengar could use it, then with his Mega Evolution, Cain would feel confident facing higher-level advanced trainers. Now, Cain already had 4 Pokémon that had reached the advanced level. Holding the stone in his palm, Cain slowly brought it closer to Jengar. As he observed, the stone showed no reaction, and his scanner system didn't detect any changes in the stone. It wasn't Jengar's Mega Stone. After trying for a minute, Cain came to that conclusion. Although he was slightly disappointed, he had only hoped it might work. He had placed too many expectations on this Mega Stone, especially since Jengar would be his first Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. I'm pushing things too much. I should let it happen naturally, Cain thought, putting the Mega Stone back into storage. Looking at Jengar training, Cain remembered something. Has that Pokémon been born yet? Being the most crucial for reaching the quasi-elite level in my past life, that Pokémon should have been born by now. Cain recalled his former Pokémon and felt a strong desire. In his previous life, although Honchkrow always accompanied him, it was that Pokémon who helped him defeat his opponents. Although, in his past life, he had to use extreme methods to obtain it, which affected their trust and bond, that Pokémon ultimately tried to help him. According to his calculations, that Pokémon should have been born recently. A unique Pokémon from the Hoenn region. The place where it should be isn't far, right? If my calculations are correct, that Pokémon should have been born. This time, Cain was much further ahead compared to his previous life. Back then, he was merely a low-ranking member of Team Rocket, struggling to survive. Cain summoned his Tropius and mounted it, calling Jengar back to his shadow after a solid training session. Just as he was about to leave, the communicator on his clothing vibrated again. Cain frowned as he took it out. Was Umbra contacting him so frequently? He pressed the answer button. Cain, there's an opportunity right now. It's very dangerous, but the rewards are immense. Are you interested in giving it a shot? Umbra's voice sounded like that of a wolf disguised as a grandmother. End of chapter. Chapter 544, Chapter 544, the beginning of the Mutwo incident. Hearing Umbra's words, Cain was stunned. Is it very dangerous, but the rewards will also be great? What does that mean? Noticing Cain's confusion, Umbra continued, Team Rocket has now discovered a very hidden place in the ocean, where an exploration ship accidentally ventured. It's an isolated island with many wild Pokémon, an island that has never been explored and could become the next trial island. Umbra briefly explained the main details of the mission to Cain. This time, it's an internal Team Rocket mission, accessible only to mid-level and higher-ranking members. An unknown island, never discovered before, is surrounded by a special barrier and has been accumulating resources for many years. Any major organization would go crazy if they knew how many resources were inside. And now, Team Rocket has discovered it first. Of course, they want to explore the island quickly, gather some of the valuable resources there, and capture the many high-quality Pokémon inhabiting the island. With these resources, any organization could experience tremendous growth. If Team Rocket could absorb everything, they might even expand beyond the Kanto and Johto regions. It's such a valuable island that even the League would mobilize with all its might upon learning about it. Why has the League been searching for new regions all these years? Because they believe that in these unexplored areas, there could be large quantities of resources. By exploring and controlling these areas, the League has also reaped many benefits, accelerating its development. No wonder Team Rocket issued this mission internally after finding the island. As for why the top executives didn't intervene, it's easy to understand with a little thought. Team Rocket's top executives have strength levels above the elite tier, which is formidable, but that doesn't guarantee their safety on the island. In many of these unexplored ancient islands, there are often one or several elite tier Pokémon. Moreover, these elite tier wild Pokémon don't face resource or survival pressures, as the entire island essentially works for them. There's no doubt that they are incredibly powerful. If the executives entered recklessly, they might provoke strong resistance, and these Pokémon could even unite against them. On the other hand, lower-ranking members are not only less reliable but also lack the necessary strength. If they entered, most would simply serve as cannon fodder. That's why this mission is primarily targeted at mid-level Team Rocket members, especially officers. Some near-elite members might also be able to participate, though likely with certain restrictions. According to Umbra, the best officers would be the upper limit for this mission. Each elite officer and executive can recommend 2 or 3 officers to enter the ancient island. Once they've explored and discovered some of the powerful Pokémon residing there, all mission rewards will be theirs. That's why Umbra said this mission is very dangerous. They don't know how many powerful Pokémon are inside, and for elite-level trainers, safety isn't guaranteed. But it's also a great opportunity. An unexplored island rich in resources is perfect for future development. Now, all the officers in Team Rocket are completely obsessed, desperately seeking support from their superiors, begging for the chance to enter the island. Danger. Compared to stagnating for a long time, they completely ignore that risk. The opportunity is before them, and they must seize it. However, Cain is not like the other officers. He has high-quality Pokémon, vast knowledge about them, and the growing verdant village, which ensures his potential and future. There was no urgent need for him to get involved in this danger. After explaining all the details, Umbra waited for Cain's response. Cain, now Team Rocket's most valuable asset in the Hoenn region, had undeniable worth. That's why Umbra didn't pressure him but let him make the decision. After all, even Giovanni had been paying more attention to Cain lately. He was a future candidate to become an executive. Cain thought for a while, and just as he was about to decline, he remembered a crucial event. He said, "All right. I'll go. When is the meeting?" Hearing Cain's response, Umbra was also surprised, as he had been prepared for a rejection. Given Cain's current progress, there really wasn't a need for him to get involved in this matter, but Giovanni had specifically mentioned him, giving him the choice. That's why they made this call. "Are you sure you want to go?" "Actually, with your progress, it's not necessary to get involved in this matter," Umbra reminded him one last time, as Cain was now fully aligned with his faction. Cain, with his great potential, would likely become a valuable asset for the faction in the future. Of course, other factions within Team Rocket were also watching. Cain would not only face the wild Pokémon on the island but also the Team Rocket officers entering alongside him. Absolutely. Cain responded even more firmly. Umbra didn't ask further. Once someone makes a decision, there's not much else to do. Cain, though full of potential, was still just a newly advanced high-level trainer, far from the elite level. 3 days from now, in Vermilion City, Kanto region, meet at the Team Rocket base. Prepare your Pokémon and resources, you might be on the island for a while, Umbra told him before hanging up. Cain stared at his phone, lost in thought. This event, in his past life, he didn't experience, but he remembered it very well. Because this event was key to Team Rocket's future. An ancient, unknown island, with a survival rate of less than 30% for the first entrance. It matches perfectly with the incident Umbra spoke of. The reason Cain, though initially wanting to decline, agreed so quickly was because something extremely rare would be discovered on this ancient island. Muse DNA. Exactly, the future creation of Mutwo begins with this incident. End of chapter. Chapter 545, Chapter 545, Arrival in Vermilion City. It seems the plan to search for that Pokémon will have to be postponed for now, Cain thought as he hung up the communicator. That's fine. I'll give it more time to grow and experience the true essence of this world. Sitting on the back of his Tropius, Cain changed course, heading toward Mobile City. With only 3 days to reach Vermilion City in the Kanto region, the only option was to fly to Mobile City and take a plane. Tropius would have to fly through the night, as time was pressing for Cain. Cain pulled out another communicator and called Miyamoto, asking him to use Team Rocket's internal contacts to gather more information about the event. Although lower-ranking members couldn't participate directly, that didn't stop them from investigating. Team Rocket couldn't maintain total secrecy, which was why they wanted to explore the island before the League discovered it and interfered. The exploration was scheduled to begin in 3 days, leaving barely any time to prepare. Team Rocket members in Kanto and Johto would have it easier, but Cain, being in Hoenn, would struggle to arrive on time. Sensing Cain's urgency, Tropius sped up its flight. Fortunately, the weather was clear, and the sunlight allowed Tropius to fly faster and with greater endurance. Although Tropius had gained some weight lately, its flying ability was still acceptable to Cain. When they arrived in Mobile City, it was already midnight. Wasting no time, Cain picked up the plane ticket he had requested from the Devon Corporation, the earliest available, and headed straight to the city's outskirts airport. He managed to catch the last flight of the day to Saffron City in the Kanto region, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. One of the 3 days had already passed. He had 2 days left to get from Saffron City to Vermilion City and have time to prepare and investigate. Cain still didn't know who would be participating in the mission, but he would have to investigate once he reached Vermilion City. Closing his eyes, he entered a meditative state, adjusting his body and mind to be in the best possible condition. The event presented a great opportunity but also significant danger. At his current level, Cain would likely rank near the bottom of the group of explorers. Fortunately, Jengar had completed its evolution and reached the advanced level, giving Cain more confidence. With 4 advanced level Pokémon, Cain felt somewhat more secure. He hoped Skorupi might evolve after this mission as well. When the plane landed in the Kanto region, the eastern sky was already starting to light up. Cain disembarked without delay and took the car that the Devon Corporation had prepared in advance, heading south from Saffron City. Although he could have used Slowking's teleport, Cain decided against it. Sabrina, the Saffron City gym leader, was highly unpredictable, and Cain preferred to avoid any encounter with her. After a 3-hour car ride, he arrived at the southern outskirts of Saffron City, where he summoned Tropius, who had rested through the night. Thanks to the poke blocks he had prepared, Tropius wasn't too tired, and with the clear sky, it could fly at high speed again. When Cain arrived in Vermilion City, it was already past noon. Dressed in his League trainer uniform, Cain didn't head directly to Team Rocket's base. Instead, he checked into the Pokémon Center. As a League member and gym leader of Leafy Town in the Hoenn region, Cain didn't have to pay any fees. Rather than announce his arrival, Cain chose to remain discreet. Upon entering Vermilion City, Cain clearly noticed a change in the atmosphere. The number of people on the streets had significantly decreased, and there was a palpable tension in the air. Likely, the common citizens could also sense this dangerous atmosphere. Vermilion City was full of Team Rocket members, but thanks to Lieutenant Surge's authority and strength, order was maintained. Just as Cain was about to head out to investigate, his communicator rang again. It was an unknown number. Cain hesitated for a moment before answering. Cain. Long time no see, haha. I heard you'll be participating in this mission too, said a cheerful voice on the other end. Cain frowned as he recognized the voice. He knew who it was. Reggie. Reggie was a trusted subordinate of Lieutenant Surge, whom Cain had met on Trial Island. Back then, Reggie had tried to recruit him, but after that, Cain hadn't heard from him again. They had exchanged contact numbers, but the number Reggie was using now wasn't the one he had given before. Haha, that's right, it's me. When I saw your name on the participant list, I knew I had to call you immediately, Reggie replied with a laugh. Participant list? Cain asked, intrigued. Yeah, the list of those joining the mission. If you want, I can send it to you later, along with detailed information I've gathered on each of them. What do you say? Shall we meet up and chat? Reggie suggested in a friendly tone. Cain wasn't surprised that Reggie was also participating, but it seemed suspicious that he knew of Cain's arrival so quickly. Had it been a coincidence, or was Reggie keeping tabs on him? All right. Where should we meet? Cain asked after considering for a moment. In half an hour, at the local market's black market restaurant. I'll wait for you in the VIP lounge, Reggie replied before hanging up. Cain sat still, staring at the floor as his thoughts wandered. 5 minutes later, Cain took out the special uniform of a Team Rocket officer and removed the human skin mask he had been wearing. He put on a black cloak and, with Sloking's help, teleported to the landmark he had set in Vermilion City's black market. He entered the bustling market. End of chapter. Chapter 546, Chapter 546, Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers. In a private lounge of a restaurant in the black market, 4 people sat around a large round table. Reggie, Glacius, and Aurelia, whom Cain had met on Trial Island, were present, and across from them, hidden under a black cloak, was Cain. Originally, Cain thought he would only meet with Reggie, but he hadn't expected the other 2 to be there waiting for him as well. It's been a long time, Cain. Among old friends, there's no need to hide, Reggie said with a smile. Cain removed the black hood, revealing his true face, which he hadn't shown in a long time. I never thought all 3 of you would be here, Cain responded coldly. Glacius, seated to Reggie's left, held a book in his hands, absorbed in reading as if the conversation had nothing to do with him. Aurelia, on the other hand, rested her head on one hand, observing Cain with curiosity. They had heard of Cain's recent exploits through Reggie. If on Trial Island they had accepted Cain into their small circle for his potential, now they fully embraced him for his skills. Haha. Of course, we're here for the first official meeting of our Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers of the Universe, Reggie said with a hearty laugh. Supreme Circle of Incredible Trainers of the Universe. What kind of ridiculous name was that? Both Cain and Aurelia felt slightly embarrassed hearing it, though Glacius maintained his composure. This time, we're all participating in the mission. If we meet inside, it would be helpful to support each other. There will be many different factions, and plenty of people will want to attack us, Reggie said, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of the name. However, as he began talking about the mission, Cain's expression grew serious. Glacius, give the information to Cain, Reggie said, addressing his bookish companion. Glacius looked up for the first time and took a notebook from under his book, sliding it toward Cain. His pale blue, emotionless eyes met Cain's. Cain took the notebook and flipped through it quickly. Each page contained information about a different individual, all of them at least at the advanced trainer level. It was unclear if some were hiding even greater power, as the notebook didn't provide too many details in certain cases. The first page was dedicated to Reggie, featuring a striking photo and a brief description. Since these were trusted individuals within the group, Reggie hadn't gone into much detail describing them. After all, this circle was still just a verbal alliance, without any real cooperation so far. If they managed to complete this mission without betraying or attacking each other, the group would solidify for real. The notebook contained about 30 pages, indicating that roughly 30 advanced-level Team Rocket trainers would participate in this mission. Some were veterans at that level, while Cain, a newcomer to the advanced level, ranked in the middle-lower tier of the hierarchy. After quickly skimming through the notebook, Cain closed it and stored it in his inventory space. He then looked up at Reggie. "Tell me, what else is there? I don't think you called me here just to talk about this." "Even though my strength is modest, I have enough confidence that I'll survive this mission," Cain said firmly. Reggie looked slightly surprised but then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I wouldn't expect any less from someone trusted by the boss. You speak with great confidence." Reggie didn't know Cain's hidden cards, so he couldn't fully believe his assertion. "In short, this mission involves exploring an ancient island, but more specifically, we'll be investigating an ancient ruin at the island's center," Reggie continued. "Team Rocket scientists have used aerial scanners and data simulations to identify an ancient structure at the heart of the island, and that's what Team Rocket is really after. Our goal in joining forces is to collaborate within the ruin to find the most valuable things and, upon leaving, acquire the resources we need most." Reggie paused before adding, "I know you don't lack anything now, but when you reach the quasi-elite or elite level, you'll need far more resources. This is a great opportunity. If we succeed, we might obtain what we need to become elite-level trainers." Aurelia and Glacius, also hearing these mission details for the first time, sank into thought. Cain, however, was pondering more deeply. How did Reggie know so much about this highly confidential information? Both Glacius and Aurelia were protégés of high-ranking rocket officials. Although they weren't as favored as Reggie, the gap in their knowledge shouldn't be this large. There were two possible explanations: either Reggie had an overwhelmingly superior ability compared to the other two, or his status was far higher than Cain had imagined. Although he wasn't sure which was true, Cain knew Reggie wasn't as reckless as he appeared. Likely, much of what he showed was just a facade. After exchanging information and updating their contacts, Cain left the private lounge. "Glacius, what do you think?" Reggie asked once Cain and Aurelia had left. Glacius, who was no longer reading, was now frantically writing in a notebook. Without looking up, he replied coldly, "He's good." Upon closer inspection, Glacius was jotting down characteristics and data about Cain, trying to deduce his strength and thoughts based on his actions. Hearing Glacius's response, Reggie smiled with a touch of mischief. End of chapter. Chapter 547, Chapter 547, Dragon-type Trainer, Run. After leaving the restaurant, Cain didn't head straight out of the black market. Instead, he decided to purchase some essential outdoor survival items, including large quantities of food and various potions. Cain hadn't eaten a single bite of the food from the restaurant. On the other hand, Reggie and the others ate enthusiastically, as many of the ingredients at this place were Pokémon. Slowpoke Tail and Farfetch'd Duck, in particular, were the restaurant's specialties. However, Cain drew a clear line: he could eliminate Pokémon that posed a threat to him, but eating food made from Pokémon was something he couldn't accept. The League had explicitly banned the use of Pokémon as food ingredients. Nevertheless, as long as such foods weren't openly sold or displayed, the League simply turned a blind eye. After all, many families had this inclination. This time, Cain purchased a backpack with massive storage space in the black market and then filled it with plenty of clean water and sealed food that could last a long time. Based on Cain's estimates, the mission would likely take place on Mythical Island, but he couldn't be entirely sure if Team Rocket had already discovered it at this point. He was about 80% confident. In addition to food, tools, and necessary potions, Cain made sure to replenish his supply of Pokeballs. From the most common Pokeballs to the more expensive specialty ones, he acquired a variety. He then switched all of his Pokemon's Pokeballs to the luxurious luxury balls, which were far more comfortable inside. Since Larvitar and the other young ones probably wouldn't have much time to roam outside on the island, providing them with as comfortable a space as a luxury ball was ideal. After swapping his Pokemon's Pokeballs, Cain, with Slowking's help, left the black market. Back in his room at the Pokémon Center, Cain released his Pokémon and then sat on the couch, reviewing the information Reggie had provided about the other participants in the island. The first page displayed the ever-flashy photo of Reggie. However, the description below didn't impress Cain much. Reggie was a Pokémon Electric-type specialist and a direct subordinate of Lieutenant Surge, one of Team Rocket's 3 senior executives. Was that really all? After reading the data on Reggie's Pokémon, Cain doubted the accuracy of the information. At least 2 or 3 of his Pokémon weren't listed, or their true power hadn't been revealed. After a cursory read, Cain skipped directly to the last pages. According to Reggie, he had ranked all the participants in order of power, from weakest to strongest, based on the information he had obtained. The first page was about Reggie, the second about Glacius, the third about Aurelia, and the fourth about Cain. None of the 4 were described in detail, especially Cain. Living in the Hoenn region, Cain was a mystery to Reggie, who hadn't been able to gather much information about him. Furthermore, since Cain was under Giovanni's strict supervision and in direct contact with Team Rocket's Shadow Unit, many within the organization couldn't investigate him further. Most of the data consisted of speculations about Cain's strength. Fortunately, if even Reggie had so little information about him, it was unlikely others could obtain more. Upon reaching the final pages, Cain encountered dense lines of text and extremely detailed descriptions. It was evident that, with his pride, Reggie considered this person highly important. The strongest participant in this mission was named Ren. Just Ren, no last name. His Pokémon were of the rare but powerful Dragon type. A Team Rocket officer specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. His strongest Pokémon was a Flygon at the peak of the advanced level, just one step away from becoming a quasi-elite Pokémon. It was one of the few peak advanced level Pokémon in this mission. Moreover, Flygon's dual dragon and ground typing made Reggie even more cautious of him. As Cain flipped through the pages, he saw data on many other participants. Some were described in considerable detail, while others were only briefly mentioned. It wasn't clear if this was because Reggie hadn't obtained enough information or simply didn't consider those individuals important. After half an hour, Cain finished reviewing the booklet and let out a long sigh. In short, the participants were incredibly strong, and many of them weren't very old. They were trainers carefully selected by Team Rocket's top ranks for their strength and potential. If the mission succeeded, some of them would likely reach the level of quasi-elite trainers. However, Cain was relieved not to see one particular name, Xenon. Xander's older brother, who had the power of a quasi-elite trainer and was also a Team Rocket officer. But due to his power level, he wasn't participating in this mission. With his ability, Xenon had surely set his sights on Cain the moment he discovered Xander hadn't survived Trial Island. Regardless of whether Cain had killed Xander or not, Xenon would seek revenge. Luckily, ever since Cain left Trial Island, he had gone straight to Hoenn, and with Giovanni's constant support, Xenon hadn't been able to act in secret. This mission would have been the perfect opportunity since, without Team Rocket's supervision, any death on the island would be seen as normal. However, the mission rules allowed only advanced-level trainers to participate, which led to Xenon's application being denied. Even so, Cain knew that after this mission, Xenon would view him as an even greater threat, and when Xenon couldn't hold back anymore, he would act against Cain. Because both he and Cain knew there was no reconciliation possible between them. Even if Xenon didn't seek trouble, Cain would, to ensure any future threats were eliminated. "Let's see how long you can hold out," Cain murmured under his breath. As soon as Cain reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, he would no longer worry about Xenon. Over time, as Cain realized his full potential, the gap between them would only grow wider. Cain already knew that Xenon was a poison-type specialist. Furthermore, his Pokémon were the kind frequently seen in Team Rocket. Arbok, Weezing, Golbat, Mook, Gloom. These relatively common Pokémon had been trained by him to an impressive level. There was no denying he had skill. Unfortunately, his brother had created a mortal enemy. And Cain, with extraordinary potential, was a growing threat to him. End of chapter. Chapter 548, Chapter 548, Spending Money to Buy Battles. After scanning all the information in the system, regardless of its accuracy, it was extremely valuable for Cain, who knew nothing. In 2 days, Team Rocket's ship would set sail, leaving Cain with just under a day and a half. Gathering his Pokémon, Cain headed straight to the training and battlegrounds behind the Pokémon Center. Many League trainers were there, as both training and battles were always popular, albeit with varying levels of intensity. Cain arrived in the afternoon, right when the excitement was at its peak. Upon arrival, Cain sent out his Gengar to accompany him. Gengar was a rare Pokémon. While Ghastly and Haunter were more common, due to Gengar's special evolution, it wasn't easy to encounter one. Normally, Gengar could only be seen in major league events or high-level competitions, typically under the command of powerful trainers. Walking alongside Gengar, Cain quickly drew the attention of many trainers. Cain's purpose in not hiding was simple: he wanted to attract attention. Gengar didn't have much time to adapt to its new body. With the ship departing in 2 days, Gengar needed high-intensity battles to better familiarize itself with its body. Cain headed straight to a large battle arena and took a position at one end. Renting a battlefield at the Pokémon Center wasn't expensive for a league member like Cain, and it even included a competent referee. Cain pulled out a wad of 200,000 Pokédollars, cash he had withdrawn from the black market. "Here's 200,000 Pokédollars in cash. Anyone who can face me and win gets to keep it. There's no limit to the number of Pokémon. It's a one-on-one battle, but consecutive battles are allowed. There's no entry fee. Anyone who wants to participate can register with the referee," Cain announced loudly, displaying the thick wad of money. Those who had been watching Cain since his arrival were stunned at what they heard. It wasn't 200 Pokédollars, it was 200,000 Pokédollars. For an average family, earning that amount in a year without spending anything was already an achievement, but Cain was offering that sum for a single battle. The most important part was that anyone could participate, with no limit on the number of Pokémon. While it was one-on-one, after battling 5 or 6 Pokémon, even the strongest would feel the pressure. The first trainer, the fastest to react, was already standing in front of Cain on the field. Jengar automatically positioned itself in front of Cain, knowing this battle had been arranged specifically for it. Jengar felt a bit embarrassed for not yet fully adapting to its new body after evolving. During playtime with the other Pokémon in the room, Jengar had clearly felt uncomfortable, but fortunately, its companions understood and supported it. The first opponent wasn't weak, but for Cain's Jengar, which had already reached the advanced level, it wasn't much of a challenge. However, Cain didn't allow Jengar to use its strongest moves to quickly defeat its opponent. Instead, he controlled the pace so Jengar could better utilize its body before emerging victorious. Although that was Cain's plan, the spectators thought Jengar wasn't particularly strong, as it had taken almost 10 minutes to defeat the first opponent. The trainers waiting for their turn, convinced they were stronger than the first opponent, eagerly prepared to face Cain's Jengar and win the 200,000 Pokédollars. Meanwhile, some less confident trainers moved to the back of the line. If Jengar defeated several opponents and wore itself out, they might have a chance to take advantage of the situation. To Cain, 200,000 Pokédollars wasn't much, but for these trainers, it was an enormous temptation. If any Team Rocket members had been present, they likely would have tried something riskier, rules be damned. For them, as long as the reward was sufficient, they were willing to do anything. After defeating the first opponent, the second quickly stepped up to face Cain. Just like in the previous battle, Cain managed the fight so that Jengar appeared to be giving its all to defeat its opponent. In the end, however, the results were the same. The same happened with the third opponent. After Jengar's hard-fought victory, Cain fed it some poke blocks. The spectators, seeing Jengar maintain its pace, began to wonder if this was all a scam. But when they saw Cain feeding Jengar, they felt relieved. Finally, it's getting tired. Trainers continued stepping onto the field, but with each battle, Jengar grew more skilled with its body, and Cain adjusted the pace, allowing it to defeat opponents more quickly. The trainers' hopes of exhausting Jengar faded, and instead, they themselves ended up worn out. Eventually, some trainers, seeing that Jengar seemed fatigued, began doubting whether to keep trying. Cain observed their expressions and decided it was enough for today. However, there was still another day, and it wasn't just Jengar that needed training, the other Pokémon could benefit too. That's all for today, Cain announced loudly. Tomorrow morning, at this same place, the prize will be 400,000 Pokédollars. I invite all of you to participate, and even bring your friends or family. I'll be here all day waiting, he added before heading back to the Pokémon Center with Jengar. End of chapter. Chapter 549, Chapter 549, Preparations for the Journey. The next day, Cain arrived punctually at the battlefield with his Pokémon, Jengar, and was surprised by the size of the crowd. The field was completely surrounded by both curious spectators and those eager to challenge him. But when he checked the time, Cain realized it was only 7 in the morning. What crazy people! Cain thought. Then he reflected, money might not be inherently good, but it sure is useful. In that moment, he envied Steven a little. Cain held 400,000 Pokédollars in his hands and took his position on the field. Everyone present had their eyes fixed on the thick wad of cash he was holding. Yesterday, many had been defeated without much effort, but seeing the money, double the amount from the previous day, no one was willing to give up. After all, the Pokémon Center was right next door, they could recover their strength, rejoin the line, and have another chance. Additionally, more people were showing up, including powerful trainers arriving from neighboring cities. Winning a battle and earning 400,000 Pokédollars seemed like an easy deal. However, Cain wasn't worried. He knew that those who cared so much about the 400,000 Pokédollars were relatively weak trainers. The stronger trainers, those at the advanced level, probably wouldn't bother with such an amount of money, although, of course, there were always exceptions. In one of the battles, a trainer appeared whose strength was close to the advanced level. After Jengar defeated 5 of his Pokémon, the trainer finally managed to beat the now exhausted Jengar in the 6th round, earning the 400,000 Pokédollars. The onlookers gazed at the winner with a mix of envy and jealousy. Everyone had been waiting for the moment when Jengar would tire out so they could take advantage and win, but now that Jengar had been defeated and the money handed out, many lost interest and began to leave. Just as the atmosphere seemed to wane, Cain pulled out another wad of 400,000 Pokédollars and placed it next to the referee's table. Does 400,000 Pokédollars really matter that much? Cain thought. If it could help his Pokémon quickly improve their mastery and power without negative consequences, it was worth every Pokédollar. To Cain, this was essentially buying time, and he considered it a very valuable investment. When the crowd saw Cain pulling out more money, their excitement returned. However, Jengar was exhausted. Despite Cain supporting it with high-quality poke blocks, the long training sessions from the day before and that morning had left it drained. Fortunately, Jengar had nearly regained complete control over its body and new moves after its evolution. Cain handed Jengar over to Nurse Joy for treatment and recovery, then sent Skorupi onto the battlefield. At level 36, Skorupi wasn't as powerful as Jengar but had far greater mastery over itself. The crowd grew excited again at the sight of a new Pokémon on the field. This meant a fresh opportunity for them. Cain spent the entire day training his Pokémon. Thanks to the Pokémon Center's advanced technology and Nurse Joy's care, Jengar quickly recovered and reached peak condition. Meanwhile, Skorupi fought throughout the afternoon and was eventually defeated once, costing Cain another 400,000 Pokédollars. But the result was excellent. Skorupi leveled up twice, reaching level 38. This improvement came without any side effects. Its ability to pinpoint opponents' weak spots became more precise, taking full advantage of its sniper ability. After losing another 400,000 Pokédollars, Cain once again put up the same amount before the day ended. This time, however, no one managed to win the money because Cain decided to send Slowking onto the field. At level 42, Slowking possessed a power that many of those present had never seen before. The battles barely began before several trainers were swiftly defeated. Slowking was undoubtedly at an advanced level. Satisfied after a day of intense training, Cain returned to his room with his Pokémon. Though he had spent 1.2 million Pokédollars in a single day, he had faced over 100 trainers who helped his Pokémon progress. It was, without a doubt, a very fulfilling experience. Cain still had over 30 million Pokédollars, and if he could continue using this method to rapidly improve his Pokémon's strength, he would do so without hesitation. That night, Cain enjoyed his last peaceful and comfortable sleep in a bed. He knew that soon he would face survival conditions in the wild, and, more importantly, the upcoming adventure would be extremely dangerous. The danger didn't just come from wild Pokémon but also from internal threats within Team Rocket. Even his companions, like Regis, weren't entirely trustworthy. The only ones he could completely rely on were his own Pokémon. After that final night of rest, Cain boarded Team Rocket's ship for the journey. The ship was large but carried only about 30 people. Once on board, passengers were confined to their rooms, with no ability to leave, and the cabin windows were sealed shut. Team Rocket took the security of the ancient, mysterious island they were heading to very seriously. The ship moved quickly, but surprisingly, one day wasn't enough to reach the destination. This puzzled Cain. He wondered if they were really that far away or if the ship was taking a circuitous route to prevent anyone from calculating the island's location. By the end of the second day, passengers were finally allowed to leave their cabins. Cain went alone to the deck, where he joined the other participants. They emerged one by one from their rooms, only allowed onto the deck after the ones before them had left. It was then that Cain saw another mysterious group within Team Rocket, the Psychic Team members. End of chapter.